conversation when she stood there dumbfounded, her face full of astonishment. Then, he looked at the bag in his hand and then at Li Shun's back. A moment later, he uttered a classic greeting. Grass. Meeting room. Su Wanyan asked Dean Chen somewhat uneasily. Dean, is my dad really alright? Yes, Su Funny's mental health evaluation results show that he is normal and has no illnesses. I know that, but... Seeing the other person's expression, Dean Chen adjusted his glasses and said. You can rest assured that Su Funny will not become a vegetable again. As for his current condition, you can ask him when the master arrives. Okay, but why hasn't master come yet? After pouting as she finished speaking, Su Wanyan held the coffee cup on the table and kept glancing towards the door. Squeak! Just then, the door opened, and Li Shun led Xingyu and the others in. Oh no! Su Wanyan and Dean Chen stood up and called out. Yes, please sit down. Lu Jia, make up the list of people who attended the auction that night. Upon hearing Li Shun's words, she got up, picked up the computer, and uploaded the list of personnel. Shang Yueying of Huan Yuan Biotechnology. Tiangang of Changming Bioenergy. Rain Yiming of Runkong Pharmaceutical. After they finished looking at the list, Li Shun said, I have a task for you. Dean Chen, you're in charge of finding the hospital they're in and then giving them a ride. Upon hearing this, Dean Chen subconsciously adjusted his glasses and hesitated for 2 seconds before asking. Are there any special requirements? Don't let them leave too easily. Understood. Su Wanyan, I will get Tianyu Group to fully cooperate with you. You will be responsible for taking over their company. Upon hearing this, Su Wanyan pointed to herself with a puzzled expression. According to the data, these are all leading companies in their respective industries. She's a college student. Even with the support of Tianyu Group, it's impossible to swallow them all up. That's right, it's you. Li Shun looked at her expression, his tone carrying an ambiguous meaning. Su Wanyan had previously pointed out business acumen. This means she definitely has the potential in this area, not to mention she has another identity. A woman of destiny. Chapter 91 Su Fanny's situation. I'm afraid I can't do it. Su Wanyan pursed her red lips, frowned her eyebrows, and looked weak in the voice. Whether it's okay or not, it's up to me. All you need to do is obey. Okay, Su will be good. Under Li Shun's gaze, the other party glanced at the information on the screen and finally nodded. Obviously. She lacked confidence in herself. Lu Jia, show her around the company. From now on, she will be my spokesperson in Haishur. Spokesperson. Lu Jia was somewhat surprised upon hearing this and couldn't help but look at the girl. She has delicate features, snow-white skin, and a perfect figure, especially her breasts, which are definitely 36D. But he looks like a college student. If you say she was his lover, Lu Jia would believe it 100 times over. After all, her alluring appearance is practically the perfect match for a dream lover. You could say she has the power to make decisions for a company. Lu Jia had a million doubts. All right. After staring at the other person for a while, Lu Jia reluctantly agreed. Ultimately, Li Shunkai is the owner of the group, and also her owner. Regarding his decision, Lu Jia glanced at her half-slip-on flat shoes. As a general manager, I have a changing room in my office, so naturally I would keep a few pairs of shoes there. As for wearing a business suit but pairing it with flat shoes, that's an odd combination. I'll accept it even if it's weird. Because people wearing high heels can't walk properly. If it weren't during working hours and everyone in the company was there, she would have liked to go barefoot. You'll be responsible for keeping Su company while she's at the company, and also teaching her some of the techniques of your blood rose. Yenner, you will be responsible for assisting Dean Chen. Hearing Li Shun's arrangement, Xinyu looked at Su Wanyan, and Zhang Yuyan also looked up at Dean Chen. After the two agreed, Li Shun got up to leave, and Su Wanyan also got up and asked, Master, I want to ask my father. Upon hearing this, Li Shun stopped and turned back to her. I can't really say anything about him. Let's go to the hospital to see him later. Thank you, master. Then, as soon as they stepped out the door, they ran into a female employee. Hey! It's you! When the other person saw Li Shun, her pretty face froze, and she immediately pointed at him angrily. Give me back my coffee. Xiao Tao! What are you doing? Upon seeing this, Lu Jia immediately reprimanded her. Sister Lu, do you know him? The other person asked with some doubt. I'm sorry, master, she's my cousin. She hasn't been with the company long and doesn't know you yet, Lu Jia said, turning to Li Shun. Cousin. As Li Shun muttered to himself, his gaze swept up and down at the other person. She looked very young, wearing a woman's business suit and a pair of very thin gray stockings. Xiao Tao noticed his gaze, that undisguised gaze. I couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Although she longed for love and fortune. But Li Shun's gaze was a little scary. Like he was about to dissect her. Of course she'd be scared, she's just a little girl. Take her with you to the Municipal Central Hospital. Upon hearing Li Shun's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Lu Jia's eyes, and then she stepped forward to communicate with Xiao Tao. Li Shun frowned slightly as he left. He had seen this girl twice before. There's a feeling I can't quite describe. He had a sixth sense, and he didn't believe that this feeling could be a misperception. Could it be that the other party has something special about them? Municipal Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. When we arrived at the VIP ward, Aunt Yun had just finished her night shift and hadn't arrived yet, so only the caregiver was there. After calling the other person out, Li Shun looked at Su Fani sleeping soundly on the hospital bed, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. It seems that, apart from the first time we met, he was sleeping every time we met afterward. That's a pretty long sleep. Has he been sleeping a lot lately? Hearing Li Shun's words, Su Wanyan replied, Yes, Dad has been sleeping a lot since he woke up. He can sleep for more than 10 hours a day, and the longest he has ever slept is 18 hours. 18 hours. Li Shun was a little surprised to hear that the other person could sleep for such a long time. But then he realized something. A glint of light flashed in his dark pupils. As he gazed, he saw a strange black mist appear between Su Fani's eyebrows. Within the black mist was a translucent crystal, shaped like a water droplet. Nightmare tears. Its purpose is to allow living beings to freely enter and leave the land of oblivion. The reason why Su Fani fell into a deep sleep. It's easy to guess. Enter the land of oblivion on your own initiative. Once you understand this, the problem is easy to solve, you just need to take out the nightmare tears. However, it cannot be removed now, otherwise Su Fani will become a vegetable again. But in this situation, this piqued Li Shun's curiosity as well. What's so good about the Forgotten Lands? After being in a vegetative state for so many years, he woke up and, ignoring his wife and daughter, went back inside. I can solve this problem. Real. Upon hearing Li Shun's words, Su Wanyan instantly showed a look of surprise and delight. Of course, so how will you repay me? Before long, Su Wanyan was so overwhelmed by the bullying that she clutched her pounding heart and shouted for a stop. My mom is coming in a little while. Upon hearing this, Li Shun was taken aback and then stopped what he was doing. Regarding this Aunt Yun, he still had some respect for him. Since Su Fani's accident, she, as a single woman, has supported the entire family. Although Li Shun is now very rich, he is a top-tier second-generation rich kid. In this world, those who strive through their own efforts deserve respect, regardless of the industry. Even those who earn money by kneeling deserve everyone's respect. Chapter 92. Should relatives help each other? Dean's office. That's right, Dean Chen was kicked out again. Li Shun simply respected Aunt Yun, but also asked her to respect his life principles. Ring ring. Just then, a pleasant cell phone ringtone came from the Chanel bag on the table. Seeing this bag, I knew it belonged to Su Wanyan. Li Shun took out his phone and glanced at the caller ID. Mother. After reading it, he looked at Su Wanyan next to him. Don't. Su Wanyan had barely uttered a single word when Li Shun immediately pressed the answer button. Then he placed it near her ear. "Hello, Mom. I just came out of the hospital, and I'm outside, just wandering around outside for a bit." "It's nothing, I just came out to get some fresh air, it's too stuffy in the ward." "Where is it?" "Let me see. There's a pharmacy here, and a small supermarket next to it." That's why they say women are born to lie. Even though she's currently with Li Shun and not outside at all, she can still immediately come up with a story. "You need to tell me something?" "Okay, I'll be back in a bit, right away." No need to pick me up. Brother Shun just texted me. He just finished his work and will come to pick me up in a bit. Okay, I'll hang up now. When they returned to the ward. Besides Aunt June, there were several people in their 40s and 50s, both men and women, inside the house. Judging from their appearance, they should be Su Wanyan's relatives, because one of the men looked somewhat similar to Su Wanyan. There's a saying, isn't there? Nephews follow their maternal uncles, and nieces are no exception. Shun is here. Su Antyan saw them come in and was about to pull Su Wanyan out to have a private chat. "Hey! What are you doing, sister?" But at that moment, a middle-aged woman dressed rather extravagantly grabbed Aunt Yun. "Just say what you have to say here. Sister-in-law, don't go too far. Don't I even have the right to speak to my own daughter?" Seeing this, Xingyu immediately opened the Notes app on her phone. Then it was placed in front of Li Shun. I had checked Su Wanyan's information before, but as for these peripheral relatives, to be honest, aside from her parents' situation, I only remember her personal information. As for the others, I glanced at it and moved on. After reviewing the information, Li Shun gained an understanding of the relationships among these people. The woman who just grabbed Yun Shan is Su Wanyan's aunt, Wang Huifang. Yun Shan is Su Wanyan's mother. Wang Huifang was a very snobbish woman who frequently went to Su Wanyan's house to curry favor with her father even before he got into trouble. To put it bluntly, they're just using the guise of being relatives to ask for money. Su Wanyan's uncle, who is also Yun Shan's younger brother Yunan, is an honest man. Although he knew his wife's behavior was somewhat immoral, he didn't stop her because she was thinking of his family. After knowing this relationship, it's easy to guess what Su Wanyan's uncle's family, along with her numerous aunts and uncles, were here for today. It's simply because Su Fani has woken up and can afford a VIP ward. Let's see what's going on. If possible, they're here to ask for money again. Wow, Su's outfit must be expensive. At this moment, Wang Huifang looked Su Wanyan up and down and spoke in a somewhat sarcastic tone. "Sister, didn't your family go bankrupt? Hermes? LV? And Chanel's timeless diamond bag?" When she saw the bag Su Wanyan was carrying, her pupils dilated. Because this doesn't seem to be the regular eternal diamond, but rather a limited edition. Made from rare wild crocodile skin and studded with hundreds of diamonds, the price is 1.82 million. This price is incredibly expensive for a small business like theirs. "Su, where did you get this money?" Upon noticing her luxurious designer clothes, Wang Huifang immediately stepped forward and pulled Su Wanyan aside. "Look at that burning gaze. It's exactly the same as when Li Shun saw the panda and white tiger that the female leads had. But his main purpose was to protect? Yes. Protecting rare animals is our responsibility. Auntie, what brand of clothes I wear or what kind of bag I carry doesn't seem to concern you." Su Wanyan withdrew her hand from the other person and replied in a neutral tone. Su. We're relatives, how can you talk to your aunt like that?" Wang Huifang's tone changed. But then, she immediately smiled and continued, "Relatives are supposed to help each other, don't you think? Even if you have money, you shouldn't forget about us. Helping each other." Upon hearing this, Su Wanyan's pretty face turned cold, and she looked at them with hatred, saying, "Then why didn't I see you when my father had his accident?" I remember her mother knocking on doors from house to house, begging them in a humble manner to borrow money. Finally silently crossed out one name after another from the notebook. Under the dim light, Su Wanyan felt like crying at the sight of her mother's lonely figure. Oh dear, everyone encounters difficulties and has times when they are short of funds. Why are you still holding a grudge? Wang Huifeng said. Struggling to make ends meet? Holding a grudge. Su Wanyan's eyes began to redden upon hearing this. His voice unconsciously rose, and he began to curse. Where were you when my mom and I sold our house and were homeless? Where were you when my mom and I worked day and night trying to find someone to take care of my dad? You think I hold a grudge? Then tell me, should I hold a grudge or not? Chapter 93: Human Nature of Seeking Advantage and Avoiding Harm. Alright. Su. Seeing her daughter pointing at her relatives and cursing them, Yunshan quickly stepped forward to stop her. There is a very stubborn belief in the minds of their older generation. A harmonious family is the foundation for all things to prosper. What's more, one of them is her own brother's wife. Blood is thicker than water. Even if they had once stood by and watched coldly. But Yunshan still firmly believes in this principle. Mom! Please stop taking their side. We used to give them gifts during holidays, which was already very good. But what did they do after Dad's accident? That's why they say no one knows a mother better than her daughter. Seeing her mother's actions, Su Wanyan immediately guessed what she was thinking. But she is your aunt after all, Yunshan said with some reluctance. Aunt? I'd rather that aunt be dead. You're the one who's dead. How dare you talk like that, you brat? When Wang Huifeng heard the other party curse her to death, she immediately became furious and raised her hand to teach Su Wanyan a lesson. Bang! But at that moment, her raised hand was grabbed. Su Wanyan is Li Shun's woman. He can do whatever he wants with her, but others can't. Clang! With a loud bang, Wang Huifeng was slammed against the wall by Li Shun. Then, a pool of blood flowed out. Reaching down to touch the back of her head, Wang Huifeng saw the blood on her hand and immediately screamed. Ah! Pushing aside the relatives who surrounded her, she stood up like a madwoman and started cursing at Li Shun. You bastard! How dare you hit me? Upon seeing this, Li Shun was slightly surprised. Although he hadn't used much strength, his physical strength was undeniable. The other person was actually able to stand up. So durable? Could this be a supporting female character? Yes, that should be correct. After all, with that plump figure and sharp, mean mouth, she couldn't possibly be the female lead, except for a vicious supporting female character, right? Who are you pointing at? Put your hand down. Seeing Wang Huifeng pointing at Li Shun, Su Wanyan and Xinyu immediately stepped forward, their pretty faces showing a cold expression and their eyes staring fiercely at her. What do you want to do? Are you bullying an old woman like me? Wang Huifeng's voice was a little weak. Su Wanyan is her niece. Before Su Wanyan went bankrupt, the two families met frequently, but this expression of clenched teeth, as if she wanted to devour someone. This was the first time she had ever seen anything like it in the other person. As for the other woman, she's very pretty, but when she raises her eyebrows, she looks quite fierce. This made her feel a little scared. Sister! You need to discipline your daughter. How dare a junior speak to her elders like that? After her initial fear subsided, Wang Huifeng immediately turned her gaze to Yunshan. Clearly, she knew the other person's temperament. After all, she had exploited him many times before, and it had never failed her. Upon hearing her words, Yunshan hesitated for a moment. Mom! Upon seeing this, Su Wanyan immediately shouted, You always told me to give in to them before. Sometimes when my cousins snatched my toys, I gave them to them. You asked me to treat them to meals, and I did. But now she dares to talk about my man. I will kill her. Looking at her daughter's serious expression, Yunshan felt as if she had been struck a heavy blow to the head. She never imagined that her usually obedient and well-behaved daughter would utter words of murder. After all, Su Wanyan is now. She's not the same person she used to be. Before the system's task is completed, Su Wanyan will betray everything for her family. But after the system beeped, Su Wanyan would betray everything for Li Shun. Susu sighed. Mom was wrong. Munshan sighed heavily. People are always changed when they are forced to change. When she had to make a choice. Yunshan finally understood that even her own brother was not as important as her daughter. Get out of here, all of you. Ha! Sister! Upon hearing her words, Wang Huifang, Yunnan, and the others looked at her in astonishment, clearly not expecting her to say such a thing. I told you, all of you get out. Sister, we're all family. If you tell us to get out now, aren't you afraid our mother will be angry? Wang Huifang ignored her head injury and immediately spoke up anxiously. It seems she understood this in her heart. If we completely anger Yunshan, it's like losing a cash cow. After all, just by looking at Su Wanyan's clothes and appearance, you can tell that she can casually carry bags worth millions, so she must have a big source of wealth. So she unleashed her killer move. Yunshan's deceased mother. She was also her mother after she married into the Yun family, and Su Wanyan's maternal grandmother. As expected, Yunshan's expression changed immediately upon hearing about her deceased mother. The brother-supporting demon personality. It must be related to the family environment in which one grew up. But in these kinds of situations it's hard to say who's right and who's wrong. Is it wrong for parents to want their children to help each other? That doesn't seem likely. Now Yunshan wanted to help her younger brother, and although it went a bit too far, her intentions were good. If we absolutely have to find out where the problem is. Human nature. Everyone can only make their own decisions, but no one can make decisions for others. When you want to give, you have to be prepared. Be prepared to end up with nothing, or to feed a thankless wretch, or even to be betrayed by the other party. You reap what you sow. Just listen to this nonsense and let it go. It would be pointless to take it to heart. Mom! Seeing her mother hesitate again, Su Wanyan called out anxiously. Grandma will understand, after all, we've done everything we could over the years. Our parents told us before they passed away that our two families should visit each other more often and help each other out. It's not that difficult. Sister! Have you forgotten all of this now? Wang Huifang shouted. How dare you say such a thing? Looking at their faces, Su Wanyan felt a wave of nausea. How can there be such a person in this world? When there are benefits to be had, they act incredibly warmly, like a close family member. But when things went wrong, the cold face he wore made him seem more unfamiliar than a stranger. It was truly chilling. Master, I don't want to see them again. Unable to stand these relatives, Su Wanyan turned her gaze to Li Shun. She knew very well that she couldn't make these relatives disappear from the world on her own. So I have no choice but to ask my master for help. Onar. Upon hearing Su Wanyan utter those two words, Yunshan, Wang Huifang, Yunnan, and other relatives all turned their gazes toward Li Shun. What did you just call him? Master. Wang Huifang seemed to have thought of something, and continued speaking with a hint of shock in her expression. You wouldn't. Chapter 94. Taking these relatives away. Sister, your daughter is really something. Wang Huifang looked at Su Wanyan with a sarcastic tone. I never expected my niece to be so beautiful and have such a great figure. Her former cold personality was like a lotus flower that rises from the mud unsullied. Now this day has actually come. Although in the past, she would always try to please them whenever she visited their home for money. That attitude was no different from a dog's. That's just how people are. They don't scrutinize their own actions, but they'll question what others might do. They wish they could stand on the moral high ground and throw all their knowledge at the other party. It's as if doing this can give them some comfort and help them forget the mistakes they made. It's none of your business how my daughter is treated, Yunshan retorted angrily. Oh, sister, we don't want to get involved either, but Su Wanyan is my niece after all. Seeing her like this, it breaks my heart as her aunt. After Wang Huifang finished speaking, the sarcastic expression on her face was incredibly vivid. This perfectly explains what a vicious female supporting character is. That attitude was unbearable to look at, it caused a kind of physical discomfort. Hurry up! Hurry up, all of you! Just then, accompanied by a boy's voice, a series of orderly footsteps came from outside the ward. Squeak! As the door opened, a group of men in security guard uniforms rushed in. Hello, Mr. Lee. We are security guards from the hospital. May I ask who has upset you? The team leader asked. After Lee Shun pointed with his finger. The security captain immediately shouted to the people nearby, "What are you all standing there for? Arrest them all. What are you doing? We came to see a patient. What right do you have to arrest us? Let go. I'm going to file a complaint against you. The security guards are beating people. Everyone come quick. There's no law at the Municipal Central Hospital." When they saw the security guards coming to arrest them, the group of relatives started throwing a tantrum. But soon, sizzle. As the electric shock sound rang out, the security guards pulled out their stun guns and forced them to shut up. Ah. No. In just a moment, they were all shocked by the electric shock, their bodies trembling and their limbs twitching. Wang Huifang, who already had injuries, was even more shocked by this, causing her to roll her eyes. Under Dean Chen's management, the security capabilities of the Municipal Central Hospital have been greatly improved. Don't want to leave? Then just drag it away. Dean Chen personally demonstrated to them how to turn the stun gun to its maximum setting and then shove it directly into the other person's mouth. That scene. There have been instances where people have lost control of their bladders due to electric shocks. Those who couldn't stand it, or those who weren't capable, have all been dismissed by Dean Chen. The security guards at the Municipal Central Hospital are all genuine veterans. Someone who's been on the battlefield and killed people. For them, obeying orders is their duty, especially with the training provided by Dean Chen. It has now become. We will carry out the order by any means necessary. Soon, the group of people who had been electrocuted were dragged away by security guards like dead dogs. Yuer. Clear. With a glance from Li Shun, Shinyu immediately followed him out. Thank you, master. Su Wanyan came to his side and spoke in a very sincere tone. It was clear in her heart that this would be the last time she saw this group of people. There was an element of disgust, but also the influence of Wanqiu, Yayan and others at Paradise Villa. She no longer dislikes this approach. After all, the female lead's attributes are what they are. Any normal woman could change for a man. Not to mention the adaptable female lead. The changes made for the male lead and for Li Shun, under the influence of the promise of never betraying each other, were significantly faster. How are you going to thank me? Seeing the curve of Li Shun's lips, Su Wanyan said somewhat shyly. Whatever master wants, Su will do. Okay, go explain to Aunt June, then come find me in the dean's office. Li Shun gently rubbed the other person's head, then turned and left the ward. After he left, Su Wanyan turned to look at her mother, took a deep breath, and said with a determined look. Mom, I know what you're going to ask, but I did it voluntarily. Silly girl, Mom doesn't care about that. Yun Shan stepped forward, took her hand, and said with a caring expression, From the moment I learned about Xiao Shun's identity, I knew this day would come. One is the heir to the Tianyu group. One is a bankrupt heiress. Given the unequal status, one party will inevitably be inferior. But what can a mother do if her daughter likes it? After all, last time in the ward. How could a mother not understand her own daughter? However, she doesn't object to this kind of thing, because she is a woman too. In the end, isn't it the daughter who's more comfortable? But even though she didn't object, she was still a little angry, which is why she called the other person Xiao Shun. Pity. She was thinking from the perspective of a normal person. With Li Shun's abilities, he was practically a monster. Her daughter always had to beg for mercy. No matter what you choose, Mom will respect your choice. If one day Mom will still be able to support you. Yes, that day will never come. Su Wanyan reached out and hugged her mother. Although she was very touched at the moment, the thought of leaving Li Shun. She can't do it. A long time. Su Fani, lying on the hospital bed, let out a dreamlike murmur and slowly woke up. Dad, you're awake. Upon seeing this, Su Wanyan immediately stood up and continued to say to her mother, I'm going to find the master. Mom, keep an eye on Dad and make sure he doesn't continue sleeping. Okay, go ahead, Yunshan said. Just now, her daughter had already told her about Su Fani. When she learned that Li Shun could solve the problem, she was very curious. He was a top-tier rich second generation, not a top-tier doctor, so how could he understand mental health matters? But since her daughter had already told her, she had no choice but to believe her. Dean's office. Li Shun sat on the sofa, holding Jiang Yuyan's soft body in his arms, with Lu Jie standing behind him. And in front of the three of them, the girl named Xiao Tao was standing there looking nervous. But from Li Shun's questioning gaze, it was clear that he hadn't discovered anything magical about the other party. That's the downside of having a sixth sense. It gave him an intuition, but he didn't understand. I just had an instinctive feeling that this girl was a little different, but I couldn't quite put my finger on what it was. Who knows? The system did not issue any gas transport missions. Is she another unactivated female lead, just like Su Yingluo? With the emergence of this idea, Li Shun decided to conduct a small experiment. Chapter 95 Little Peach, both incompetent and playful. Even if a female protagonist's power is not yet activated, she will still possess some degree of luck. So there's a very simple method. It's like playing a game of luck with the other person. Of course, this person cannot be Li Shun, because he has the system's luck shield. Even if Xiao Tao is really the female lead, she can only kneel down in front of him. Similarly, Jiang Yuyan wouldn't work either. Because she is the female lead herself, she carries her own luck. When the luck of the two clashes, it's not a matter of who has more luck. That one and only candidate. It's just Lu Jie. She is neither the female lead nor has a system, making her perfect for experimentation. Lu Jie, why don't you play a game with her? Playing games? What games? Let's play. At this moment, Li Shun saw Xiao Tao's frightened expression and looked away from the scalpel on the table. After all, the other party had no grudge against him and had not done anything wrong. They used the female lead's regenerative abilities for experiments. That's a bit unethical. How about this, you two play rock paper scissors, and whoever loses has to take off a piece of clothing. What? Upon hearing Li Shun's words, Xiao Tao immediately covered the collar of her shirt and continued shouting at Lu Jie. Sister, you have to do something about him. How can two girls play this kind of game? But upon hearing her words, Lu Jie responded. Little Peach, just listen to your master and don't upset him, or even your sister can't protect you. Ah? Master? But we. Seeing Xiao Tao's hesitant expression, Lu Jie went over and quietly explained to her. Things like heirs and murder. Li Shun's five senses were already strong, and now they have been further enhanced by his sixth sense. What Lu Jie said. I could hear it perfectly clearly. Even though he's a villain, and what the other side said is true, it's still unacceptable for his own people to talk about him like this. Li Shun couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. Soon. Okay, I'll play. Xiao Tao took a deep breath and spoke, revealing a very aggrieved expression. A few minutes later, Li Shun looked at the shirt, pencil skirt, stockings, and high heels in front of him. I couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Is this really the female lead? A popular internet phrase perfectly describes Xiao Tao right now. He's bad at the game but loves to play. Even though they had nothing left, they still insisted on continuing, until the very end. They'd even gamble with their eyelashes. One eyelash counts as one item. Can you believe that? The key point is that Lu Jie actually agreed to this outrageous request. It's just outrageous that his mother opened the door for him. This is absolutely outrageous. As for Lu Jie, she was still wearing her clothes, but there weren't many left. However, given Xiao Tao's luck, if she were the female lead, Li Shun would eat all those clothes. But his sixth sense gave him his intuition. What is going on? If the other person isn't the female lead, then why does he have this feeling? Is there something important to him besides luck? Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Yuyan opened the door, and Su Wanyan, who had rushed over from the ward, walked in. However, when she saw the situation inside the room, she was somewhat taken aback. What is Xiao Tao doing? It doesn't seem like she's removing makeup, because who plucks their eyelashes with their hands? What if someone breaks in during this process? There were nurses assigned by Dean Chin guarding the door, so ordinary people couldn't get in. And this young nurse. Call her Xioi. She is currently the head of logistics at the Municipal Central Hospital, and can also be considered Director Chen's personal secretary. Master, my father has woken up. Okay, let's go take a look. After Li Shun finished speaking, he got up from the sofa with the help of Jiang Yuyan and Su Wanyan. Before leaving the office, he glanced back at the scene of Xiao Tao plucking her eyelashes and shook his head speechlessly. This woman. What kind of weirdo is he? VIP ward. Su Wanyan introduced Li Shun to her father again, and then took her mother's hand and walked out. When only the two of them were left in the room. Just be a normal person from now on, Li Shun said calmly as he sat down by the hospital bed. A normal person. Upon hearing this, a strange glint flashed in Su Fani's eyes, as if his secret had been discovered, and he seemed somewhat flustered. But then, with a shocked tone, he continued, could it be that I was able to enter that mysterious world because of you? That's right. Seeing Li Shun nod, Su Fani's expression became complicated. The fact that he was a top-tier rich second generation and his daughter's boyfriend was enough to shock him. When he first heard it, he wondered if he had lost his mind. But now, we know that the other party possesses supernatural and mysterious abilities. Regarding this kind of thing, as a staunch atheist, he simply wouldn't believe it. Even if the other party is a top-tier rich second generation. He only praises the other person, thinking that the rich second generation thinks differently from normal people. Then, get your daughter away from mental illness as soon as possible. But now he has experienced it firsthand, so he has no choice but to believe it. Could you give me a little more time? After Su Fani finished speaking, the fingers with the 4 drip attached began to exert force. I'll give you a little more time, Li Shun murmured softly, looking into the other person's eager eyes. He couldn't help but ask with some curiosity, you're already awake, why are you still thinking about going back? Because I want to find the person who harmed me. Chapter 96 Killed by a Woman? Just because of that. Li Shun's tone was somewhat helpless. Why go to the land of oblivion to find a hit-and-run driver? If it was a traffic accident, why didn't you go to the investigation bureau? The investigation bureau? Oof. Upon hearing this, Su Fani's expression turned cold, and he continued speaking with some anger. Those people inside are all birds of a feather. Seeing his expression, Li Shun quickly realized that the other person's car accident was not an accident. The Shanghai Investigation Bureau has changed a lot now, you can give it a try. A lot has changed. Upon hearing this, Su Fani couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. In his previous impression, the Bureau of Investigation was not a service for ordinary people. If the wealthy and powerful are brought into the Investigation Bureau alongside ordinary people, which group will be dealt with first? Ha! There's no need to explain that at all. The responses ordinary people receive are always just polite platitudes. The message will say something like, relevant personnel are handling it, your issue has been reported, or please wait patiently. But those who are rich and powerful, even if it's just a very small problem, or even something that's dispensable, the Bureau of Investigation can mobilize all its resources and resolve the issue for them in just a few minutes. And that led to him becoming a vegetable. This is exactly the kind of person. When Su Fani was in a coma, Yun Shan and Su Wanyan went to the investigation bureau many times. The response that can be obtained. They're always made to wait. In the end, they didn't even bother with the act anymore and just told them directly that they couldn't find the driver who caused the accident. Although there is an element of luck or destiny that can hinder things. After all, if the man actually finds the woman, how will he win her heart? But this kind of thing cannot be denied. That's right, I'm the one who sets the rules for the Shanghai Investigation Bureau now. Upon hearing Li Shun's words, Su Fani was surprised, clearly not expecting this. Why would someone from a top-tier wealthy family be interested in the Investigation Bureau? For ordinary people, the Investigation Bureau may be their only way to seek help when they encounter difficulties. But if it's a rich kid, financial strength, personal connections, and a professional legal team within the company, they have so many ways to solve this. In real life, unless they are exposed, you basically never see them. Even if it's exposed, the incident will quickly subside, and the whistleblower. Can you open your mouth and speak again? So, it's not that the Investigation Bureau is bad. Given Li Shun's status, Su Fani was indeed somewhat surprised that he would be interested in the Investigation Bureau, regardless of who the other party is. That's right. Even Zhenyu Group. Upon hearing the name Zhenyu, Li Shun's eyes narrowed slightly, but he still smiled and spoke. That's right, even Zhenyu Group. Upon hearing this, Su Fani looked at him with a very serious expression and finally spoke slowly. Okay. I believe you. The other party is Tianyu's heir and also her daughter's boyfriend. Besides, it also possesses supernatural and mysterious powers. So there's absolutely no need to lie to him. Su Fani simply couldn't figure out what benefit Li Shun could gain from lying to him. From a businessman's perspective, no one will do something that doesn't bring them any benefit. But from the perspective of an ordinary person, the other party lied to him. It couldn't possibly be because it's fun, could it? He was messing with his girlfriend's dad? This Li Shun shouldn't be that perverted, right? I will take away what's on you, and from now on you will never be able to enter that world again. Hearing Li Shun's words, Su Fani nodded slowly, but then, as if he had suddenly thought of something, he spoke again. Etc. There's something very important that I think you should know. Looking at Li Shun, he recalled the scenes he had seen in the mysterious world. Since the other party said they would help, Su Fani felt it was necessary to tell them this message. Li Shun, who was about to take the nightmare tear, stopped and asked a question. What's up? I've seen you in that world. Have you seen me before? Yes, there you died, killed by a woman. Upon hearing this, Li Shun's lips twitched involuntarily, and his expression became quite varied. He'll be killed by a woman? Are you kidding me? With his physical strength, let alone women, even special forces soldiers would kneel down and call him daddy. Could it be that he wasn't talking about an ordinary woman? Instead, it's the kind of female protagonist with invincible combat power. That's possible. Just as Li Shun was thinking about this, he suddenly realized something. According to the system's description, the Forgotten Land contains the deepest memories of all living beings. That means this woman hated him so much that she had subconsciously wanted to kill him countless times. But who would hate him? Wait a minute. Something's not right. Why would he believe such nonsense? Do you know what the consequences will be if you lie to me? Li Shun said in a low voice. No, I really saw a picture, and I can draw that woman. Su Fani saw his expression turn cold, and that dark, menacing aura instantly sent a chill down his spine. Then, she immediately found paper and pen in the ward and began to draw seriously. Upon seeing this scene, Li Shun's expression subtly changed. Judging from the other party's behavior, it sounds like it's true? During the time he was looking at the portrait, he recalled all the women he had ever met. None of the known possibilities exist. The women he met were mostly at Paradise Villa. Besides Xiao Tao, whom I just met today, there's Wen Yin from the tattoo shop, Lu Jia, the general manager of Haisher, and her daughter Lu Lina. These people didn't live in Paradise Villa, but they said they wanted to kill him. That doesn't make sense. As for the female lead, Zhang Yuyan and Su Wanyan are both people who would never betray each other, so there's even less of a possibility. The only one who failed to complete the mission was Su Yingluo. You could say she wanted to kill herself. Li Shun could hang her up and whip her until her buttocks were bruised and battered. A long time. He looked at the portrait Su Fani had drawn, and a very strange expression appeared on his face. The painting isn't ugly, it captures the air of a wealthy young lady very well. But he knew this woman, she was his fiancée, the eldest daughter of the Jinyu group. Ink Snow. Could it be that she wanted to kill him? Li Shun recalled the memories he had inherited. The other party was a woman with a particularly strong sense of family mission. Since the two families have chosen to form a marriage alliance, she will not hesitate to sacrifice herself for the sake of her family. This is one of the costs of being born into wealth. Entering a wealthy family is like entering a deep, dark sea. From then on, women wear clothes. You can only change it, but you can't wear it home. Could it be because of this? Li Shun recalled that the other party had told him to be careful during the last phone call, lest someone die. But he didn't have any. Although he has conceived many times, given his physical condition, the chances of him getting pregnant naturally are very low. The more powerful a person is, the less likely they are to have offspring. Not to mention the female lead's constitution. Has anyone ever seen someone get pregnant just from being touched? Isn't it all the same, year after year, day after day? It's said that you can only get pregnant at the very end. Chapter 97. A sword box was found in the ancient tomb. Nighttime, the courtyard of Paradise Villa. After Li Shun returned, he lay on the rocking chair in the courtyard, gazing at the bright moon in the sky. As the evening breeze blows. As if remembering something, he took out the nightmare tear from the system. Master, what is this? It's so beautiful. Looking at the maid beside him, Li Shun said in a low voice, "This is a key." Key? The maid looked curious upon hearing this, as if she was puzzled. How can a crystal be a key? This maid was brought here by Gu Minghang after he took her virginity at the farmhouse. Li Shun looked at the nightmare tear in his hand and recalled the scene in the ward. If this fiancé really wants to kill him, then we have no choice but to strike first. However, just based on one sentence from Su Fani, they attacked the Mo family. That seems a bit idiotic. After all, they didn't lay a hand on him, and they didn't even utter a single swear word. This sparked a conflict between the two major groups. Despite being the heir to Tianyu, the other party is also the eldest daughter of Jinyu. Judging solely from their identities, if they killed her without a legitimate reason, Li Shun will probably have to experience it too. A father's love is like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Of course, given Li Fontain's status, it would be impossible for him to use a 7th-rank wolf. But that's the gist of it. So, if you want to understand what's going on, should I go and see for myself? Li Shun murmured to himself. According to Su Fani, he only saw a scene in that world, but he didn't know what exactly happened. According to him, the Forgotten Land is a vast labyrinth filled with all sorts of ancient palaces. And within each of the grand halls lie countless fragments of memories. These memories are very chaotic, some are from humans, some from animals, and some. I have no idea what it is. He had only witnessed Li Shun's murder in one of the palaces. But it was just a fleeting fragment of memory. As for why Mo Shui wanted to kill him, and what plan she had prepared, he knew nothing about it. Young master, the items from the ancient tomb have arrived. Just as Li Shun was hesitating, Ye Yan walked over from a distance carrying a rectangular box. An ancient tomb? Bring it here. After his thoughts were interrupted, he looked at the box in the other person's arms and a feeling suddenly arose in his heart. That's right. This is the opportunity that heaven-sent good fortune refers to. Ever since he gained a sixth sense, he knew he was right. The item must be in Suing Luo's hometown. Therefore, he urged them several more times. They even left their private planes in the mountains so that once they found them, they could be airlifted over. Pack your things. Upon hearing Li Shun's words, the maid quickly cleared away the drinks on the table. Then, Ye Yan placed the box on the table. Li Shun got up from the sun lounger and began to examine it carefully. This thing. Why does it look a bit like a sword case? As for the material, Sorry, I can't tell. It's neither gold nor jade, but it does resemble wood somewhat, though it has a remarkably hard texture. In addition, it has been buried for who knows how many years. Although it has been cleaned by professionals, there is still a thin layer of moss on the surface. As for the patterns and lines on it, his father was a businessman, and his mother was a scientist, regarding history. It looks mysterious. Then, Li Shun fiddled with the sword box and discovered this thing. Why can't I open it? Young master, they said there's a lock on this, but they haven't found the key yet. Seeing his actions, Ye Yen explained softly. It's locked? Why didn't you say so earlier? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Li Shun's face upon hearing this. As he stopped what he was doing, he waved to Ye Yen, signaling her to come over. Upon seeing this, the other party raised the sword case. A small hole with a very unique shape is exposed in the middle part between the box body and the lid. Judging from its appearance, a special key is needed to open it. Ah, young master. At this moment, Ye Yen suddenly let out a soft cry and turned around to look at the young master with a wronged expression. Why didn't you say so sooner? I'm sorry, Shayan was wrong. Put it down. Upon hearing Li Shun's words, Ye Yen quickly put down the sword box in her hand and then covered her injured area. Although this place is relatively earthquake resistant, it's still not as strong as the young master's. It's useless. Bang! At that moment, a loud bang was heard. Li Shun then raised the sword box and slammed it hard onto the ground. Looking for the key? It doesn't exist. Reality isn't a brainless TV drama, and he's not stupid. Why would he go looking for the key? But when Li Shun walked over, he discovered this thing. It's not open. Upon seeing this, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Things buried for thousands of years, despite the dual erosion of the earth and time, are still so resilient. Unconvinced, Li Shun dragged the sword box off the ground and took a deep breath. My heart pounded like thunder in an instant. At the same time, a powerful force began to erupt from all the muscles in the body. From the first time he took the physique enhancer to the current advanced physique enhancer, he has been learning to control his power. Otherwise, just doing something he likes, he can end up sending someone to the hospital. This wasn't intentional, it's just that a significant increase in power can lead to a loss of control. For example, with the same amount of force, I used to be able to unscrew a bottle cap, but now I can unscrew the top of my head. So he can't control himself. This time, however, Li Shun freed his body from its constraints and unleashed his full power. Bang! A deafening sound rang out. Chapter 98, Open the Sword Box, the Sword of the Emperor. Amidst this roaring sound, Shin Yu and the others nearby hurriedly opened their mouths and covered their ears. Wait for the rising dust to settle. A large crater had been smashed into the ground, and the sword box lay quietly inside. But it still hasn't been broken open. This left Li Shun somewhat astonished. What kind of material was this? How could it be so durable? Ye Yen, Shin Yu, go and bring me the laser gun, flamethrower, and liquid nitrogen device. It's the young master. After Li Shun finished speaking, he threw the sword box up from the pit and then kicked it several times. After venting his anger, he looked at the sword box and suddenly thought of something. Since the material of this thing is so durable, what if it were used to forge weapons? Although he now possesses advanced combat skills. But as a major villain, he always fights the male lead shirtless. That's a bit embarrassing. Of course, he didn't mind what the female lead said. As for what's inside, since it's a sword case, it's highly likely to contain a sword. But the sword is also called the weapon of a gentleman. It symbolizes qualities such as justice and nobility, and these qualities. That's exactly what Li Shun hates the most. Not long after, sparks flew as the sound of laser cutting echoed through the courtyard. Holy crap, what the hell is this thing? After putting down the laser gun, Li Shun looked at the intact sword case and almost cursed. The sparks that just flew up were mostly moss covered by the years. The sword case itself was completely unharmed. I refuse to believe it. After saying that, he picked up the flamethrower and started burning the sword box. Later, feeling tired in his hand, he handed the flamethrower to Ye Yan and let her hold it. As time passed, the sword case began to turn red under the intense heat of the flames. Seeing this scene, Li Shun couldn't help but feel a little strange. Normally, only metals would turn red in a flame. But the feeling he got from touching the sword case just now, it doesn't look like metal at all. I was originally thinking of burning it directly, but now it seems that the only way is to use the method of thermal expansion and contraction. It means encountering extreme cold after extreme heat. In scientific terms, every object is composed of a large number of molecules or atoms. When heated, their distance increases; when cooled, they decrease. He refused to believe that this method of destroying the structure of an object couldn't open it. The color of the sword case changed from red to dark red, and then from dark red to orange red, until the surface shone with a golden light. Just by getting close to it, you can feel a wave of heat hitting you in the face. This temperature, it has reached the level of 1000 degrees. Generally speaking, 600 degrees is dark red, and 800 degrees is orange red. Only when the temperature exceeds 900 degrees Celsius will the surface of the object shine with a golden light. In this situation, the only option is to use a robotic arm to throw it into the liquid nitrogen device. After all, this temperature, even Li Shun wouldn't dare touch it with his hands. The liquid nitrogen in the device is actually converted from nitrogen gas. At standard atmospheric pressure, when the temperature drops to around -196 degrees Celsius, nitrogen gas will turn into liquid. At this moment, with the addition of the sword case, the liquid nitrogen rapidly absorbed the heat, causing a large amount of gas to rise. That low temperature. Li Shun, along with Shin Yu and the others beside him, retreated to the rear. Stick together and support each other. He wasn't cold, but the women around him were. When it's about time. Upon opening the device, cracks were visible on the surface of the sword case. It's obvious that it's already open. What key can you find when faced with advanced technology and ruthless skill? After opening the sword case, Li Shun heard a system notification. Congratulations, host, on completing the Heavenly Blessing mission. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Emperor Sword transformation. Congratulations, host, you have received one free forging opportunity. Name, Emperor Sword transformation. Effect, can reforge the Emperor's sword into the evil Emperor's sword. Method, the blood of a virgin woman of extreme mean, soaked in her fresh blood for 3 days. Upon seeing the system notification, a hint of surprise flashed in Li Shun's eyes. The sword of the Emperor's way. In addition, the person who reported earlier said that the ancient tomb was from the Han dynasty. Then the identity of this sword is quite obvious. Crimson Sky Sword. One of the 10 most famous swords in ancient China. It symbolizes the supreme power of the emperor and embodies the majesty and authority of the monarch. There are many different accounts of its whereabouts throughout history. Some say it was destroyed in the war, others say it was stolen, and still others say it mysteriously disappeared. Of course, the most likely possibility is that it was hidden by later generations in some tomb. Whoosh! Li Shun took out the Crimson Sky Sword from its case and casually waved it a few times in the air. Although it has been sealed for 1,000 years, the blade still retains its luster. Her skin was as white as frost and snow, and her radiance was dazzling. He had little interest in a sword of righteousness, but if it were the sword of the evil emperor. System, what is the woman of extreme mean? A woman born on the day of a solar eclipse, coinciding with a lunar year, lunar month, lunar day, and lunar hour. After understanding the meaning of the woman of extreme mean, Li Shun couldn't help but show a speechless expression. These conditions are far too harsh. A solar eclipse occurs when the moon moves between the sun and earth, and the three are exactly or almost in a straight line. The moon will block the sun's rays. At this time, the sky will darken, and a dark disk will appear where the sun is, surrounded by a corona. But the frequency of solar eclipses, it's not fixed. The probability of this moment being exactly the een year, een month, een day, and een hour is very low. Not to mention girls who are born. Moreover, in modern society, the chances of this girl being violated by a pig are not small. This is even harder to find than the female lead. Just when Li Shun thought that this sword might have to be sealed away forever, suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through my mind. He thought of a girl. A girl who gave him a special intuition, but who was not the female lead, and whom he couldn't understand at all. Little Peach. Chapter 99. When I Have Money. The next morning, Xiao Tao, who was just about to go to work, opened her door and saw two women standing outside. Ah! Xiao Tao, who was surprised to find someone at the door, was startled by the two of them and couldn't help but scream. Hello, Xiao Tao. Upon hearing the other person's voice, she looked up while patting her pounding heart. She discovered that she knew one of the women. Jiang Yuyan. Lu Jia had introduced this woman to her. She was the actual director of the investigation bureau. However, due to his relatively young age and some minor procedural issues, he has not yet been formally appointed. But for ordinary people, the mere mention of the investigation bureau is enough to inspire trust. Not to mention she's a prospective bureau chief. Oh, it's you. What are you doing standing at my door so early in the morning? I was almost scared to death when I opened the door. After Xiao Tao finished speaking with lingering fear, she opened the door to let them in. Don't stand outside, come in. I live alone in my house, there's no one inside. Hearing her words, Jiang Yuyan and Tang Xiaoyuan exchanged a glance, and then Tang Xiaoyuan spoke. No need, my young master invites you to come over. Young master. Xiao Tao was puzzled upon hearing this and subconsciously looked at her figure. It wasn't that she wanted to see it, it was just that she glanced at it. It's so eye-catching. The young master you're talking about, could it be that great demon king from yesterday? Xiao Tao said thoughtfully. The great demon king. Yes, it's that ruthless Li Shun. My cousin told me he's killed people before. As Xiao Tao continued talking, suddenly I felt a chill creep over me. Jiang Yuyan and Tang Xiaoyuan were both smiling at her, their bright eyes filled with a special, profound meaning. It gave people the creeps. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Xiao Tao rubbed her head, looking a little confused, and even lowered her voice unconsciously. Come with us. After Tang Xiaoyuan finished speaking, she gave the girl a deep look. If it weren't for the fact that the young master's tone was normal and showed no hostility when he gave the instructions, it would have been difficult to understand why. Otherwise, based on what Xiao Tao just said, she was determined to shut the other person up forever. Okay. Seeing their attitudes, Xiao Tao closed the door and followed them out. Because she had a gut feeling. If she didn't behave, these two people might hit her. She's a woman after all. My sixth sense is pretty accurate. Although Tang Xiaoyuan cannot hurt her, knocking her unconscious and taking her away is not out of the question. Paradise Villa. Xiao Tao, sitting in the back of a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, looked around at her surroundings. Oh my god! Why are there so many maids in this villa? Since entering the room, she has seen nearly 100 beautiful women. Moreover, judging from their appearance, they are all high-value women with fair skin, beautiful faces, and good figures. This environment. Rich people certainly know how to enjoy life. When she has money someday, she'll definitely build a big villa like that too. At that time, we'll keep a bunch of handsome guys inside. We'll raise all kinds of people, from those dressed in suits and elegant attire to those with folding fans and athletic prowess. Even though she is still a virgin, does that affect her appreciation of men? It won't affect anything. Just for fun. Tang Xiaoyuan, who was driving, and Jiang Yuyan, who was sitting next to her, watched as she showed a lovesick look from the moment she entered the room. I was speechless. What she's thinking I don't even need to guess, I can tell just by looking at her expression. After all, this saliva. It's almost soaked into my clothes. What kind of weirdo is this girl? Speechless. The living room of the villa. Li Shun sat on the sofa, eating grapes that Xinyu had peeled, while looking at the crimson sky sword on the table. The sword is 3 feet long and decorated with 7 colored beads and 9-flowered jade. It is also engraved with 2 seal characters. Crimson Sky. Just by looking at this sword, you can feel a sharp sword aura. Shun had tried it before, and even though it had been buried for 1,000 years, it was still sharp enough. Because of that sword case, he's already chopped it into pieces. Since the Crimson Sky sword can be reforged into the evil Emperor's sword, there is naturally no need for a sword box. However, this also reflects a problem from another perspective. That's the material for the Crimson Sky sword. There are many versions of the story throughout history, but the 2 most widely known are: one type is bronze. One type is made from extraterrestrial meteorite iron and the essence of magma from the Earth's core. If it's the first type, with Shun's current strength, he could break it in 2. Moreover, bronze is not a material that could possibly split open the sword case. So this sword, it is forged from a mixture of extraterrestrial meteorite iron and the essence of magma from the Earth's core. One is a mysterious substance from the universe. One is a mysterious substance from the depths of Earth. Just looking at these 2 materials, it just feels really high class. They've even gotten into the mysterious universe. Isn't that amazing? The villa's parking lot. After Tang Xiaoyuan stopped the car, the 2 of them woke Xiaotao up first, but she was already sleepwalking. That dazed look. He's clearly lost in his own world. Don't speak, this queen wants to ride a rocking horse. Rocking horses can't talk. Hearing her dreamy voice, Zhang Yuyan raised her hand and patted her cheek. How dare you dare touch the queen's face, kneel down right now. When Zhang Yuyan heard her be told to kneel down, her eyes narrowed, and she raised her hand to slap her, but she immediately remembered her master's previous instructions. Helpless, she lowered her hand again. Then, she and Tang Xiaoyuan exchanged a glance, and both of them looked at Xiaotao's high heels. Zhang Yuyan naturally wouldn't let it go so easily. Then, what's that smell? Soon, Xiaotao's nose twitched, and then her eyebrows furrowed, as if she was in great pain. As a working woman, my usual work attire is business attire. Bodycon skirt, stockings, high heels. But the breathability of stockings. As everyone probably knows, it doesn't absorb sweat. So when women have nothing to do, they will take their little feet out of their high heels to air them out. Xiaotao isn't the female lead, and she doesn't have the same kind of fair and delicate physique as Zhang Yuyan and the others. Then, the mingled smells of sweat and leather quickly awaken one from their inner world. Ah! When she opened her eyes, she saw the high heels in front of her and gasped. That distance! It was practically touching her nose. Chapter 100. Xiaotao agrees to forge a sword. The entrance to the living room. Xiaotao, who was following behind Zhang Yuyan, looked at her back with a resentful gaze. Judging from the few strands of hair stuck to her forehead, she had clearly washed her face. After all, I had to come see Shun. As soon as she got off the bus, Tang Xiaoyuan took her to the restroom and made sure she washed her hands and face properly. That scene was just like a kindergarten teacher watching children wash their hands. Young master, the person has been brought, Tang Xiaoyuan said as she entered. Okay, let's wait a bit. Shun, leaning back on the sofa, squinted at Xiaotao in front of him. Now that I know about the woman of extreme mean, let's look at this girl again. My sixth sense gave me the answer instantly. Xiaotao, is it? Now, a problem arises. Is the other person still clean? Shun recalled the scene of their first meeting, judging from the other person's walking posture. Has it already been taken down? Although the information suggests she's a traditional woman who had a boyfriend in college, regarding this kind of thing, it wasn't mentioned in the materials. Not long after, Yan also walked in from outside and nodded to Shun. After seeing this action, he just knew that Xiaotao was still. Because her boyfriend is from Haishur, Yan has already verified that. Shun sat up from the sofa and asked her, Xiaotao, what are your dreams? Ha? Dream. Upon hearing this question, she was taken aback for a moment, and then immediately replied. I want a huge villa with countless handsome men and a harem of wives and concubines, just like yours. Upon hearing this answer, Shun was taken aback. No. She's a woman, yet she wants the treatment of being surrounded by countless handsome men. Are you crazy? After all, Shun's monster-level power had been amplified multiple times. Basic, intermediate, and advanced physique enhancers, the male protagonist's life essence, advanced potions created by manhwa. In particular, manhwa also incorporated seal cell fusion technology into the medicine. As the king of kidneys, the seal can reach 30 or more times a day. Just this alone, which man can compare? Not to mention the other enhancements that are needed to forge the magnificent power to rule over a region of paradise. Change to another one. Didn't you tell me to talk about my dreams? Upon hearing Xiao Tao's words, Shun said in a low voice, I'm afraid you'll be killed in no time. The system notification indicated that the transformation of the Emperor's sword required, in addition to the blood of a virgin, there was another requirement. Soaked in blood for 3 days. What is blood? The blood that flows out when a person is alive can be called fresh blood. If she ruins herself in half a day, what's the point of any transformation? Forehead. Xiao Tao scratched her head awkwardly. He then continued, my dream is money. Lots and lots of money. Shun was not surprised by this answer. In modern society, money can solve 99% of problems, the remaining 1% is governed by the laws of nature. For example, birth, aging, illness, death, the end of the world. How many do you want? Ha? Why are you asking me this? Do you want to help me realize my dream? As Xiao Tao was talking, she suddenly realized something and looked at Shun with excitement. This is no demon king at all. He looks exactly like Santa Claus delivering presents. Yes, but I also have a request. Tell me quickly. As long as you can help me realize my dream, I'll agree to any request, not just one, but even 100. Xiao Tao urged. Seeing her anxious look, Shun asked directly. You still have that thing? That. Xiao Tao was somewhat surprised to hear this, then thought for a moment and looked down. Since this question has been asked, the other party's requirements are quite clear. I want her. But as a traditional girl. Although she was curious about those kinds of things, she managed to restrain herself through self-control. A common saying. The more innocent she appears on the outside, the more repressed she is on the inside. That's how Xiao Tao is now. She wanted to save her first time for her wedding night, but she couldn't help wanting a man. Yes, but I don't want to take it. Can you ask for something else? Xiao Tao said hesitantly. Upon hearing this, Shun stared at her for a moment. He originally intended to speak politely, but this person was being rather ungrateful. However, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something and said in a low voice. Okay, then you can use this sword. Upon hearing this request, Xiao Tao looked at the crimson sky sword on the table with a face full of horror. A sword is 3 feet long, which is an ancient unit of measurement. Since the length of a foot varied across different dynasties, we will use the Han Dynasty standard for conversion. 1 foot is approximately 21.35 to 23.75 centimeters. Therefore, the Crimson Sky Sword is approximately between 64.05 and 71.25. Of course, if you do that, the other party will definitely shut up on the spot, without even thinking about it. Since she doesn't agree, let's try a different approach to get her to agree. After all, I'm a reasonable and good person. I agree to your request, Xiao Tao said sincerely. You don't have to force yourself. I'm a pretty easy person to talk to, and they all know that. Upon hearing the young master's words, Ye Yan and the others beside him nodded in agreement. Those who follow the rules will prosper. Those who rebelled have already been buried. But they also agreed, after all, the grass on the grave could be blown away. Isn't it a nodding gesture? Xiao Tao watched their actions, then glanced at the crimson sky sword on the table, and her eyes instantly cleared. No pressure at all. I really didn't force you at all. Actually, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. It's my greatest honor to be your girlfriend. Girlfriend. Upon hearing these three words, Li Shun felt a flicker of surprise, but he didn't say anything more when he saw the other person. Girlfriend it is. It's just a title. When it comes to his own people he's quite democratic. If you don't look at it now, Blood Rose calls him Young Master, Farmhouse and Shanghai University call him Young Master, the female leads call him Master, and Suing Luo calls him Brother Shun. You can call him whatever you want, it won't matter in the end anyway. Ye Yen, take her upstairs. Now! Xiao Tao exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Li Shun's words. Although she agreed, she was about to go upstairs as soon as they officially became a couple. Isn't this a bit? That's too fast. Xiao Tao looked around shyly and whispered, could you wait until next time, let me prepare myself mentally? Seeing her shy expression, Li Shun smiled and refused. Cannot. Okay, alright. Xiao Tao pursed her lips, but finally reluctantly agreed, and got up to follow Ye Yao upstairs. As for Li Shun? He picked up the crimson sky sword from the table and flicked it lightly. A crisp sound rang out instantly. The other party may think that by agreeing to the previous demands, they won't have to go through this sword again. But in reality, the methods are different, but the experiences are the same. We still have to go through it. Chapter 101 Preparing to Draw Blood. Inside the room, Xiao Tao came out of the bathroom. Only when she noticed the crimson sky sword by the bed, a look of fear immediately appeared on her face. She raised her trembling jade finger and pointed at it, saying, How did you bring it in? Didn't I agree to be your girlfriend? Yes, it can add a little fun. Fun? Are you serious? Xiao Tao said with an incredulous look. Of course, I won't use it to hurt you. Since the other party has already agreed, what chance do we have of getting the Crimson Sky Sword? As for what happens if the other party doesn't agree? Is that possible? Noon, in the living room. Shen Yu and the others changed into nurses' uniforms. She wore a white V-neck dress with white stockings, her long hair was styled in an updo, and she wore a small nurse's cap. As an organization that cultivates talent, Blood Roses naturally has some involvement in the medical field. Besides them, several maids nearby had also changed into the same outfit. They used to study medicine at a university in Shanghai, so they naturally have some relevant knowledge. Paradise Villa, a place teeming with talented people. Every beautiful woman possesses some skill. Whether it's a nurse, flight attendant, kindergarten teacher, or assassin, all sorts of people. Almost anything you can think of can be found here. Sister Yu, did the young master specify how much blood to draw? Tang Xiao Yuan asked. You can tell from the medical supplies next to it, such as blood collection needles, blood collection tubes, and needle holders. They were preparing it for Xiao Tao. Bloodletting. Well, the young master didn't say, but I guess the more the better, Shin Yu replied after thinking for a moment. Then 25%? Okay, any more, and Xiao Tao will be in danger. They all have medical knowledge. It is known that a person's life is in danger if they lose more than 30% of their blood. Now that the young master had won over the other party, Shin Yu's attitude towards Xiao Tao immediately changed. He started to care about her a little more. Only the 25% that Shin Yu mentioned was somewhat different from what Li Shun understood. He was not a doctor in his previous life, nor has he studied medicine in this life. After all, they come from a prominent family and can find any famous doctor they want, so there's no need for them to study medicine. This caused him to overlook the most important point. Don't let Xiao Tao's size fool you. However, an adult's blood only accounts for about 7% to 8% of their body weight. For example, a person weighing 50 kilograms would have approximately 3,500 to 4,000 milliliters of blood, or 3.5 to 4 liters. In that case, even if you draw them all out, it might not be enough. After all, blood is different from water, it has a certain viscosity and cannot flow like water. In addition, the blade of the Crimson Sky Sword is not the kind that is very thin and simple. It can be soaked in 4 liters, but it cannot evenly cover every detail. Not to mention that now you can only get 25%. That's all the blood. Do you still want to soak the 3-foot-long crimson sky sword? This is simply a dream. Upstairs. Looking at Xiao Tao, who had already fainted, Li Shun got up and left the room, feeling somewhat annoyed. When he went downstairs. When Xinyu saw him come out of the living room, she immediately came over and said something. Young master, everything is ready. Okay, go ahead. After Li Shun nodded, Xinyu and the others took the medical equipment upstairs. However, upon seeing Xiao Tao's appearance, Xinyu couldn't help but gently shake her head and stroke the other person's face very tenderly. Downstairs living room. With the help of the maids around him, Li Shun put on a loose black robe. Even though the living room was air-conditioned, my physical strength is what it is, whether I wear clothes or not. It doesn't really matter. As for when we came down just now? No, not. How is Su Yingyu doing? Li Shun asked Ye Yan beside him. We've already arranged for her to attend Shanghai University, where she'll be in the same class as Miss Su Luo. Be in the same class as her? Okay, how's she doing at school? Is her academic ability alright? They are very capable. Although they haven't taken a comprehensive exam yet, based on the scores of the mock exams, their grades should be above average. Mid-range upper class. Li Shun was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. You should know that before this, Su Yingyu had never even attended high school, let alone university. The reason is simple, the family has no money. Or rather, they wouldn't give it even if they had the money. Because people in the mountains have very stubborn ideas, they generally believe that girls are a financial burden. As long as they can live, it doesn't matter how they are raised. At this point, some people might be curious. Su Luo was also a girl from the mountains, so how did she get into university? The reason is quite simple. Her mother protected her when she was alive. After her mother passed away, her older sister protected her. Otherwise, why would Su Luo have died so young? Besides the environmental factors, he was also frequently given money by Su Luo, which resulted in him being beaten every day. The combination of emotional distress and physical strain led to his death around the age of 35. After her death, Su Yingyu awakened. In addition, she was getting older by then, although she was only a little over 10 years old. But that doesn't stop him from taking up the butcher's knife and transforming into a dark girl. Finally, with his blood-stained hands, he escorted Su Luo away from the mountains. Whether you call it the power of fate or the power of family ties, it doesn't matter. But Su Luo's childhood environment was indeed happier than that of countless others. I never witnessed my mother being beaten, I only saw her in my sister's gentle embrace. There were no scenes of Su Yunlu being reprimanded by her father, only scenes of her being scolded by her father. An everlasting smile. There's a saying that goes something like that. When you feel at ease, it's because someone is protecting you from the hardships. This is the origin of Su Luo's innocence. Although she did not have endless wealth, nor overwhelming power. But she has a family who loves her. Her family is willing to give everything for her. Whether it's life or damnation. Chapter 102 Su Yingyu's changes. Night. After class, the Su sisters got into Wanshou's Cullinan and headed to Paradise Villa. Sister, I've applied for a dormitory room for you at school. You'll be sharing a room with me, so you won't have to bother coming back and forth with me anymore, Su Luo said, holding the other's hand as she sat in the back row. It's okay, I'm bored anyway. Hearing her sister's words and seeing her nonchalant attitude, Su Luo couldn't help but purse her lips. Clearly, she understood what the other person was thinking. They're worried about their own safety. But she was already an adult, and she knew how busy her sister was every day. Since enrolling in school, although Su Yingyu didn't show it, as her sister, she naturally knew how happy the other was. I'm so happy that I go to bed every night. They all slept with their textbooks in their arms. Although both sisters have strong genes and perfectly inherited Su Yunluo's intelligence. But Su Yingyu's efforts. She truly deserves to improve. The living room of the villa. Li Shun looked at the plastic blood bag in front of him and couldn't help but be a little surprised. The blood bag is large capacity, containing 1,000 milliliters. But it isn't full. Xiao Tao weighs 50 kilograms, but girls are generally on the thinner side. No. That's not the point. The key point is that Li Shun didn't understand, and asked Xin Yu in a strange tone. You guys drank it secretly. Upon hearing the young master's words, Xin Yu and the others couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Their name is Blood Rose. But that doesn't mean they drink blood. Young master, we didn't drink it. All the blood we collected is here. Is this all? Just this little bit. With a puzzled expression, Li Shun looked at the half-full blood bag and then at the crimson sky sword beside him. This amount let alone soaking. It's only enough to coat the edge of the sword at most. Yes, if we continue collecting, Xiaodao's life will be in danger. After Xinyu finished speaking, seeing the young master's puzzled expression, she immediately realized something. He then explained the composition of blood in the human body. There will be no obvious reaction if the blood loss is less than 10%, but if it reaches 20%, symptoms such as pale lips, weakness in the hands and feet, and shortness of breath will appear. If the rate reaches 30%, it can lead to hemorrhagic shock and severe organ failure. When they were drawing blood from Xiao Tao, her heart rate and blood pressure were already approaching the critical point when the blood volume had just reached 25%. If we continue. The other party said they might cut it off on the spot. After understanding, Li Shun leaned back on the sofa, somewhat speechless. I thought we could start the recasting process today. But what a waste. At this moment, Xinyu noticed his actions of looking at the blood bag and then at the sword, and a guess formed in her mind. She asked him with some suspicion. Young master, do you intend to soak this sword in Xiao Tao's blood? It needs to soak for 3 more days. Upon hearing this answer, Xin Yu's expression changed. I didn't expect this sword to look so imposing. But it actually bleeds. But. Seeing the young master's troubled expression, Xin Yu felt a pang of sadness and took the initiative to speak. Would it be alright to use our blood? Yayan, Tang Xiaoyuan, and others standing nearby also spoke up after hearing Xin Yu's words. Young master, we can all bleed. Seeing their unwavering attitude, Li Shun couldn't help but feel a little touched. However, the transformation of the Emperor's sword requires a woman of extreme yin. None of them are. You're not good at this. If you want to help me, practice Kegel exercises more. Upon hearing the young master's words, Xin Yu and the others lowered their heads shyly. Although they had made some progress in their training, Li Shun's demands. It's a bit high. Brother Shun, I'm back. Just then, Su Yingluo's voice rang out from outside the door. Then the two sisters, along with Wanqiu, walked in together. When Li Shun saw Su Yinglu, a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. After these few days, the other person's appearance has changed a lot. The most obvious thing is her skin. After being treated with various expensive skincare products, my skin has changed from a wheatish complexion to a fair and radiant one. Just looking at it now gives it an incredibly delicate feel. After all, this is her original skin color. Just like her younger sister Su Yingluo, her skin was as delicate and fair as a baby's, radiating a faint glow, with almost no visible pores. As for how he knew? No need to even ask. Chapter 103 Female Lead Enhancement Liquid. Yingluo, do you want your sister to be even closer to you? Yes, I do. Hearing Li Shun's slightly meaningful words, and then looking at his sister's expression, Su Yinglu blinked involuntarily. Then you can bring her along. Take your sister with you. Su Yingluo turned to look at her sister. Although she was more innocent, she wasn't stupid. No. How can you let my sister come along? I don't agree, Su Yingluo shouted in protest. Sister Wanqiu, I don't want my sister to come with me. Su Yingluo grabbed Wanqiu's hand and began to whine. If you dare to speak, you can sleep in a hammock in the yard tonight, Li Shun said in a rather stern tone. Yingluo, you'd better listen to me. Upon hearing this, Wanqiu quickly pulled her hand away and stood obediently at the back. Li Shun couldn't bring himself to kill these people who were on his side. Of course, the premise is not to go too far. Otherwise, no matter how good a toy is, if it can't please its owner, what's the point of keeping it? Let's just tear it down and bury it. Therefore, some special punishment methods were developed in Paradise Villa. Sleeping in a hammock is one of them. Alright, little sister, it's just a sting. Consider it my payment for the past few days. Suing you didn't want her sister to be punished, so she took the initiative to agree. Bite? Upon hearing her say that word, Shun looked at her with a strange expression. Mosquitoes, those are real bites. Oh well, she hasn't experienced this before, so I won't stoop to her level. After all, if you can take action, try not to argue. Young master, Xiaotao is awake, Ye Yin said as she came downstairs. Upon hearing this, Shun got up from the sofa, intending to go and check on the other person. After all, we took their blood, so we still need to maintain the proper attitude. Moreover, the reforging of the Crimson Sky Sword. We still need her help. As for the blood issue, he had already contacted his mother and asked for some blood replenishing products. After all, this amount of blood loss cannot be replenished by normal medication. We have to resort to some methods. Although he has a system and villain value, he can buy blood replenishing pills in the shop. But there's a scientist in the family too. The special medicine they sent last time speaks volumes about Gong Yuewa's research capabilities. This is on par with a heifer flying to the sky. The high-end models in the system can cost tens of millions, yet she is able to produce them. That's enough to prove their ability. This is actually normal, after all. How could she carry out the Origin project if she didn't have this ability? The room upstairs. Xiaotao stared blankly into the familiar room before her, her eyes lifeless. She feels now. My head was spinning, and I had no strength at all, as if all my muscles and bones had been removed. If you give her a mirror. Xiaotao would then find that her face was deathly pale, without a trace of color. Because the blood collection needle used by Xinyu was painless, and after the collection, she took away the medical tools and restored the room to its original state. As a result, she did not realize that she had been given blood. Squeak! Just then, the door opened, and Shun, whom she had been longing for, walked in. How about it? Hearing his voice, a sweet feeling flashed through Xiaotao's heart. After all, she would belong to him from now on. Now that Shun cares about her, she naturally feels happy, as if she has eaten honey. I'm so thirsty. Listening to her weak, feeble voice, and looking at her dry, parched lips, Shun then helped her up from the bed. Then, he picked up the water glass on the table. This was prepared by Xinyu. She knew that people who had lost a lot of blood would be thirsty, so she even included a straw. After Xiaotao finished drinking the water, she leaned her head against Shun and asked a question that all women ask after losing their virginity. Will you leave me in the future? Won't. Will you look down on me? I know you are the heir to the Tianyu group and there will be many girls around you. I won't insist on marrying you, but in your heart can you leave a place for me too? Seeing Xiaotao's uneasy expression, she spoke cautiously towards the end. She was already feeling weak from excessive blood loss, and that pitiful expression only added to the problem. She exudes feminine tenderness and fragility, making one irresistibly want to cherish her. I will never let go of anyone who is mine, even if it means death. They can only die here with me, Shun said earnestly. Really? But I have a lot of flaws. My bear isn't as big as the girls who came to pick me up today, and its legs aren't as long as theirs. Are your feet smellier than theirs? Shun interrupted. I wash my hands every day. Xiaotao looked at her feet with some embarrassment. Her white and tender toes were decorated with cherry-shaped nail polish. He then continued, there's nothing they can do about it, that's just how it is. It's okay. Once you're mine, as long as you behave, I can give you anything you want. After Shun finished speaking, he took out a crystal bottle from the system, which shimmered with a faint blue light. This is the last system reward for completing Su Wanyan's ultimate mission. Female Protagonist Enhancement Fluid. Chapter 10 for the second male lead. The next day, the Suing Luo sisters came downstairs. Both women were wearing halter-neck, sleeveless spaghetti strap dresses, their long, black hair cascading down, revealing their snow-white shoulders and lotus root-like arms. However, judging from the way the younger sister helped her up, my sister was exhausted. Her unsteady gait made her look like she had just run a marathon. If you were to ask her now, Suing Yu absolutely dared not utter the word ding again, or she would be riddled with bullets. Ing Luo, come here. Do you know someone named Zhang Jiaqiu? Li Shun asked from the sofa. Jia Chao? I know him. He's a college student from our village. He got into college in the same year as me. After Suing Luo finished speaking, she helped her sister sit down on the sofa and asked again, somewhat puzzled. Brother Shun, what happened to Jia Chao? He said he was going to Kyoto to participate in a competition a while ago, and then he hasn't come back. Looking at her concerned expression, Li Shun couldn't help but have a deep meaning flash in his eyes. Are you very familiar with him? Yes, he is one of my few good friends in the mountains. He used to play with me a lot. Good friends, childhood sweethearts. After muttering a few words softly, Li Shun saw the system notification from last night appear in his pupils. The female protagonist, Suing Luo, witnesses Suing Yu's first kill. Influenced by her only remaining family member, her feelings towards the host undergo a qualitative change, and she steals 100% of Suing Yu's luck points. Hint: the target luck value has reached its limit. Note: excess luck points cannot be accumulated. Current plunder luck value, 200%. Note: your luck value has reached its limit, the task will be automatically completed. Settlement in progress. Congratulations, host, you have gained 4 million villain points. Congratulations, host, on completing the ultimate mission and obtaining the female lead enhancement fluid, for doses. Note: due to the host's mission completion rate reaching 200%, the female lead Suing Luo will be completely loyal to the host and will have no possibility of betraying him again. Notification: the host has successfully completed several extreme missions, further enhancing the system's control over the world. Hint: based on the female lead Suing Luo, the corresponding male lead in this world has been detected, Zhang Jiaqiu. Zhang Jiaqiu's current luck value, 500%. Because the host plundered the target's only female lead, Suing Luo, the male lead lost his emotional bond. 200% of the target's luck value has been plundered. Zhang Jiaqiu's remaining luck value, 300%. Several days have passed. Finally, we see the second male lead. No, Li Shun hasn't seen him yet. It's just that the system has become stronger and can lock onto the male lead regardless of distance based on the female lead. But this time, the male lead. It's actually a single female lead setting? This is quite rare in the city. Moreover, the hints following the abduction of Suing Luo were also a bit confusing to him. What is the bond of emotions? Is the male lead this time a madman, someone who can't control his emotions? The legendary mentally ill? Probably not after all, he is a chosen one. If you can't even control your emotions. I don't understand, I really don't understand. In the last mission, the male protagonist Zhang Xiaodong received a notification from the system every time he completed a task, letting him know what kind of assistance the other party had lost. But this time it's just an emotional bond. And there's only one female lead. What does his remaining 300% luck value represent? Unable to understand, Li Shun said to Suing Luo. Do you have his phone number? Call him and ask where he is. Call up. Suing Luo took out her phone with some doubt and obediently called Zhang Jiaqiu. Now that her ultimate mission is complete, even if it weren't, given her feelings for Li Shun, she wouldn't refuse his request. After all, she is now. They've truly come to regard each other as family. Besides Suing Yu, there was only Li Shun. Some people might ask about her maternal grandmother or something similar. After Suing Luo disappeared, they simply couldn't withstand the blow and had already passed away. This can be seen from the attitudes of the two sisters, Suing Luo and Suing Luo, towards family ties. How much does this family value relationships? The deepest emotions are often the most deadly. As for her mission reward, why is it higher than that of Zhang Yuyan and the others? They all have 2 million villain points, plus 2 doses of heroin enhancement liquid. But Suing Luo's was doubled. According to the system's explanation, she already had a high amount of luck value, so the more luck value she plundered, the higher the mission rewards would be. Hey, Jechigij. After Suing Luo made the call, Li Shun gestured for her to put the phone on the table and turn on speakerphone. Sister Ing Luo, is there something you need? Upon hearing the other person's voice, Li Shun couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise. It wasn't that his deep voice was pleasant to listen to, but rather that it sounded good on the phone. He heard a faint sound of bombing. Possessing superhuman senses, he was certain he hadn't misheard. This gave Li Shun a gut feeling. The other party is in the mountains. The people in the ancient tomb have been evacuated, and the area is being cleaned again. Li Shun gave Xinyu a wink. It said silently, Mountain City. After seeing this, the other party was about to contact someone when they heard Zhang Jiaqiao's voice on the phone. Young Master Li, if I'm not mistaken. You asked Ing Luo to call me. Chapter 105 is very similar to what you did. How did he know? Although the other party was guessing, their tone carried a sense of certainty. This means he is certain that he is nearby. Li Shun couldn't help but be curious about the male lead, so he simply asked him directly. How did you know me? I heard from the survivors that you had been to the mountains before. Considering your actions of taking Suing Yu away and sealing off the back of the mountain, it's not hard to guess what's going on with the missiles raining down in Ing Luo's phone call. When Zhang Jiaqiao got to this point, he paused, then said in a low voice. Anyway, you did what I wanted to do, thank you. Thank me. Li Shun was slightly surprised when he heard this. The fact that the male protagonist thanks the villain is already surprising enough. What's more, the other party said he wanted to do it too. You see, what's happening now isn't a good thing, it's massacre of the village. One of the male protagonists said he wanted to massacre the entire village. How fresh. Since you want to thank me, let's have a meal together. Ing Luo is here too, Li Shun said. Following his signal, Suing Luo immediately said, Brother Jiaqiao, I've missed you so much, please come. After a moment of silence on the other end, Zhang Jiaqiao spoke slowly, his voice slightly hoarse. Ing Luo, if I'm not mistaken, you've already made your choice. Choice? What choice? Suing Luo asked, sounding somewhat puzzled. In my memory, the last time you lied was when you were a child, to put Yun Luo at ease, but this time it's because of this man. Upon hearing his words, Suing Luo's face immediately flushed slightly, as if she felt embarrassed. Oh dear, Brother Jiaqiao, what are you saying? Ing Luo really misses you. Thinking of me in someone else's bed, Zhang Jiaqiao said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, not only Suing Luo, but even Li Shun's expression changed slightly. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he raised his head with a serious expression, carefully surveying the villa. Under the influence of the eye of the darkness, he could see everything clearly, from the villa's surroundings to the women's entire bodies. At the same time, he also maximized the passive effect of the demon's arrival. The voices of demonic thoughts, evil intentions, and negative emotions that arose in the women's hearts all rang in his ears. After a while, he didn't find anything unusual in the villa. There were no eavesdropping devices, and the women did not experience feelings of fear or betrayal. So, did the other party really guess it? But how could he guess so accurately? Li Shun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he sat up straight, becoming noticeably more serious. Having undergone various enhancements, he had come to somewhat underestimate the male protagonist. But this time the male lead is clearly different. Just by looking at the amount of luck it contains, you can tell it's different from Zhang Xiaodong last time. One has 180% luck value, and the other has 500% luck value, which is almost a 2.8-fold difference. Brother Jiaqiao, could it be you're also in Haishir? Suing Luo asked. She thought to herself, since the other party knew that she was staying at Li Shun's place, they must have seen them before, and most likely had been to Paradise Villa before. Where am I, you can ask, young Master Li? At this moment, Shin Yu walked to Li Shun's side and was about to whisper in his ear when she was gestured to speak in spoken language. Although the possibility is very small. However, it cannot be ruled out that the other party has excellent hearing and may be able to hear Shin Yu speaking. According to the tests, no signs of life were found around the mountain. Looking at Shin Yu's small mouth, Li Shun could read what she was saying. But the other party isn't actually in the mountains? What was that sound we just heard? Wrong. With a sixth sense, he was certain he wasn't wrong. The other person was definitely in Suing Luo's hometown. Bombard the ground. Seeing Li Shun's lip movements, a hint of surprise flashed in Shin Yu's eyes. Although the base was invested and built by Tianyu Group, the person in charge was Li Fantian. As his son and sole heir, Li Shun's words will be obeyed by the base. But what if the order is to bombard the ground? This is already a large-scale killing move, an order that is prohibited in peacetime. If we really had to do that, the Dragon Kingdom cannot stand idly by. Even though the young master knew all this, he still issued such an order. This made Shin Yu feel a murderous intent towards Zhang Jiachao. Anyone who displeases the young master must die. Zhang Jiachao, I'm actually quite curious too. How exactly did you know that Ing Luo was sleeping here? Li Shun said in a low voice. There was a brief silence on the phone. Young Master Li, I thank you for helping me slaughter the mountain, but you also took Suing Luo away. Do you think I'd tell you that? Suing Luo. Hearing that the other person had just mentioned Suing Luo instead of Ing Luo, Li Shun's eyes narrowed slightly. Everyone has their own path to walk, Mr. Li. I know you are a top-tier rich second generation and the sole heir of Tianyu Group. I hope you can treat her well. From what you're saying, you've given up on her. Give up? No, she will still live in my heart, only sealed away until I complete my mission. If she is still alive, I will paint her and watch her live out the rest of her life. What you up to? Hearing him mention it twice, once about his own path and once about his own mission, made Li Shun quite curious. What I want to do is actually very similar to what you just did, but the goal is different. It looks a lot like what I just did. Upon hearing this, Li Shun felt a sense of doubt, but then a bold idea popped into my head. Could it be that this male lead? No way. If he really did that, how did he become the male lead? Has he gone mad, or has heaven gone mad? A chosen one of destiny, yet he wants to slaughter humanity. Because what Zhang Jiachao just said definitely didn't refer to Li Shun sending someone to kill him, but rather massacre of the village. Are you serious? Even Li Shun was taken aback by this idea, and his tone of voice changed slightly. That's right. You sent people to relocate some of the people in the mountains before, and I have investigated them. They are good people. This proves you should be able to understand me. Chapter 106 Unknown System. Understand? I totally understand. Li Shun is a villain, so it's reasonable for him to do such things. But Zhang Jiachao is a chosen one, yet he also says he wants to do this kind of thing. How can I understand that? Phew, it's been a long time since I've said these things. Young Master Li, you are a rich second generation, belonging to the upper class, and you don't know the suffering of the lower class. Actually, this world is already sick. When people are sick, they take medicine. When the world is sick, it eats people. I will take a different path and seek a completely new world. This is the mission I bear. Although you are not from the lower class, I admire you for what you did before. But you just had to take Suing Luo away, which means our relationship is doomed. They can only be enemies. Hearing his deep, hoarse voice, Li Shun suddenly thought of something. He turned his gaze to the crimson sky sword on the table. Could it be that this emperor's sword was prepared for Zhang Jiachao by the heavenly Tao? The more I think about it, the more likely it seems. The origin of the crimson sky sword was determined by the system based on the mission recently issued by Suing Luo, along with its burial location. It's in Zhang Jiachao's hometown. If he hadn't accompanied Suing Luo back last time, and if he hadn't felt sorry for Su Yun Luo after returning, then there wouldn't have been the relocation of the grave. Therefore, it would be impossible to discover ancient tombs. It's even less likely that they'll get their hands on the Crimson Sky Sword. As a boy who grew up in the mountains, Zhang Jiachao must have played everywhere when he was young, and he may have discovered traces of the ancient tune long ago. Under the influence of luck, the chances of getting this sword are extremely high. A male protagonist who wants to restore order to his homeland, paired with an imperial sword symbolizing resistance against oppression and the pursuit of free will. Damn, they actually match quite well. After all, historically, this sword was used by Liu Bang to slay the White Snake in Dezexiang, which marked the beginning of his imperial career with the common people. Then I thought about what Zhang Jiachao wanted to do before. After slaying the wicked people in the mountains, he began a plan to heal the world. The plot is so similar. What's going on with Xiao Tao? Doesn't he only have Su Luo as his female lead? By the way, Xiao Tao is an extremely mean woman, and she was only found by Li Shun because of the transformation of the Emperor's sword in the system. It probably has nothing to do with Zhang Jiachao. Young Master Li, that's quite a generous gesture. At that moment, a series of loud explosions came from the phone, as if the sky were falling and the earth was cracking. The auditory shock was so powerful that even Li Shun and the others could feel it through their phone screens. But Zhang Jiachao's tone was very calm. This puzzled Li Shun. Judging from the voice on the phone, the other party must be at the scene. But as a human being, even a protagonist with good fortune, how could he remain indifferent in the face of a barrage of missiles? Could it be that he can ignore the power of missiles? Or perhaps the other party wasn't actually present. What was that voice on the phone? Do you leave a cell phone in the mountains and then go to another place to make that call? It shouldn't be that boring. After all, Su Luo made this call on Li Shun's advice. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and she hadn't notified him beforehand. If this could be predicted. He is all-knowing and all-powerful. Even a male protagonist with 500% luck wouldn't be this exaggerated. System, do you know anything about Zhang Jiachao's situation? Is he in the mountains or not? Unable to figure it out, Li Shun unleashed his ultimate move, mentally summoning the system. Due to increased control over this world, the function to lock onto target locations has been enabled for the host. Each lock requires a payment of 10,000 villain points. Upon seeing this system notification, Li Shun knew he hadn't guessed wrong. After all, since we can now trigger Zhang Jiachao's mission regardless of distance, we can definitely find his location. Payment. Deduct 10,000 villain points from the host. Current remaining villain value, 13.29 million. Testing in progress. Warning, this test failed due to unknown factors. Notice, the host has already paid the corresponding villain points. This test will force a restart. Warning, the flow of fortune is chaotic. Warning, unknown factors exist regarding the target. Upon seeing the red warning flashing from the system, Li Shun's pupils began to contract. What's going on? The system actually failed? A few seconds later, the system's continuous warning stopped, and the test results appeared before his eyes. Zhang Jiachao's location, Shanshi. Then, a holographic virtual map appeared in Li Shun's mind. From a location perspective, he really is in the mountains. Could it be that the male protagonist this time is so abnormal that he can actually ignore missiles? Before Li Shun could finish expressing his surprise, the system's voice sounded again. Unknown system detected. Unknown system owner, Zhang Jiachao. Special mission now issued, system plunder. Mission objective, plunder the opponent's system. Task rewards, special rewards will be issued based on the unknown system situation. Note, during the mission, the system will block any impact that the other system may have on the host. Zhang Jiachao actually has a system too. Li Shun was completely stunned when he saw the task issued by the system. Qi Yun Plus System. This time, the male lead is simply amazing. Young Master Li, I didn't expect you to have this too. Zhang Jiachao's deep voice rang out. Hearing what the other person said, Li Shun glanced at the system's warning. When the system was performing its check, since the other party also had a system, it must have given a notification as well. Yes, I didn't expect you to have this, Li Shun said in a slightly cold tone. It's clear we're the same kind of people. No, we are different. I am a villain, while you are the male protagonist. Status, that's right, it's because of different statuses that there are different classes. Some people can stand at the top and enjoy a life of luxury and extravagance, while others can only be stuck in the mud and never see the sun. Listening to his deep words, Li Shun seemed to know what he was up to. He wanted to kill. They are the so-called upper class. But the fundamental error in this world has nothing to do with identity, it's human nature that's wrong. Have you ever thought that you chose the wrong goal? Li Shun said in a low voice. Ha! You chose the wrong 1 inch. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Jiachao's tone finally changed. Regarding this male protagonist, Li Shun still felt a bit of resonance, because he was a person from the bottom class before he transmigrated, so even if he was to be killed, he wanted to make him understand one thing. Anyone, regardless of their status, even a child, driven by human desires, will become a bloodthirsty monster. What do you mean? Zhang Jiachao asked. I'll give you an example and you'll understand. Take a class for example. In the eyes of the children, the teacher is like a god, who has the power of reward and punishment, while the class leaders are like priests who can communicate with the gods and make them feel superior. In this situation, if a child does not offer them tributes and sincerity, they will be bullied and isolated by the whole group. This is human desire, whether you're at the bottom or the top, you don't need anyone to teach you. Chapter 107. I'll draw a circle and curse you. So the problem is human nature. No matter which group falls, another group will rise up and continue their bullying. This is an aggression etched into our genes. After hearing Li Shun's words, Zhang Jiachao fell silent. After a while, his tone became noticeably complicated, and he said in a deep voice, I'll go and see for myself, but thank you for telling me all this, young Master Li. When he spoke of young Master Li again this time, even his tone had changed. If in the beginning, the other party called him young Master Li because Li Shun did not kill him completely, this time, I treated him as a friend. A friend who shares similar views about the world but wants to kill each other. Although I'm very curious about what you'll do in the future, when we meet next time, I will still kill you. Hearing Li Shun's smiling words, Zhang Jiachao chuckled and replied calmly. Me too, I'm really looking forward to meeting you. At that moment, the call was disconnected. Young master, should we continue the attack? Shun Yu asked as she walked over. Keep in mind that the command is still in effect. The bombardment of the area is not something that can be completed in one go, it requires the complete destruction of the mountain, which can take anywhere from a few minutes to half an hour. No need, let's stop. Knowing that the other party possessed a system, Li Shun knew that he couldn't kill him this time. Yes, young master, there's a call from the Dragon Kingdom. After Shun Yu finished speaking, she took a cell phone and placed it in front of Li Shun. Actually, the phone had been ringing ever since he gave the order, but since he was on the phone, Shun Yu didn't pick it up. Young Master Li, give me an explanation. As soon as the call connected, a deep male voice came from the other end. The caller ID shows an unknown number. Given the security level of Li Shun's phone, very few departments would be able to display an unknown number. Coupled with the order to bombard the ground, it's easy to guess who the other party is. Dragon Shield Defense Agency. It is the core department of the Dragon Kingdom's political and military system, and can communicate with the head of state at any time. It has absolute control over some major decisions. Let me put it this way. If other countries provoke it, it can mobilize the nation's military resources and launch a counterattack plan without the approval of its head of state. If an ordinary person were accused of treason in its presence, it wouldn't even need a trial, a single peanut would send them home. Artillery test. Experiment. Upon hearing Li Shun's words, the other party was clearly taken aback, and continued speaking in a somewhat strange tone. You've practically leveled that mountain, and you call this an experiment? That's right. Li Shun's affirmative tone silenced the other party. After a while, the man's deep voice rang out again. This will not be allowed to happen again. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Given Li Shun's status, if he insists it's an experiment, there's not much they can do. After all, the mountain had been scanned by radar before the bombing, and no signs of life were found. As long as it doesn't involve human life, the nature of the event is different. The Dragon Shield Defense Bureau was aware of this as well, otherwise, they would have come knocking on his door directly when he didn't answer the phone. Of course, this visit wasn't to kill him. After all, Li Fontain's status is undeniable. The fact that he could lead a group to confront Country A head-on demonstrates just how powerful Tianyu Group truly is. So at most they'll ask questions, but unless it's something important, they won't say anything. But the necessary procedures still need to be followed. Brother Shun, are you going to kill Zhang Jiachao? After listening to their conversation, Suing Luo no longer calls him brother. That's right. Okay, then Ing Luo will help you. Looking at her serious little face, Li Shun couldn't help but find it a bit amusing, so he asked in a relaxed tone. How can you help me? I'll draw a circle and curse him. Brother Shun, don't laugh. I'm really good at drawing circles. If I curse someone, that person will definitely be unlucky. But seeing that the other person still had a smile on their face, it was obvious that they didn't believe what she said. Suing Lu pouted and looked around, wanting to prove her abilities. Just then, she passed through the gate and saw Tang Xiaoyuan walking over with a box. So he closed his eyes and looked very serious. Young master, my mother has sent something. Tang Xiaoyuan walked through the gate, and perhaps because the floor had been mopped, her high heels slipped. He immediately gave Li Shun a demonstration of falling flat on his face. As for that box? She knew this was something important to the young master, so she didn't care about her own safety and held it tightly to herself when she fell. That elasticity. Li Shun could see that her body was like a balloon, undergoing a shock-absorbing process after she fell. Ouch, that hurts. As Tang Xiaoyuan spoke, she got up from the ground, her face showing a blank expression. How could someone with her physical condition fall down while walking? This made her rub the panda, which seemed rather odd. Brother Shun, you see, I told you my curses are very effective. Suing Luo opened her eyes, a look of fatigue flashing across her face. Draw a circle to curse someone. Li Shun whispered to himself as he looked at her, as if she had just finished running. It will obviously deplete the opponent's physical strength. Young master, these are things my mother sent. At this moment, Tang Xiaoyuan came to the table, opened the silver-white box, revealing the reagents inside. Li Shun looked at the reagents contained in the box. Its exterior was bright red, looking just like blood. This is a quick recovery potion that Gong Yuehua made according to his requirements. However, there was a card next to it. There was a sentence written on it. Son, I'm currently researching the survival abilities of species, and since you mentioned blood tonifying, I added the genes of the leech rotifer to it. Li Shun was somewhat surprised upon seeing this statement. Hippophy rhamnoids, the mother actually added the genes of this creature to the medicine. Unbelievable. That's amazing. Some people may not know how powerful the leech is, even though it's called a rotifer. However, there is another well-known creature that, in terms of survival ability, belongs to the same first tier. Water bears. However, leeches are less able to survive in extreme environments compared to tardigrades. But it is by no means weak. A 24,000-year-old rotifer was once discovered in the permafrost. And it's still alive. As for why Gong Yuehua added rotifers instead of tardigrades to the medicine. Because rotifers have a certain characteristic. Water injection repair. Simply put, you absorb all the water from it, then soak it in water, and it will come back to life in no time. Of course, even if Xiao Tao were injected with this abnormal ability, she could never possess it. After all, her main subject is a person. This is a fundamental change in life, and it's not the same as the previous increase in the seal's power. However, she will possess some of the survival skills of a leech. People often say that women are made of water. Xiao Tao is about to. Huh, a peach? Chapter 108. No need to change shoes yet. Li Shun looked at the medicine on the table and said to Xinyu beside him. Yuer, take the medicine upstairs, inject Xiao Tao, and then continue collecting fresh blood. It is the young master. Oh, and take some tranquilizers with you. Don't let her know about this. Upon hearing Li Shun's words, Shin Yu's red lips couldn't help but curl up slightly, revealing a smile. The young master is quite good to his own people. If Li Shun knew what she was thinking, he would definitely reward her handsomely. They were all people who made him feel the warmth of life. Of course it should be better. Otherwise, what should I do if I break a toy? Yayan, go find Zhang Jiachao's information. I need to know all about his life experiences. It's the young master. After Yayan agreed, she glanced at Suing Luo, who was lying on the side, looking dazed. Zhang Jiachao and she were childhood sweethearts, so she must know him very well. But given the other party's current state, it's obvious she's not fully conscious, so asking her anything is useless. We can only look for other information first. Shueyao, what happened to those people we arrested last time? Those people. Shueyao muttered to herself, somewhat puzzled, but immediately realized who the young master was referring to. When Li Shun went to Shanshur before, several entrepreneurs sent people to inquire about Paradise Villa. They were locked in the villa's cellar, but only 2 are still alive. They're no longer useful, get rid of them, and then make arrangements for me to meet with those entrepreneurs. Meet? Given the current situation, young master, they probably won't agree. Upon hearing Xueyao's words, Li Shun turned to look at her and said in a calm tone, "When did I start needing their permission to see them?" "Understood, young master." Etc. After Xueya finished speaking, she was about to leave when Li Shun suddenly called her back. His gaze was fixed downwards. She had a pair of straight, slender, beautiful legs, and wore Valentino high heels. "Give your shoes to Tang Xiaoyuan." Although Tang Xiaoyuan was also wearing high heels, the two were wearing different styles. She wore patent leather high heels with cutouts on the sides. Xueyao is a pair of high heels with rivets. It just doesn't quite feel right. But when he saw Xueyao raise her leg, Li Shun waved to her and said something. "Don't change your shoes yet, go find them later, now. There are other things I need you to do." Upon hearing this, Xueyao glanced in the direction of the young master and immediately understood his meaning. The living room in the afternoon. Suing Luo sat on the sofa with Li Shun, looked up at the sky outside the window, and said in a reproachful tone, "Oh no, I have class this morning. Is spending time with me more important than going to class?" Snort. Hearing her reproachful tone, Li Shun looked at her and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. As expected of the female lead, her strong recovery ability goes without saying, and her entire body is as if it were meticulously sculpted. Take these 2 pairs of beautiful feet, for example. Her ankles were slender yet full, her delicate toes were as white as pearls, and her arches created a perfect curve. It looks absolutely exquisite. At that moment, Yayan, who had changed into a black spaghetti strap dress, walked over from the side carrying a laptop. The dress has a high slit on both sides. So tall you can see their safety shorts. Of course, if. As she walked, her fair thighs were faintly visible, giving her a hazy, alluring beauty. Although her gait was elegant and charming. Sometimes, however, he would pause unnaturally for a few moments, as if he had injured his leg. "Young master, we've found Zhang Jiachao's information. Chapter 109. Don't love my sister, it'll lead to nothing. Zhang Jiachao is 19 years old this year. My parents died when I was very young. The cause of death was sudden death from overwork?" Li Shun was somewhat surprised upon seeing this information. He knew the male lead was destined to be a lone wolf, but his parents died from overwork. Is there? He couldn't help but recall his previous memories. It seems like everyone says the male protagonist is an orphan, but it's rarely explained how his parents died. Thinking of this, Li Shun became a little curious and opened the record of Zhang Jiachao's parents' deaths. 2 honest and hard-working farmers. It perfectly illustrates what it means to live a life of working from dawn till dusk. They start working in the fields before sunrise every day and don't stop until the moon rises. As for the reason why they work so hard, We just want Zhang Jiachao to get out of the mountains. But that requires money, lots and lots of money. However, within the social economic system, the price of agricultural products is very, very low. Sometimes the money they make from a single harvest is less than the price of a KFC meal for a city dweller. Of course, this KFC meal doesn't mean just eating one burger, but rather eating as much as you want. Don't be fooled by the fact that they own a lot of land. Land is the most abundant thing in the mountains, and every household has some. In addition, there is no high technology in the mountains, so they can only rely on manpower and livestock. The final result. He died in the field while working after being beaten by city people and not taking care of himself. Huh? I got hit? Upon seeing this, Shun carefully flipped through it. It turns out that once, they didn't want to sell their goods to a buyer because they thought the price was too low, so they decided to take their goods to the city to sell them. First, they went to the city to borrow a tractor, and after returning, they took their belongings to the city again. They discovered the city was great. The price is significantly higher than what I paid for. In addition, their products are all naturally grown and free of pesticide residues, which helps them sell quickly. They thought that life finally had hope. Then disaster struck. They set up stalls without paying protection money, so all their goods were confiscated. When they tried to reason with them, they couldn't understand the underlying meaning of what others were saying. All they know is to kneel on the ground and beg people. But from the other party's perspective, his meaning was already very clear: he would let you go if you paid him. But judging from this attitude, it's practically like they're pretending to be deaf and dumb. They have absolutely no intention of paying. The result was a brutal beating. After reading about the cause of death of Zhang Jiachao's parents, Shun couldn't help but lower his gaze. "Where is Jiang Yuyan?" he asked, looking up. "Young master, Miss Jiang is at the investigation bureau." "Should we call her back?" Ye Yen replied. "Forget it, let's go by ourselves." After saying that, he told Suing Luo to go to school, then got up and headed towards the investigation bureau. Shanghai Municipal Bureau of Investigation. Jiang Yuyan, dressed in a uniform, gives off a decisive and efficient vibe. Delicate features, fair skin. With her signature long legs, she's practically the nemesis of evil. It leaves no room for doubt. Her legs could snap a villain's waist and neck. Master is coming. When Jiang Yuyan saw the message on her phone, her voice became especially excited. Then, she quickly walked to the mirror and looked herself up and down. It seems a bit too lenient. She tugged at her clothes and muttered something to herself, somewhat dissatisfied. Because the Bureau of Investigation's uniforms are not designed to be fitted. Therefore, even though she has a large bust and hips, which can support these two areas. But it seems. "Master, will you like this style?" Jiang Yuyan muttered to herself with some doubt. She recalled the scene from before. Shun's standards for what he considers attractive and the clothes he bought. Sexy. At the very least, you should show off your figure. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuyan walked out of the office and found a young girl who worked as a clerk. The other person's height is only around 160 centimeters, or even shorter. Jiang Yuyan then wanted to exchange clothes with her. The other party was stunned upon hearing this request. With a strange expression on her face, the two returned to Jiang Yuyan's office. "Sister Jiang, are you really sure?" Looking at Jiang Yuyan's exquisite face and enviable S-shaped figure, she felt. He doesn't seem like a pervert at all. Why would you want girls' clothes? I'm sure. After Jiang Yuyan finished speaking, she started to take action. Seeing that the other person was still stunned, she helped her take action as well. This kind of thing. Is this really something the future director of the investigation bureau would do? The girl looked at their clothes, and then at Jiang Yuyan's perfect figure. It's very big and very white. Look down at yourself again. Comparing yourself to others is just asking for trouble. It's one thing to be shorter, but even that thing is disappointing. At this moment, Jiang Yuyan seemed to remember something, walked to the drawer and took out a bag of stockings. They were a pair of semi-transparent, light black crystal stockings. She stood on a chair, slipped her fair toes into her stockings, and slowly raised them to her thighs. The girl was stunned by what she saw. She swore that these were absolutely the most beautiful legs she had ever seen in her life. The lines are beautiful. Her full, snow-white thighs gleamed, and her slender calves were long and straight. She's absolutely perfect, not an inch too big, not an inch too small, every single inch is just right. Add a size smaller outfit. It accentuated her figure, making her look very alluring, and highlighted her S-shaped curves. Sister Jiang, I think I'm in love. Hearing the girl's words, Jiang Yuyan, who had changed her clothes, walked up to her. He hooked her chin with one finger and said in a flippant tone, "Don't love me, it's a dead end, unless." "Unless what?" the girl asked hastily. "Unless you can teach me how to please men." "Ha? Sister Jiang, with your looks, do you even need to be taught? What man wouldn't take care of you?" "Yes, my master knows how." When Jiang Yuyan spoke of her master, a faint tenderness rose in her eyes. The girl who heard this found it utterly unbelievable. With such a devilish figure and an angelic face, how could any man not cherish her? The girl suddenly thought of something. On one occasion, a convoy of several Rolls-Royces came to pick up Jiang Yuyan. She had met Shun back then. "He's quite handsome, and I heard he's from a wealthy family." "Sister Jiang, Captain Chen, is there really no chance?" the girl asked hesitantly. "Yes, I will only love my master in my entire life. As for other men..." At this moment, Jiang Yuyan walked to the girl's side, reached out and pinched the girl's small bowl, and said with a light laugh, "The rest of the men are yours." Ouch! "Sister Jiang, you pinched me too hard," the girl said with a wronged expression. "No way, are you trying to frame me?" Jiang Yuyan looked unconvinced. "Really, look, they've even left marks from pinching. Let me see, where is the print?" Chapter 110 Tips for Meeting the Master. The gate of the Shanghai Municipal Bureau of Investigation. A stretched Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a stop. After getting out of the car, Shun led Tang Xiaoyuan and Ye Yan into the investigation bureau. When I saw his figure, Team Leader Chen, who was sitting at his workstation, suddenly stood up and looked at him with a sharp gaze. Only Jiang Yuyan, who was in the office earlier, had already seen the car through the window upstairs. He couldn't wait to go out and run towards Shun. Upon seeing his dream girl appear, Captain Chen couldn't help but stop in his tracks. But when he noticed the goddess's outfit, her sexy figure caused a flash of amazement in his eyes. Especially the pant legs, because the size is small, made them look like cropped pants on her. On the exposed calves, a layer of transparent black crystal stockings can be seen. Jiang Yuyan knew her master was coming, so she specially changed into stockings. After all, her smooth skin would feel wonderful to the touch. This belongs to Tips for Meeting Your Owner? At that moment, Captain Chen saw the goddess throw herself into his arms and offer him a sweet kiss. This contorted the expression on his face. The clenched fists made a cracking sound as the knuckles popped. "Captain Chen, let's give up." His colleague, unable to bear it any longer, stood up and patted him on the shoulder. If Shun is just a rich second generation, then with Captain Chen's personal charm, although the possibility is relatively small, he still has a chance to win the heart of the beauty. But now, Jiang Yuyan herself has fallen for him. The change in his eyes every time he sees Shun. The pupils will dilate slightly and become incredibly gentle. This is a sign of meeting someone you deeply love. In addition, she would secretly glance at the other person even when they weren't looking at her. Everyone here is an employee of the Investigation Bureau. When interrogating criminals, they usually observe the changes in the criminal's eyes. Over time, this has become a habit. Not to mention the changes in Jiang Yuyan. It's so obvious. Anyone who isn't an idiot can see it. These behaviors prove that Jiang Yuyan has fallen in love with this man. Team Leader Chen has absolutely no chance. I don't want to give up. Hearing what Captain Chen said through gritted teeth, his voice was filled with resentment. This made his colleague sigh. Then, he picked up a pack of Dakianman cigarettes from the table, put his arm around the other person, and went to the smoking room. Director's office. Given Jiang Yuyan's performance and now her background with Tanyu Group, although the official appointment hasn't been finalized yet, everyone in the bureau knows she's a shoo-in for the position of bureau chief. And this office has long been hers. Master, please have some water. Sitting in his office chair, Li Shun watched as Jiang Yuyan held a water glass, a look of delight on her face. Then he looked at the table and saw an open bag of stockings. It was obvious that she had changed into new stockings specifically because she knew he was coming. Since you're already wearing stockings, then don't cover them up, Li Shun said, taking the water glass. Upon hearing this, a blush crept across Jiang Yuyan's face. Next, she locked the front door and then pulled down the opaque Venetian blinds. Then, seeing this, Li Shun got up from his office chair, put his arm around her, and sat down on the sofa. Underneath the extremely thin stockings, the other person's beautiful legs and feet looked even more perfect. The light black stockings covered the instep, reflecting a faint and wonderful luster. Long, slender legs and delicate, beautiful feet, along with the graceful curve formed behind the ankles. Every detail exudes feminine charm and is full of sexy and alluring appeal. Only. Yayan, give her your high heels to wear. Since we're going to appreciate stockings. Of course, it should be paired with a pair of elegant high heels. Yayan usually wears high heels that accentuate her feminine curves. Today's. They are a pair of Jimmy Choo crystal shoes. The toe resembles a flower blooming on ice, and the upper is inlaid with 7,000 Swarovski crystals. After a long while. Does Haishur collect protection money from street vendors? Li Shun asked. Yes, relevant departments will collect some, and some colleagues will also collect some. Does your investigation bureau also collect protection money? Well, because these kinds of things are all tacit rules, and everyone will hand them over without saying a word. By default? Is that even possible? Li Shun was somewhat surprised to hear this. He could understand paying a stall fee when setting up a stall. But when will we have to pay protection money? Master, you may not know this, but some merchants will voluntarily pay a portion of the money in order to avoid being suppressed. But if they pay, and others don't pay, the person who takes the money will start making trouble. After all, if someone takes money from another person but doesn't do anything, the person who paid the money will feel resentful, and if the person who took the money wants to take it again next time, no one will give it to them. After listening to Jiang Yuyan's explanation, Li Shun asked in a somewhat strange tone. This kind of thing, they offered it to us willingly. Well, some people gave it voluntarily, some people gave it because they saw others giving it, and in the end when everyone else was giving it, even those who didn't want to give it gave it. Is it rolled like this? Li Shun knew about the evil in human nature, but others besides him also knew. People are willing to pay money in order to get a good stall. This leads to a chain reaction, and eventually, it all becomes a default rule. Chapter 111: The Canary's Severed Hand. Give the Bureau of Investigation an additional order. If this happens again, I'll just quit. Upon hearing Li Shun's words, Jiang Yuyan suddenly showed a hint of embarrassment and asked nervously. Master, could you not resign? Li Shun was about to get angry when he saw her haggling, but then he suddenly realized something. You didn't accept it too, did you? In the neighborhood where I used to live, there were a lot of vendors who gave me things like grilled sausages, fruit, and small cakes. Are you short of money? Hearing this, Jiang Yuyan was at a loss for words. She was originally from a normal family, but the owner had given her several black gold cards, and allowed them to drive all the luxury cars parked in the villa at will. So, she had no choice but to timidly beg for mercy. I was wrong, I won't do it again next time. Nighttime at the All-Sea Hotel. As one of the most famous hotels in Shanghai, its environment and facilities are naturally excellent. Luxurious and expensive. To maintain the hotel's competitiveness and freshness, the annual renovation costs alone reach hundreds of millions. This is also the place where Licelin previously released her gene mutation technology. Today, Shang Yueying, Ren Yiming, Tian Geng, and other entrepreneurs were summoned here by Li Shun once again. But you could tell their mood from the prosthetics on their hands and their gloomy faces. Very bad. After their hand was broken that night, they went to their private hospital immediately. As leading companies in their respective industries, they naturally wouldn't go to public hospitals. They will hire top doctors at high salaries and maintain the world's most expensive medical equipment. But in this situation, it's no use. I can't get a response no matter what I say. They were furious about this. They are all top figures in the world, yet they are destined to become disabled for life? This made them irritable. Like a powder keg, it'll explode at the slightest touch. Suppressed emotions made them gloomy and solemn, their faces shrouded in a layer of gloom, giving them an unapproachable feeling just by looking at them. Moreover, the invitations Shueyo sent them. It's a severed hand. The name was written on the palm of her hand, it belonged to one of their concubines, or you could say, a kept woman. The threat is quite obvious. Given their temperament, they definitely wouldn't tolerate this kind of thing happening, so this meal is a must. Of course, they didn't come alone. Mr. Tian, we've arrived. After the driver opened the car door for Tian-gung, he didn't even dare to lift his head and spoke with extreme caution. After all, Mr. Tian is now. He's so unpredictable, he's already ruined the lives of several nurses and maids. They're all terrified. When Tian-gung got out of the car, he noticed the driver's hand blocking his head. Wearing white gloves, he looked very neat. But these are really good hands. Looking at the prosthetic limb in his hand, Tian-gung felt a surge of anger again. Why should a mere driver be treated like an ant, an ordinary person? Yet they possess a pair of normal hands. Ah! Mr. Tian, spare me. The driver was kicked to the ground by Tian-gung and began to beg for mercy while holding his head. But Tian-gung ignored him and kicked him hard, like kicking a drowning dog. In the end, he stepped on the driver's hand. Having vented his anger, Tian-gung ignored the screaming driver and looked up at Shang Yueing and the others beside him. They all wore indifferent expressions at this scene. As top-tier entrepreneurs, ordinary people are nothing more than lowly stray dogs in their eyes. If I'm happy, I'll give you a treat. If I'm unhappy, I'll beat you. Even if I beat you to death, it doesn't matter. What's more, the driver isn't dead yet. However, his hands, judging from their appearance, are completely deformed and most likely useless. Do you know why Li Shun is looking for us? Tian-gung asked, slightly out of breath. I don't know. We can't infiltrate his paradise villa, Ren Yiming said through gritted teeth. Can't it penetrate? Did the woman try? Upon hearing Shang Yueing's words, Tian-gung responded. I tried it. Looking at the amenities in Paradise Villa, I knew Li Shun really liked women. So I sent a lot of young nurses there, but none of them worked. You sent it to someone who's been crippled? Ren Yiming asked. I was thinking that a pitiful woman would be more likely to arouse a man's protective instincts, but I didn't expect that these useless people would be completely ineffective. Seeing Tian-gung's unwilling expression, Shang Yueing continued. I also looked for several female college students, including the most beautiful girls in their department and the most beautiful girls in the school. They were classmates with the maid in Paradise Villa, and they were all from Shanghai University. But after they went in, I heard nothing from them. No news? These women have clearly betrayed you, Mr. Shang. Are you really going to let their families off the hook? Tian-gung said with a sinister smile. Humph. You don't need to tell me that. I already arranged for people to look for their families, but when we found them, the place was empty, they had been moved away beforehand. After Shang Yueing finished speaking, her face was sullen, and she was clearly very unhappy. He really didn't expect that Li Shun would treat his own people so well, even arranging for the maid's family. After all, besides the female college students he found, Shang Yueing would naturally not let go of the maids who had previously lived in Paradise Villa and their families. If you can't infiltrate, then try to win them over. But after searching everywhere, they couldn't find a single one of their family members. Hey, where's old Pooh? I don't see him. At this moment, Shang Yueing looked around and asked with some doubt. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances. Most of the people who attended the press conference that night and whose hands were cut off by Li Shun are here. Except for a few who didn't come. They didn't know that those people had completely disappeared from the world. Could it be that he was scared out of his wits by Li Shun and fled abroad? Tiangong said with a sneer. Probably not. I know Lao Pu's personality, he's the kind of person who holds grudges. Li Shun crippled us, so he'll definitely go to any lengths to get revenge, Shang Yueying said after thinking for a moment. That's hard to say. After all, Li Shun is Li Fantian's successor. With that guy's methods. When Tiangong spoke of Li Fantian, a hint of fear suddenly appeared in his eyes. Not only him, but Shang Yueying, Ren Yiming and others also had their expressions change slightly when they heard Li Fantian's name. Anyone doing business in China has basically heard of Li Fantian's name. With his own strength, he controls the behind-the-scenes universe of all things. In the grand scheme of business and political maneuvering, he is undoubtedly a legendary figure. Hidden behind the scenes, they have swallowed up shares and control across all industries. Like a mysterious star, it controls the operation of the entire business universe. Even they have many companies under their names that have been invested in by Tianyu Group. Of course, they don't have as many shares as the others. With their own people adding their shares, they can definitely reach 67%, giving them absolute control. As long as we keep our hands clean and don't leave any evidence, even Li Fantian can't do anything to us, Shang Yueying said in a deep voice. That's right. The grudge of losing a hand cannot go unpunished. Although Li Fantian is powerful, Li Shun is Li Shun and Li Fantian is Li Fantian. They cannot be compared, Tiangong said meaningfully. Hearing what the two said, especially what Tiangong said, the others nodded in agreement. They all clearly understood what he meant. Li Shun is Li Shun, and Li Fantian is Li Fantian. Although they are father and son, they are not the same person. Li Shun could not possibly replicate Li Fantian's terrifying methods. Besides that, there's another layer of meaning in the words. That's Li Fantian. It's in country A, not in country dragon. Li Jiaqiang is correct, but the Li family is known as the Li family of Kyoto, while here, it's a mirage. When all these factors are taken into account, if they want to take revenge on Li Shun, now is the perfect time. Chapter 112. A group of cripples. A private room in the hotel. Li Shun sat at the table, with Tang Xiaoyuan and Jiang Yuyan standing on either side of him, and Shui Yao guarding outside the door. He was holding the Shy Yan in his arms. Young master, Shang Yueying and the others are downstairs, Tang Xiaoyuan said, glancing out the window. Upon hearing this, Li Shun knew that the disabled entrepreneurs had arrived. He originally wanted Dean Chen to deal with these people, but after talking to Zhang Jiachou on the phone, he suddenly changed his mind. Since the male protagonist harbors hatred towards the upper class, these entrepreneurs perfectly fit the male protagonist's requirements. They are the top elites in the Dragon Kingdom. Judging from Zhang Jiachou's experiences since childhood, a person who has grown up to this point must have a strong personality. Even if he had spoken to the other party, Zhang Jiachou could not give up his hatred for the upper class. Even though he is a male protagonist, he now possesses an unknown system. But a person's essence will not change. Because strong-willed people often develop a different personality trait. Arrogant. They want to survive on their own strength, and they choose to grit their teeth and endure many things. Over time, this will lead to arrogance. Not to mention that Zhang Jiachou is an orphan with no parents or relatives, yet he was able to leave the mountains and get into university through his own efforts. No one would believe there wasn't something fishy going on. The fact that he was able to do this shows that arrogance is an inevitable trait that develops along the way. Arrogant people have a very obvious characteristic. Can't hear what others are saying. Or rather, you can only hear what you want to hear. This was evident during their phone call. His deep yet composed tone clearly indicated that he was a very arrogant person. Although he has a system, it is indeed something to be proud of. Don't forget, Li Shun has one too. Even after the other party learned about this, their low tone remained unchanged. That's so pretentious. Get up. After Li Shun finished speaking, he looked at Ye Yen in his arms. The other person's eyes were unfocused, giving off a weak and helpless feeling. Smack. she didn't react. Li Shun raised his hand and slapped her. The pain immediately brought Yayan back to her senses, and she looked at the young master with a completely innocent expression. Come on, get down first. Upon hearing Li Shun's words, Yayan unconsciously bit her red lips and stood up with a reluctant expression. Knock, knock, knock. A short while later, there was a knock on the door. Hello, I am a waiter from Kwanhai Hotel. Your invited guest has arrived. Upon hearing this, Xue Yao turned to look at the young master. Only after receiving Li Shun's nod of agreement did she open the door to the private room. Young Master Li, it's been a long time. After the door opened, Shang Yueying and the others following behind him, including Tiangung, walked in with smiles on their faces. Judging from his friendly demeanor, it was as if he and Li Shun were close friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Don't try that, you're a bunch of cripples. Upon hearing Li Shun's slightly cold tone, Shang Yueying and the others' expressions instantly froze. Then, a cold, eerie light gleamed in their eyes. The two words they can't stand to hear right now. He's disabled. Even doctors and nurses can't say anything, or they'll break your hands and cripple you. But now, hearing those two words again, several of them were on the verge of losing their temper. It's no wonder they lack magnanimity. Who could remain indifferent to something like this? Young Master Li is really capable, he only brought 4 women with him, Tiangung said with a sneer. Upon hearing his words, Li Shun glanced at the men in black behind them. Judging from their positions, it seems that each entrepreneur brought 1. Moreover, judging from his burly physique and the fierce glint in his eyes, he was clearly a murderer. But what can we do about it? Mortals are mortals after all, especially if they're a group of male protagonists. Sorry, I can't beat them. A group of male protagonists together, and an earthquake suddenly occurs. Li Shun turns and runs away. But if it were the female lead? I'm going to take on 10 of them. It seems you came prepared. Li Shun braced his arms on the table, looking at them with a mocking gaze. Young Master Li, let's not beat around the bush. You must pay the price today, Shan Yueying said viciously. Oh? What do you want? It's simple, leave your hand behind, Tiangung said with a fierce glint in his eyes. Seeing their expressions, Li Shun couldn't help but curl a cold smile into his lips. Judging from the demonic thoughts in their hearts. We want more than just his hands, we want his life. But businessmen are businessmen after all, they never reveal their hand first, whether in words or deeds. First they take your hands, then they gradually take your life, they've got a pretty good plan. It's just a pity. They didn't know who they were facing. Forget about hands, you won't even get your nails. Shueyo, Xiaoyuan, yeah. Li Shun was about to call Yayan, but seeing how uncomfortable she looked. Alright, Shueyo and Xiaoyuan, you two go ahead. There's no need to kill them. Whoever wins will get a reward. Master, what about me? Zhang Yuyan asked hurriedly when she didn't hear her name. How are you doing your studies? Previously, Zhang Yuyan had learned Blood Rose's killing techniques from Xin Yu and the others. Li Shun had no idea how well he was learning. I'm doing very well. Yuer often praises me, saying I'm a genius that comes along only once in a century, Zhang Yuyan said proudly. Li Shun was somewhat surprised to hear this. Obviously, no one expected that the female lead would learn even the techniques of killing so quickly. Alright, then you go with them. Yao, come and watch the show with me. Upon hearing Li Shun's words, Zhang Yuyan rubbed her hands together excitedly. After learning from Xingyu and the others for so long, I finally have a chance to show off. When Yao heard the young master's words, she looked at Xiao Yuan and the others, and then at Shang Yueying and the others. Finally, pouting slightly, she walked awkwardly to Li Shun's side. Judging from their appearance, it didn't even walk the usual cat-like steps anymore. Chapter 113, The Assassin Organization Netherworld. Is there a problem? Hearing Shang Yueying's indifferent voice. The men in black following behind them all raised their heads and looked at Shueyo and the others. No problem. We've heard of Blood Rose's reputation before. Today is the perfect opportunity to see it for ourselves. When the man in black spoke in a hoarse voice, Tang Xiaoyuan suddenly looked puzzled. Then, I looked at their necks. Below the collar, there was a black tattoo that ran down from the shoulder blade, deeply imprinted like the claw marks of a beast. Be careful, they're all from the Netherworld organization, Tang Xiaoyuan said. The Netherworld, Zhang Yuyan asked. They're ranked similarly to our Blood Roses, and they're a rather ruthless organization, Shueyo explained. Hearing what they said, Shang Yueying and the others who had stepped aside all smiled. Since they want to kill Li Shun, they will naturally find a very skilled assassin. According to the ranking of assassins on the dark web, the top-ranked item is Heavenly Punishment, with a completion rate as high as 95%, making it an absolute king-level achievement. But this group of people had disappeared and hadn't appeared on the dark web for a long time, forcing them to settle for the third-ranked organization, the Netherworld organization. Yuming represents the underworld in hell. According to the classic of mountains and seas, the black waters surged there, and strange beasts roamed freely. Leopards, tigers, foxes, and other creatures all revered black, as if they were messengers of the night. This is also a characteristic of their organization. They were all dressed in black, and their bodies were covered in black claw marks. Like a ferocious beast from the underworld, it swiftly tears open the throat of its prey with its sharp claws. Every strike will draw blood. As for the second-ranked one? Of course, it's Xin Yu and her friend's Blood Rose. However, within assassin organizations, only code names are used, real names and appearances are kept strictly confidential. Ha, you are mine, princess. At this moment, as the group was fighting, a man in black shouted at Tang Xiaoyuan. It was clear that the two of them had fought before, although they were both masked and could not recognize each other. The techniques they can use and the strength of their power will allow them to recognize each other's identities when they meet again. But when Tang Xiaoyuan heard this name, she looked down at herself, and then they fought even harder. It's obvious that she didn't choose this code name herself. Sitting in Li Shun's lap, Yayan's red lips curled slightly when she heard the man in black call out Fengji's name. Obviously. This is the code name she gave Tang Xiaoyuan. As time goes by, Tang Xiaoyuan and her team were outnumbered, and their opponents were of similar strength. They quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Upon seeing this, Li Shun frowned slightly, a thoughtful expression flashing across his face. Perhaps it's time to give them a boost. For example, using the female protagonist enhancement agent. Because apart from Tang Xiaoyuan and Shueyo, Zhang Yuyan's condition is significantly better. Although her moves are compared to others a little unfamiliar. But she had luck on her side. Especially in the face of such a melee, due to the constraints of the venue, they are all very close to each other, and the fight will affect each other. But others will be affected by this. Zhang Yuyan, however, was completely unharmed. Just look at her opponents, she's often getting beaten up by her teammates. Don't forget the main objective, hurry up and kill Li Shun, Shang Yueying shouted from behind. Upon hearing his words, the men in black exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a hint of caution. Although Tang Xiaoyuan and Shueyo were at a disadvantage, Zhang Yuyan alone could not stop them. But I don't know why. Whenever they tried to get close to Li Shun, an instinctive fear would rise in their hearts. Their long professional careers have led them to several close calls with danger. Through these life-and-death experiences, they all developed their own danger warning systems. According to the information, Li Shun is a second-generation rich kid, which is not a high-risk profession. So they couldn't understand. Why would a rich kid give them a dangerous intuition? Young master, do you need my help? Yayan asked, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Upon hearing this, Li Shun looked at her, his fingers gently tracing along her snow-white skin, and said in a soft, melancholic tone, "With you and the team, we can beat them." Upon hearing the young master's words, Yayan looked at the 8 men in black on the field. Judging from their condition, everything is fine. Although I don't want to admit it, even with her in tow. It seems the win rate is still not high. If it were Xinyu instead, there would be a chance to win with fewer troops, or even achieve a kill. After all, she was the captain of Blood Rose and the most powerful member of the organization. Even if Yayan and the other two combined, They all deserved to be hung up and beaten. Unfortunately, Xinyu wasn't here. She stayed with Su Wanyan at Tianyu Group, and at the same time, she acted as Su Wanyan's teacher, teaching her some techniques of blood rose. Never mind, might as well get some exercise. As Li Shun spoke, he patted Yayan's little hand, signaling her to get off him. At that moment, as he stood up, a group of men in black looked at him with sharp eyes. Tang Xiaoyuan and the other two also retreated to his side. "Young master, I'm sorry," Xu Weio said in a low voice, her head lowered. Upon hearing this, Li Shun turned to look at her. She was originally a quiet girl. No, it should be called women now. She usually has a timid air about her, and now that she's apologized. Her red lips were pursed, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and her willow leaf eyebrows formed a deep furrow. Well, how should I put it? It gives people the feeling that you care about the other person. It's all right. When we get back, I'll give you some extra practice to improve your physical fitness. Hearing what Li Shun said, an unnatural expression instantly appeared on Xu Weiao's fair face. They were all the young master's people, so they naturally understood what he meant. Improve quality. Li Shun's method is relatively simple. Just like when you run to your limit, if you continue running, your body's metabolic system will be reorganized, and your mental threshold and hormones will also change. This is called a second breath. It's also called the surge of power after breaking through the critical point, and it's based on the same principle. However, it's important to note that this is not something everyone can achieve. Because some people can break through the limits. Some people can only break down. Chapter 114 Interesting Remote Control. Everyone be careful. The leader of the men in black assumed a fighting stance and looked at Li Shun with a somewhat serious tone. After the other person stood up, a chilling aura began to rise. Like an endless abyss, it exudes a dangerous aura that keeps strangers away. Due to the aversion of heaven, Li Shun today is a collective entity. Hatred, resentment, filth, and other negative desires all transformed into a dark, gloomy aura that surrounded him. Certainly, this black aura is invisible to normal people. But the men in black within the Netherworld organization all have warnings of danger. Just like a wild dog when facing a tiger, it instantly senses the approaching danger and instinctively tucks its tail between its legs and jumps around wildly. Just now, when Li Shun was holding Yayan and sitting there, this feeling wasn't so obvious. But now, strike first, attack together. At the leader's command, the group of men in black rushed toward Li Shun. Bang! At that moment, a sound of impact with the wall, accompanied by the cracking of bones, suddenly rang out. The man in black who was at the top suddenly flew back at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Judging from the blood he vomited, it's highly likely to be a flop. After all, blood contains granular solids, and look at the dent in his chest. Seeing this, even a doctor would probably shake their head and say with disgust, "Just take him straight to the crematorium." Because he's just a doctor, not a god. Even his mother's heart is broken. Who but a god could save her? After kicking, Li Shun suddenly spun around and swept his leg horizontally, aiming straight for the man in black's head. It is fueled by the instinct of a killer. Every move he made seemed to be aimed precisely at a vital spot. In addition to his physical strength, his speed is incredibly fast. Although the Netherworld organization is powerful, ranking third on the assassin list, it depends on who they are compared to. In front of Li Shun, they were like a few grasshoppers hopping around. Soon, some were kicked onto the roof, their cervical vertebrae broken, and their necks deformed. Some, struck in the temple, stared wide-eyed with blood streaming from their 7 orifices, before collapsing stiffly. And some more. He was hit in the perineum, his knees buckled, and he knelt on the ground, experiencing a loss of consciousness. This position would not cause instant death for most people. After an attack, death is almost always caused by ruptured arteries and excessive blood loss. However, with Li Shun's power, he could directly trigger a nervous breakdown, causing an instantaneous cardiac arrest. Young master told you to leave. Seeing that Shang Yueying and the others were sneaking around and preparing to escape when things looked bad, Shuao quickly used her long legs to block the doorway. Although when facing the Netherworld organization, she would be hampered by their numbers. Never mind, it's just bad. So what? She's the young master's woman. There was a woman in black just now, and she seemed pretty arrogant. What about now? They were still kneeling there with their heads down. However, no matter how incompetent she may be, compared to these entrepreneurs nearing 50, she's a goddess-level queen. President Shun, what should we do? Tiangung asked, somewhat at a loss, seeing the situation. After all, none of them expected it. Li Shun didn't replicate Li Fontaine's business tactics, but he did flip the table. But he also has the ability to flip the table, or even smash it. One kick could kill a strong man, even shattering his bones. Is this really something a human being could do? Compared to Li Fantian, Li Shun seems even more terrifying. At least Li Fantian wouldn't be so violent or bloody. They are all businessmen, and what they encounter most often is a silent battlefield, a business war fought without bloodshed. Scenes like this are truly rare. Of course, this doesn't mean they are kind, it just means that for the most part, they are only responsible for giving orders and then listening to their subordinates report the results. But this time they've found the Netherworld organization. It hasn't been that long, and they've all collapsed. Among this haphazardly laid out corpse. Yes, this time it really means exactly what it says. Li Shun took the wet wipe Xi Yan handed him, calmly wiped his hands, and then slowly said, President Shun, don't rush off. We haven't even discussed the matters we called you here for today. Li Shun, can you let us off the hook? If you push things too far, it won't benefit anyone, Shang Yueying said with a gloomy face. Oh. Li Shun chuckled upon hearing this and threw the wet wipe in his hand at the face of the man in black standing to the side. It was a girl, with those wide-eyed, unseeing look on her face. It's so heartbreaking. Well. You are such a beautiful woman, why must we become enemies? You guys really think too highly of yourselves. Whether it benefits me or not is up to me to decide. As Li Shun spoke, he walked towards them. Wait. Li Shun, don't force me. Shang Yueying took a remote control out of his pocket, held it in his hand, and shouted loudly. Look at the remote control. It looks like a bomb detonator. After recognizing what it was, Tang Xiaoyuan, Ye Yan, and the others were all startled. Then, they all rushed to Li Shun's side, wanting to escort their young master away first. Tiangung and the others who witnessed the scene were also taken aback. President Shang. Calm down. No. Mr. Shang, we're all on the same side. Please don't press that button. Hearing their chaotic chatter, Shang Yueying rebuked them in a deep voice. Shut up, all of you. Under the threat of his voice and the remote control in his hand, Tiangung and the others dared not speak anymore, and all looked at him nervously. Seeing that they had all shut up, Shang Yueying held up the remote control again and said to Li Shun. How about it? Can you let us go? Haha, interesting, very interesting. You are quite an interesting person. Faced with his threat, Li Shun suddenly chuckled softly, as if he wasn't afraid of the other party at all. Despite having the active talent of demonic descent, which can erode all damage, theoretically he is like an invincible golden body, completely unafraid of explosives. But this wasn't the reason he was laughing. After all, Tang Xiaoyuan and the others were still there. They were all on his side, and Li Shun wasn't so heartless as to watch them die. So, the main reason he wanted to laugh was, it's because of this remote control. Fake. I have a sixth sense. If there really was a bomb in this hotel, he should have sensed it long ago. Not to mention the meeting place tonight. It belongs to Li Sunsuk. It wasn't Shang Yueying and his group who chose them. Judging from the timing, unless it's a portable bomb, then it's still possible. However, judging from the behavior of Tiangung and others, it was clear that they were unaware of the bomb. Therefore, the possibility of Shangyu Camp, which came in with them, being the ones who planted bombs can be ruled out. However, to be fair, his remote control looks pretty realistic. This is probably not the first time it's been used, it must have scared quite a few people before. Chapter 115 Heart Implantation, Preparing for Class. Young master, perhaps. Tang Xiaoyuan and the others spoke cautiously. The worry on his face and the protective posture made his meaning very clear. Based on their experience. The detonator in Shang Yueying's hand, with its explosion-proof coating and neat insulation, was exactly the same as the ones they had used before. Given the other party's identity, they believed he definitely had the ability to obtain bombs, so they thought it was true. Actually, if you only look at the detonator, it's really hard to tell. After all, Shang Yiying is made to order, 1-to-1. The weight, wiring, safety pins and other design elements are all made according to the actual situation. But the signal it's sent when pressed. It's a certain wolf-tooth-themed device. This is a masterpiece from a company in an island nation, touted as the perfect boyfriend for women, allowing them to experience the ultimate enjoyment of life's pinnacle. At the same time, this was also the favorite of a certain canary in Shangyu camp. Stop. Stop right there. Upon seeing Li Shun step forward, Shang Yueying immediately gripped the remote control and reprimanded him with a threatening expression. Is it fun? Upon hearing Li Shun's calm voice, the other party seemed to realize something and quickly looked at the remote control in their hand. Then, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. He originally thought there was something left behind by the canary on it, which led to the other party discovering the anomaly. But it's quite clean. No more of those weird and random things. Logically speaking, this is a genuine detonator. Apart from the different signal, it is no different from the real one. So there's no way the other party could have noticed anything unusual. At this moment, as Li Shun approached, he raised his hand and grabbed Shang Yueying's prosthetic limb that was holding the detonator. Kaba. The opponent's detonator and prosthetic limb both made a cracking sound. Amidst the crackling sparks from the circuit board, Li Shun crushed it into fragments, which fell to the ground as snowflake-like pieces. Is it fun? He asked with a half-smile. Upon hearing this question again, Shang Yueying swallowed nervously, his eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. Although his prosthetic limb was chosen based on the materials. To ensure durability and lightness, carbon fiber was used instead of high-hardness titanium alloys or aerospace alloys. But it was crushed by the opponent's bare hands. Is this guy even human? Young Master Li, can we talk? Shang Yueying pleaded, his voice trembling. You haven't answered my question yet, Li Shun said with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Shang Yueying's brain began to race, and a few drops of cold sweat even trickled down his forehead. At last. Shang Yueying looked at Tang Xiaoyuan and the others, and said in a stuttering tone. No, it's not fun, but we have a lot of beautiful women under our control, they. At this moment, seeing that Li Shun did not show any impatience, he continued speaking. They have a lot of fun things to do. I do like women. Upon hearing Li Shun's words, Shang Yueying instantly showed a look of surprise, believing that he had found the right method. However, before he could finish being happy, he heard Li Shun continue speaking. But what does a woman have to do with you? You're not a woman, and besides, I hate it when women are treated like commodities. As he finished speaking, a dark glint flashed in his eyes. As he stared at Shang Yueying, the whites of her eyes began to disappear, and her originally clear black and white eyes were immediately swallowed up by thick darkness. In an instant, darkness completely filled his entire eye sockets. Zhang Jiaqiu is your enemy, but you will be killed by him as a victim. Upon hearing Li Shun's words, Shang Yueying murmured softly like a puppet on a string. Zhang Jiaqiu is the enemy, I am the victim, and he is going to kill me. These words, under the penetrating power of the mysterious eye, were deeply imprinted in his heart, becoming an instinctive reaction in his subconscious. Just like how a man's heart will flutter when he sees a beautiful woman. Now, whenever he sees Zhang Jiaqiu, he treats him like an enemy, and then be killed by the other side. Next, Tian Gong and the others did the same. These words were like an invisible blade, piercing their hearts. Alright, clean up the hotel compensation and the people you brought. As Li Shun finished speaking, Shan Yueying and the others nodded blankly, then took out their phones and began contacting the relevant departments. They were a bunch of damned people. But he's a frugal person, if there's anything he can use, he'll try to make use of it. Hope. Zhang Jiachao will love this gift. Xiao Yuan, Shueyo, Yu. Li Shun was about to give the two female protagonists the enhancement agent, but then he remembered the four people from before. The way they were acquired. Xinyu stood out from the crowd in the competition based on her own abilities. Wanqiu was protecting the female lead. Ye Yan went crazy all day. Xiao Tao is a transformation of the Crimson Sky Sword. Although he met Xiao Tao the latest, Li Shun could tell that she was a very traditional woman. Moreover, she was losing so much blood, several times the amount a normal person loses, so giving her a portion is perfectly reasonable. Alright then, you all go back and prepare, and we'll have a class, Li Shun said after thinking for a while. Classes begin. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaoyuan and the others blinked their big eyes and looked at their young master with confusion. Obviously, they didn't understand what it meant. Even after following the young master for so long, sometimes, some of the things he says, I still don't understand. After all, apart from Li Shun, any normal man living in Paradise Villa would have died long ago. They didn't kill me. Rather, it was the ultimate form of death. It's a common saying that goes, to die at the hands of a woman. Besides this, the young master will often have some inexplicable tasks. For example, why kill Zhang Xiaodong? Why soak that sword in blood? And so on. But they won't ask questions they shouldn't ask, obedience is the only thing they need to do. How can I teach a class that makes me feel happy? Upon hearing the young master's words, a shy look flashed in the eyes of Tang Xiaoyuan and the others. The winner. At this point, Li Shun recalled Suing Luo's extreme mission, for which the system rewarded her with 4 female protagonist enhancement potions, and continued. The top 3 winners will all receive a reward. Then, Tang Xiaoyuan and the others saw a crystal bottle appear in Li Shun's hand. It shimmered with a ghostly blue light. Just looking at it gives one a magical feeling of facing the heavens and the earth. This is exactly what they've been longing for. Female Lead Enhancer. Chapter 116, A Pleasant Lecture. Nighttime at Paradise Villa. Because of Li Shun's order to start classes, Su Wanyan and Xinyu, who had previously studied at the Haisher branch, along with Nanachan and others who had recovered, all gathered together. So many people, even though Paradise Villa is a super large villa. But the living room still can't hold it all. There was no other way but to hold the class outdoors. As the meadow was illuminated by colorful lights, a cool evening breeze blew through the air. It was like a lavish banquet. Especially, hundreds of women dressed up meticulously in various outfits made their appearance. Today's reward isn't exclusive to Blood Rose. Anyone in Paradise Villa can obtain the female protagonist's enhancement agent through their own abilities. Following Li Shun's orders, Ye Yao also introduced this miraculous potion to everyone. Then, they were all tempted. Just by looking at their exquisite makeup and gorgeous dresses, you can tell they're serious. After all, the content of this competition. It's a lecture. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't dare to compete with Tang Xiaoyuan and the others. Because they don't want to die. Although we are all women, we are not even in the same fighting force. One is a small, delicate fist that makes soft, whimpering noises. One is a small punch that makes them cry out loud and fall to the ground wailing. How desperate must someone be to think that way? Fortunately, the young master didn't let them compete this time, otherwise they really wouldn't have had any chance at all. But if we're talking about other things, they got really excited. As Li Shun approached, all the women on the field stared at him intently. When Li Shun saw this group of beauties, their graceful and alluring figures, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. They were all dressed differently. Some of them wore only a small tank top underneath, with a layer of sheer fabric shimmering with a soft glow on top. This attire adds a layer of ambiguous beauty to the woman's fair complexion. Others wore simple white dresses, with a very simple design, which made their long, slender legs and delicate waist stand out even more. Bathed in the moonlight, they appeared exceptionally pure and beautiful. Besides, there are also evening gowns and other dresses with slits and backless designs, made of various materials. Some are made of silk and have a soft, delicate sheen under the light. Some are lace inlaid with countless crystals, the kind that sparkles and gives a dazzling visual effect. Add to that the smell of champagne in the air, the perfume emanating from them, and the heroine's natural body scent. These aromas mingled together. It creates an intoxicating fragrance. Ahem, who wants to go first? Shun asked in a low voice, sitting in the center. Upon hearing his words, the people present exchanged glances. Just as a few were about to speak, they were interrupted by a voice. This person was none other than Nana-chan. Or rather Snake-chan. This is what I wanted to talk about. No. That's not fair, ours are different from yours, Chan-chan retorted. Upon seeing Chan-chan's graceful figure, Shun couldn't help but smile. After taking the other party into her own group, she saw that the villa was getting bigger and bigger. And she herself is a very competitive girl. So she enrolled in dance classes, hoping to gain a skill among this group of people. As for why it's dance? Because she was compared to Yen and others in other aspects. There's no comparison at all. That time in the director's office of the Municipal Central Hospital, she saw Yen lift Suwanyen with one hand, and after that, she started working out like crazy. Several days have passed. Finally, he dislocated his arm during practice. Having come to terms with reality, she had no choice but to abandon the path of violence and instead dedicate herself to the dance industry. After all, she had won many dance awards before, so her foundation was very good. But the difference is, she initially approached dancing with a playful attitude. Now, she wants to become better and more outstanding for a man. I'm talking about experience. No matter what shape you are, as long as the method is the same, the experience will be just as good. Hearing Nana-chan's words, Chi-Chi thought for a moment and then said, "It's not up to you. I'll try it out for Master in a bit and let Master decide." Then, both of them looked at Shun. As for Shun's reaction to this situation, how could I possibly refuse? He's a model young man, and he's definitely someone who's willing to help his own people. Okay, Nana-chan, please continue. Yes, Master. Upon hearing this, Nana-chan bowed to Shun before continuing her speech. I have divided it into 4 parts in total. Because there is much that cannot be expressed in words, please experience it for yourselves. Chapter 117 The results of the match, the 3 winners. 3 days later. Because it was so dark during the follow-up lecture, and the lights in the room were off, only a faint light was emitted to avoid going back in. So, let's get straight to the results. Over 3 days, every member of Paradise Villa was given the opportunity to give a speech and a presentation. Finally, the winners of this competition have been determined, and the results are as follows. Shinyu has obtained a female protagonist enhancement agent. Nana-chan has obtained a heroine enhancement potion. Tang Xiaoyuan has obtained a female protagonist enhancement agent. The reason why Shinyu was able to win is self-evident. As the captain of Blood Rose, she not only has extremely high combat power, but also a very gentle personality. Every time I talk to her, she always has a gentle and obedient demeanor. With her around, as long as it's something the young master likes, he doesn't even need to ask, she'll do it on her own, allowing him to rest assured about everything around him. And that is exactly what she was talking about. How can it be like a warm, lustrous pearl, radiating a soft and captivating glow? Her world is really simple and pure, all of the young master's voices are gently accepted. Not only in terms of language, but also in terms of the voice in one's heart. It sounds like Shinyu's intuition is quite accurate. But once you've truly placed someone in your heart, some things don't need to be said, the other person will understand. As for the reason why Nana-chan was able to win, it's naturally the result of her hard work. Some people might wonder, since she's a maid in the villa, where did she get her experience from? The answer is her hometown. Island Nation. That night after the surgery, she learned that Shun liked her voice and enjoyed that inhuman, wonderful feeling. And after. There's a term called trainee, and Nana-chan went through trainee training. Her hard work, coupled with the teacher's generous instruction, naturally resulted in outstanding academic achievements. After all, that was a period of time. She makes video calls every day and studies very diligently. They're nothing like those trainees from a certain country who only work sporadically. As for the last one, Tang Xiaoyuan, her winning method, well, it was rather simple. At first, she wanted to talk about some techniques, but everyone present was a woman. Although everyone has only experienced one, there's a saying that goes, "It's in a man's nature to conquer the world. It's in a woman's nature to conquer men." That kind of instinct, ingrained in one's bones, after experiencing it once, some people are quick to understand and can immediately grasp it, becoming talented without being taught. Then, hearing everyone's profound understanding, Tang Xiaoyuan became furious and decided to go all out. If you can't win an argument, then let's battle. Whoever is stronger wins. At last, Xinyu won over the young master because of her simple personality and completely regarded him as her whole world. Nana-chan won because of her trainee training and her unique advantages. Tang Xiaoyuan because no one can beat her and win. This puzzled them, as the size of the item did not appear sagging, nor did it seem disproportionate. How did they manage to do that? You should know that Tang Xiaoyuan is not fat. She weighs around 110 pounds, but with that kind of figure, with such a significant proportion, it's amazing that there's no imbalance. This is absolutely outrageous. This result made them all wish they could drag Tang Xiaoyuan away for dissection and analysis. As for the others in Blood Rose, Wanxiu does have a chance to win, not because she speaks particularly well, but because she has used the female protagonist enhancement agent and can be compared to Tang Xiaoyuan. However, since this was an extra bonus, Li Shun stopped him from doing so. The remaining Shueyao, Yayan, Jingwen, and others. It's a pity we lost. Although they each have their own unique characteristics, they all live in the talent-filled Paradise Villa. It's still not good enough. Of course, the female lead didn't participate in this competition, since using the female lead enhancement agent wouldn't have helped them. How is Su Wanyan's study going? Li Shun asked, holding Xinyu in his arms. After the game, everyone was quite tired, so they lay down on the grass to rest. After hearing the young master's words, Xinyu first looked at Su Wanyan beside her. The other person was resting their head on Tang Xiaoyuan's body. He looked so disoriented, like he'd had too much to drink that night. His eyes were half closed, and his pupils were misty, making his originally bright eyes appear hazy. On both sides of the cheeks, you can see that the capillaries under the skin are slightly dilated. Like the sunset glow on the horizon, it spread all the way to the roots of my ears. The tip of her nose also had a faint pink hue, like a strawberry that had been blown by the wind. After all, Li Shun is not short of money. Even a 1982 Lafite wouldn't make it onto the stage. Leye Distillery's tequila, crafted in white and platinum, features a bottle adorned with 6,400 diamonds. One bottle is worth $3.5 million. Henri IV, a century-old cognac from the Grande Champagne region, is a precious brandy plated with 24K gold and platinum, and adorned with 6,500 diamonds in its bottle. One bottle is worth $2 million. In addition, there is a series of rare and precious wines, which he can certainly provide for his banquets. Certainly. These are all strong liquors. This is what happens when you're drunk. On Tang Xiaoyuan's side, besides Su Wanyan, was Shueyao, who had taken the lead. Nearby were Yayan, Qianqian, Zhang Yuyan, and others who hadn't found a spot yet. They all wanted to lean on Tang Xiaoyuan. After all, that feeling was incredibly soft. Unfortunately, there were no seats available for them. Miss Su has a strong learning ability. She grasps things very quickly, whether it's information from Tianyu Group or the techniques of our Blood Rose, Xinyu said. Upon hearing this answer, Li Shun couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Although the plan has changed, Su Wanyan no longer needs to target the companies of Shang Yueying, Tiangong, and others. But as someone close to you, it's a good thing if they have their own skills. After all, given his frugal nature. Even ordinary women, if they want to stay in a paradise villa, must be prepared to dedicate everything and work hard day and night. Not to mention she is a woman of great destiny. From now on, you're all family here, so there's no need to call you miss anymore. Upon hearing Li Shun's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Xin Yu's eyes. Then, a look of joy appeared on his face. She was raised by the Li family, and in terms of status, she was fundamentally different from Jiang Yuyan, Su Wanyan, Su Yingluo, and even Shanshan. But now, the young master is asking her to change how she addresses others, which implies her identity. The situation has changed. Of course, that wasn't what made her happiest. What made her happiest was, "I do not seek to stay with you forever. I only wish to accompany you on your journey to the ends of the earth." "Thank you, young master." After Xin Yu finished speaking, she leaned against Li Shun, a sweet smile playing on her lips. But then, a mysterious power suddenly appeared. Xin Yu had previously taken the female protagonist enhancement drug, and now she has won another one in the competition. With the blessing of good fortune. Just her exquisite curves and fair skin from the back alone are enough to outshine 90% of girls. Looking at it gives one the urge to salute. "Young master, what are you doing?" Upon hearing this, Xin Yu raised her head and gave Li Shun a sweet kiss. Then, she pursed her red lips slightly, her eyes filled with a hint of shyness and sweetness, and spoke softly. Young master was already very tired. This time, let Yuer serve the young master. Chapter 118 The Evil Emperor's Sword completed. Noon. Li Shun went to Xiao Tao's room. As the bedroom of Paradise Villa, the environment is naturally impeccable, warm and elegant. As for the original display case style, it was replaced a long time ago. Having stayed here for so many days, he initially thought his level of understanding wasn't that profound. But later I found out. It's not that complicated. What he likes is very superficial. As a gentle breeze blew, the sheer curtains began to sway, carrying away some of the smells from the room. A strong bloody smell. Xiao Tao lay quietly on the bed, her hair clinging to her skin. With each breath, her delicate body, partially covered by the thin blanket, revealed a graceful curve. Her sleeping form resembled that of Snow White from a fairy tale, waiting to be awakened by a prince. However, the princess's arm. It's connected to a fully automatic blood transfusion machine. Bright red blood dripped from the veins into the sword box beside him. The sword box was custom-made based on the design of the Crimson Sky Sword. The size, shape, and even some details and grooves are a perfect replica of the Crimson Sky Sword. The purpose of this is to ensure that the blood can fully soak into the blade. As for why blood is being continuously drawn? Because nobody expected it. During the transformation of the Emperor's Sword, the system will keep the Crimson Sky Sword in a bloodthirsty state. It truly lives up to its reputation as the sword of the evil emperor. If it weren't for the medicine her mother gave her, which contained the water-repairing gene of the leech rotifer, Xiao Tao would probably have died long ago. Of course, it's impossible for GA to be Ga. After all, Li Shun has villain points, which allow him to buy elixirs in the system to save people. Yuer. As Li Shun murmured softly, Xin Yu rushed forward to treat Xiao Tao. Actually, there's not much that can be done to save him. All you need to do is remove the blood transfusion set and then hang a few bottles of glucose. With the property of water injection repair, Xiao Tao will convert water into blood to repair itself. But she won't wake up anytime soon. They were given a sedative. Li Shun stepped forward and looked at the Crimson Sky Sword in the sword box. Even with his superhuman eyesight and the added visual enhancement of the Xianming eye, he could only see a hazy sword shadow amidst the blood. System, is that all? The transformation of the Emperor's Sword is complete. The host can now use the free forging privileges to completely reforge the original Crimson Sky Sword into the evil Emperor's Sword. Free casting? Upon seeing the system's notification, Li Shun recalled that when he completed the Heavenly Blessing, in addition to the transformation of the Imperial Sword, the system also rewarded him with the permission to forge once. At the time, he didn't understand why, if the transformation of the Emperor's sword was already complete, there was no need to forge it. But now it seems. This is the most important step in the evil Emperor's sword. System: use free casting. Reforging the evil Emperor's sword for the host. As the system's voice sounded, the evil Emperor's sword inside the sword box instantly devoured all of Xiao Tao's blood. Then, a mysterious, ethereal light flowed across the sword, its color resembling the aurora borealis. Red like the flames of hell, blue like the ghostly light of the deep sea, and purple like the phantom of a starry river, the three intertwine and entwined. At the same time, a sword's cry rang out. That sound. Li Shun felt a tremor in his heart. Xinyu, who was standing next to her, felt her limbs go weak, but luckily she reacted quickly enough to avoid kneeling on the ground. Splat! At that moment, the birds outside the window, upon hearing the sword's cry, froze as if electrocuted, and plummeted straight down from the sky. Upon seeing this, Li Shun narrowed his eyes. With his eyesight, he could naturally see what it looked like when a bird fell from the window. Eyes rolled outwards, tongue sticking out. It just died right away. This strange phenomenon reminded him of the roar of a tiger in the mountains. The roar of a tiger would frighten some small animals, and they might even be so frightened by the roar that their hearts would stop. Because the roar of a tiger contains infrasound, with a frequency below 20 Hz, which is difficult for humans to hear, but this infrasound is extremely deadly and can cause prey to become deaf, stiff, or even die. The sword cry emitted by the evil Emperor's sword had a significantly stronger penetrating power. It can be transmitted to the body instantly, producing an electric shock like nerve paralysis. Just now, Xinyu was caught off guard and the sound of the sword's cry entered her nervous system, causing her to lose control of her hands and feet. Of course, she was caught off guard, but no one wielded the evil Emperor's sword either. Free casting privileges have been used. The evil Emperor's sword has been reforged. When the system voice sounded again, the snow-white crimson sky sword, accompanied by streaks of blood-red patterns, transformed into a dark, shadowy color. The original 7-colored beads and 9-flower jade decorations have all disappeared, replaced by a black evil jade inlaid on the hilt of the sword. The 2 characters Qishao that were engraved on it also turned into a strange rune that shone with a dark golden light. Evil. Although Li Shun didn't recognize the rune, he had a gut feeling about it. This character is pronounced Xia. As he gripped the hilt of the sword, a whispered voice suddenly reached his ears. The voice was like the whisper of a demon. Although I couldn't hear what they were saying, but it gives off a really impressive feeling. After a while, the murmuring gradually faded away. Li Shun felt the sword in his hand suddenly become lighter, and the feeling of holding it. It's like holding a feather, you can't feel any weight at all. Shwa shwa. Li Shun brandished his sword a few times. It feels good, it gives me the illusion that I can slice the air in two. Yuer, do you know how to use a sword? Young master about the sword. Seeing Xinyu's embarrassed expression, Li Shun knew that she wouldn't do it. This is actually normal. In modern society, where firearms and cannons are the most common weapons, there are naturally very few people who still know how to use cold weapons. Not to mention that Blood Rose is an assassin organization. How do you assassinate someone with a knife or sword? Small daggers are fine, like Shueyo, who often carries 2 small knives strapped to her thigh. I don't know what kind of habit it is. What if I prick myself again? In any case, as long as it doesn't hurt yourself, a knife is indeed convenient, but there's nowhere to hide a long sword. Walking down the street, you get a lot of attention, you can spot them at a glance. You have a problem. This is absolutely brain dead. Chapter 119: Sculpting the Woman of My Dreams. Living room. Li Shun leaned back on the leather sofa in the villa, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the armrest. On the table in front of him was a koi fish that was over a meter long. It's not a real fish, but an ornamental sculpture placed on a wooden frame or in a fountain. Artworks carved from diamond. Diamond, known as the hardest natural substance, has a Mohs hardness of 10. Now, it gleams with a cold luster under the sunlight. What's the point of using diamonds? Carving. the evil emperor's sword in his hand moved lightly across the surface of the diamond. With Li Shun's skills, intricate flowers like roses, lilies, and peonies could never be sculpted. After all, he hadn't learned any skills in this area, and he didn't like flowers like a girl. So the flowers he carved. It's a woman's appearance, there's a saying, women are like flowers. A long time. Li Shun put down the evil emperor's sword in his hand, looked at the masterpiece in front of him, and suddenly revealed a strange expression. Because it looks like a strange, misshapen creature. It's ugly. That's impossible. He sculpted it based on the likenesses of Su Wanyan, Xinyu, Su Luo, and others. Because Li Shun didn't want to sculpt a single woman, he planned to combine the facial features of each person to create a perfect face of his dreams. But now, how could this be the result? Could it be that I remembered it wrong? Li Shun murmured uncertainly. With his current mental strength, whatever he thinks can instantly form a clear picture in his mind. It's like watching a movie or TV series, and it's even 4K Blu-ray uncensored. So you shouldn't have remembered it wrong. You should bring Su Wanyan and Su Luo. At this point, Li Shun suddenly paused. Su Wanyan lives in a villa. Because she brought back all the work materials from Tianya Group, she could video chat with Lu Jia if she didn't understand anything, so it didn't matter where she studied. But Su Luo wasn't in the villa. At this time, she had already returned to Shanghai University for classes. After all, I had already taken 3 days off. Then I watched the game in the villa. As the competition progressed, although she didn't need the prize, for some reason. Perhaps girls are just naturally drawn to lively environments? She was inexplicably happy watching it, and in the end, she even took the stage herself to direct the performance. Shouts of encouragement, you can do it, next up, and similar phrases. It must be said that in the atmosphere of Paradise Villa, every girl's ability to adapt is exceptionally fast. Because they give people a special feeling, similar to a brainwashing effect. We all accept this situation. If you don't accept that, then you're an oddball. That saying really came true. Since you can't change the environment, then just wait to be changed by it. Call Su Wanyan, Yayan, Tang Xiaoyuan, and the others over. I have something I need you to do. It is the young master. After Xinyu agreed, she asked the maid next to her to go upstairs to call Su Wanyan, while she went outside to find Yayan and the others. As members of Blood Rose and the main combat force in Paradise Villa, they usually lead people to check the surrounding security. After Li Shun finished speaking, he looked at the bizarre masterpiece in front of him and couldn't help but frown. He originally just wanted to test the evil emperor's sword. After all, when you first get your hands on a treasure, you're bound to be curious and want to see just how powerful it is and how sharp it is. In retrospect, the sword is indeed a fine sword. It's very easy to use. You can describe the experience of using it in just one word. It's as easy to wield as an arm. Even the hardest diamond in nature is as fragile as tofu in its presence. This is enough to prove the sharpness of the evil emperor's sword. But frustrated in using this. Unforgivable. These are the people he sees every day, just like a painter who paints eggs. But now it's carved so ugly. Let alone Xinyu, Su Wanyan, Yayan, and others, they can't even compare to women with a 70-point appearance. Damn! My competitive spirit has been completely ignited. Today I must sculpt the woman of my dreams. Not long after, Su Wanyan, who was studying upstairs, and Tang Xiaoyuan, who was patrolling outside, were all called back by Xinyu. Young master, everyone has arrived, Xinyu said. Li Shun looked at the crowd in front of him and asked the maid next to him to bring over a few long benches. You all sit down and show your faces. Hearing his words, Tang Xiaoyuan and the others looked puzzled, with question marks even appearing on their little heads. Then, we looked at each other. They could understand each word the young master spoke individually, but the meaning when put together. Sit down and show your face? What are they trying to do? Seeing their reactions, Li Shun knew they hadn't understood what he meant. But these things can't be said outright. Otherwise, you'll definitely get a system warning. So he picked up the evil emperor's sword and pointed it at the strange creature on the table. In that instant, they all understood. Although Li Shun carved this thing in a way that doesn't resemble the real thing, that's because the veins and patterns don't look right. If you only look at it, anyone can understand what this is. But they understood, but the thought of doing such a thing in front of everyone made Su Wanyan and the others blush with shyness. Even though we're all on the same side and have been through big competitions together. But in the end, hurry up. As soon as Li Shun finished speaking, Shin Yu was the first to act, sitting down on the bench. Seeing this, the others also took action. At last, Li Shun nodded in satisfaction and had the maids bring over another diamond. Then, they began carving with the evil emperor sword. He simply refused to believe it. Staking the dignity of the Lord of Heaven, the vision of the eye of the dark, the endurance of a superior physique, the mental control gained after spiritual transformation, the intuition of the sixth sense. Today, the woman of my dreams. It must be sculpted. An hour later, Li Shun put down the evil emperor's sword in his hand, looked at the things on the table, and as he looked, suddenly, a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. This time, it's yet another hybrid that doesn't resemble anything else. He clearly copied it. Even if he didn't know carving techniques, with his various abilities, copying should be no problem for him. Please all sit down. Undeterred, Li Shun addressed all the maids in the living room. Upon hearing what the young master said, their expressions, which had been watching the show, suddenly froze on their faces. But regarding Li Shun's orders, they had no choice but to agree. After all, even though everyone in Paradise Villa is one of us, there are still differences between us. That's how much Li Shun favored her. Whoever he favors has a higher status, just like the class system in ancient times. Female leads such as Zhang Yuyan and Su Yingluo. Besides their exquisite features and perfect figures, they also possess unique attributes, giving them a top-tier feel. Moreover, they were told by the system that they should never betray their masters, so their status was naturally higher. Blood Rose is similar to the female lead. They were all people who regarded Li Shun as their faith and the final destination of their lives, and coupled with their years of exercise, they had figures without any excess fat. In terms of status, he is on par with the female lead. Therefore, although the maids are also one of our own, they have the lowest status in Paradise Villa. Of course, there are exceptions, such as Nana-chan. But she had already gone to the hospital. Although she also received a female protagonist enhancement agent, she used the other one, not the other. No, the same. Chapter 120: The Maid Who Made a Mistake. Everyone, look at me. This time, Li Shun didn't rush to carve, but instead carefully observed each person's appearance. Even if it were sculpted according to an individual's appearance, it wouldn't be this ugly. After all, given his current abilities, it's really strange that he could still make mistakes while copying. As Li Shun finished speaking, they all bit their red lips shyly and looked up at Li Shun. Strangeness. This shouldn't be happening. Li Shun frowned slightly as he watched the scene, muttering to himself with some confusion. With the visual enhancement of the mysterious eye, everyone's face was clearly visible. Based on their experiences, none of them have had plastic surgery, their appearances are completely natural. Of course, that's not the point. The key point is that Li Shun is watching. It seems that everyone's facial features are different. I hadn't paid attention to this before, but this time I observed it carefully because it was for carving. Curious, Li Shun stood up and looked at everyone's face from left to right. Finally, he can say with absolute certainty that everyone's is indeed different. They are all unique. He then felt relieved. No wonder, despite having so many abilities, he still couldn't blend everyone's facial features together to create the perfect woman of his dreams. This is absolutely the worst of the worst. Get up, everyone. After Li Shun finished speaking, he returned to the sofa and sat down, then picked up the evil emperor's sword and began carving again. Unable to achieve a fusion, he decided to sculpt the likeness of a woman this time. Diamond fragments flew everywhere. an incredibly delicate face, nose, eyes, lips, and silvery ears. They were all perfectly sculpted. After putting down his sword, Shun nodded in satisfaction. This is his true level. That ugly woman from before was a complete mess. It almost made him question the meaning of life. Neither fish nor fowl. Unlike Su Wanyan, unlike Su Ingluo, unlike Tang Xiaoyuan, unlike so-and-so. You come here and see if it looks like you. Li Shun waved to the other person and said. That's right. The woman he is sculpting now is Xin Yu. After hearing what the young master said, Xin Yu. He glanced at the things on the table, under the ambiguous smiles of Tang Xiaoyuan and the others. In an instant, her fair face flushed a blush, just like the sunset on the horizon. In front of so many people, Li Shun personally sculpted her likeness. Of course she's a little shy. The young master's carving is very similar. Once seated, Xin Yu couldn't even lift her head. Her voice carried a hint of shyness, and her gentle, soft words were like a spring breeze, extremely tender. Looking at her now, Li Shun noticed a slight blush creeping up her ears. He then pulled the other person into his arms. Just as he was about to do something naughty, he looked at the carved human figure on the table and suddenly realized something. No wonder it was so difficult when I finished just now. He always felt like something was missing. So it turns out it was because there was Xin Yu, but not him. Bring me another crystal, a longer one, Li Shun said to the maid beside him. Upon hearing the young master's words, the maids, who had just finished tidying their clothes, hurriedly ran to the storage room. A long time. Li Shun, who was relaxing, suddenly heard a breaking sound. The sound was coming from underground. When he looked up, Xin Yu was still the same as before. Clearly, the other party did not hear it. After all, Li Shun had the advantage of a sixth sense and his mental strength had been transformed, so he could hear almost any noise coming from the villa. A while later. The maids who went to the storeroom have just returned. However, they didn't bring the crystal, instead, they returned empty-handed, their faces pale. A maid's voice trembled as she spoke. Young master, we didn't hold on to it just now, and the crystal accidentally fell to the ground. Seeing their frightened expressions, it was as if they were in an ice cellar, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Her eyes were red and brimming with tears, she looked like she was about to burst into tears at any moment. As for why they did this? Because he failed to accomplish what Li Shun had asked him to do, and also broke the crystal. They're all afraid the young master will beat them to death. Even though they're all family, the young master still treats them well. But that's under normal circumstances, when no mistakes have been made. If you make a mistake, do you still remember what punishment is? A long time. What just happened? Li Shun got up and leaned back on the sofa, asking the maids. We went to the storeroom to get the crystal, and accidentally dropped it on the ground, a maid said cautiously. Actually, you could tell from their trembling little hands. They had already moved several diamonds, and since they weren't like Xin Yu, who exercised regularly, their arms were already a little sore. So this time when moving the crystal stones, I couldn't hold on to it. What's the price? Li Shun asked. We don't know. After the maid finished speaking timidly, her small hands gripped the hem of her skirt tightly, and her two jade-like legs began to weaken, almost making her unable to stand. There are specific criminal laws in Paradise Villa. If an item is damaged, the penalty will be based on its market price. 10,000 yuan 1 lash. Go and take a look, there's a list on the shelf, Li Shun said to another maid. After hearing the young master's words, the other party looked at them with a complicated expression. Then he walked toward the storage room. Judging from her reaction, it's obvious that I know these people. Because they were both campus beauties who had been bullied at universities in Shanghai, they had been in frequent contact before coming to Paradise Villa and were best friends on the same side. As for why she's the school beauty? How could a girl with low looks possibly be noticed by rich second-generation heirs? Not long after, the second maid returned and said, Young master, it's natural kunzite, the price. At this point, the other person couldn't help but glance at her girlfriends, and continued speaking with a hint of heartache. Price 30 million US dollars. Chapter 121. The school beauty makes a mistake, Ren Yiming is murdered. Natural kunzite. Crystallographic characteristics, columnar crystals. Colors, pink, light purple, lavender. Gloss and transparency, vitreous luster. The fewer inclusions, the higher the transparency. Judging from these physical characteristics, what does it look like? The pillar of righteousness. The maid clearly understood Li Shun's meaning and knew he wanted to use it for engraving. Something like I think. However, precisely because of this, they happened to choose one that was very valuable. 30 million US dollars, converted to 218 million. The top-tier collections in museums today feature natural kunzite crystals that are only 10 to 20 centimeters long. Its price is already in the millions. But this broken piece, it's a crystal that's nearly 1 meter long. It is a naturally formed single crystal, not the fake product on the market that is pieced together from multiple raw stones. This length is almost impossible to find in nature, which makes it one of the rarest crystals. The price is extremely expensive. Now let's convert the numbers for the maid. Based on the standard of 10,000 yuan per lash, then 218 million yuan would be equivalent to 21,814.2 lashes. Given their numbers, whether it's the diamond or the natural kunzite, one woman definitely couldn't move it, so there are 3 of them. 21,814.2 divided by 3 is equal to 7,271.4. Be generous, even rounding down the zero, it's still 7,000 lashes. Judging from this number, they could practically go straight to the hospital. The maids knew this too. He immediately knelt on the ground, his body trembling, his hands clasped together, and kept begging for mercy. Young master, please spare us, we really know we were wrong, and we will definitely behave from now on. We'll do anything you ask, please don't punish us. Their faces were filled with fear, and tears fell like beads from a broken string. After all, mistakes must be punished. This is the rule at Paradise Villa. What's more, what they broke was a piece of natural kunzite worth 200 million yuan. Young master, please spare Ruoyun and the others. The maids from Shanghai University couldn't bear to see their best friends being punished like this, so they all started pleading for them. Come over. Li Shun sat on the sofa and waved to the girl named Zhao Ruoyun. Upon hearing this, the other person immediately came over, their voice trembling and choked with sobs. Please, please, young master, Ruoyun really knows she was wrong, please give Ruoyun another chance. Look at me, Li Shun said. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruoyun quickly raised her head and looked at the other person with teary eyes. She looks quite good. She has a classic oval face, and among her delicate features, the most captivating thing is her eyes. Single eyelids. But these aren't ordinary single eyelids, they're the kind that's thin and long, with a smooth, feather-like shape, giving off a dignified and charming feeling. It's what people commonly call phoenix eyes. At this moment, with tears welling up in their eyes, they appeared even more pitiful and moving. Since you want to beg for mercy, just talking won't do. Let me see your performance. Hearing Li Shun's soft voice, Zhao Ruoyun was stunned for a moment, somewhat at a loss. Then, she seemed to realize something. Her job was to be a maid, and her duty was to clean, so she quickly picked up the tools. Sue. About an hour later. At the prompting of the Blood Rose members, Xinyu picked up her phone from the side and took a look. She was wearing that red spaghetti strap dress today, and there was nothing on her body. It was originally in my hand. But just now, when the young master was about to copy my work, I put my phone aside. After reading the message from above, Xinyu turned her gaze toward the young master. Zhao Ruoyun started working. Yes, very seriously. She was once the most beautiful and beloved girl at Shanghai University, and the dream girl of countless boys. Nobody could have predicted this. She actually had a day like that. After all, it was her own fault for doing something wrong. This is not the same as being bullied like a commodity by rich kids at universities in Shanghai. Young master, Ren Yiming of Runcon Pharmaceutical has been killed by Zhang Jiachao, Xinyu said as she stepped forward. Upon hearing this news, Shun couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. There have only been 3 days since the order was given to them. If they are to be killed as victims, they need to find a suitable reason and make corresponding plot arrangements. Completing this layout will take a considerable amount of time. But they can finish it in 3 days. What a talent! Unfortunately, it's already been shut down. How did he accomplish that? Shun asked curiously. A highly effective drug. After Shinyu finished speaking, she told the young master about the message that the Blood Rose members had just sent. That night at the Jianhe Hotel, when Shang Yueying and the others left, Shinyu had members of the organization follow them and monitor their movements in real time. Shun didn't even need to mention such trivial matters. The other party would have taken the initiative to arrange it themselves. It truly is a great helper in life. Helping someone out makes them a friend, helping them a few times makes them close friends and family. After Shang Yueying and the others left, Ren Yiming's Runcon Pharmaceutical Group happened to have imported a batch of new drugs from abroad. The price abroad is only a few $100. However, due to a gap in the domestic medical insurance system, it is not covered by the national medical insurance. This medicine is also a highly effective treatment for diseases, and it is needed by every sick patient. In the past, one bottle cost 20,000 yuan, which was only enough for half a month of treatment. If the condition worsens, the food will be gone in a few days. Countless patients have ruined their houses and their families with their food, and in the end, after spending all their money, they can only lie on the street waiting to die. Ren Yiming then used his company to reprice the drug that Runcon Pharmaceutical had listed on the market at 200 yuan. This action instantly brought the good news of spring to all patients in the Dragon Kingdom. 20,000 yuan can bankrupt everything. But at 200 yuan per bottle, that's 400 yuan per month. Even if the condition worsens, 10 bottles would only cost 2,000 yuan, which is not a burden for most families. Normally, such a low price would definitely be met with resistance and suppression from competitors. Because everyone is out here to make money. And what did you do? You started doing charity work? All pharmaceutical companies in China have expressed their views on this act of cutting off people's livelihoods. You're so arrogant. You're so great. Secretary, come over here and help the boss calm down, then we'll arrange a few more events tonight. Find a few younger ones. After all, it was said at the beginning that Shang Yueying and others are leading companies in their respective industries. Therefore, facing Runcon Pharmaceutical, the #1 pharmaceutical company in China, these companies, we can't afford to mess with them. As for reasoning with them, what nonsense is this about your actions damaging the market and severely disrupting the economic order? The little fish went and told the shark all this. That would be suicidal. It's no exaggeration to say that a company that can grow to this size cannot possibly have clean hands. If they really go. At best, they'll be suppressed and go bankrupt, at worst. My boss has mysteriously disappeared, and my sister-in-law is going to become everyone's? Chapter 122. Zhang Jiachao, unable to defend himself. After the price reduction of medicines was completed. In order to die at the hands of Zhang Jiachao as a victim, Ren Yiming recruited many people to act as shills. He falsely claimed that he had taken a special medicine from Runcon Pharmaceutical, but his illness not only did not improve, it became more and more serious. At the same time, he also arranged for many disabled people to be around Zhang Jiachao. Those missing arms, those with broken legs, those whose tongues had been cut out. They're the kind of people who can be as miserable as they want. Their identities are those of the pitiful people who discovered the shady dealings at Runcon Pharmaceutical and were subsequently crippled by Ren Yiming. Of course, some were killed as well. To ensure the accuracy of the evidence, Ren Yiming even went so far as to kill several company employees. Then, as arranged. Well, it seems like there's no need to arrange this anymore, since he was the one who killed him in the first place. After all, if the chairman of your own company has a scandal, the people in the company should be the easiest to find out. So, after being informed by a colleague, the deceased's family members all went to find Zhang Jiachao. They both thought the other was a mysterious person, simply because people in the company were talking about it in a furtive manner. Sister-in-law, if you want to help my brother get revenge, go to a certain residential area in Shanshur and find a man named Zhang Jiachao. He can bring down Ring Yiming. Brother, if you want to avenge your sister-in-law, go find Zhang Jiachao. He's one of the people hidden behind the scenes in China, and he can help you teach Ring Yiming a lesson. Son, if you want to avenge your parents, go find Zhang Jiachao. He is the only one who can help you. Following these comments, the injured and the deceased's family members all rushed to find Zhang Jiachao. It might not feel like a big deal to say it. But imagine a 7 or 8-year-old girl, wearing dirty clothes, blinking her big, watery eyes, clinging to your arm and saying, "Big brother, my parents are gone, can you help me?" That scene was pitiful. As a male protagonist, he is someone who wants to overturn the world order and give voice to the underprivileged. Can you tolerate this situation? The answer is definitely no. Despite having an unknown system, these events were all real experiences. The little girl's parents were killed by Ring Yiming, and even Jesus wouldn't have a say in that. Then, Zhang Jiachao then took the initiative to find Ring Yiming. Things went very smoothly, thanks to the other party's arrangements and his own good fortune. They encountered no difficulties along the way. Then, Ran Yiming confessed to what he had done, admitting that the miracle drug was fake and made from industrial drug residues, and that anyone who claimed it was effective was a shill. Moreover, the little girl's parents were killed by him after he discovered the secret. Enraged, Zhang Jiachao grabbed the other person by the neck. He must immediately stop this behavior and issue a public apology to the people of the whole country. But then, beneath Ring Yiming's eerie smile, he performed a death scene on the spot. Looking at Ring Yiming in his hand, Zhang Jiachao was completely dumbfounded. He didn't use much force just now, so how did this person die so easily? Then, in the surveillance footage from a few days ago when she got angry and the other party smashed her with a folder. It's the kind where there's only visuals and no sound. Ran Yiming, a kind-hearted man who saved countless patients, was brutally murdered by assassins hired by his colleagues because he infringed on their interests. This news, amidst a deluge of publicity, instantly caused a huge uproar. The patients loathed Zhang Jiachao and wished they could eat his bones and flesh. After all, with Ring Yiming dead, the price of the special medicine will have to go back up to 20,000 yuan per bottle. For them, these are mortal enemies. As for the CEOs in the pharmaceutical industry, they were just as bewildered as Zhang Jiachao. I was sitting on the bed when a pot fell from the sky. They were venting their lust on the young lady. When did they send someone to kill Ring Yiming? How could I possibly have the guts? The other party is the CEO of Runkong Pharmaceutical, a leading figure in their industry. If he dies, putting everything else aside, the stock prices of pharmaceutical companies alone will plummet. This is all real money. Besides, you wouldn't hire a hothead like this to kill someone under surveillance. Are you out of your mind? But no one would believe such a statement, just like Zhang Jiachao, who was unable to defend himself. After all, Ring Yiming is dead. Did they kill themselves? Although no one would believe it. But this is indeed the truth. Ring Yiming had calculated the time perfectly and drank the poison beforehand. As for the abnormality found on the body, although murder is a criminal case and an autopsy is required according to regulations, the chain of evidence was very complete, and the witness testimonies and physical evidence were also very comprehensive. In addition, there's the current director of the Investigation Bureau. But it's Jiang Yuyan. Knowing this was the master's arrangement, she had Ring Yiming's body taken directly to be cremated. It's still a queue system, the first one to be sent in gets a number. As she left the crematorium, she casually scattered her ashes into the sea. In this situation, the male protagonist also has no way to find it. That is indeed the case. Zhang Jiachao, who had emerged from Runkong Pharmaceutical, immediately sensed something was wrong. He didn't intend to kill Ring Yiming at the time, but the other party suddenly became his own. Add to that his eerie smile before he died. If it weren't for the fact that a large number of security guards would rush in immediately after someone dies, he would have insisted on checking the body no matter what. But now that I think about it, the security guards who rushed in, and the investigators who arrived quickly, all seemed suspicious. With security guards earning only a few thousand yuan a month, the way they rushed in, it was like they were risking their lives. This is absolutely abnormal. He didn't know that Ren Yiming gave each of the security guards 1 million yuan before his death. And we can get Zhang Jiachao to add another 100 million. 100 million. Of course, the security guards had to fight him to the death. As for the investigation bureau's lightning-fast arrival, that was, of course, Jiang Yuyan's arrangement. Because Ren Yiming had informed her before his death. All the members of the Shanghai Municipal Bureau of Investigation were staking out the vicinity of Runkong Pharmaceutical. Although Li Shun was concerned about Shan Yueying and the others. It was just a spur-of-the-moment thing. I wanted to play a game based on the principle of making use of waste. Because during his phone call with Zhang Jiachao, he suddenly had a good idea. Since the other party had the idea of killing in order to protect someone. That's about the evil in human nature. What if one day, all the people the male protagonist wants to protect turn around and try to kill him? Could this become interesting? He's already destroyed the female lead's mind, so can he destroy the male lead's mind too? Furthermore, consider the arrangement of the gas and the system. He also didn't believe that Shan Yueying and her group of cripples could kill Zhang Jiachao. But Jiang Yuyan was unaware that she had focused all her efforts on Runkong Pharmaceutical. But in this case, Zhang Jiachao still managed to break through the encirclement. Chapter 123. The School Beauty is worth it once, heading to Runkong Pharmaceutical. Young master, is it ready now? Zhao Ruoyun raised her head, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, and her voice was filled with fear. Her once delicate and pretty face was now deathly pale, and her eyes were glistening with tears. It gives people a pitiful feeling. Seeing this, Li Shun couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted, so he sighed and said, "Okay, I'll wave it for you once." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruoyun, who was just about to breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly realized something. He asked with an uncertain tone. Just one time. That's right, there are still 6,999 lashes left. Ah! Zhao Ruoyun's eyes widened in shock, like a startled fawn. All that hard work she just did was only worth one time? Although the penalty is based on 10,000 yuan. But a campus beauty from Shanghai, let alone 10,000 yuan, you couldn't hire her even for 100,000 yuan. You should know this is already a favor I've shown you, otherwise, I wouldn't have waived it even once, Li Shun said slowly, looking at her aggrieved expression. There are rules for making mistakes. Furthermore, what about the natural kunzite worth 200 million? Could a girl really be worth that much money? Are you kidding me? What's more, this is Paradise Villa, where there's no shortage of. Li Shun beckoned to the other two maids who had just made a mistake. They were both campus beauties at Shanghai University. Speaking of which, there seemed to be quite a few school beauties. But this is a very normal phenomenon. Because the title of school beauty is spontaneously formed by each individual, there is no official selection mechanism. Shanghai University is a large university with a large number of students, with new students enrolling and graduates leaving every year. In addition, everyone's aesthetic sense is different, including their definition of beauty, their preference for certain qualities, and so on. For example, some people like mature women, some like lawless, and some like. If you like a certain aspect, you will naturally lower your requirements for other aspects. This has resulted in a large number of school beauties. You two continue with what she was doing, Li Shun said to the two maids. Upon hearing this, they quickly grabbed cleaning tools from the side and prepared to clean up. At this moment, Li Shun, who was leaning back on the sofa, glanced at Zhao Ruoyun indifferently. The other party clearly understood what he meant. We're all on the same side, and Li Shun is the Lord of Heaven, so there are some things. It's something we should do anyway. They don't fall for any haggling at all. After understanding, Zhao Ruoyun clenched her small hand, her cherry-colored fingertips sinking into her palm. Then, they hurriedly joined the cleaning team. Compared to being whipped, this, though equally difficult, is It's better than getting beaten up, right? No matter what, the standard is 1 lash per instance, so every time we can skip one, we should do it. At worst 7,000 times. It has to be said that the current situation at Paradise Villa perfectly reflects a certain saying. Competition among workers makes many things easier. Like now, even though they are all hard-working laborers, they are enjoying the fruits of their labor. It was Shun. Runcon Pharmaceutical Company, Limited. A stretched Rolls-Royce ghost slowly came to a stop amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. A murder had just occurred here, and the Bureau of Investigation's cordon has not yet been removed. But this luxury car. It just stopped right in front of the door? Patients and their families who came to mourn, as well as company employees and passers-by who came to watch the commotion, all looked at the car door with curiosity. Someone who can afford such a luxury car, and who comes to Runcon Pharmaceutical at this time of year, is truly remarkable. The other party must be related to Rin Yiming. Maybe. They are either Rin Yiming's family members or people sent by shareholders to handle group affairs. As for why the patient was so nervous? If Rin Yiming is dead, and they came here out of grief, that's complete nonsense. The root cause is the price of the miracle drug. The decision to change the price to 200 yuan was made by Rin Yiming, but he's dead now, and once the price returns to normal, at 20,000 yuan a bottle, they'll be back to their dark, hopeless lives, where they can't afford another bottle. Hey, isn't that the director of the investigation bureau? It really is her. I've seen her online before, but I didn't expect her to be even prettier in person than in the photos. As expected of our Haishi's aloof phoenix, she became a bureau chief at such a young age. People from other provinces are envious of us online. Amidst the murmurs of the onlookers, Jiang Yuyan walked to the door of the Rolls-Royce. Then, he stood there obediently. This extremely respectful attitude made everyone around curious about who was sitting inside. They initially guessed it was someone from Runcon Pharmaceutical, but now that they see it, it doesn't seem like it. No matter how powerful Runcon Pharmaceutical is, it's impossible for them to make the director of the investigation bureau act like this. The two are not part of the same system at all. A private company that sells medicine, and a state agency that catches bad guys. They're completely unrelated. Master, this is the share transfer agreement. Runcon Pharmaceutical already belongs to you. Su Wanyan, who was in the car, took out a document and placed it in front of Li Shun. This is a share transfer agreement signed by Rin Yiming before his death, which can also be called a will. It wasn't just him. Shang Yueying's Huan Yuan Biotechnology, Tiangong's Changming Bioenergy, and other groups all followed the same arrangement. Even if someone takes advantage of you, you still have to give up your last bit of value. According to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. Although the shareholder has passed away, the agreement was signed before his death and the relevant legal procedures, such as change of registration, have been completed. Therefore, this agreement remains valid even after the shareholder's death. Please note that if the shareholders have not registered the change, the agreement is not valid. In such cases, even those signed during one's lifetime can be affected. As for signing it after death, that's definitely invalid. How can someone sign anything when they're dead? It's like they've come back to life. Moreover, once a person dies, their legal status is forcibly terminated, and anything they sign no longer has legal effect. In addition, Tianyu Group already owned a small number of shares in Runcon Pharmaceutical, making the inheritance process very simple. Li Shun picked up the transfer agreement and looked at it. The shareholding ratio is 51%. Rin Yiming, as the CEO of Runcon Pharmaceutical, owns a significant percentage of the company's shares. At the very least, one must have relative control. In this situation, combined with the 10% already held by Tianyu Group, acquiring only a small 6% stake would bring the total to 67%. They have absolute control over Runcon Pharmaceutical. However, he casually tossed aside this share agreement, which was worth trillions or even tens of trillions. Money is to him. It's really annoying to say. But it's really just a bunch of numbers, completely failing to stir any emotion in me. Even None of them are as important as a girl who is half hidden and has a fawning expression. After all, possessing immeasurable wealth and immense power, in the end, all they do is enjoy life. Having seen all the splendor of the world, I remain a youth at heart. Chapter 124, Convening a Shareholders Meeting. Runkong Pharmaceutical is now your practice opportunity. After throwing down the transfer agreement, Li Shun spoke slowly and deliberately to Su Wanyan. Look at that indifferent attitude. It was as if this multi-trillion-dollar agreement, coveted by everyone, lay before him like an unwanted toy. He casually tossed it to Su Wanyan to do with as she pleased. Master, give it to me, Su Wanyan said in disbelief. That's right. I said last time that you are my spokesperson in Haishur, and I will entrust all business matters to you from now on, Li Shun said calmly. But I. Looking at Su Wanyan's stammering and unprepared appearance, Li Shun glanced at the data on the computer next to him. Under her management, Haishur Tianyu Group's profit margin has increased significantly in the past few days. She truly deserves to be called a female lead with a talent for business. That's awesome. It can handle both personal and work-related issues. It lets you sit at home and have money fall from the sky. Compared to those self-proclaimed elite employees, this is what you call a real capable assistant. Let's go see Runkong Pharmaceutical. From now on, you'll be the mistress of this place. After Li Shun finished speaking, he got up and led Su Wanyan, Xinyu, and the others out of the car. Oh nar. Seeing him come down, Zhang Yuyan, who had been waiting for a long time, instantly revealed a sweet smile. Okay, let's go up and take a look together. After saying that, Li Shun led a group of beautiful women, one on each side, toward the entrance of Runkong Pharmaceutical. That happy figure. The crowd watching downstairs stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded and frozen in place. The aloof phoenix that's all over the internet. She actually gave a man that sweet smile, just like a little girl. This is absolutely incredible. Not to mention, he has a group of companions who are equally perfect in appearance and figure. A series of slits in a halter neck dress. A series of stunningly beautiful photos of goddesses. Beautiful legs clad in high heels. Oh shit. Where's my knife? Apart from the group of onlookers who were twisted with envy and jealousy, the remaining patients and employees of Runkong Pharmaceutical all looked at Li Shun, who was in the center. Judging from their positions, this man is definitely the person of the highest status. Given the current situation, could it be that this man is the one who's here to take over Runkong Pharmaceutical? Several live streamers casually recorded this enviable moment. Clearly, the secret to high traffic is beckoning. After the video was posted online, it immediately attracted a lot of comments. Wow, so many goddesses. Wasn't the anchor supposed to be reporting on the murder of the CEO of Runkong Pharmaceutical? Why did he switch to the spider cave instead? Host, quickly share your location. Sharing is caring, we want to watch too. This sun is so nice, so big and white, it's making my mouth water. Watch out, upstairs. Don't let it spill downstairs. Wait a minute, who is this guy? He's got 2 women on his arms, he's living the high life. Calling the cyber detective. This guy is so handsome. Those sharp features, those lines, could he be some kind of celebrity? Let me search it up. His looks and physique are simply the standard of a national male god. Holy crap. You're so daring, streamer. That guy is young Master Li from Tianyu Group. When the anchors saw the words Tianyu Group appear, their pupils dilated instantly. This behemoth hidden behind the scenes of commerce may be terrifying to the average person. But as a news anchor, I regularly attend press conferences and have more knowledge than the average person. They naturally understood what the name Tianyu Group represented, and they understood even more how significant the name Young Master Li truly was. What are celebrities anyway? In the eyes of this group of people, celebrities are just playthings, like canaries in a cage. In an instant, the streamer, who was so frightened that his face turned pale, immediately took down the video. Li Xiao's affairs were exposed online for no reason. They're just small-time streamers with a few million followers, not public relations staff from Tianyu Group. What if the other party sees them? It might be gone any day. Some things can be exposed, and some things can't. This is the most basic rule in their industry. Tianyu Group is something that absolutely cannot be exposed. After the videos were taken down, the streamers looked at each other with lingering fear. It's obvious that they already know Li Shun's identity. What should we do? A sweet-looking girl asked timidly. How would I know what to do? In such a short time the other party shouldn't have noticed, right? A boy said with a hopeful tone. It's hard to say. You all know how powerful Tianyu Group is, another boy said. Then how about we? After the girl finished speaking, she looked at the Runcon Pharmaceutical building. That's settled then. We'll apologize to young Master Li after he comes out. Ugh, what a mess. I thought it was some kind of data password, but I never expected it to be this kind of deadly data usage, the boy said, annoyed. The conference room of Runcon Pharmaceutical. All shareholders and senior executives were called back and sat silently at the table. Li Shun, sitting in the main seat, glanced at everyone's expressions and knew what they were thinking. It's simply because they saw Ren Yiming pass away that they all started to have designs on Runcon Pharmaceutical Group. And that is indeed the case. Several ambitious individuals, upon learning of Ren Yiming's death, immediately thought of seize power. But when they were trying to win over shareholders, Li Shun suddenly called them back. Of course, the pretext used was a shareholder holding 51% of the shares. If they used the name of Tianyu Group, they will only get 10% of the shares. Although they will give Tianyu Group some face, it will definitely not be as effective as this. Using this name is tantamount to frankly telling them that things have changed at Runcon Pharmaceutical. Starting today, Runcon Pharmaceutical will become a subsidiary of Tianyu Group, Li Shun said. What? Upon hearing his words, a man in his 20s standing nearby couldn't help but stand up and shout. This is impossible. Runcon Pharmaceutical could never become a subsidiary of Tianyu Group. You have a problem with that. After Li Shun finished speaking, he looked at the man with a half-smile, judging from his facial features. He bears some resemblance to Ren Yiming. Chapter 125 Share Purchase for 1 yuan. That's right. Ren Xingyi sat up straight, clenched his fists, and glared fiercely at Li Shun as he continued to shout. Runcon Pharmaceutical is a company founded by my father. I will never allow your Tianyu Group to swallow it up. Seeing the other person's bitter and resentful expression, Li Shun couldn't help but chuckle softly. Then, turning his gaze to the shareholders and senior executives present, he asked in a calm and unhurried manner. Is there anyone else who objects? Upon hearing his question, everyone present exchanged glances, a hint of hesitation on their faces. Becoming a subsidiary of Tianyu Group is equivalent to being directly controlled by them, allowing them to intervene in Runcon Pharmaceutical's production, operation, and strategic direction. However, as long as their shares are not acquired, they remain shareholders of the company and can continue to enjoy the benefits brought by their shares. In addition, there's the power of the Tianyu Group. Maybe we can get even more money. But they don't know if their shares will be acquired, which is a very critical problem. Generally speaking, shareholders of companies that have acquired controlling stakes usually lose their dividend rights or have their equity diluted. As businessmen are inherently concerned, there is only one thing they worry about most. That's money. If it allows them to earn more, then whoever controls Runcon Pharmaceutical will be of little consequence to them. Although it has an impact, it's not significant. Of course, there are also those who disagree. After all, Runcon Pharmaceutical must have had a few loyal veterans who were staunchly devoted to the Ren family to develop to its current state. Ren Yiming is dead. His son, Ren Xingyi, is still alive. The other party is the young master of Runcon Pharmaceutical, someone they watched grow up together. If I had to choose one person to support, of course I'll support him. Young Master Li, if Runcon Pharmaceutical becomes a subsidiary of your Tianyu Group, then we. Old Zhang, another old man, interrupted him directly, giving him a cold glance. He said in a very low voice. I hope everyone won't forget President Run. Upon hearing what the old man said, everyone present felt a little awkward. The memory of someone who has just died is the most vivid. Now that the other party has said that, the hesitation on some people's faces instantly disappeared. But not everyone is like that. Some people, on the contrary, showed a hint of disdain. After all, Ren Yiming is dead, but the living still need to eat. Master, with the 10% stake held by Tianyu Group, we now have more than 50%, which gives us the power to decide the direction of the shareholders' meeting, Su Wanyan said. Upon hearing what the girl said, everyone present turned their attention to her. She's good-looking, with delicate features. But as long as they have money, they've had their way with all kinds of women. Even female celebrities are just playthings they can summon and dismiss at will. Although compared to this person, there is a slight difference. But since the other party was calling Li Shun master, it was obvious that she was his plaything. Young lady, 51% is only a relative controlling stake. As long as we don't agree, you can't pass the resolution, the old man said in a slightly cold tone. After he finished speaking, his eyes were filled with disdain as he coldly glanced at Su Wanyan. They all knew that young Master Li loved women. After all, the scale of Paradise Villa speaks for itself, and as someone in this circle, it's not a big secret to most people. However, in this kind of situation, how dare a toy speak? If Li Shun hadn't been sitting in the main seat, they wouldn't have paid any attention to Su Wanyan at all. So you disagree, Li Shun said with a smile in his eyes. Upon hearing this, everyone looked around again. Several people hesitated, but Run Xingyi spoke directly. That's right. We disagree. Upon hearing the young master's words, several elders who supported the Ren family spoke up. Please go back and reconsider, young Master Li. This matter should be handled with caution. The old man's attitudes were clear, and Ren Xingyi even looked like he wanted to devour him. His father had just died, and all the shares under his name immediately became Li Shun's. Speaking of this kind of thing, even a fool could see there was something wrong. Not to mention they're smarter than idiots. Wanyan, how far are we from absolute control? Li Shun asked with a hint of ambiguity. We now have 61%, only 6% short. After Su Wanyan finished speaking, she looked at the smile on his lips and, as if she understood something, added again. Master, the old man owns exactly 6% of the shares. Looking at Su Wanyan's upturned red lips and the smile in her almond-shaped eyes, it was clear that she understood what Li Shun meant. If it's short, then make up the difference. The owner never intended to discuss it with them in the first place. The purpose of calling them here today is simply to inform them, not to solicit their opinions. Get a share transfer agreement and ask this old man to sign it. By the way, since you are all veterans of Runcon Pharmaceutical, I can't treat you unfairly. I'll give you a higher price for the shares. Hearing Li Shun's words, several shareholders were about to get angry, but then they heard about the extra money. This made them all look curiously at the share transfer agreement in Xinyu's hand. Tianyu Group already owns 61% of the shares, giving it an absolute dominant position. Under such circumstances, if I could make more money, only a fool would refuse. They are a group of businessmen, and unlike the old man, they are not die-hard loyalists to the Ren family. Profit is their primary concern. After all, even 1% of the shares are very important to Tianyu Group now. Unlike them. When the old man heard that Li Shun wanted to buy his shares, his face darkened, and he didn't even look at Xinyu. It was clear that he refused to sign. The fact that Ren Yiming was able to hand over 6% of the shares to the old man means that he must be one of the Ren family's own people. No one but the young master Ren Xingyi could possibly acquire his shares. At this moment, Xinyu placed the share transfer agreement in front of the old man, and instead of turning away, she stood directly beside him. Amidst the faint fragrance of a woman, a cold, delicate voice rang out. You only have 1 minute. Hearing her words, the old man remained sitting quietly, without even raising his hand. Seeing this scene, the shareholders sitting next to the elderly man couldn't help but look at the share transfer agreement. Not long after, angry voices rang out. Li Shun offered a very high price, 1% of the shares were only worth $1. What the hell is the difference between this and outright robbery? Young Master Lee, are you serious about this transfer agreement? One of the shareholders said, looking at Li Shun with a gloomy expression. $1 per share. Do you know how many US dollars Runcon Pharmaceutical is worth right now? Another shareholder couldn't help but stand up and shout. Give us a reasonable explanation. Looking at the enraged shareholders, Ren Xingyi couldn't help but reveal a long-lost smile. If he wants to fight against Li Shun, his only reliance is the equity held by these shareholders. But he also knew what the essence of a businessman was. Once the interests are aligned, even one's own mother or sisters can be sold off to others for their amusement. But now Li Shun has dug his own grave. This is truly a stroke of luck. Chapter 126. Not even 100 yuan. Runcon Pharmaceutical is a top-tier group. Is the practice of offering one share for every 1 unit legal? If it were state-owned equity, then there's no need to even think about it. It definitely wouldn't work. Because of regulations in China, the market value of a company is assessed during a transaction, and if it falls below 90% of the assessed value, the transaction will be stopped immediately. However, there are no restrictions on non-state-owned equity. The price of 1 yuan is valid as long as both parties agree and the other shareholders have no objection. So, Li Shun's actions were completely legal. As time passed, the 1-minute countdown quickly came to an end. Whoosh! A flash of snow-white light streaked past, and everyone felt a dazzle before their eyes. Next, the sharp blade quickly cuts through the skin and muscle tissue, allowing air to enter the blood vessels. It emitted a deathly cry. Ugh! Ugh! The old man clutched his neck, the intense pain threatening to make him scream, but with his carotid artery severed, air could not enter his lungs properly, causing his eyes to widen and only the sound of blood blocking his airway to escape. And the shareholders sitting around. I felt something splash on my face, and when I touched it, it was red and hot. After a fraction of a second of reaction, they immediately realized what it was. Ah! Ah! Several screams rang out. In Xinyu's slender and delicate hands, a small and thin dagger suddenly appeared. Blood was dripping from the tip of the blade. She wore a red halter neck dress, showcasing her shapely and sexy figure. The few drops of blood splattered on her delicate collarbone added to her alluring charm. This phantom, like a demon from hell, exudes a unique and captivating beauty. The elderly man's body collapsed, and he lost his life. Everyone present glanced at Tang Xiaoyuan, Shueyao, and the others who were guarding the door. Then she glanced at Jiang Yuyan, who was wearing the Investigation Bureau uniform, her arms crossed, looking calm. Finally, there's Li Shun, with his feet propped up on the table, giving off a lazy vibe. They all swallowed hard in disbelief. Although they knew that in this situation, the other party would definitely make an example of them. But I really didn't expect Li Shun to be so ruthless as to directly kill the old man. After all, killing the chicken to scare the monkey is just a figure of speech. Under normal circumstances, no one would actually kill someone. Compared to Li Fan Tian of Tianyu Group. His son, Li Shun, really is a madman. Li Shun! Do you know what you're doing? How dare you kill someone like that? Ren Xingyi stood up, pointed at him, and shouted. I spared your life, but not so you can use it like this, Yu Yan. Tell him to be quiet. As Li Shun finished speaking, Zhang Yuyan grabbed Ren Xingyi by the back of the head and slammed him onto the table with a bang. Seeing this, Li Shun couldn't help but say, somewhat speechlessly, I meant quiet. Just make him shut up. Sorry, master. Zhang Yuyan stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly. Never mind, I'll wake him up later. The reason Li Shun didn't kill Ren Xingyi. I can't say I won't kill him, but not now, and he can't be the one to do it. To make Zhang Jiachao's murders even more memorable, Ren Xingyi's life. Let's leave it to the male lead. There's a saying that goes something like this. A family should be together all the time. There's still 6% of the shares left. Do you want to hand over your shares yourselves, or do you want to stay with the old man? Li Shun said in a somewhat lazy tone. He simply couldn't muster any interest in this group of elderly people, all over 50 years old. If Su Wanyan weren't sitting next to me, I could see her fair and alluring 36D. He fucking left a long time ago. Upon hearing Li Shun's words, the shareholders present swallowed hard, filled with fear. The meaning is already quite clear. Today, you either hand over your shares and leave, or you accompany the elderly to the afterlife. How to choose? Look at the old man, his face stained with blood, the little fountain of blood on his neck had just stopped. Looking at Rin Xingyi lying on the ground, there was also a bloody wound on his forehead. The eyes of the crowd instantly cleared. There's no need to even think about it, because this isn't even a multiple-choice question. Soon, the shareholders all signed the equity transfer agreements and received a huge sum of money, amounting to only a few cents. After all, some people don't even own 1% of the shares. As people often say, you won't even give me $100. But Li Shun wouldn't give them even a single yuan. From now on, Su Wanyan will be in charge of Conran Pharmaceutical. Get ready to welcome your new owner, Li Shun said. Su Wanyan. Upon hearing the name, everyone looked puzzled, clearly not knowing who this person was. Ahem, hello everyone. Su Wanyan coughed twice and then stood up to introduce herself to everyone. When they heard that the woman was Su Wanyan, they couldn't help but show an incredulous expression. They both believed that the other was Li Shun's plaything. But unexpectedly, she would become the future owner of Runcon Pharmaceutical. This is ridiculous. Letting a plaything take charge of Runcon Pharmaceutical, what future does that company have? It was pitch black. However, since they had all witnessed what had just happened, and the old man's body was still warm, no one dared to say anything more. You should continue to stay with Wanyan. Upon hearing Li Shun's words, the two exchanged a glance, and Su Wanyan's eyes were filled with joy. When she first started working at Tianyu Group, Shin Yu was the one who accompanied her. She genuinely liked this very gentle girl. Treat each other as your best friend. Yes, young master. Shin Yu nodded in agreement. Although she also liked Su Wanyan, her liking for her was because of the young master's liking for her. Ultimately, she still wanted to follow the young master. But she would never refuse anything the young master asked of her, no matter what it was. At this moment, Li Shun looked at the unconscious Rin Xingyi. The matter with Runcon Pharmaceuticals is over, so now it's time to give the male lead a nice gift. Wake him up. Upon hearing Li Shun's words, Jiang Yuyan raised her leg and kicked him, but for some reason. Perhaps she hit too hard, or perhaps the other person was already weak. He's not awake. Seeing this, Jiang Yuyan picked up a mineral water bottle from the table and splashed the water on the other person's face. Under the influence of mineral water, the other person is still not awake. Seeing this, Jiang Yuyan smiled awkwardly, thinking that she had been a little too heavy-handed. They smashed someone's cerebral artery, causing it to bleed. So she raised her delicate hand and slapped the mouth of justice. Clap clap clap. Chapter 127 Secondary Use, Makeup needs to be removed at night. Not long after, Jiang Yuyan's little hands were all red, and Rin Xingyi's face was swollen like a fat man's. As a rich second generation, the other party's years of indulgence in wine and women had long since hollowed out his body. In addition, Jiang Yuyan didn't hold back either. Cerebral artery hemorrhage can cause blood to accumulate in the dura mater and skull, forming a hematoma. Now he's been slapped on the head again, the bleeding is increasing, and the nerve compression is becoming more severe. As it turns out, not all comas can be awakened by a call for justice. Some calls to action are not only useless, but will also push the other person into a deeper and darker abyss. Alright, Li Shun said. He could sense that Rin Xingyi's breathing and heartbeat were beginning to weaken. If Jiang Yuyan continues to call out, the other party might have to go see her father today. I'm sorry, master. Jiang Yuyan said apologetically as she stood up. Looking at her rising and falling breaths and her trembling little hands, you could tell how much effort she had just exerted. Originally an elite member of the investigation bureau, his physical fitness was outstanding due to years of training. Now, with the added professional training from Blood Rose, Jiang Yuyan is incredibly aggressive when she fights. After all, sometimes How should I put it? It's like a geomagnetic storm. When the sun experiences a flash or corona, it ejects a large number of high-energy charged particles outward. Then, when a large number of charged particles impact the magnetic field, the magnetosphere will be compressed and deformed, causing violent and large-scale disturbances in a short period of time, forming a geomagnetic storm. Shun has done some research on this phenomenon. I was very impressed. Xiaoyuan, I remember you seem to have studied medicine, right? Shun asked after thinking for a moment. Yes, I've learned that before, Tang Xiaoyuan replied. Okay, then come over here and drain the blood clot in his brain, see if you can save him. Ah. The other party looked surprised upon hearing this. She did study medicine, that's true, but mainly in women's healthcare, not brain injury. Give it a try. Tang Xiaoyuan asked Shueyo for a dagger, and after disinfecting it briefly, she walked towards Rin Xingyi. What was about to happen? The shareholders who had not yet left, especially those who supported the Rin family, could not bear to turn their heads away. Bleeding from the brain. Listen to this. Is this even human language? If nothing unexpected happens, their young master will be gone, and the Rin family's era will come to an end. After all, there's a saying that goes something like that. Big Bear is brainless. In everyone's eyes, Tang Xiaoyuan must be someone with a bad mind. Prepare for sorrow. Wait, something's not right. The Rin family fell, along with their substantial assets, their charming sister-in-law, their valuable antiques. A glint of cunning flashed in the eyes of several shareholders. This is the bloody reality, the losers are just playthings of the winners. No matter how glorious one was in the past, once fallen, one is fallen, and can only be squandered and enjoyed by the victors. They were not the victors either. To stand until the end and survive is, in a sense, a victory. Young master, how about we call Dean Chen? A short while later, Tang Xiaoyuan, holding a small knife, spoke with a very embarrassed expression. Upon hearing this, Shun put down Su Wanyan's soft little hand and looked at Rin Xingyi, who had undergone craniotomy and bloodletting. Some people might be curious. If someone has passed out, how can they not wake up after a craniotomy? This indicates that. Stop watching those mindless TV dramas. The idea of waking someone up by whipping them is something that simply cannot happen in the real world. Because coma is a very serious disorder of consciousness, the ability to respond to external stimuli becomes extremely low or even lost. Whipping someone will not wake them up, instead, it will increase physical damage and interfere with the brain's self-repair mechanisms. Just like when Zhang Yuyan used the call of justice, she ended up calling someone into a deep coma. The principles behind both are the same. From a medical perspective, the process of waking up from a coma is a gradual one. And craniotomy is a matter of a moment. Once that moment is over, you won't be able to wake up even if you want to. Forget about saving him, let's make use of him. Make a video for him that targets Zhang Jiaqiao's remarks, saying he couldn't bear the blow from his father and jumped off the building. Make it as emotional as possible, Shun said. Yes, young master, Tang Xiaoyuan replied. Okay, let's go. After Shun finished speaking, he stood up and left the conference room with Zhang Yuyan and the others. Su Wanyan and Xinyu remained. They both bit their red lips, their willow leaf eyebrows slightly furrowed, gazing tenderly at his departing figure. Although they're going back to Paradise Villa that night, it's only been a short while since they've been apart. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. That translates to 11.25 days if you don't see each other for an hour, so naturally you'll miss each other terribly. The first floor of Runkong Pharmaceutical. A group of female and male anchors were sitting in the waiting area of the lobby downstairs. Why hasn't young Master Li come down yet? A male anchor asked, looking at the elevator. Don't worry, young Master Li is a benefactor, he must have a lot to deal with, the female anchor said. Upon hearing her words, the male anchor looked at her. Then I saw. This group of female anchors are all holding makeup mirrors, applying lipstick and foundation, and starting to dress up in various ways. What are you up to? It goes without saying. Although they might have been scared at first, they later thought about it again. Meeting a top-tier rich second-generation heir in China is undoubtedly a wonderful thing. Why do they become live streamers? It's all about the booming live streaming industry, where you can make money and be adored like a celebrity, satisfying a different kind of vanity. Now there is an opportunity. If Shun takes a liking to them, they can live a carefree life from now on. No more struggling to make a living, no more having to worry about what others think. From now on you can live a life of luxury and reach the pinnacle of success. Faced with such an enormous temptation, the female anchors all use various cosmetics and silicone products, hoping to win Li Xiao's favor. "Sweetie, can you help me see if this makeup looks too heavy?" a female anchor asked. Sister Puff, given young Master Li's status, he must have seen many women. "I think we should wear light makeup," little sweetie replied. "That's not necessarily true. You can never really judge the taste of rich people," one of the female anchors said. "Sister Peach, what do you think?" Upon hearing the name Peach Girl, all the other female anchors turned to look at her. They were positioned in the center. Sitting there was a girl wearing a black halter-neck shirt, a tight-fitting pencil skirt, and Doc Martens boots, with her slightly curly hair swept back. Judging from their positions, this girl definitely belongs to the highest status. After all, as long as we are human, we will inevitably make comparisons when we socialize, and with comparisons, there will naturally be a hierarchy. I don't know what rich people like, but I know that young Master Li likes authenticity because... Peach lowered her crossed legs and said with a smile, "You need to remove your makeup at night." Chapter 128. A group of female anchors treated everyone to dinner. Remove makeup at night? Upon hearing Peach's words, the female anchors exchanged glances. Then I realized what the other person meant. What if young Master Li really takes a liking to them and wants to take them to a hotel? So, after showering and going to bed together, you'll definitely need to remove your makeup. The difference before and after will be huge. Imagine that scene, being kicked off the bed by young Master Li. It seems that what they said was actually true. After all, what kind of status does young Master Li have? They can't just fish him out like they're fishing. Realizing this, the female anchors began to change their strategies and redo their makeup and appearance. It's the kind of light makeup that's barely noticeable. Some people even pull out the silicone and sneakily put it back into their small bags. This kind of thing. It's useful when you're out shopping or doing live streams, but when facing young Master Li it's useless. Sister Peach, I didn't expect you to have thought of this. To be honest, are you already prepared to hand over your blood, little sweetie teased? Just do your makeup, and don't pry into my business. When Peach heard the other party mention the blood exchange, her tone suddenly became low and somber. Although they know each other, they still habitually address each other by their online names when they are out in public. This girl named Xiaoxianbao is clearly very familiar with Matower and knows some things about her. At this moment, hearing the low tone in her voice, the other person seemed to realize something, stuck out her tongue somewhat embarrassedly, and didn't dare to continue speaking. But Peach's mood has changed. A faint sadness appeared in her alluring eyes. She took out her phone and glanced at it, only to see that the wallpaper was a photo of her and a man. Judging from the background of the photo, amidst a sea of lavender, a girl in a white veil and a boy in a black suit. These are wedding photos. But then she changed the wallpaper to one with a text. Half a life of trials and tribulations, half a life of sorrow. Peach closed her eyes and leaned back wearily on the sofa in the waiting area. Gradually, a single, clear tear rolled down her cheek. A moment later, with a soft ding from the elevator, little sweetie exclaimed in delight. "Look, young Master Li is out." Upon hearing her words, everyone hurriedly stood up and walked towards Li Shun's direction. Peach, who was leaning back on the sofa, rubbed her eyes gently and looked at the other person. Then, biting her pink lips, she murmured with a hint of hatred, "Gale, I won't let you have what's mine." After speaking, Peach took several deep breaths to suppress the resentment that had just risen within her. Then, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes, as if he had made a decision. He also got up and walked towards Li Shun. "Young Master Li, I apologize for disturbing you. Please wait a moment, Mr. Li." We are streamers from a certain platform, and we have something we would like to apologize to you about. Upon hearing several female voices, Shun instinctively looked towards them. Generally. Not to mention comparing her to Xingyu and the others, she can't even compare to the school beauties and maids in Paradise Villa. As for the female lead, needless to say, she's on a completely different level, easily surpassing them all. Shun gang, who had no interest in this, wanted to leave. Suddenly, I noticed a girl slowly walking towards me from the back of the crowd. The delicate collarbone on her neck, and the glimpse of snow-white skin below, her slender, fair arms, and her long, straight, and somewhat fleshy legs. Good. She has a face value of over 90 points, a great figure with curves, and exudes feminine charm. This made Shun's lips curl into a slight smile. For beautiful things, it always makes people look up involuntarily. Seeing Shun stop, the male anchor was about to explain the situation when a group of girls spoke up first. After explaining it once, they then expressed their desire to treat Shun to a meal as a sincere way of apologizing. Shun glanced at the expressions on the girls' faces. The way she flirted with him, her desire to seduce him was quite obvious. I was practically offering to treat him to abalone. But for them, I hate the fishy smell. But in the end, this girl with long pink hair. For some reason, Mo Lin passively sensed a vengeful demonic intent emanating from her. Of course, the target of the revenge was not him, but a man named Gao Lei. Considering the current situation, since they want to treat me to something that men understand. But this girl also wanted to take revenge on a man. Could it be? Is this what they call a windfall? After realizing this, Shun looked at the darkening sky outside the building and said with a smile, "Okay, let's have a meal together then." Yay! Upon hearing his agreement, the girls instantly showed expressions of joy. Of course, behind the smile, a hint of sadness flashed across the face of the female anchor named Peach. Behind Shun's smile, however, was a meaningful look in his eyes. Very deep. Yunchi Hotel. Its full name is Yunchi Lovers Island, and it is a hotel designed for couples. The core concept is to use dwelling in the clouds as the visual theme, and to create a hidden island floating above the city through a combination of virtual and real scene design. The environment is naturally superb, very romantic. A 3D printed cloud light hangs from the top, which, together with a mirror and the reflection from the ground, creates a visual effect of infinite clouds. Besides the environment, the most important thing is, most couples hotels offer services exclusively for two people, but Yunchi Hotel is different. It also offers services such as private islands. It's about having a very quiet, private space where you won't be disturbed by anyone. No matter how many of you there are. As long as you have the ability, even if you bring hundreds of women, it's no problem, Yunchi Hotel will still accommodate you. After all, you're not here to have a wedding. It's a matter of mutual consent among adults, and nobody can interfere. Who chose such a nice hotel? It couldn't possibly be Shun, and it certainly couldn't be the male anchor. The only remaining possibility is a female anchor who wants to be watered. They wanted to make their suggestion more obvious, so they wanted to find a couple's hotel to dine at. After drinking, you can directly rest. However, most couples' hotels offer one-on-one service, and they can't possibly come to each other one by one. Although we are all live streamers, we also communicate in private, and we can be considered to have a close friendship. But they were all worried that someone would be the first to be chosen. Not to mention, given Li Xiao's status, how could he possibly accompany them to dinner one by one? Finally, everyone discussed it and made a decision. Let's just go to Yunchi Hotel. Chapter 129 Arrival at Yunchi Hotel. A Rolls-Royce Ghost was parked at the door. A group of elegant and graceful young women disembarked from the car amidst the admiring gazes of the waiters. As waiters at Yunchi Hotel, they see many girls regularly. But the quality is so high. That's rare. Of course, this refers to Xueyao, Jiang Yuyan, and others, not the female live streamers. Besides Peach. After all, this girl's looks and figure are in no way inferior to Shueo and the others. Especially with her slightly wavy, orange-pink hair, she looks as alluring as a blooming flower. It makes one want to imitate the refined tastes of ancient literati. For example, flower arranging, exploring secluded spots, appreciating snow. "Welcome to Yunchi Hotel," the waiters on both sides of the entrance called out in unison. But in response to their voices, all the girls remained rooted to the spot, their eyes fixed on the car door, as if waiting for someone to get off. "Okay, then come over with me." At this moment, Shun, who was on the phone, stepped out of the car and looked up at the hotel sign. Then he said, "Yunchi Hotel." A girl's voice came through the phone, "Yunchi Hotel." "I know that hotel, master, wait for me." "I'm coming right away." After the call ended, Shun glanced at his phone. "Please add a note with a length of 1,000 characters. The other party had just finished a dance training class and returned to Paradise Villa, but did not see Shun. She had just learned a hot dance today and wanted her owner to watch it and give her some feedback. So she called Su Wanyan first, but the other party said that the owner had already left Runcon Pharmaceutical. So she called Shun again, only to hear that her master was at the Yunchi Hotel. As a girl who had experience in the underworld, she naturally knew the name of this hotel. That hoodlum known as Donggu used to play poker all night in this hotel with a group of bar girls, as well as several female teachers and saleswomen. As for whether it's true or not, she doesn't know. After all, when men talk about their achievements, there's often a bit of boasting involved. Especially their record with women. But while they may not know many other things, they are very clear about their master's abilities. Because Shun never boasts, he simply demonstrates through his actions. If you can take action, try not to talk. Everyone at Paradise Villa understands this deeply. Given the host's abilities, his visit to the Yunchi Hotel could not possibly be for a simple meal. As someone who had been bullied by the other party, Shanshan knew what kind of personality her master had. He's a classic example of someone who loves his country but loves the beauty even more. "Welcome to Yunchi Hotel," the female waitresses on both sides called out again after we entered. Shun was walking at the very front. Seeing him take a step, the rest of Jiang Yuyan and the others followed him into the hotel. "Hello sir, I'm Xiaotian, your personal butler. Are you Mr. Li, the one Ms. Yang mentioned?" As I entered, a girl spoke gently. As a couple's hotel offering exclusive private spaces, Yunchi Hotel provides each guest's courtyard with a private butler, used for handling miscellaneous tasks in life. Of course, the butler can only be female, and she must be quite attractive. Upon hearing this, Shun glanced at the girl. As for looks, around 75 points. She has a petite appearance and is wearing a women's business suit, a blazer, a pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels. As for the Ms. Yang she just mentioned, she is the female anchor named Puff. On the way to the hotel, the other party had already spoken with the front desk of Yunchi Hotel by phone. "That's right, it's us." As she spoke, the female anchor named Puff walked over to verify the other person's identity. But because the name of the island owner needed to be confirmed for a private island, the other party filled in Shun on the form. But what she didn't know was, when the name was entered into the hotel's room system, the managers of various departments at Yunchi Hotel immediately received a notification on their mobile phones that the person was a special contact. The fact that Li Xiao of Tianyu Group is in Haishur is not a secret in high society. Although the possibility of having the same name cannot be ruled out. Just for the name Shun, it's worth the general manager and the others personally making an errand for him. Because the other party is their shareholder. Soon, with the crisp sound of high heels, a group of women walked out of the hotel lobby. They were all dressed in matching women's business attire, and looked particularly shrewd and capable. At this moment, the male anchors who had arrived by taxi also entered the Yunchi Hotel. Although Shun's ghost was an extended version, there were also Jiang Yuyan and others in the car. Therefore, for their sake, only Shun can be the only man in the car. Suddenly, a large crowd gathered around. The housekeeper, Xiaotian, who was just about to lead the people upstairs, was a little confused. Hello Mr. Lee, I am Sun Qian, the general manager of Yunqi Hotel. Welcome to our hotel. Hearing the sweet voice in his ear, Li Shun looked at the other person. She's quite good looking, with a youthful baby face that makes her look innocent and cute. However, when paired with a woman's business attire, especially the undulating figure beneath the shirt and pencil skirt, it creates a mature yet contrasting aesthetic. Manager Sun, I wonder if you have any time later, Li Shun said with a smile. Yes, Mr. Lee, as long as it's within the Yunqi Hotel. If you have any dissatisfaction with the service, I will be happy to assist you throughout the entire process, Sun Qian said with a polite yet slightly embarrassed smile. As a woman, I have a very keen eye for observing men's gazes. Some people stare at others' black stockings on the street, thinking they're being discreet. In reality, the other party can sense it. This brings us to the hilarious trope in TV dramas where the person being followed turns around, and the other person pretends to buy something. That's downright idiotic and brain-dead. In the real world, if the other party notices that something is wrong, even if you look nervous or your eyes dart around, the girls will know something is off. Therefore, the wisest course of action is: pretend you're not looking at her, then continue looking with a nonchalant expression. Don't ask how I know. Chapter 130 Sun Qian as a private butler. You're quite interesting. After Li Shun finished speaking, he looked at Sun Qian's appearance and her exquisite figure. If we're only judging by looks, it definitely gives off a youthful, high school student vibe. But looking at her figure, those big breasts and black stockings exude the charm of a mature woman. That looks quite interesting. Manager Sun, I would like to replace you with my personal butler, Li Shun said with a light smile. Upon hearing his words, Sun Qian's pupils constricted slightly, as if she found it unbelievable. She is the general manager of Yunqi Hotel, which is the same position as the hotel manager. She was to become Li Shun's personal butler. Okay, alright, but I haven't received any training in housekeeping. If there's anything I've done poorly, please forgive me, Mr. Lee, Sun Qian said, pursing her red lips, her tone somewhat unwilling. Forgive me? No, I don't like to talk nonsense. If you don't do well, I'll take action directly, Li Shun said with a mocking smile. Make a move. Upon hearing his words, a look of surprise flashed across Sun Qian's face. As a hotel manager, she is generally given face by the guests she encounters. Because everyone here is a person of status, services in the private sphere, even the smallest room, cost 100,000 yuan per night. This would be quite stressful for an average family. Therefore, most of the people who come here to spend money are successful individuals who are quite sophisticated. It is what people commonly refer to as a gentleman. But Li Shun is different. No matter how successful he becomes, he could never have such a thing. Because in his mind, being a gentleman is just as fake as so-called justice. Things like the gentleman's hand gesture and the chivalrous salute are so obviously fake. If you don't want to hug or sleep with someone, why put your hand on them? This guy is just pretending to be a big shot when he's sick. By the way, you guys, why did you actually follow us? Li Shun asked the male anchors. Upon hearing his words, everyone looked somewhat bewildered, as if they had been stumped by the question. It wasn't you who said. Just as one of the male anchors was about to speak, he was suddenly pulled back by another male anchor. The other party's meaning was already quite clear. I'm sorry, Mr. Lee, I suddenly remembered that I have a live stream tonight, so I won't bother you any longer, a male streamer said apologetically. Upon hearing his words, the other streamers also realized what was going on. He glanced at the expressions of Peach and the others, then at Li Shun, who was surrounded by the crowd in the center. Tonight's happiness has nothing to do with them. Yes, Mr. Lee, I just remembered that I have a live broadcast tonight, so I won't bother you any longer. I'm so sorry, Mr. Lee. We'll treat you to dinner again next time we have the chance. The male anchors, realizing what had happened, all gave Li Shun apologetic smiles. I just took a taxi here, and I have to leave again after only a short time. When they left, some of the drivers were still there, waiting for customers at the door. After all, it would be a waste to drive back empty, and hotels usually have a lot of people calling for taxis. Hey young man, you look familiar. Sir, I just rode in your car. Oh. I remember now. He even told me to drive faster, like a young man catching his lover cheating at a hotel. So, did you succeed? Young man, take it easy. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Want me to take you to find some excitement? Lively. That's right, it's the kind of paradise for men, where you can choose between mature women and lolas, but let me make it clear beforehand, there's a 100 yuan fee for guiding you, and it's non-refundable. Hidden islands in the sea. The largest private space in Yunchi Hotel breaks with traditional design, utilizing multiple floors to create a miniature island-like ecological environment. Here, various scenes can be recreated in real time using humidity sensors and atomizing devices. For example, there are sea fog mode, aurora mode, fluorescent beach, tidal meditation cabin, and so on. As soon as everyone entered, they could smell the scent of fresh grass after rain mixed with white musk, mimicking the atmosphere of the clouds. With the addition of holographic projection and a glass water screen, it feels like stepping into another dimension. It's so beautiful, little sweetie exclaimed in surprise when she saw the surroundings. The layout and price of this secluded island in the ocean are definitely beyond what these live streamers can afford. The girl named Puff didn't originally book this room, manager Sun only offered it to her after seeing Li Shun come to the door. If an ordinary person wants to stay here, they will at least need to verify their financial resources. If your assets are less than 7 figures, then don't even think about it. But Li Shun doesn't need to go through this process, because rules are made by people. And he is the rule. Manager Sun, bring the menu over. As Li Shun lay on the lava, feeling the heat from it, he asked Sun Qian a question. As for the lava, it's definitely not real lava. It is made by using small sponges and a liquid metal coating to create lava. It has a warm touch and a surface with light and shadow, making it look just like the real thing. Yes, I'll go get it right away. Looking at the other person's carefree expression, Sun Qian was speechless. Although she had felt Li Shun's sweeping gaze earlier. But, unexpectedly, they had barely entered the room when the other party immediately. Isn't that a bit too fast? When Sun Qian returned with the menu, she found that Li Shun had opened several bottles of 1982 Lafite and was enjoying the scenery while drinking. The ordinary scenery itself isn't very appealing, but the dance performed by Zhang Yuyan and others is something else entirely. That would be different. After all, they had all studied ballet, classical dance, and some dances online that they didn't know the specifics of but looked very beautiful. They all do. This left Sun Qian somewhat puzzled. She could understand why the female anchors would put on swimsuits and show off their curves in the pool. Because the intentions of this group are quite obvious. But looking at Zhang Yuyan and the others' looks, figures, and temperament, they don't seem like that kind of woman. How could they do this? Sun Qian is, after all, the store manager, so her eyesight must be excellent. Otherwise, if you can't distinguish which customers have real money and which are just pretending to be rich, how can you do business? Young Masterly, here's the menu. We have dishes from various countries, we can basically provide any kind of cuisine that exists in the world. Upon hearing Sun Qian's voice, Li Shun put down his wine glass and asked in a slightly cold tone. Why did you take so long? Upon hearing this, Sun Qian first gave an apologetic smile, and then said, I'm sorry, young Masterly, I just went to check with the kitchen to confirm the ingredients, which took a little longer. That's all. I need to go to the restroom, Sun Qian said somewhat awkwardly. You wasted my time. As the hotel manager, don't you even have a basic sense of time? Li Shun's tone turned somber. Don't be angry, Mr. Li. The most important thing is to have fun when we're out having fun, little sweetie said as she came over. I already let you come over. Forehead. Under the eerie light in Li Shun's eyes, little sweetie shivered as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Even though the surroundings were filled with heat, she still felt a chill rise in her heart, as if her whole body had been frozen. Let's continue soaking in the pool. After Li Shun finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Yuyan and the others. With the heat from the lava environment and the virtual screen blocking the view, Xiaoxianbao couldn't see what was inside without getting close. As for Sun Qian from earlier? Li Shun was somewhat interested in her, so naturally he wouldn't mind. Chapter 131, Encountering the Male Lead Downstairs. What do you want? Sun Xian pretended to speak calmly, but her small hands were already clenched tightly. Although she has a great figure, she is also very young, and her baby face suits her temperament perfectly. Because someone was in junior high school. It had already started developing. Then, their appearance almost stopped at that stage, and the rest of their development went elsewhere. The fact that she was able to become a store manager at such a young age suggests that, in addition to her excellent academic performance, her family background must also be very good. But when facing Li Shun, it is a pity. If we're talking about family background, then no one in Haishur can compare to Li Shun. Therefore, she cannot simply turn around and leave, much less slap him. The only thing we can do is endure it. What do I want? Didn't I say it from the beginning? Li Shun said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Sun Qian instantly remembered that in the hall, he had said that if she did not do well, he would take direct action. And then, thinking back to the way the other person looked at me just now. This was the first time in her life she had ever seen such an undisguised look in someone's eyes. Because when she was in school, Sun Qian was picked up and dropped off in luxury cars every day, and she wore luxurious designer clothes. Even if she's beautiful and has an alluring figure, when pursuing such a stunning woman, most boys will subconsciously try to show their best side. It's okay if you don't like it. I just want to make a good impression on the goddess. Therefore, Li Shun's blatant gaze made Sun Qian feel a sense of fear. At the same time, she also realized that the other person had just said that they had no sense of time. That's just a premeditated excuse. This is clearly a sign that she's interested in me and wants me to be her lover. As for the idea of marrying someone, Sun Qian knew that he was the heir to the Tianyu group and that it was impossible for him to treat her as a wife. Therefore, they can only be lovers. My father is Sun Hanghua of Fengqi Real Estate. Young Master Li, could you give my father some face? Sun Qian said, her expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. To everyone's surprise, after hearing her words, Li Shun's lips curled up even more. If I'm not mistaken, the other person probably hasn't had a boyfriend before, because he had just observed Sun Qian's appearance. Now that he knows about the other person's family background, he is even more certain of his thoughts. In modern society, if you want to find a girl who is a virgin, you can basically only go up to junior high school. No. Go to the kindergarten. However, there are exceptions. For example, the female protagonist influenced by fate, special organizations like the Blood Rose, and the daughter of a rich man. Influenced by their families, the men are better off, they can be promiscuous and party every night. After all, no one can tell how many times he did it. But it's different for women. For such families, marriage can be seen as a means of making connections. They are not free to date, and marriage is used as a bargaining chip to solidify the relationship between the two families. If they were promiscuous, the little world has become incredibly ugly, just like a stinking ditch, black and smoky, so who would want it? Although it is very unequal. But where in the world is there any equality? From birth, children are given an inexplicable starting line, and their life plans are predetermined, whether they like it or not. This is a ridiculous reality. Is Fengqi Real Estate really that great? Do you know how many companies go bankrupt and close down every year in this world? Listening to Li Shun's quiet tone, Sun Qian suddenly regretted revealing her family background. She bit her sexy red lips, her clenched fist sinking into her palm. The story of a rich heiress falling for a poor boy is unlikely to happen in the real world. However, it often happens that a wealthy heiress is targeted by another family and becomes a commodity to be traded. After all, given the power of Tianyu Group, it wouldn't be difficult for him to bankrupt Fengqi Real Estate. Faced with this situation, Sun Qian's father would definitely give her to Li Shun to enjoy. Like those dramatic, heart-wrenching scenes in TV dramas. Please don't treat people like idiots. He refused to comply, then his business went bankrupt, all his money was gone, and after losing everything, what could he use to protect his daughter? In the end, apart from the whole family being utterly defeated, did the outcome change in the slightest? The daughter still belongs to someone else. Just as Sun Chen was biting her red lips, her little brain began to work frantically, thinking about how she could get rid of the other party's entanglement without offending him. Li Shun's expression suddenly changed. Then, he suddenly stood up from the lava, ignoring everyone else, and walked straight out the window. With the changes in the island's environment, the view outside the window, resembling a cliff, was shrouded by a one-way, invisible pane of glass. The sea below the cliffs gradually disappeared. The city's brightly lit, bustling streets are revealed. In his vision, the road below was instantly magnified layer by layer, becoming incredibly clear. After a thorough search, Li Shun's gaze finally settled on a taxi waiting at a green light. Through the half-open car window, you can see a handsome man sitting in the back seat. At this moment, as if sensing something, the other party looked up at the upper floors of the Yunqi Hotel. In an instant, their gazes pierced through the distance of space, allowing them to see the person watching them. "We finally meet Zhang Jiachao," Li Shun said silently with a playful smile on his lips. Despite the one-way, non-visible glass and the height of more than 10 stories. But the other party clearly understood what he meant. "Hello, young Master Li." Zhang Jiachao looked at him and spoke in silence. Judging from the other party's smiling face, it seems they haven't yet discovered the truth about the Runkong pharmaceutical incident. Realizing this, Li Shun's eyes narrowed slightly, and a thought flashed through his mind. Zhang Jiachao's unknown system. Judging from the fact that the other side was able to ignore the shelling of the mountains and forests last time, and was able to break through the investigation bureau's blockade this time, it seems the other party's system places more emphasis on. It's about military force. At this moment, Zhang Jiachao seemed to have thought of something and spoke again. "I still stand by my opinion." After reading his lips, Li Shun was not surprised by the result. After all, we had already analyzed the other party last time. Arrogant. They thought that killing people in the upper class would change the world's sickness. But what's most terrifying is, it's always the human heart. But this has nothing to do with him. Because he had said last time that he would kill the other person when they met again. With the help of his sixth sense, an image instantly appeared in Li Shun's mind. The background is the main road downstairs. A van traveling straight at about 80 miles per hour suddenly lost control of the steering wheel and crashed violently into a taxi. And the back seat of the taxi, Zhang Jiachao is sitting right there. It's exactly the same as the current scene. Chapter 132: The Use of the Sixth Sense. Reverse perception. This is a usage that Li Shun only recently figured out. The sixth sense can explore visions from the unseen world and have a premonition of future events. If it's the future we envision, could this create a reverse driving force, achieving a plot similar to the movie Final Destination? To test this idea, the sixth sense was transformed into an ability that combines both offensive and supportive capabilities. Li Shun then made advances on all the female leads around him, including Zhang Yuyan and Su Wanyan. After all, they share a common trait with the male protagonist: they possess good fortune, making them the most suitable test subjects. The method is also very simple. Don't touch them, let them burn. After several attempts, Li Shun discovered that his sixth sense could indeed achieve reverse perception. However, the perceived image cannot violate logic. For example, enabling Zhang Yuyan to use the toilet standing up, or allowing her to grow wings like an angel. These are all impossible. Because she is a woman, she is physically unable to meet the requirement of standing. Of course, the kind that just goes along with the flow doesn't count. Similarly, as a human being, she naturally couldn't grow wings, much less fly directly. Therefore, the reverse perception of the sixth sense can only succeed under the premise of conforming to established facts. For example, Zhang Yuyan is a woman. It's true that she feels empty. The fact that the van downstairs could lose steering control when braking due to various issues such as the braking system, tires, and dynamic balance is also true. Bang! At that moment, the sound of a vehicle crashing was heard. Li Shun, watching this scene from upstairs, couldn't help but curl a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Inside the taxi, a short while later, the deformed rear door was kicked open. Then, Zhang Jiachao, looking somewhat disheveled, crawled out from inside. Although his clothes were a bit dirty and messy, judging from his mobility, he wasn't seriously injured. Li Shun was not surprised at all by this. After all, he was a man with an unknown system, and with the protection of luck, how could a small car accident possibly take his life? At this moment, Zhang Jiachao, who had climbed out of the car, looked around in confusion, as if he didn't understand why he had been in a car accident. As someone who was blessed with good fortune, I have never encountered such a situation in my life. It's like winning every lottery you ever draw, but one time you only get a thank you for your patronage message. This surprised Zhang Jiachao greatly. Then, as if he had thought of something, he looked up at Li Shun with some confusion. During the last call, the system alerted us to an unknown system intrusion. Therefore, he knew that Li Shun also had a system. In addition, today's car accident happened after we met the other party. The most likely possibility is this was not an accident, but deliberate. As the two locked eyes in silence, Zhang Jiachao's gaze grew increasingly sharp. He understands some things without them needing to be said. It was indeed the other party who did this. According to Zhang Jiachao's guess, Li Shun is a rich second generation, so it would be very easy for him to bribe a driver. Not to mention that the other party also has a system, from which he can obtain superhuman power, so naturally the other party can obtain it as well. Just then, the sound of the investigation bureau's siren rang out in the distance. Although it was nighttime, the investigation bureau was still very quick. After all, they were hunting down a suspect. Upon hearing the noise, Zhang Jiachao turned his attention away, snatched a motorcycle from a passerby who was watching the commotion, and then quickly left the scene. With his abilities, he was naturally not afraid of being pursued by the investigation bureau, but he also did not want to confront them directly. But what Zhang Jiachao didn't know was the scene of him stealing the motorcycle happened to appear in Li Shun's reverse perception. From the car accident to his departure from the scene, everything that happened seemed to be a preordained plot, executed in a bizarre yet normal way. "Master, what happened?" Zhang Yuyan asked as she came to his side. "We're getting ready to watch a fireworks display," Li Shun said, gazing at the night sky outside the window. Fireworks display. After Zhang Yuyan finished speaking, she couldn't help but look out the window, a look of doubt in her eyes. Today isn't a major holiday, so there's no way there could be a fireworks display. Moreover, this area is within the outer ring road of Haishur, where fireworks are prohibited year-round. Let's wait a bit. Li Shun watched Zhang Jiachao ride away on his motorcycle, a smile playing on his lips. Then, he looked towards the swimming pool. The group of female anchors had all changed into bikinis with very little fabric. The decorations in the secret isle of the vast sea are very complete, with all kinds of clothing available, allowing the owner to fully enjoy the fun of dressing up. Of course, among this group of long-legged beauties, Peach is the most attractive. Wearing a white backless swimsuit, her skin appeared even whiter and more delicate. The form-fitting design perfectly accentuated her slender waist and full bust, making her look exceptionally charming. There's another important point. Her long, slightly wavy hair cascaded down her back, revealing her slender arms and perfect waist-to-hip ratio. Just like her online name, she has an elegant and refined air, like a peach. After admiring it for a while, Li Shun. Then he turned his gaze to Sun Qian, who was deep in thought. He walked over and said, "Well, if you've made up your mind, then just do it. Don't wait for me to do it myself." Upon hearing his words, Sun Qian loosened her clenched fist and asked with a hint of helplessness, "Why me?" Li Shun was taken aback when he heard this. Then, he looked at the other person's physique with a scrutinizing gaze. Sun Qian noticed this and then understood. A girl who is pretty will naturally attract attention. Normal people might not understand this because they would rarely see such a thing. Hidden in the dark side of the world. Putting aside the social impact of the exposure, how could someone with such abilities be made public? After all, you have to do bad things, but you also have to save face. Otherwise, how can they make money from ordinary people? Therefore, there are many facts and truths that people know very little about. Just like when Xiaoying lied to Zhang Xiaodong. What you saw. Actually, it's all what other people want you to see. The side lurking behind the scenes of the world is far dirtier and more perverse than people realize. Li Shun has a deep understanding of this. Judging from the negative emotions that heaven abhors, the more he accumulates, the more he understands the horror of human nature. If there is an abyss in the world, it must be an abyss forged by human nature. The fundamental rule of this society is that the strong determine the fate of the weak. You ask me why now because you are the weak one. Li Shun reached out and put his arm around Sun Qian, continuing to whisper in her ear. If one day you become strong, you will also bully the weak. Don't rush to deny it. This is an aggressiveness etched into the genes of living beings. No matter what kind of life it is, as long as it wants to live, it cannot escape the primal desires of human nature. Chapter 133. After hearing an explosion in the distance, Sun Qian started crying again. Primitive desires. Sun Qian asked, her expression a mixture of fear and nervousness. She was still clutching the shirt that had been taken off earlier, tightly covering her body. That's right, it's fundamental to human nature, just like what we're doing now. Li Shun's fingertips gently traced across the other person's fair, jade-like skin, slowly moving down along the delicate collarbone and the undulating peaks of the breasts. Every species needs to reproduce. Whether it's due to hormones or instinct, all living things except humans can complete this process quickly and efficiently. Even after it ends, some cruel behaviors such as cannibalism or abandonment may occur, such as mantises, lions, and insects. For a species, reproduction is above all else. When a female encounters a strong one, she will woo him. This is their supreme mission. Humans are, in the end, advanced animals, and this instinct is also ingrained in their bones. It's just that because of the emergence of emotions, humans have packaged it into complex behaviors such as romance and love. In the eyes of humans, especially women who are relatively emotional, they do not understand the kind of reproduction of animals that has no emotional basis. But animals also don't understand human behaviors like love and marriage that suppress reproductive instincts. Listening to Li Shun's slow and deliberate voice, Sun Qian gradually loosened her grip on the shirt. Do you know what you're saying? Sun Qian stared at him blankly, her tone filled with surprise. Of course, but you are thinking from a human perspective, while I am thinking from the perspective of life, the blue planet, and even the universe. After Li Shun finished speaking, a mysterious smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he held his hand in front of the two of them and gently pinched it. Seeing this scene, Sun Qian's cheeks quickly turned red as she noticed the changes in herself. This is the instinct of life. When you encounter a potential partner for reproduction, your body will automatically prepare to receive it. It's just that compared to other animals, we humans have special emotions. The reactions you feel right now, or the uncontrollable burning sensation you experience for a moment, are all driven by instinctual desires. Upon hearing Li Shun's words, Sun Qian bit her red lips and shifted her body uncomfortably. Isn't this a good thing? Sun Qian asked. I didn't say it was bad. It's just that reproduction is a biological instinct that allows us to experience the most essential joy of life. But with the interference of human desires, such as greed, this balance can be broken, leading to endless crazy behavior. You mean excessive desires? Sun Qian was about to speak when she suddenly let out a soft cry. After a while, she frowned, gave Li Shun a reproachful look, and said with a hint of resentment, You're so bad. About half an hour later, the gate to the secret island in the vast sea was knocked on. Then came the clear, crisp voices of Shanshan and Suing Luo. Knowing that Li Shun was at the Yinqi Hotel, Shanshan dragged Suing Luo, who had just finished class, over together. Zhang Yuyan glanced at her master beside her, who was busy with practical work. So she put on a light coat and stepped out of the heat of the lava. Sister Yuyan, where is Master? Shanshan asked hurriedly after entering. Sorry you're late, Zhang Yuyan said with a slight smile. She clearly knew the other person's personality. Back in Paradise Villa, the opponent would do anything for the sake of ranking battles. I was stunned by her gaze several times. Oh no! No way! Upon hearing this, Shanshan showed a hint of frustration, looking dejected. Even though it's nighttime. Kahai City is a first-tier city in the Dragon Kingdom. Whether it's day or night, the city streets are always congested. Shanshan departs from Paradise Villa. Despite driving a luxury car, a Porsche 918, his driving skills were clearly inferior to those of Xinyu and the others. After all, one of them graduated from a regular driving school. One of them graduated from an unofficial driving school. It's okay if Shanshan fails the exam. At worst, she can just pay to retake it. There won't be any major loss. But Xinyu and the others are different. If they fail the exam, they will face cruel punishment. Moreover, if one's driving skills are poor, there is a possibility of losing one's life during future missions. When faced with a life-threatening situation, their motivation is on a completely different level from that of a normal person. Sister Yu Yan, why did the master decide to stay at Yunqi Hotel, and who are those women? Shanshan asked, looking at the female anchors in the pool. A bunch of stinking fish trying to seduce the young master, Ye Yan said contemptuously as she walked over. Sister Ye Yan, why are you out here too? Shanshan asked, somewhat puzzled. Young master is playing with his new toys, I'm too lazy to argue with them, Ye Yan said somewhat resentfully. Yes, Ye Yan came out because she didn't want to compete, Shanshan said with a smile. As sisters who are often together, she obviously knows each other very well. Before receiving a reward from its master, it always maintains an elegant and dignified demeanor. But after that. In short, it's insane. You stinky Shanshan, do you want a beating? Ye Yan scolded angrily. No. Sister Ye Yan, I was wrong. You're so kind, please don't hold it against me. Xian said hastily, as if begging for forgiveness, when she saw her raise her hand. Just as they were playing around, a deafening explosion suddenly rang out far from the Yunqi Hotel. Boom! 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 Upon hearing the sound, Li Shun couldn't help but raise his head and look out at the sky. Under his vision, even from tens of kilometers away, you can see a mushroom-shaped cloud of fire rising. That power! It was practically like a small nuclear test. Seeing this scene and feeling the vibrations coming from the floor, Li Shun couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Clearly, this was the real gift he gave to Zhang Jiaqiao using reverse perception. A massive explosion occurred after a collision between a transport vehicle carrying several tons of TNT and several fully loaded oil tankers in a suburban area. Of course, this is something that would never happen under normal circumstances. Leaving aside tanker truck collisions, TNT transport vehicles are rarely seen by the public, as they have very comprehensive safety measures. But there are always exceptions. As long as the vehicle is on the road, then regardless of whether it is a special vehicle or not, changing its route is a given condition. That's the route Zhang Jiaqiao took when he left. TNT transport vehicles, a row of tanker trucks, and our male protagonist. Their seemingly coincidental common point of intersection is the result of Li Shun's reverse perception. But the most powerful one here. It wasn't TNT, it was an oil tanker. Because the explosive energy and power of TNT are fixed, while the calorific value of 1 kilogram of liquefied petroleum gas is 46,000 kilojoules, an explosion of a tanker truck carrying 20 tons of liquefied petroleum gas. Its energy is equivalent to 200 tons of TNT. Not to mention that the explosion of an oil tanker is a combustion reaction. When it comes into contact with TNT, it will cause a secondary or even tertiary explosion, and the total power released will be even stronger than the initial explosion. After the explosion, Li Shun suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him, causing his spirits to quickly wane. He had anticipated this. His expression froze instantly, and he couldn't hold on any longer, immediately collapsing headfirst to the ground. He knew from his previous experiments that reverse perception required mental energy. But I never expected it to be this serious. What happened? Was it an earthquake? Sun Qian's voice was filled with unease, and even her beautiful eyes revealed a look of panic. The explosion was like a thunderclap from a clear sky. The entire floor of the Yunqi Hotel shook, and the cups on the tables began to tip over. outside the window. The once peaceful street is now in disarray, with pedestrians scattered and disoriented. However, they weren't worried, since the distance was still quite far. So everyone raised their phones, ready to take pictures and post them on WeChat Moments or online. "Damn it," Shun said through gritted teeth. "Just as I was experiencing the life's creed, I was suddenly thrown off balance by reverse perception. This is unforgivable." Then, Li Xuanxin made a sudden move and activated the Slaughterer's ability. As mentioned before, killers can unleash the potential of the human body, putting all the body's tissues into an overloaded state, but there is a risk of losing control. Under this force, his already weakened mental state was simply unable to resist. They were instantly dominated by the Slaughterers. Moreover, all the organs in the body were rapidly enhanced, bursting forth with a powerful vitality. At this moment, Li Shun, a pair of dark, blood-red pupils that gleamed with an eerie light. Chapter 134 Scenes of being ravaged by wild beasts. The following day at noon, Li Shun rubbed his head, feeling a headache coming on, as if it were filled with lead, and he was feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Given his physical condition, he hasn't been in this state for a long time. Then he looked around. Those things lying haphazardly. Some willow trees were broken in half, some turf was torn up, and some were piled up together. The only thing they had in common was that they were covered in claw marks and teeth marks, making them particularly noticeable. Add to that the strands of hair scattered on the ground, and the lava stained with blood. The scene looked as if it had been ravaged by a ferocious and brutal beast. Could it be that we've been attacked? Li Shun's eyes instantly turned sharp as he scanned the natural environment around the island. The weather was fine and sunny. You can also smell the scent of fresh grass. Then, under his pupils that shimmered with an eerie light, neither the heat of the lava nor the water curtain of the glass could obstruct his vision. Everywhere was clearly visible. Besides here, he also saw several people lying on sun loungers near the edge of the beach. But we didn't see any large wild animals. Instead, I saw some hidden wires and a bunch of messy little instruments. What's going on? Wasn't he on vacation at the beach? This scene doesn't look real, it's more like a reality show set. Just as Li Shun was feeling puzzled, he suddenly saw the spot stained with blood. Then, as if realizing something, he tasted the flavor in his mouth again. A surge. It smells like rust. As consciousness gradually returned, the scenes from last night flooded back into Li Shun's mind. Only then did he understand what was going on. This is Shanghai Miyu at Yunqi Hotel, not an actual island. Li Shun has a minor ailment that hasn't bothered him for a long time. He experiences a brief period of amnesia after waking up. Logically speaking, given current living conditions, there should be almost no mental stress. So I haven't had this problem for a long time. However, after using the Slayer's skills last night, my mind has been out of control due to the excessive release of their power. As a result, when I wake up now, my brain hasn't fully recovered yet, and I experience a short period of amnesia. It was originally a skill used to kill enemies. The system also warned that those who lack the willpower to use it would experience a killing pleasure. But now, Li Shun actually came up with a new trick. If it were truly the thrill of killing, he would never have lost control, since Li Shun is not a bloodthirsty person at heart. But if we're talking about a certain aspect, I'm sorry. This is a belief in life, any hesitation is a disrespect for life. But who is the person on the sun lounger? How could there be any omissions? Li Shun looked again, carefully examining the group of people wearing swimsuits. It turns out they were just average-looking streamers. Although he used the Slayer's abilities last night, he has been in a somewhat unclear mental state ever since. But Jiang Yuyan and others were still by her side. Especially Yayan and Xianqian. One was an elegant person with a slight obsession with cleanliness, who thought that rotten fish and shrimp were not worthy of being tasted by the young master. The other type is those who have risen to their positions through their own hard work, and they have strict vetting standards for those who want to be shortlisted. With them overseeing things, those who aren't good-looking will be eliminated. Eliminated items that have been used by others. Those who are not well educated or have poor physical development will all be eliminated. In the end, only Peach was selected from the group of female anchors, but it's hard to say whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. Because of her appearance. That's terrible. Looking at the other person's expression, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Li Shun's face. It was as if he felt embarrassed. That was a bit too much. Let's make it up to them later. I remember sensing a desire for revenge in her. I can ask her about it later. For our own people. Li Shun is still very kind. After all, he was someone who had shown him the warmth of life. He wouldn't do something like taking something for free. Of course, this only applies to our own people. At this moment, Zhang Yuyan, who was beside her, let out a soft, dreamlike voice, and then slowly woke up. As expected of the female lead, despite having captivating special attributes, she also recovers the fastest. Not long after. As everyone woke up, something suddenly popped into Li Shun's mind. The male protagonist I met last night, Zhang Jiachou. Then, he opened the system page and browsed through it, but there were no new prompts. Strangeness. An explosion of that scale is equivalent to several hundred tons, or even thousands of tons, of TNT. Even if the male protagonist this time has a system. Surely nothing happened? Just as Li Shun was puzzled, a feeling of unease suddenly arose in his heart. It was as if something was about to happen. Chapter 135 Zhang Jiachou finds Xinyu. Runkong Pharmaceutical Company, Limited. A Porsche 911 was parked downstairs. Su Wanyan was about to open the car door when Xinyu stopped her. Wait a minute. While speaking, the other person began to observe whether the surrounding environment was safe. Sister Yu, can you hurry up this time? Su Wanyan said anxiously. What's wrong? Xinyu looked around as she asked. Young master didn't come back last night either. You seemed unwell. You wouldn't be like that girl Wanqiu, doing it yourself last night. I don't have any, Su Wanyan exclaimed with a touch of shyness. I need to use the restroom. Upon hearing this, Xinyu looked at the other person. The other person's lower leg was raised, and one thigh under the pencil skirt was pressed tightly against the other. Then look at her furrowed brows and biting lip. It's like saying, if you don't let me go to the toilet soon, I'm going to die in the car. No wonder Xinyu noticed that she kept twisting her waist and legs earlier. Okay, let's go up first. Xinyu said and opened the car door. She knew the importance of the three urgent needs of human beings. So this time, Xinyu didn't observe the surroundings before getting out of the car as usual. After all, the other party wasn't one of their blood roses. If it were someone like Tang Xiaoyuan, she would tell the other person to bear it, and if they really couldn't stand it, they should stop themselves. But Su Wanyan is different. She was a woman whom the young master had gone to great lengths to obtain, and her status was different from that of Tang Xiaoyuan and others. Xinyu was too embarrassed to let her block her way, and even less dared to do so. Little did they know. When the two of them got out of the car. In a secluded corner downstairs, Zhang Jiachou's figure suddenly appeared. These two people, they look familiar, they seem to be the women from Li Shun's villa. But why would they come to Runkong Pharmaceutical? Zhang Jiachou muttered to himself in confusion as he watched the two of them walk into the building, bowing to the security guards. He originally came to investigate Ring Yiming. After all, the other person's death was very suspicious, as if they had deliberately died in front of him. With the security guards and the investigation bureau present, it's clear that someone deliberately set a trap for him. However, he just witnessed this scene. The employees at Runkong Pharmaceutical were incredibly respectful to Li Shun's people. Could the person who orchestrated this be Li Shun? Thinking back to last night's car accident, it happened while the other person was watching. There was also a collision involving oil tankers. Although the incident occurred in the suburbs, dozens of kilometers away from the Yunqi Hotel. But Zhang Jiachou recalled the time he left. Li Shun's meaningful smile. It's pretty much a done deal, young Master Li. You've certainly made a worthy opponent, but you shouldn't have let them come to Runkong Pharmaceutical. As Zhang Jiachao murmured softly, he also walked towards the building. Since the other party can set a trap, he could also set up a trap. Let's use these two beautiful women to see if the other party will come over. General Manager's office. Su Wanyan had just come out of the bathroom and was standing in front of her desk, preparing to change her shoes. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. As she took off her high heels, she called out towards the door, "Come in." "Huh, who are you?" Upon seeing Zhang Jiachou enter, Su Wanyan couldn't help but ask again with some confusion. Although she had just joined Runcon Pharmaceutical, she had already reviewed the company's personnel information last night. Zhang Jiachou is not in it. After all, this man was very handsome, not the kind of generic face that you wouldn't notice at first glance. Moreover, given her memory, she would remember anyone she had ever met, even if the company had thousands of employees. The minds of top students are terrifying. "Wanyan, I'd like to try on your high heels," Shinyu suddenly said. "Sure, but wearing high heels to work can be tiring." "Why don't you wear slippers like me?" Su Wanyan said. At this moment, Shinyu walked to her side and whispered as she took off her high heels. "Let's hide for a bit." Upon hearing this, Su Wanyan immediately realized what was happening and ran towards the bathroom. Shinyu then hooked her high heel with her toe, turned around, and flung it at Zhang Jiachou. Because she was accompanying Su Wanyan to the company, she was also dressed in stockings and a bodycon skirt. But while beautiful high heels are attractive, they are not conducive to women's combat. Of course, ordinary people are an exception. For actual combat personnel, high heels alter the distribution of the body's center of gravity, concentrating more weight on the forefoot. The high heel also causes the body's center of gravity to shift forward, disrupting balance and stability. Although kicking someone while wearing high heels will hurt a lot. However, generating power requires the support of the legs and waist, which is a very obvious weakness for a real enemy. So, Shinyu ran towards the other person barefoot. "Interesting, you have a good eye for observation." Zhang Jiachou raised his arm to block the opponent's side kick, his tone tinged with surprise. "But you actually dared to fight me." No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Jiachou retaliated instantly, grabbing Shinyu's slender ankle. Immediately afterwards, he exerted force with both arms and actually swung Shinyu up. Shinyu felt a powerful force strike her, and her body flew up uncontrollably. That power didn't seem like human strength at all, it was more like that of a ferocious wild beast. After being thrown into the air, using her own skills and reflexes, Shinyu quickly spun her body in mid-air to dissipate the inertia and impact from the previous moment. Then, she pushed off the wall with her little feet and did a somersault before landing steadily. She glanced at her ankles. Through the extremely thin crystal stockings, a red bloodstain could be seen on the skin. Shinyu was startled. This man is incredibly strong. If we try to fight head-on, we definitely can't win, we have to use other methods. Through this brief exchange, Shinyu had a general idea of her opponent's combat strength. That speed was as fast as lightning. Non-human power. Just like Zhang Xiaodong last time, this is another monster-level enemy. Wrong. Zhang Xiaodong is just incredibly lucky, but his actual combat ability isn't very strong. Compared to this man, at least. One is in the heavens, the other on the earth, like Erlang Shin and Xiao Oxianquan. Then, Shinyu looked at the coat on the sofa. The tight-fitting bodycon dress she was wearing left her nowhere to hide a weapon. It's so tight that it outlines the weapon when you carry it on your body. Not to mention that Shinyu herself is a great beauty. Those alluring S-shaped curves and long, straight legs are sure to attract attention on the street. It's the kind of thing that can suck up even eyeballs. In this situation, anyone passing by who isn't blind can basically tell that she's hiding something. Bang! At this moment, a silenced gunshot suddenly rang out. Chapter 136: The Terrifying Zhang Jiachou. All I could see was the entrance to the office restroom. Su Wanyan was holding a pistol, the muzzle still steaming with gunpowder. There are plenty of these in Paradise Villa. Before she went out today, for some reason, she suddenly had the urge to bring one with her. However, it is quite heavy. Su Wanyan just tossed it into the bathroom while she was using the toilet. This is why she immediately ran towards that direction after hearing Shin Yu's reminder. As for the alleged crime of possessing a gun, don't forget, the director of the investigation bureau is Jiang Yuyan, and there's also the Tianyu Group, which is among the top 10 in the world. In a sense, the rules are in Li Shun's hands. Whoosh! Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shin Yu flipped to the edge of the sofa and threw a dagger out of her coat. She knew how perverted this man was. For ordinary people, a handgun can be a deadly weapon posing a significant threat. But for Zhang Jiachao, the power is definitely not enough. So Shin Yu took out 2 silenced pistols from her coat and quickly aimed them. Bang! 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 When she came out of the Paradise Villa, she saw Su Wanyan holding a gun, and she didn't know why. She suddenly wanted to take two too. After all, he had used the female protagonist's enhancement agent, and 2 doses at that. Under the influence of luck, he would also experience a special connection. Just like Su Wanyan's whim. But if we're talking about luck, then the 2 of them combined don't even have as much luck as Zhang Jiachao. The starting point is a terrifying 500%. Even if Li Shun completes Su Yingluo's ultimate mission, after deductions, he will still have a 300% success rate. But then a very strange thing happened. Surprisingly, both Su Wanyan and Shin Yu's attacks managed to hit Zhang Jiachao. And the location where it hit. They are all vital organs such as the head or heart. This is almost impossible for a male protagonist who possesses great fortune. Not bad, you reacted quickly. If I hadn't undergone my transformation, I might have really died here. After all, no one would have expected there to be a gun in the office. Zhang Jiachao's calm voice rang out. It's just a great pity that I'm not afraid of pistols now, let alone daggers. After saying this, he pulled the dagger out of his heart and casually threw it on the ground. Then, all of Zhang Jiachao's wounds began to heal rapidly, and in a short while, there was no trace of injury at all. Upon seeing this scene, both Su Wanyan and Shin Yu's eyes widened instantly. Is this guy even human? It's just like Terminator. Although Zhang Xiaodong was also unkillable by gunfire last time, it was because the shot missed, not because he was unharmed after being hit. But this time it's clearly too much, it's like being immune to damage. Bang! Bang! Shin Yu didn't believe the other party could really be immune to damage, so after firing the shot, she approached again with a dagger. But this time, Zhang Jiachao's speed was significantly faster, and his punches left after images. Shin Yu quickly used her arm to block. Bang! Under the opponent's immense power, Shin Yu was instantly knocked back by this tremendous force. At the same time, the bones in her arm, which she was using to block, made a cracking sound. How could this be? She is not an osteoporosis patient. Her years of training have made Shin Yu's bones much stronger than those of the average person. Although women's bones are more fragile than men's. However, Shin Yu did not have any special experiences such as breastfeeding or pregnancy, so her bones did not lose calcium. In addition, there's the added boost from the female lead's enhancement agent. With her current bone strength, how could she have made a cracking sound when Zhang Jiachao hit her? Just now. Based on Shin Yu's initial assessment. Although the opponent's strength is great, it doesn't reach this abnormal level. The change is in. After being attacked. Could it be that the opponent is not immune to damage, but rather absorbs the damage and converts it into their own power? Bang! Just as Shin Yu was thinking this, she was suddenly kicked away by a figure. It wasn't that she didn't want to dodge, nor that she was distracted, it was mainly because the other person was too fast. The excruciating pain in her arm also significantly impaired Shin Yu's reaction time. It's amazing that it has endured this long without vomiting blood or screaming in agony. She's already tried her best. Just then, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, along with the anxious voices of many people. Hurry up, hurry up. After the office door was pushed open, a group of men in security guard uniforms rushed in. President Su, who is causing trouble. Upon hearing the security captain's question, Su Wanyan immediately pointed at Zhang Jiaqiu and said, "That's him. This person is extremely dangerous. A reward of 1 million will be given to anyone who can subdue him." Upon hearing this, the security guard's expressions changed instantly. Su Wanyan had just arrived at Runcon Pharmaceutical and was a new boss to the security guards, a boss who was also very good-looking and had a great figure. Naturally, everyone wanted to make a good impression on her. A stunning female CEO falls in love with my dream. You should still have the dreams you want to have. Therefore, when they received the call, they called all their security guards. "Kid, behave yourself." A security guard rushed up and tried to hold down Zhang Jiaqiu. Ah! His outstretched finger was snapped open by the other person, and a scream rang out instantly. Xinyu, who was just hit, didn't even cry out. But this grown man is screaming like a pig being slaughtered. "Don't just stand there. Come and help." Hearing his cries for help, the surrounding security guards began to rush forward. The other party was the first to rush forward, clearly wanting to show off and get the 1 million reward. But seeing his screams of pain, everyone realized that this man was a tough nut to crack. Completely different from her delicate appearance. Taking advantage of a lull in the security guard's actions, Su Wanyan ran over and helped Xinyu up. "How are you? Hang in there, Yuejia. Let's go quickly. This man is very strong," Xinyu said with a pained expression. Upon hearing her words, Su Wanyan glanced in the direction of the security guards. The situation was completely one-sided. He quickly led the other person out of the office. Zhang Jiaqiu did not stop this, and remained calm. As a person with an arrogant nature, he genuinely didn't believe the two women could escape, so he wasn't in a hurry at all. We went downstairs. As soon as Su Wanyan and her companion stepped out of the gate, Zhang Jiaqiu appeared alongside them. Because Xinyu was injured, she didn't dare touch the other person's arm and walked very slowly. In addition, although she is the female lead, having good fortune does not mean she is strong. Her body, which has not been exercised much, is not on the same level as Xinyu's at all. "Don't worry about me, just go on your own." Seeing Zhang Jiaqiu's cat and mouse expression, Xinyu pushed Su Wanyan away. "Sister Yu," Su Wanyan called out anxiously. "Go," Xinyu snapped. For her, the people the young master protects are above all else, including her own life. "None of you are leaving today," Zhang Jiaqiu said with a mocking smile, watching the other person approach step by step. Despite the pain, Xinyu clenched her fists, stared intently at the other person, and said in an icy tone, "If you can't leave, then we'll leave you here." "Oh? You can try and see if you have the ability to keep me here." Zhang Jiaqiu was about to step forward after he finished speaking. Bang! At that moment, a dark shadow flashed by, and he was instantly hit and thrown into the air by a speeding sports car. That was one of the 3 legendary cars. Porsche 918. Chapter 137: The System That Transforms Everything. The 3 legendary cars. Ferrari's LaFerrari, Porsche's 918, and McLaren's P1 are known as the 3 supercars. But this luxury car is worth tens of millions. Originally, Shanshan was taking Suing Luo to the Yinchi Hotel to find their owner. At that moment, someone floored the gas pedal, causing it to veer wildly through the city, accompanied by angry curses from drivers and passers-by, until it was completely wrecked. The front of the car was severely dented and deformed, and the front skirt, body shell and other parts were also damaged to varying degrees. It looks like an accident has happened. It refers to a traffic accident involving 2 vehicles, not an accident involving a person. After all, the Porsche 918's body and key components are made of aerospace-grade materials, so hitting a person wouldn't cause such severe damage. Of course, this refers to ordinary people. But the current Zhang Jiaqiu is clearly not an ordinary person. His physical abilities are abnormally strong. Young Master Xinyu exclaimed in surprise. All that could be seen were the figures sitting in the car. It was Li Shun and Tang Xiaoyuan. After waking up at the Yunqi Hotel, his sixth sense gave him a vague warning. However, this warning was very vague, unlike reverse perception, which provides a clear picture. Therefore, he could only make a general judgment. First of all, the possibility of something happening to me is unlikely. Given Li Shun's overall strength, very few things could pose a threat to him. Moreover, if such a thing were to happen, it would certainly not be a trivial matter, and would be accompanied by obvious feelings of panic and fear. But now, it's more like something bad is going to happen to someone close to you. So he contacted Paradise Villa, his mother in Kyoto, and his father in Country A. Finally, according to the narration of the maid Zhao Ruoyun, before leaving today, Xinyu and Su Wanyan, for some unknown reason, both suddenly picked up guns. Although they didn't know the reason. But Li Shun knew. Then, without even sitting in the extended Rolls-Royce, he drove over in a Porsche 918. However, his driving skills were poor, so he dragged Tang Xiaoyuan over to be his driver. Along the way, they ignored red lights and drove against traffic. It drove incredibly fast, literally incredibly fast. It really took off. Especially after receiving Su Wanyan's call, Tang Xiaoyuan heard that Xinyu had been beaten, and she immediately drove the car against the wall. They pulled off a series of blade overtaking maneuvers. How was it, Li Shun asked after getting out of the car. Your is all right, young master. This enemy seems to be immune to damage. It can heal quickly after being hit in the head and heart. Your guesses. He should be able to absorb damage and convert it into his own power. Upon hearing Xinyu's synchronized message, Li Shun's eyes narrowed slightly. How did it hit? He glanced at the system's message page and saw no new deduction notifications, so the other party still had 300% luck value. But there is good fortune. However, it cannot trigger the luck avoidance effect. Now look at the current Porsche 918. If the other party truly has good fortune protecting them, then there will be probabilistic events such as loss of steering control or being intercepted before the collision. After all, Tang Xiaoyuan was the one driving. She is not the female lead, nor is she Li Shun. She has neither luck nor the luck shield of the system. In addition, Zhang Jiachao possesses superhuman strength, and luck isn't some kind of magic pill. So the most likely explanation is the other party's system. Realizing this, Li Shun's gaze towards Zhang Jiachao changed slightly. Because he had a general idea in his mind. Transform. Zhang Jiachao's system can transform everything into his own power. Even including luck. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why someone with such good fortune could be hit by Tang Xiaoyuan's car. It's even more inexplicable that last night's explosion, which had the power equivalent to over 100 tons of TNT, occurred, yet the other party acted as if nothing had happened today. Li Shun. I knew I was right. Ren Yiming of Renkong Pharmaceutical was the one who set up this scheme, wasn't he? Zhang Jiachao stood up, a sinister glint in his eyes. That's right, you're not too stupid. After saying that, Li Shun asked Tang Xiaoyuan to take the injured Xinyu to the hospital first. He then ignored the crowd of onlookers and walked straight toward Zhang Jiachao. Upon seeing this, the other person's expression changed. The woman had already told him her story, but they actually dared to get close to me. Could it be his system? Zhang Jiachao thought to himself that Li Shun's reliance might also be on a magical system, so he put away his playful thoughts and began to get serious. Bang! A loud thud of fists rang out, and neither of them dodged, swinging their fists at each other with all their might. But at the very moment the two sides made contact, a system notification, invisible to others, flashed in Zhang Jiachao's pupils. Warn! Due to unknown factors, this damage cannot be converted. This caused Zhang Jiachao's expression to change drastically. After obtaining the system, anything that affects you can be transformed into your own power. But this time, this is the first time I've encountered something that can't be converted. Isn't it strange seeing the change in the other person's expression? Li Shun asked with a smile. He was initially a little puzzled. Since the other party has the configuration of luck plus system, the villain system didn't give them any special treatment. But now it seems blocking is the greatest privilege. Zhang Jiachao's transformation system is very powerful, it can turn everything into his own power. Theoretically speaking, he is invincible. After all, taking action would increase the opponent's strength, while not taking action would only lead to certain death. This creates an unsolvable vicious cycle. But now. Bang! With a loud thud, Shun took advantage of the opponent's momentary lapse in concentration and delivered a powerful straight kick, aiming directly at the opponent's lower body. Ugh! Zhang Jiachao let out a painful groan after being attacked. This area. This is undoubtedly the most fatal weakness for any man. After all, there is a kind of pain called mild pain. However, given Zhang Jiachao's physical strength, things shouldn't end up in a complete mess. But it really hurts. He broke out in a cold sweat in an instant. Immediately afterward, Shun seized the opportunity to launch a series of fierce attacks. Use your waist to lead your shoulders, and use your shoulders to deliver your punches. At the same time, the body's center of gravity shifts forward, unleashing even more terrifying power the moment it strikes the opponent. Straight punch, hook punch, spinning back fist. He inherited advanced fighting techniques from the previous male lead, Zhang Xiaodong, and combined them with his physical strength and his ability to target the killer's fatal weaknesses. At this moment, a barrage of fierce attacks rained down on Zhang Jiachao. Chapter 138. The male lead used as a sandbag. A moment later, Shun's hands started to hurt from the beating. With the help of the transformation system, Zhang Jiachao is as resilient as a 10,000-year-old turtle. As for why the other party didn't resist? He does want to. Not to mention that he lost the initiative from the start. Shun's advanced fighting skills and the support of the butcher completely overwhelmed his opponent in terms of technique. After all, Zhang Jiachao only possessed powerful physical attributes, but lacked corresponding attack techniques. It's like having a max-level, pay-to-win account used by your cousin to fight a world boss. Not only have I never played it, but it's also a scam. Asshole. While being brutally beaten, Zhang Jiachao realized his situation and, after cursing angrily, had the idea of running away. Even though he had learned some attack methods during this time, some things cannot be mastered in a day or two. If we use a villain rating system, Zhang Jiachao's skills are at most beginner level, not even reaching the intermediate level. But Shun's fighting skills. Although he didn't learn it on his own, thanks to the system's rewards, it has become integrated with him and completely transformed into his own power. However, crushing is still crushing. He's really tough. By now, Shun was feeling a bit tired, just like when he used to play cards all night with 100 women. Even so, it was still impossible to break through the opponent's defense. At this moment, Zhang Jiachao clutched his head as Shun delivered a fierce knee strike to his face. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the opponent hurriedly retreated, trying to escape his subsequent combo. Finally, at the cost of withstanding a heavy punch after a spin, Zhang Jiachao successfully created distance. I am an officer from the Investigation Bureau. Please help me stop this criminal. It turned out that it wasn't Shun who said those words. It's Zhang Jiachao. He spoke with great righteousness and, coupled with his handsome appearance, he sounded particularly convincing. This led the onlookers to believe it. After all, Shun was hated by heaven, and he had a terrifying aura about him, so he didn't look like a good person. Zhang Jiachao is also a male lead. He was undeniably handsome, with a dignified appearance and an air of integrity. Shun, didn't you tell me how terrible human nature is? So what would you do in this situation? Zhang Jiachao said in a low voice. Despite being attacked for so long, the other person didn't even bleed and still looks perfectly normal. Because at the beginning, after realizing that he could not convert damage, Zhang Jiachao converted all his abilities into defensive power. So, despite the fact that he was beaten badly, he was actually fine. Hey! Don't move! We've already contacted the Investigation Bureau. You'd better just surrender. After hearing what Zhang Jiachao said, the first enthusiastic citizen spoke up. She looked like a young girl who had just graduated, and she kept staring at Zhang Jiachao after she finished shouting. A lovesick expression. Comrades from the Investigation Bureau, don't be afraid. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, I refuse to believe there is no law. Let's all work together to help the comrades from the investigation bureau catch the bad guy and lock him up in jail. Listening to the chatter of the crowd, Shun couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. As long as you're human, you'll have the urge to follow the crowd and can't help but go with the flow. But from a human nature perspective, without punishment, there is no fear. But once there is punishment, people will have a yardstick in their hearts and will subconsciously think about whether what they did was worth it. This is what people often refer to as gain and loss. Ah! Let go. Let go of me right now. Ah! It hurts. Big brother, I was wrong. As the first passerby stepped forward, Shun grabbed him and began to scream in pain. Everyone just watched the two of them fight. Therefore, they have no idea just how terrifyingly Shun and Zhang Jiachao's power really is. After all, just looking at it. Despite being beaten for so long, Zhang Jiachao wasn't injured at all, not even a bruise. Isn't this just a blatant display of skill? However, now that it's their turn to experience it for themselves, they realize just how powerful this man is. With just a gentle squeeze, the bones would shatter. How could you do this? How could you even commit violence? A little girl shouted, pouting. Judging from her young age, she must be a recent graduate and intern. One bear was small, and the other was young. But they certainly have a lot of courage. She actually dared to speak after the first passerby screamed. People say that big bears are brainless, but how come flat-chested people are just as brainless? Shun gave her a cold glance, under the gaze of the Xin Ning eye and negative emotions. The little girl's hair stood on end, and she stood up straight for a moment, shivering violently. He then looked at Zhang Jiachao, who was preparing to flee. What, you lured me here, and now you're planning to run away? Shun said with a contemptuous tone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiachao abruptly stopped, his face showing an uncertain expression. He originally used Xingyu and the other person to set up a scheme, hoping to get them to clarify the cause of Ren Yiming's death. After all, with the identity of a wanted criminal, it's hard for people at the bottom of society to believe what he says. He wants to kill the upper class, but the lower class doesn't believe him. Zhang Jiachao could easily imagine how difficult the road ahead would be. But now that the people have been brought here, a very fatal problem has arisen. We can't beat them. Not only could he not win, but he was like a punching bag in front of the other party, only able to take a beating. Although the other party couldn't kill me, I felt like I was being used as a punching bag. This is awful. Shun, I admit you are very strong, but I will never admit defeat. When we meet again, I will definitely kill you, Zhang Jiachao said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Shun couldn't help but chuckle and said sarcastically, You're quite good at making excuses for yourself. Hearing his tone, Zhang Jiachao clenched his fist tightly, but in the end, he held back. Clearly, he knew he couldn't beat his opponent, and rushing in would only make him suffer. But we can't beat them now. It doesn't mean we can't beat them in the future. With the transformation system, he can infinitely improve his strength. At this moment, seeing that the other party was gritting his teeth and not saying a word, Shun couldn't help but lower his eyes slightly. Although I hate to admit it, I really can't break through the opponent's defenses right now, let alone kill them. Unless... Shun glanced in the direction of Paradise Villa. Before leaving the Yunqi Hotel, he had Ye Yan and the others bring over the evil emperor's sword. But if you calculate the time. With Blood Rose's driving skills, even if there's a traffic jam, it's still rush hour, not the evening rush hour, so she should have been back by now. There's been no sign of them for so long. Could it be that something has happened? Although my sixth sense didn't give me any warning, I can't rule out the possibility of some minor issues arising. Thinking of this, Shun didn't stop Zhang Jiachao and let him escape. After all, he couldn't kill his opponent, and after fighting for so long, he even hurt his hands and was sweating from exhaustion. Chapter 139 Ye Yan with an impact drill. Paradise Villa. Accompanied by a deep voice, Ye Yan, Shui Yao, and the others silently stared at the evil emperor's sword. Beside them, Nanachan, Jin Gwen, and the others lay on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Especially Nanachan, her expression made it particularly obvious. Has the equipment not been brought yet? Yiyan asked, biting her red lips, her voice tinged with anxiety. Upon hearing their young master's words, they immediately returned to retrieve the evil emperor's sword. But no one expected. This sword can actually electrocute people. Actually, saying electricity isn't entirely accurate, but that's the gist of it. Zhao Ruoyun was the first to touch it, and then her eyes instantly went unfocused. With her long hair floating in the air, she collapsed to the ground and began to sob. She couldn't answer any questions, and just kept making low, muffled noises. Upon seeing this, Jin Wen became even more alert and carefully reached for the evil emperor's sword. However, it was of no use. The instant he grasped the evil emperor's sword, she felt a surge of malevolent energy enter her body, accompanied by chaotic whispers in her ears, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. After she collapsed, Nana-chan, who had taken the heroine's enhancement drug, prepared to grab the sword again. However, after seeing what had happened, she put on a pair of insulated gloves before preparing to take out the sword. But the result remained unchanged. It could be due to the female protagonist's enhancement agent, or it could be due to other special reasons. Nana-chan did not collapse immediately. He trembled until his pupils began to dilate before he finally released the evil emperor's sword from his hand and threw it to the ground. This is also why the electricity was inaccurate, as mentioned earlier. After all, if it were truly electricity, then the insulating gloves would be indispensable, and in the end, they wouldn't be able to let go of the evil emperor's sword. Because anyone who has been electrocuted knows. Under the influence of electric current, abnormal conduction of neurons is triggered, and the fingers will unconsciously curl up, eventually presenting a strange inward grasping posture that is impossible to release. Besides, with that kind of intensity, Nana-chan, who wouldn't let go, should have been electrocuted long ago. So, after several attempts, they tried every possible method they could think of. Finally, amidst the sounds of people falling to the ground all around, they decided. Tear down the wall. If Li Shun were just placed on the table, it would be fine, they could just carry the table away with him. But it just so happens to be hanging on the wall. They could only take the equipment and prepare to cut the wall away, then take the bricks and swords together. Sister Yayen, I've brought the things. As a group of maids entered, carrying various equipment such as chainsaws, impact drills, and dust-free wall cutting machines, they entered with their soft, delicate voices. Judging from their appearance, they all had their sleeves rolled up, revealing their arms, and their pretty faces were covered with a few drops of sweat. It's really unfair to ask these girls to do manual labor. After all, this is a real physical job. It's not physical labor. Ring ring. Just then, as they were preparing to cut down the wall, Li Shun called. Young master, it will be ready soon, Shueyo said as she answered the phone. Ha? What's that sound? What are you doing? Li Shun asked, somewhat puzzled. After the call connected, he heard a very obvious buzzing sound on the phone. It sounds incredibly noisy. That's the sound of a hammer drill. Sister Yayen is using a hammer drill, Shueyo explained. Using an impact drill? This impact drill, is it the kind of impact drill I'm thinking of? What is she going to do with it? Li Shun's tone was filled with doubt upon hearing this. Wrong. I told her to go back and get the evil emperor's sword, so why is she using a jackhammer? What are you guys doing? Are you planning to renovate the villa? Hearing the young master's puzzled voice, Shueyo looked in Yayan's direction. To balance the recoil of the impact drill, the other person was gripping the drill handle tightly with both hands, pushing forward with their left hand to stabilize the machine body, and pulling back with their right hand to control the switch. Judging from its appearance, it should be a medium-sized impact drill, and it is not light. Because Yayen's arms were very tense. Young master, Sister Yayen used the impact drill to retrieve the evil emperor's sword, Shueyo replied. Using an impact drill to hold a sword. Upon hearing this, Li Shun was even more bewildered, unable to understand the connection between the two. Could it be? Is this what women often refer to as a sense of ritual? Before taking up the sword, you need to decorate the surroundings first, just like burning incense. I don't understand, and it feels like utter nonsense. Can you guys please stop? This noise is driving me crazy, Li Shun said angrily. To his ears, the noise on the phone sounded like a buzzing in his head. It's incredibly noisy. What's more, when I called him, she didn't even go out to answer the phone, letting him hear it so clearly. What does this mean? Who do you think you are? When we get back, I'll give them a good scolding and show them why the flowers are so red. Young master, I'll be right out. Upon hearing the young master's tone, Shueyo hurriedly wanted to leave and find a quieter environment. Forget it. Anyway, the person has already run away, so you don't need to bring the sword over. Just wash up in the villa and wait for me to come back, Li Shun said in a low voice. Okay. After Shueya finished speaking, she stood there with a puzzled look on her face as she listened to the sound of the phone being hung up. It was obvious that she didn't know what she had done wrong. Why does the young master seem so angry? Shueya, was that the young master's call just now? Yayen asked, turning around. Yes, it's the young master. He said we don't need to send the sword over, Shueya said. No need. Yayen put down the impact drill in her hand, a look of doubt on her face. Yes, they even made us wash it clean. Upon hearing Shueya's words, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at her blankly. After a while, they looked around at the dust and their clothes, which were soaked with sweat. Everyone looked disheveled. All right, leave a few people to clean up here, the rest of you go to the hot springs to wash up. We'll talk again when the young master comes back, Yayen said. Yes, Sister Yuyen. After agreeing, the maids carried the heavy equipment back. Shueya, tell me in detail what the young master just said, Yayen asked, pulling her aside. Sister Yayen, if I say I don't know what the young master means either, would you believe me? Shueya said helplessly. How could you not know when you answered the phone? Hearing these words, Shueya couldn't help but feel a pang of grievance. But she really didn't know. I really don't know. I just said you were using a hammer drill, and then the young master got a little angry and said it was too loud and noisy, and told me to keep my phone away from him, Shueya said, pouting her red lips. Upon hearing this answer, Yayen showed a look of disappointment and frustration. Don't you know to find a quiet place to answer the phone? Even if I brought it back, I'd still find it too noisy. Chapter 140, Send Yayen and the others to get the sword. The living room of the villa. Li Shun sat on the sofa and spoke to Shueyo and Yayen in front of him. Explain yourselves. Shueyo, why are you holding your phone so close to me when I'm on the phone? Are you trying to drive me crazy? And you, Yuyen. I told you to come back and get the sword, but you just started playing around with it yourself. Upon hearing the young master's question, the two exchanged a glance, a complex expression flashing in their eyes. A moment later. Young master, the impact drill I used just now was for getting the sword, Yayen said. Using an impact drill to hold a sword? What kind of impact drill did you use? Li Shun asked. It's the kind of drill that has both rotating and impact modes, and the drill bit can also make holes. As Yayen spoke, her voice grew softer and softer, because she realized that It seems like this is a bit hard to explain. This left her momentarily at a loss for words, so she could only look to Shueyo for help. After receiving the signal, the other party said, Young master, the impact drill that Sister Yayen just used was the kind that makes a put-put-put and sizzle-sizzle sound. Shueyo blinked her two beautiful big eyes, which sparkled with confidence, as if she was very satisfied with her explanation. But Yayen looked at her speechlessly. She can understand what the other person means. Tutu-tutu is the sound of impact, and zizizi is the sound of friction when rotating with an object. But it still doesn't explain why they used an impact drill to get the evil emperor's sword. Are you kidding me? Li Shun suddenly looked at Shueyo with a smile. When people are very angry, she really does laugh. Originally, when he was at the Yunchi Hotel, he lost control because of the killers, and he felt a little guilty towards them and didn't want to make things too difficult for them. But now, he had heard it clearly on the phone just now, the noise was making his head buzz. But the other person said it again. Is she afraid he won't remember? Li Shun looked around but couldn't find any suitable weapons, so he beckoned to Wancho next to him and asked her to take off her high heels. Since the other party likes to play. That will allow the other person to have a great time. Girls may not have had this experience, but most boys have experienced being hit with slippers when they were little. Young master, please don't. Could you please come upstairs and take a look? Yayan said hurriedly after seeing this scene. Upstairs. After Li Shun finished speaking, he looked at Yayan's exposed arms and calves and saw several very obvious bruises and bloodstains. This made him soften his heart, so he agreed to the other party's request. After all, she was one of the best among the blood roses, and a woman who liked elegance and cared a lot about her image. Her desire to avoid embarrassment in front of the maids and to find a different place is understandable. Upstairs. Upon seeing the cracks in the wall, Li Shun couldn't help but look puzzled and asked a question. What's going on? Upon hearing the young master's question, Yayan and Shui Yao hurriedly explained what had just happened. You mean that during the process of obtaining the evil emperor's sword, a phenomenon similar to electric shock will occur? Li Shun asked. Yes, young master, Nana-chan and the others are still lying in the room, Yayan replied. You'll get an electric shock. Li Shun murmured softly as she threw down the high heels she was holding. Since that's not the case, then these high heels are naturally useless. This can be considered a narrow escape for Yayan and the others. Upon seeing him put down his high heels, and Wanqiu, who was wearing stockings and standing on the floor next to him, immediately came over and put her shoes on. No one can touch it? Li Shun asked. We can't be sure, because only Jingwen and Nana-chan touched it just now, and they all started trembling all over, Yayan replied. Is there any difference? The difference? Yayan recalled for a moment before continuing. Oh right. Nana-chan held the sword for significantly longer. Nana-chan. After Li Shun finished speaking in surprise, he looked at the evil emperor's sword on the wall and fell into deep thought. If only he can touch this sword, there will definitely be many inconveniences in the future. After all, he wouldn't normally carry a sword with him when he goes out. System, could you please put the sword away? Items not obtained through the mall/task rewards cannot be stored in this system. Upon seeing this message, Li Shun knew that the idea of having the system carry around with him was impossible. But the system can't handle it, and neither can he. Such a peerless sword can't just sit in the villa collecting dust every day. We have to think of a solution. For example, find something to store the evil emperor's sword, or figure out why Nana-chan can hold the sword for a longer time. Is it something that makes her different? The first thought that popped into Li Shun's mind was, it's the female lead's enhancement agent. Wanqiu, come here and get the sword. Upon hearing the young master's words, Wanqiu couldn't help but show a hint of fear on her face. She had just heard what Yayan said and knew that holding a sword would cause an electric shock. Yes, young master. Wanqiu slowly walked forward, swallowed hard, and then reached out her delicate hand to grasp the sword hilt. The moment her fingertips touched the sword, she tensed up instantly, making a sound as if her neck was being choked. Not long after. With a screeching sound as her high heels scraped across the ground, Wanqiu lost consciousness and collapsed to the floor. Seeing her like that, Li Shun couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. It's only been a short time, less than half a minute. How did it collapse? This evil emperor's sword is so ferocious. So, between her and Nana-chan, who lasted longer? Li Shun asked. Nana-chan was even longer. Although we didn't time it, it was probably about 3 minutes. Yayan replied after thinking for a moment. 3 minutes? Upon hearing this, Li Shun looked at her with some surprise and continued to ask, you really had 3 minutes? That's right. Alright, then it's your turn to take the sword. Yayan pursed her red lips, and after taking several deep breaths, she stepped out towards the evil emperor's sword. Well. The moment she gripped the sword, she couldn't help but let out a painful groan. As she straightened up, even the long hair on her shoulders slowly floated up. Half a minute passed. Yayan remained motionless in that position. Only her long black hair fluttered in the air, tracing a few graceful arcs. How is it? Li Shun asked. But when he heard his words, the other person did not react at all, as if he had lost consciousness. Seeing this strange scene, Li Shun then walked towards the other person. As he approached, he saw that Yayan's pupils were unfocused, and she was staring blankly at the evil emperor's sword. At the same time, with Li Shun's perception, he could hear the chaotic whispers in the other person's ear. They were babbling incoherently, and I couldn't understand what they were saying. Chapter 141 Fantasies Born from Holding a Sword. Ah! At this moment, Yayan suddenly screamed, released the evil emperor's sword from her hand, and hurriedly retreated. Her steps were somewhat unsteady, and coupled with the fact that she was wearing 10-centimeter high heels, it was difficult for her to maintain her balance when she was distracted. Soon, as her ankle twisted, one shoe flew off, and with a gasp, she instantly squatted awkwardly on the ground. After the other person kicked the shoe away, the small feet wrapped in black stockings were revealed, with the toes now in a bent position. Upon witnessing this scene, without saying a word, Li Shun turned and ran. He didn't do this. If you want to get the evil emperor's sword, you have to pass a test. Don't blame it on him. Sister Yayan, how are you? Shui Yao quickly squatted down to support her. Although Yayan was trembling all over, her delicate face became somewhat distorted. But she did not lose consciousness. He ran to the balcony and closed the door, leaving Li Shun all alone. At this moment, only then did he dare to look inside the room. But Mingming, Nanachan, Wanxiu, and Yayan are all people who have taken the female protagonist's enhancement drug. How long can it last? One lasted 3 minutes, another only half a minute, and the third was completely conscious. The difference is huge. Isn't it the effect of the female protagonist's enhancement agent? Li Shun pondered for a moment, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper, clearly not understanding the difference between them. After Yayan came to her senses. Standing on the balcony, Li Shunkai shouted, "What happened when you picked up the sword just now?" Glug! Yayan swallowed hard and turned around with a look of fear on her face. But when they saw the young master, who was dozens of meters away from them, they couldn't help but show a hint of doubt. "What's wrong?" Although she didn't understand, she still answered. "When I touched the sword, I felt a chill rush up my arm, and I was about to resist. It felt like my heart was instantly frozen and numb." At this moment, Yayan clutched her wildly beating heart. Everything she touched felt icy cold, as if she had just taken a cold shower. After I was frozen numb, I heard a series of chaotic whispers in my ears, as if many people were singing a lullaby in my ear. As my consciousness faded, the scene before me changed. At this point, Yayan suddenly revealed a very strange expression. She seemed afraid, yet also shy and terrified, making her look particularly complex. "What did you see?" Li Shun shouted. "What I saw was young master." Yayan raised her small face and said in a somewhat complicated tone, "You saw me." Upon hearing this, a look of surprise flashed across Li Shun's eyes. But recalling their initial reaction, their panicked steps, their fearful expression. If she were her normal self, she wouldn't behave like this, so what she saw? This is clearly not a good thing. "Tell me, what do you think I look like?" Li Shun continued to shout. "Young master has turned into a monster 8 feet tall, and carrying a spiked club several meters long." As Yayan said this, a strange look flashed across her face, and her tone became shy. A spiked club. Li Shun was taken aback. Wasn't his weapon the evil emperor's sword? How did it turn into a spiked club? But when he noticed the expression on Yayan's face, and the fingers clutching her heart, he suddenly realized what the weapon the other person was talking about really was. No wonder Yayan was so scared, no one could stand this. Li Shun looked at the evil emperor's sword. Luckily, he had good eyesight, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to see it clearly. The sword was dark and its blade was entwined with the auras of 3 different attributes: flames, the sea, and the starry river, which seemed to fit the word evil. But before it was reforged, wasn't it the righteous and awe-inspiring imperial sword, Shishao? How come now? You've become so unserious. Young master, and then I. Wait a minute, Li Shun interrupted Yayan abruptly, shouting, "We can't talk about what happened next right now. Tell me about it when we're alone." Okay, Yayan nodded and said, At that moment, as Li Shun looked at the other woman's shy expression, a sudden flash of inspiration seemed to appear in his mind. He was the sword's owner, and the person wielding the sword saw him. He was the most important person to Yan. It's him again. Could it be? Li Shun's eyes narrowed slightly, and a general guess formed in his mind. However, so far, from Zhao Ruoyun and Nanachan who first took up swords, to Wanqiu and Yayan now, these people are all his own people who are related to him. To verify my hypothesis, I need to find several more different types of test subjects. So he asked Shueyao, who was standing next to him. Are any of the assassins, enemies, or spies captured in the villa still alive? No, they've all been executed. No. Li Shun was taken aback when he heard this. After thinking for a moment, he asked, are there any new employees who have just joined the company, the kind I haven't seen before? Yes, we have this. Go and bring them here. Okay. Upon hearing the young master's words, Shueya got up and walked downstairs. Watching her departing figure, Li Shun turned his gaze back to the evil emperor's sword. Wanqiu below. After all, a dark and cold evil emperor's sword is nowhere near as pretty as a girl. Even Li Shun couldn't help but feel a little strange seeing this. However, at that moment, a flock of crows flew across the sky above the balcony, making a cawing sound. Then he looked at Yan on the ground. She still looked shaken, her eyelashes trembling, her small hand clutching her heart. Two beautiful legs protruding from under the skirt radiated a mysterious luster under the black stockings. Especially now, she's wearing a high heel on one foot and only stockings on the other. They look kind of pitiful. Li Shun's eyes narrowed. He wanted to help the person put on their shoes, but he was afraid that God would punish him again. I hesitated for a moment at the end. He broke off the iron railing on the balcony and put it on himself. Only then did I dare to step out onto the balcony and pick up the high heels that had fallen to the ground. Since you have this idea in mind, then don't hesitate, just go for it. After all, life is too short to make things difficult for yourself. Young master. As Yan watched Li Shun put high heels on her, a hint of tenderness crept into her voice. When a person feels insecure, even the slightest light will evoke a special feeling. For example, an umbrella handed to you by a stranger when you are lost in a rainstorm. For example, when facing pressure alone, a friend's greeting or silent companionship can be a comforting presence. Any gentle gesture will warm the other person's heart. Then, Yan saw the young master's eyes. A slight change inevitably occurred. Chapter 142 New Employee by Qinghuan. The living room of the villa. Sister Xiaoyuan, what is it that the young master called us over about? Behind Tang Xiaoyuan were two sweet-looking young girls. A woman wearing a long white dress. A woman wearing a long, light blue dress. Looking at their youthful, college-and-rich faces, they appeared to be around 20 years old, either recent graduates or interns. I heard a question from one of the girls. Tang Xiaoyuan thought for a moment, and just as she was about to speak, her ear twitched behind her hair. Because she heard from upstairs. She was all too familiar with that sound. One was the young master's voice, and the other was Sister Yan's voice. Ahem, let me double-check with you, none of you have ever been in a relationship, right? Upon hearing her question, the two girls exchanged a glance and then spoke in unison. No. That's good. Romantic relationships are forbidden in Paradise Villa, Tang Xiaoyuan nodded and said. No villa romances allowed. Sister Xiaoyuan, can you tell us why? Is it because of the owner of the villa? It's young Master Li. Looking at the girl in the blue dress, Tang Xiaoyuan slowly said, that's right. But the young master will not force you to work at the villa. It is entirely voluntary. If you do not agree to this condition, you can leave now. How could that be? He's the heir to the Tianyu Group, one of the top rich second-generation heirs in China. Working in his villa is an honor that countless girls dream of, the girl in the white dress said with longing. But after the girl in the white dress finished speaking, a strange look suddenly flashed in her eyes. Although she was wearing a very ordinary dress, she behaved just like a girl from a normal family. But if you look under her skirt, you'll see her underwear. You'll then be able to tell that something is very wrong. Because it was a piece of lingerie that had been featured in Victoria's Secret, and it wasn't a regular style. A limited edition dream lingerie set. It's worth millions of dollars. This is definitely not something a normal family can afford, so the girl's purpose in coming to Paradise Villa. It could never be for money. A long time. After the commotion upstairs subsided, Tang Xiaoyuan led the two girls upstairs. Although she really wanted to go up there just now. But that time at the Yunqi Hotel. It's possible that her financial situation led to the severity of her injury. It hasn't fully healed yet. Upstairs. Ye Yen has been taken back to rest by the maid. Despite her eccentric personality, she also had experience at Yunqi Hotel. The fear she felt while retrieving the sword further impacted her mental state. So, let's leave it at that for now, otherwise something might go wrong. It's the same principle as some feverish patients who don't receive treatment and try to tough it out, which can eventually damage their brains. Anyone who has experienced it knows. During this process, body temperature will rise, accompanied by sweating, rapid breathing, and other symptoms. This indicates that the metabolic rate is increasing and the demand for oxygen is rising. If the condition becomes severe enough and medication or injections are not taken, it can lead to a significant loss of body fluids, resulting in electrolyte imbalance. In the end, he suffered brain damage from a high fever. Li Shun also didn't want anything to happen to the other party. After all, they were his own people who were loyal to him, so of course he felt sorry for them and needed to take good care of them. Young master, the person has been brought. Upon hearing Tang Xiaoyuan's voice, Li Shun looked in her direction. Two girls were following behind her. Both girls have sweet looks, but the girl in the white dress is noticeably more beautiful. She has long, slightly wavy, tea-black hair, bright, large eyes, long eyelashes, a straight nose, and crescent-shaped eyebrows. Overall, she has very delicate features and is a beauty of the level of a campus belle in Shanghai. This school beauty refers to the kind of universally recognized school beauty who satisfies the aesthetic standards of most people. Not the kind of self-proclaimed title given by a few men. "Hello, Mr. Li, my name is Bai Qinghuan," said the girl in the white dress. "Hello, Mr. Li, my name is Qing Yixue," said the girl in the blue dress. Hearing the two people's sweet, soft voices, Li Shun's eyes suddenly changed. Because of the passive effect of the demon's descent. He heard the voices in the hearts of these two people. Now, any thoughts that arise, such as demonic ideas or negative emotions, cannot escape his perception. Initially, Demon's passive ability wasn't this strong. However, under the influence of the negative aggregate and his sixth sense, he discovered that both of these factors amplified the demonic descent, making the talent even stronger. Simply put, it's a kind of compatibility. Demonic possession can be enhanced by other skills. "You said your name is Bai Qinghuan, are you sure your surname is Bai?" Li Shun said in a low voice. "Yes, young master. I'm sure," Bai Qinghuan said with certainty. "Okay, if you want the surname Bai, then it's Bai. Anyway, you are indeed quite fair-skinned." After Li Shun finished speaking, he glanced at the other person's jade-like arms, which were as smooth as lotus roots, and her pair of fair hands. That delicate and smooth skin is clearly the result of being pampered since childhood. Most families can't afford to raise one like that. However, since she doesn't want to admit it. "Come and get this sword," Li Shun said with a cryptic smile. "Take a sword." Bai Qinghuan looked puzzled upon hearing this. Then she noticed the cracks in the wall and the dark long sword. Bai Qinghuan had never seen Ye Yen and the others, and Tang Xiaoyuan had never mentioned it to her. Therefore, unaware of the power of the evil emperor's sword, she walked straight past it. Behind the scenes, unseen by others. As she looked at the evil emperor's sword, she pouted and mumbled something unintelligible. "Damn it, has my attractiveness decreased? Why isn't he interested in me? Should we give you another hint later? With my looks and figure, I can have anything I want. I don't believe he can resist." Bai Qinghuan thought she was speaking very softly, and that no one could hear her muttering. Little did they know, with Li Shun's current level of 5 senses, he heard every single word clearly. But when he heard that she wanted to seduce him, Li Shun's lips suddenly froze, and then he showed a very surprised expression. This little girl. They probably need to be taught a lesson. He originally intended to wait until the other party drew their sword, then, upon realizing the situation was amiss, immediately interrupt them. But now it seems. Let her stay electrified a little longer. Ugh, 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 ugh. The moment Bai Qinghuan touched the evil emperor's sword, she immediately reacted as if she had been electrocuted. Her body suddenly stiffened, and her arm was unable to move as if it were nailed to a sword. It might be because she has no relation to the sword master Li Shun. The sword body immediately flashed with aurora-like light, red like raging flames, blue like the deep sea, and purple like the Milky Way. To an outsider, it looked like an electric arc, crawling up her fingertips toward her wrist. But perhaps the imperial sword possessed a spirit and sensed that Li Shun had no intention of killing Mo Qinghuan, which is why these aurora lights were very faint and did not directly kill her. Even so, Mo Qinghuan was still a little. That was a loss of composure, I suppose. Chapter 143: The Identity of the Two. Little Qinghuan, how are you? Upon seeing this scene, Qing Yixue was so anxious that she almost blurted out the words miss. However, she quickly realized that Li Shun was still nearby, and hurriedly changed her address to Qinghuan. Don't move. Just then, as she was about to step forward to check on the young lady, Tang Xiaoyuan suddenly grabbed her and pressed her down, while Tang Xiaoyuan's cold voice rang in her ears. This made Qing Yixue's nerves tense instantly, and she subconsciously clenched her small fists. Tang Xiaoyuan isn't stupid. She realized there was something wrong with the two people's names when she heard the young master's gloomy tone. Anonymous infiltration of Paradise Villa. Putting everything else aside, just this one point alone is enough for her to kill the other person. Judging from the young master's behavior, he doesn't seem to have any ill intentions towards these two people. Otherwise, she would have already drawn a dagger and held it to his neck. For no other reason than that. First, use the other person's head to admit your mistake. During the pre-employment screening at Blood Rose, they were surprised to find that the person was using a fake name. What a failure! She insisted on going to find someone from the intelligence department soon. If they could do it, they could do it. If not, they could rest in eternal sleep. Don't let them get punished because of this. It's not entirely Blood Rose's fault. With the power of Bai Qinghuan's family, it would be very easy for her to disguise her identity, and it would be difficult for others to discover it. Qing Yixue. As Li Shun spoke, his eyes scanned the other person's tall and slender figure from head to toe. She was about 1.7 meters tall, and half of her muscular calves were visible under her light blue dress. Judging from his appearance, he's someone who exercises regularly. I'm giving you a chance to confess honestly, Li Shun said slowly. Upon hearing this, the other person glanced at the jade-like hand on their shoulder and said with a forced smile. Young master is joking. Qinghuan and I are just here to be maids, we have no other purpose. Oh? Bai Qinghuan said her surname is Bai, so I won't hold it against her. After all, she is my fiancé's younger sister, so you could say she is my future sister-in-law. As Li Shun finished speaking, he couldn't help but glance back at Bai Qinghuan's side. Following the sound, they sent Mo Shue's younger sister to retrieve the evil emperor's sword, and she got electrocuted like this. It seems a bit. Cough cough, anyway, I already asked her before I took it. She herself doesn't admit that her surname is Mo, and insists that her surname is Bai, so Li Shun can't be blamed for that. But the other person just said they wanted to seduce him. Is my sister-in-law that thirsty? Wrong. The other party must have come for her sister, Mo Shue, and wanted to test her. Li Shun immediately understood Mo Qinghuan's purpose. But this sister-in-law is really bold, she's not afraid he won't know, so she just goes ahead and makes it real. At that time, teach her to understand the dangers of society. After all, given the Mo family's upbringing, Mo Qinghuan must not have had a boyfriend before marriage. When facing Li Shun, turning his gaze away, Li Shun looked at Qing Yixue again, his tone slowly turning cold. But what are you anyway? how dare you lie to me? Hearing the change in the young master's tone, Tang Xiaoyuan raised her jade-like leg and kicked the other person in the back of the knee with her beautiful foot in high heels. Ah! Xing Yishui cried out in pain instantly, her legs buckled, and she immediately knelt down in front of Li Shun. Bang! Just then, a heavy thud sounded behind Li Shun. Looking back, it turned out that Mo Qinghuan had lost consciousness and collapsed directly onto her own. Ahem, wash her clean and send her back, Li Shun instructed the maid beside him. After all, they are members of the Mahist school, it's somewhat unethical to let them sleep here. As for what illusion Mo Qinghuan saw? Let's ask her after she wakes up. If she had admitted her identity from the beginning, Li Shun would have taken the evil emperor's sword from her the moment she fell into the illusion. But what can you do when someone is so stubborn? Now look what's happened, this incident will probably leave a very deep impression on her. To obtain leverage over the other party? When Li Shun thought of this, some very classic movie scenes couldn't help but come to mind. The selfless sister-in-law, the taste of the sister-in-law, falling in love with the sister-in-law, the kind sister-in-law, sister-in-law 1, sister-in-law 2, sister-in-law 3, etc. Young Master Li, I'm sorry. Miss dragged me here. I didn't mean to lie to you. Upon seeing this, Xing Yishui chose to be honest. She was originally from a subordinate family of the Mo family, and was arranged to live by the young lady's side from a young age. It's similar to the maidservants who served as concubines in ancient times. They are required to respond to the lady's summons at any time, serve her daily needs, and provide certain services to the groom after the lady gets married. Even though society is developing and times are progressing, many ancient things have been eliminated. But have you ever thought about? That only applies to ordinary people. What you see and know is what others want you to believe. For the upper echelons, they will not only retain this system, but also increase the military force involved. Xing Yishui was just like that, her identity was not only that of a maid, but also that of a martial artist protecting the other party. Like the blood rose, she is willing to give her life for the lady in critical moments. Of course, she's definitely not bad-looking either. This is also why it's rare for ordinary people to see beautiful women in society. After all, they naturally couldn't use men to protect the young master, let alone the young lady. Therefore, these girls with good genes are often controlled by certain upper-class forces. For ordinary people, it's enough to just see pretty girls online after they've used beauty filters. Otherwise, even if you see them, you won't get them. You don't even need the investigation bureau to force them, their fighting skills are not low. One kick can sentence you to a lifetime without a wife. At this moment, with her voice, Li Shun also snapped out of his reverie. It has to be said that having high mental strength is definitely a good thing. Even when recalling things I've seen before, the picture quality is 4K ultra-high definition, not blurry at all. Moreover, you can skip the boring plot and go straight to the most classic parts. His mood couldn't help but change a little after watching it. He hadn't really taken action earlier because he was considering Yi Yan's physical condition. Now, Li Shun looked at Xing Yishui kneeling on the ground. She's fairly good-looking, quite sweet. If I had to rate her, 80 points. This score is already quite high. According to Li Shun's evaluation, the female lead scores are all above 95 points, and Blood Rose scores above 90 points. A score of 80 is already considered high enough to be considered a campus beauty. After all, his scoring criteria go beyond just looks, it includes things like beautiful legs, a slender waist, and measurements. There are also special bonuses in terms of personality, charm, temperament, and so on. These are all factors that need to be added later, so giving it 80 points at the beginning is already a very high score. Chapter 144 Conditions for Obtaining the Evil Emperor's Sword. As time goes by, Li Shun unconsciously smiled. Xing Yishui is quite good. To express my feelings, I'll borrow a classic line from the movie. It's that brotherhood of blades. Let it rise to 83 points. If nothing unexpected happens, Xing Yishui will have to stay at Paradise Villa from now on. After all, as Mo Qinghuan's person, she was taken by Li Shun before her young lady could even get married. One can imagine. When the Mahists discovered this, the consequences ranged from being used as a commodity to being traded, to being killed on the spot. That's how cruel the upper class is. But Li Shun wouldn't mind, since he was the one who took it, and naturally wouldn't mind if the other party left it at Paradise Villa. If Qing Yixue could remain loyal to him, it can rise to 88 points. In addition to loyalty, there are also bonuses such as the other party's resilience and physical fitness. Young Master, Nana-chan and the others have woken up, a maid said as she approached. After Li Shun gave a nonchalant response, the other party cleaned up the area without him having to say anything. Downstairs living room. Nana-chan, Zhao Ruoyun, Wanqiu, and the others, who had regained consciousness, stood together. Of course, Yan isn't here, she's a special case and is resting inside. Li Shun, who came down the stairs, sat down on the sofa in front of everyone. But it's a bit lonely sitting alone. After all, it's just asking about the evil emperor's sword, not holding a denunciation meeting. There's no need to put on a stern face and act all serious. Besides, we're all on the same side, everyone knows what kind of person he is. As long as no mistakes are made, everything is negotiable. So Li Shun glanced around and pulled Shui Yao into his arms to sit down. He originally wanted to choose a female lead. But none of those three people are here. Zhang Yuyan was dealing with matters related to Runkong Pharmaceutical. At that time, she was having a showdown with Zhang Jiachao downstairs, and there were quite a few onlookers. Suing Luo is at Shanghai University mainly to accompany her older sister, Suing Yu. This girl is now a model student, especially diligent and eager to learn. As for Su Wanyan, he stayed with Xinyu at the Municipal Central Hospital. Recalling the scene of Xinyu's injury, Li Shun suddenly had an idea. Should we give them some extra training? For example, the killer's abilities. Blood Rose is an assassin organization whose most common fighting style is to kill with a single blow. This is very similar to the attack method of a killer that automatically targets vital parts, but using the slaughterer on an assassin. He feared that these women would lose control of their bloodlust and completely transform into female demons. After all, they are different from Li Shun. Their childhood environment caused Xinyu and others to experience countless brushes with death, whether they are enemies or their comrades. This led to a change in Xinyu and others' attitudes toward life. Normal people would be so afraid of hurting someone that they couldn't sleep for nights on end, let alone killing someone. But for them, they were a group of young and beautiful girls, yet they had long been accustomed to death. So before giving it to the killer, it's best to have someone test the effect first. As for whether the items redeemed from the system can be used by others, the answer is definitely yes. Tang Xiaoyuan's queenly affection and Su Fanny's nightmare tears had already been given to others. Tell me, what happened when you drew your swords, and what illusions did you see? As Li Shun spoke, he leaned back on the sofa and put his legs up on the table, revealing a leisurely and contented expression. At this point, everyone began to tell their stories. The feelings before were mostly the same. A chill ran through the sword, and after the body was frozen numb, a hypnotic whisper rang in my ears, plunging me into a hallucination. But later on, Wanqiu and Jingwen saw the same thing as Yayan. The young master had turned into a monster 8 feet tall. He brandished a spiked club and went back and forth to teach them a lesson. But Zhao Ruoyun saw something different. Besides Li Shun turning into a monster, there's also her past experience at Shanghai University. This includes scenes of her parents being beaten by thugs hired by a wealthy second-generation heir, and her breaking down in tears in the hospital. This memory, hidden deep within her heart, reappeared before her eyes thanks to the power of the evil emperor's sword. It was as if she had gone through it all again, which is why her eyes are now bloodshot. As for Nana-chan's illusions, they are different as well. Yayen and the others saw a spiked club, but she saw a giant python, as huge as the Yamata no Orochi from their island nation. Then I made her eat. In addition, she had to undergo various training programs when she was young, resulting in an unhappy childhood. In the illusion, Nana-chan also relives the scene of no one loving her. After listening to their stories, Li Shun couldn't help but think of a skill. Tsukuyomi. It can alter settings such as the surrounding environment, the flow of time, and the sensation of harm, causing the victim to experience prolonged pain and torment over a short period of time. However, the effects are not entirely the same. The illusion space created by Tsukuyomi is determined by the caster. The illusion of the evil emperor's sword should be determined by the deepest impression in the heart of the person wielding the sword. After all, for Yen and the others, the young master is the most important person in their lives. So apart from Shun, they could not see any other scenes. As for the monsters, although they dared not say it, that was their true assessment of Shun in a certain aspect. And Nana-chan and Zhao Ruoyan. Both of them had painful experiences before joining Paradise Villa, experiences that left a deep and unforgettable impression on them. So, apart from Shun, all these things will be incorporated into the whole. Zhao Ruoyan could understand. She is a girl from a normal family, and her upbringing is different from Yen and others. It is impossible for her to abandon her parents and only have Shun in her heart. But Nana-chan. As a member of a subordinate family, she was taught from a young age to serve her master for life. Why did she see more than just Shun? It's not that Nana-chan isn't loyal, just think about Yen and the others' blood roses and you'll understand. That kind of special experience leads to an attitude towards life where even death becomes commonplace. Although Nana-chan's childhood was also unfortunate, at least the people around her were still alive. Therefore, she cannot reach the point where she has no other attachments besides one person. In summary, aside from Shun, anyone on their own side who tries to obtain the evil emperor's sword will be trapped in a cage of memories. Confront your deepest memories. Whether painful or beautiful, in illusions they will transform into nightmares that torment you repeatedly. Unless you can be like Yen. Driven mad to the point of accepting the monster within. Thinking about this, even Shun couldn't help but sigh, this woman is really ruthless. No wonder he's a crazy guy with messy hair. Although fantasy is not the same as reality, as long as you can bear it, you won't break down. But this kind of thing. Who could stand that? As for those who aren't on our side wanting to take the evil emperor's sword? Shun had also thought about this, so he found 2 newly hired employees to try it out. However, when Mo Qinghuan took the sword, he did not sense any whispers from the other party. So she. Most likely, the only experience he'll have is being electrocuted. Chapter 145 Threatening the Future Sister-in-Law. The next morning, Shun was awakened by the wake-up service, got up, and just stepped out of the bedroom. He lowered his head. They saw Mo Qinghuan sitting downstairs, with Qing Ishue, a beautiful woman who seemed unwell, standing next to him. Looking further to the side, it was those maids who were whispering among themselves. This guy has a death wish, daring to sit on the young master's sofa. The newbies are really something else. Let's get away from them, or the young master will splash us with water. No way, isn't the young master the one who dotes on women the most? How could he kill her? I'm not talking about blood. Have you forgotten what happened to you when you got a spanking? Back then you. Shut up. The maid blushed and immediately covered the other woman's mouth with her hand. At this moment, everyone saw Shun come down from upstairs. All the maids in the living room stood up straight, bowed, and called out in sweet, soft voices. Good morning, young master. All that could be seen was the low-cut maid outfit. As they leaned forward, they each revealed a captivating sight. Listening to their gentle voices, every word seemed to be wrapped in a warm and sweet feeling. In an instant, it changed one's mood. Excellent. Since you're in a good mood, there will naturally be a reward, Li said with a smile. Great, 100,000 yuan for everyone spending money. Go buy some of your favorite food later. Upon hearing this, the maid's red lips curved into a slight smile, and they called out even more gently. Thank you, young master. Working at Paradise Villa, they don't care how much they earn. All it takes is a sweet tongue and behaving well-behaved and sensible. Some people can earn hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of dollars in a single day. In summary, a small number of people earn tens of millions a month. That basic salary of tens of thousands of yuan. They really don't take them seriously. Li Shun. Did you ask me to get the sword yesterday on purpose? Mo Qinghwan stood up and shouted. She bit her delicate lips, furrowed her brows, and her large eyes were filled with anger. Yesterday, after she regained consciousness, Cheng Yishue told her what would happen next. For example, she revealed their true identities to each other. He's also been taught a lesson by young Master Li. So now that Mo Qinghwan feels her identity has been discovered, she might as well stop pretending. We're going to confront Li Shun directly. Her sister is his fiancée. As Li Shun's future sister-in-law, how could the other party possibly disrespect her? Although the two have not officially married yet. However, both sides are top-tier families, the Li family and the Mo family, so they naturally keep their word. In addition, the original owner had already held an engagement ceremony with Mo Shui, so their relationship was basically confirmed. Then, who gave you the right to talk to me like that? As Li Shun spoke, he walked to the sofa and sat down, giving her a cold glance. Under his aura, Mo Qinghwan felt a chill in her heart, and her expression instantly wilted. Even there was a hint of grievance. I'm the one who's making a fool of myself. As a girl, she had never done anything so shameful before. And in front of so many people. Behave yourself in my area from now on. This is the first time, so I won't hold it against you. As Li Shun spoke, he leaned back on the sofa and put his legs up on the table in front of him. Then, he glanced at Cheng Yishue beside him, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. She had changed into a short skirt, and her small feet, clad in slippers, were slightly turned inwards, revealing her two fair and beautiful legs in a pose that resembled a. This looks quite interesting. Cheng Yishue, do you want to stay at Paradise Villa? Upon hearing Li Shun's words, the other person looked up in surprise, revealing a bewildered expression. Hey! She's my friend, are you trying to poach my people? Before Cheng Yishue could speak, Mo Qinghwan shouted anxiously. As her best friend who grew up with her, although they were from different backgrounds, she still had feelings for her and naturally didn't want to break up with her. You don't know what happened after she went back. What will be the outcome? Also, watch your tone of voice. I am your sister's fiancé, and in terms of seniority, I am your elder. As Li Shun's voice faded, Mo Qinghwan pouted slightly, feeling a little aggrieved. Not daring to speak loudly, she muttered softly. Other people's elders dote on their younger relatives, but all I do is criticize them. I'm going back to tell my sister. Seeing her so frustrated, Li Shun beckoned to the maid next to him, who immediately handed him a cell phone. Then, he opened a video and placed it in front of the other person. The contents inside depicted the scene from yesterday when Mo Qinghwan drew her sword. Li Shun found it interesting at the time, so he specially had it captured from the surveillance footage. The electronic equipment in Paradise Villa provides surveillance footage with an 8K ultra-high-definition resolution. You can see even the individual strands of hair clearly. Ah! Upon seeing this, Mo Qinghwan immediately let out a shy scream and rushed over to cover the phone. Then her face flushed red, and she said angrily, "How could you have this?" Looking at Mo Qinghwan, who was clinging to him and trying to snatch his phone, Li Shun said without any politeness. Behave yourself here from now on. Otherwise you know. Your Mo family has quite a few brothers and sisters, and I believe many people would like to see you make a fool of yourself. Hearing his threatening tone, Mo Qinghwan gritted her teeth, a complex expression rising on her face. Li Shun is right. She had many brothers and sisters in the Mo family, some with whom she had a good relationship, and some with whom she had a bad relationship. This is a common problem in large families. After all, procreation is a biological instinct, and there's no right or wrong in it. Any man, once he's aroused, could resist the urge to cheat. It's not that there aren't any, but they're very rare. For example, Li Shun's father, Li Fantian. The other person is a very sentimental person. Otherwise, given the power of Tianyu Group, he would have been hunted down by all his brothers and sisters from the moment Li Shun was confirmed as the sole heir. Fortunately, he didn't have that many brothers and sisters. Because the original owner's initial aversion to women was a family trait and the inheritor was Both Li Fantian and Gong Yuehua have it. One was someone who was indifferent to women before meeting them, but became obsessed with them after meeting them. This can be seen from Gong Yuehua's age. She is only 38 years old this year. Li Shun was born not long after he came of age. The other is a scientific research expert. As the chief scientist of the Dragon Kingdom, her achievements today are inseparable from both talent and hard work. This is evident. Gong Yuehua was also a cold woman. Therefore, Li Shun had very few brothers and sisters, only a few children born from necessary marriages. However, given the power of the Tanya group, there aren't many potential marriage partners it needs. As for violating the rules, as I said before, once you reach a certain level, the rules are in your hands. Moreover, an arranged marriage is not the same as marriage. A rich man can have 18 concubines, but they are not registered. Can you say they committed a crime? Cannot. There are many similar stories online, such as dating is illegal, but keeping a sugar daddy/sugar baby is not. That's so enviable. Chapter 146 Mo Qinghuan's Spoiled Act. What is this? At this moment, Mo Qinghuan suddenly felt something uncomfortable under her, so she prepared to look down. Wah! Upon seeing this, Li Shun immediately pressed down on the other person's head and blindfolded her. Some things, if the other party finds out. It's true that men have certain reactions that can't be controlled, and everyone should be able to understand that. But doesn't he have any pride? When the other party returns to the Mo family and tells them, and then spreads the word, it will become clear that the dignified young master of the Li family. How embarrassing. However, his approach only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause, because Mo Qinghuan remains the same after she recovers. Seeing this scene, Li Shun couldn't help but scratch his head awkwardly. He really didn't do it on purpose. You have to believe me. Some behaviors are just habits, they just happen subconsciously. You bad person. How could you do this? Mo Qinghuan, who had recovered, glared at him with slightly red eyes. Regarding this, adhering to the principle of admitting mistakes, Li Shun raised the video on his phone and said, "If you dare to tell anyone about this, I'll put this video online." You, Mo Qinghuan said through gritted teeth. At worst, I'll get scolded and lose some face, but it won't have any special impact. But you're different. How could the eldest daughter of the Mo family do such an indecent thing online? To protect the family's reputation, I believe the Mo family will send you overseas. I'll never let you come back. Hearing Li Shun's threatening tone, Mo Qinghuan was so angry she almost ground her teeth to powder. Although it's a bit of an exaggeration. But what he said was indeed true. A distinguished family may not care about wealth or power, but it cannot ignore its reputation. In their circle, everyone is a prominent figure, and no one wants to meet them. Hi, I heard your daughter is getting married. This is absolutely ridiculous. In addition, her brothers and sisters from the Mo family stirred up trouble, leading to her being exiled overseas. It's really not impossible. Mo Qinghuan clenched her small silver fists, glared fiercely at Li Shun, and shouted each word clearly. You win. You're ruthless. You're welcome. I'll stay at Paradise Villa then, Li Shun said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Mo Qinghuan glanced at Qing Yixue, as if something suddenly occurred to her. Instantly, she put on a smiling face, and her voice became incredibly gentle, with a soft and sweet tone. Then she hugged Li Shun's arm and started acting cute. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I apologize to you. Please delete it, okay? Mo Qinghuan was already quite good-looking. Now she's pouting, tilting her head, and blinking her two pitiful big eyes at him. This scene surprised Li Shun. Truly, she's a woman. That's how fast they changed their expressions. But he knew the fickle nature of human nature. If he deleted it, the other person would immediately change their attitude again. Although this matter will not have any substantial impact on him. But he also has his pride. Wake up, stop this nonsense. You're nowhere near as good as them, Li Shun said calmly. Upon hearing this, Mo Qinghwan looked up at the maids around her, and her expression instantly froze. Judging from their revealing outfits, a very low-cut crop top, a super short skirt, black stockings, white stockings, high heels. Although she was a girl, she could roughly guess what these people were for. Moreover, this kind of thing is very common among ordinary rich kids, let alone top-tier rich kids. It's not a secret at all. So Mo Qinghwan pursed her delicate lips, as if she had made another decision. She slowly approached Li Shun, then lightly touched his arm and continued to act coquettishly. They're from the Manhwaist school. Hearing her incredibly soft voice, a hint of surprise flashed through Li Shun's mind. What is the other party doing? Ready to go all out? It's important to know that the Mo family and the Li family, to which Li Shun belongs, are both top-tier families of the same level. The advantage that their status brings is far more than just a little. But he didn't sense any desire from the other person, so it's highly likely that the other person was. It's a trick. Realizing this, Li Shun pretended to be in a difficult position. It gives the impression that they are still considering it, but haven't thought it through yet. In reality, he was feeling the sensation coming from his arm. But Mo Qinghwan didn't know that she felt a little smug when she saw Li Shun waver. When she was lucid yesterday, Qing Yixue even told her about that incident. My assessment of Li Shun can be summed up in 2 words. Monster. Adding to the scene with the maids around him, Mo Qinghwan believed that she had found the other party's weakness. Then she shook the other person's arm while trying even harder to act coquettishly. Please, you are the best person in the world, the best to Qinghwan. Sensing the other person's movement, Li Shun's expression underwent a subtle change. It looks like it's as if he's been moved by the other person, but not enough to make him make a decision. It seems like he's still a little short. And after Mo Qinghwan saw it, grit your teeth. He immediately hugged his arm tightly and leaned close to him, saying something. Please, please. If someone gets hold of this and spreads it around, I'll never be able to face anyone again. Just say yes. Please, just this once. Qinghwan is so pitiful, just help her out. If you help him out, he can let you experience the pleasures of being a man. Li Shun looked at the exquisite face so close to his eyes and smelled the delicate fragrance wafting towards him. It doesn't smell like Lancôme, Dior, Chanel, or any other brand. Instead, it's a subtle, rich fragrance. It is delicate, elegant, and noble, with a layered scent that exudes a mysterious feminine charm. Although he knew little about perfumes, but he couldn't resist the abundance of women in the Paradise Villa, and he had smelled all sorts of perfumes. But you can tell at a glance that this is a perfume I made myself. It's the kind that's not available on the market. Good. Upon hearing Li Shun finally agree, Mo Qinghwan instantly revealed a smug smile. Then, under her repeated urging, Li Shun picked up his phone, opened the video, and pressed delete amidst the other person's longing gaze. Upon seeing the notification that the deletion was successful, Mo Qinghwan breathed a sigh of relief. What kind of happiness did you just talk about? Upon hearing his question, Mo Qinghwan, who was lying on the sofa, waved her hand without even looking up. My Yixue is a great cook. I'll have her prepare a delicious dinner for you. Cook. That's right, isn't enjoying a delicious meal a man's pleasure? Seeing her acting so shamelessly, Li Shun couldn't help but smile. Then, he beckoned to the maid beside him. The maid brought another cell phone and turned it on. The video above was still the same one. Mo Qinghwan, who was originally leaning back on the sofa, subconsciously glanced at the content on her phone. Then the smile that curved at the corner of his lips. It solidified directly on my face. Chapter 147 Accepting Qing Yixue. What's this? Mo Qinghwan looked at the contents of her phone and said in an incredulous tone. A video, Li Shun replied casually. I know it's a video. But, didn't you just delete it? Yes, I deleted the files from that phone, but who told you those were the original files? Hearing his words, Mo Qinghwan felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Pupils constricted, mouth agape. His appearance was almost identical to when he wielded the evil emperor's sword, except that he didn't. Is it too late for me to admit my mistake now? Looking at Mo Qinghuan blinking her big eyes, she once again put on a pitiful look. Li Shun said with a half-smile. The same trick can't be used twice, especially since Qing Yishui is mine now. Don't even mention asking her to cook. I can eat her however I want. Upon hearing this, Mo Qinghuan glanced at Qing Yishui and protested. Yishui hasn't agreed to you yet. Oh? You want to go through some procedures. After Li Shun finished speaking, he looked at Qing Yishui and said with a strange smile on his lips. Then I'll give you a choice, from now on, pledge allegiance to me and become one of my own. Otherwise, the roses that Yuer is growing in Paradise Villa aren't doing so well lately. Hearing his inexplicable tone, Qing Yishui instantly understood what Li Shun meant. Now she only has two paths before her. Either stay in Paradise Villa and become their private property, they mean their own people. Although the names are different, the meaning is the same. As for the other path, it too remains in the villa in paradise, but in the ground, turning into nutrients for the roses. Xinyu and her group's organization is called Blood Rose, their favorite flower. It's a rose. The petals are delicate and beautiful, as colorful as the sunset, giving people a dreamlike sense of beauty. It's grown to be exceptionally beautiful. After all, it's not a commercially available variety, and it seems to have been given to him by his mother. After some hesitation, Qing Yishui looked at Mo Qinghuan with reluctance. Finally, she parted her lips slightly, knelt down, and slowly spoke to Li Shun. Oh nar. Yishui upon seeing this, Mo Qinghuan hurriedly got up, wanting to help the other person up. But Qing Yishui remained motionless, her head bowed, kneeling obediently before Li Shun. It wasn't that she had no feelings for Mo Qinghuan, nor that she didn't want to continue following her mistress. But she had no choice. Now, Qing Yishui has lost that, but after returning to the Mo family, her fate is already very clear. Even if she survives by sheer luck, the Mo family will never allow her to continue following Mo Qinghuan. So, Qing Yishui has no choice but to follow Li Shun now. After all, he is the son-in-law of the eldest daughter of the Mo family. If she follows him, there is still a chance that she will see the young lady again in the future. Only she understood what she would face if she stayed. Thinking back to yesterday's scene, Li Shun's inhumanly large weapons left a very deep impression on her, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of fear whenever she thought about them. In this world, how could such a thing exist? Good, it seems you figured it out. Li Shun nodded to Qing Yishui. She's good-looking, has a great figure, and most importantly, she's sensible and can distinguish between what's important and what's not. A girl like that, it truly makes one feel a sense of loss and appreciation for talent. Come here and massage my legs. Upon hearing Li Shun's words, Qing Yishui raised her head, revealing her small face with a few streaks of tears. Then, after taking a deep breath, she went to the other person's legs, which were resting on the table. Then she slowly raised her jade-like hand. After experiencing it for a while, Li Shun couldn't help but show a satisfied expression and said with satisfaction. Not bad, the technique is quite good. Humph. Yishui has won national acupuncture and massage awards, and she even won a gold medal. You got off easy. Mo Qinghuan said with some grievance. Gold medal. Upon hearing this, Li Shun showed a hint of surprise and continued speaking to Qing Yishui. Give me a foot massage to try. Upon hearing his words, Qing Yishui took off Li Shun's slippers and put them in her arms. Creak. Seeing her best friend become someone else's, Mo Qinghuan was so angry that her teeth started to itch. Originally, she came to Paradise Villa to test Li Shun for her sister. But who would have thought? The person has been thoroughly tested. They're a complete villain who just can't resist stealing. No. You can't call it stealing, because the other party didn't even try to hide it, it was completely out in the open. But the price. Her best friend was stolen away, and Li Shun also got hold of her secrets. What will happen next? It's utterly dark. The thought of this situation filled Mo Qinghwan with grief, and her eyes immediately welled up with tears. "Stop it!" Just as she was about to shed tears, she heard Li Shun's cold voice. "Anyone can cry in a villa in paradise. Mo Qinghwan is the only exception." After all, she was of a different status, and Li Shun didn't want to be labeled as someone who bullied the weak. "You're so bad." Mo Qinghwan stomped her foot angrily, choked out a curse, and ran towards the door. Li Shun watched the other person's departing figure. With his hearing, he could naturally hear Mo Qinghwan running and crying softly. "Well." As Li Shun sighed, he turned his gaze to Qing Yixue in front of him and slowly spoke. "Do you miss your original owner?" Upon hearing this, Qing Yixue looked up, but she did not answer immediately, instead showing a hesitant expression. She naturally missed Mo Qinghwan. They had lived together for so many years, and he treated her like a sister. How could she not want to? As for the vicious temper often portrayed in TV dramas, Mo Qinghwan has none of it. People from top-tier families rarely have this kind of bad temper. It's a complete misunderstanding. Compared to ordinary people, they are more well-mannered and sensible. So the reason Qing Yixue hesitated was, "I'm worried this might be a test." She had just acknowledged Li Shun as her master when he asked her if she wanted to have a previous master. It's natural for a normal person to have this kind of worry. After all, for a subordinate, betrayal is an indelible mark. But she was overthinking it. Mo Qinghwan is Mo Shue's younger sister, and Mo Shue is Li Shun's fiancée. From this perspective, Mo Qinghwan belongs to one of our own people in a different sense. For our own people. Li Shun is quite easy to talk to. He felt a little embarrassed when he saw Mo Qinghwan running out crying. Ah. Seeing that Qing Yixue didn't answer his question, Li Shun kicked her there. He didn't want to kick that. The main issue is that the other person was getting a foot massage, and when I held their foot, the movement would hit this spot. I want to. As Qing Yixue spoke softly, she gently rubbed the injured area. Although Li Shun didn't use much force just now, she was injured here yesterday. When she woke up this morning, she didn't dare touch it herself, it felt like it was on fire. This has led to her current situation. I changed all my bras into tank tops. Chapter 148 Qing Yixue returns home. Does it hurt? Seeing Qing Yixue's furrowed brows, Li Shun lifted her small face and asked. As for what was used to lift it? He was leaning back on the sofa, with his legs being held in the other person's arms, so it was obviously not his hands. Besides, although Li Shun is a boy, he also has a pair of long legs. It doesn't hurt, Qing Yixue whispered. Don't say I'm not giving my own people a chance. If you want to go back to Mo Qinghwan's side, I can help you. Upon hearing his words, a bright light flashed in Qing Yixue's eyes, and she said firmly, I think. That's good. You should know my identity. As my person, you're by Mo Qinghwan's side. Even the Mo family can't kick you out, Li Shun said. Originally, the Li family and the Mo family were both top-tier families and should not interfere in each other's private affairs. But Li Shun has another identity. The son-in-law of the eldest daughter of the Mo family. With this status, if he says he wants to keep Qing Yixue by Mo Qinghwan's side, the Mo family can't possibly refuse him. Qing Yixue naturally understood this as well. The thought of her being able to accompany the young lady in the future made her red lips involuntarily curl into a smile. But apart from this, Qing Yixue also knows two words: gains and losses. So she said, I want to stay with you, miss, no matter what the cost. Seeing her resolute expression and hearing her mention the word price, Li Shun couldn't help but show a satisfied look. He was right, Qing Yixue was indeed an obedient and sensible girl. The more I look at it, the more satisfied I become. Give me a foot massage first, then let me try your massage skills. Ideally, I'd like a royal prostate treatment. If you do a good job, I can let you continue to stay with Mo Qinghwan. Upon hearing Li Shun's words, Qing Yixue's beautiful eyes widened instantly, as if she were extremely surprised. She originally thought the price would be very high. Therefore, she was prepared to tell the truth about some things concerning the Mo family. After all, the initial assumption. It's a battle between the Lee family and the Mo family. As long as she could stay by Mo Chingwon's side, she was even considering betraying the Mo family. Of course, given the power structure of the Mo family, Chang Yishue probably didn't know much. But what's rare is this sentiment, which shows that she is no longer the person she used to be. It's like having a new owner, so you need to submit something. A pledge to sever all ties with the past. Result. That's it? What, do you think this price is too low? Li Shun said calmly after seeing her expression. Coming to her senses, Ching Yishue bit her lip, a hesitant look on her face. As a waitress, she didn't want to lie to anyone, especially not to her new master. So she looked at Li Shun and spoke slowly. Yes. Upon hearing the other party's answer, Li Shun couldn't help but smile and said slowly, I have no interest in the Mo family's affairs. Besides, if I wanted to take action against them, Mo Chinghuan would already be dead. Besides, since I want to take you in, I will naturally treat you as one of my own. And my attitude towards my own people. You can ask them. At this moment, the maids around her all smiled brightly and spoke in gentle tones. Young master is very kind to us. Yes, you'll know once you join us that the young master is the best person in the world. Seeing the bright smiles on their faces, Ching Yishue couldn't help but feel a touch of emotion. The typical second-generation rich kid is born with a sense of superiority, and this extends to their attitude towards women. It can be described in just 2 words. What a waste! They treat women as playthings to be played with at will, completely disregarding the harm they suffer. But Li Shun is different. Although he is strange in some ways, he is very gentle to people and considers their feelings. He would selflessly dedicate himself to helping others when they encountered difficulties or fell ill. Otherwise, someone would have died long ago. Human life in its literal sense. After all, once a monster goes berserk, no one can hold out for long, they might even die on the spot. But the instinct to be gentle with one's own people was already ingrained in Li Shun's bones. It's like a life motto. Even in a situation where things are out of control, he doesn't want to do anything to hurt them. Oh nar. As the maids around her smiled, Ching Yishue also smiled and called out very gently. She felt. I should get to know this man again, the first man in my life. The only master she had ever served was Mo Chinghuan, but that person was a woman. This was truly the boy's first time. Moreover, as a waiter, everyone wants to meet a good master, and Ching Yishue is no exception. So Ching Yishue took the initiative to give Li Shun a massage, using all the knowledge she had acquired throughout her life. First, there was Chinese massage. Once your palms feel warm, gently massage from the other person's shoulder blades. Press the acupoints precisely with your thumb, then use all your strength to tap like a heavy hammer. The main reason is that Li Shun's physical strength is such that he doesn't feel anything even if he's a little lighter. It's what people often call strenuous. Then came the Thai massage. When Ching Yishue tried to pull him up from below, she found that she couldn't lift him up no matter how hard she tried. Having no other choice, she took off her shoes and asked Li Shun to lie down on the sofa. Ready to go directly. Stomp. Because she was already very light, she was like a little doll to Li Shun. You don't feel anything when you step on it, you can only jump up and stomp down hard. The villa's garden. After running out, Mo Chinghuan didn't care which direction she was going, and unknowingly ended up here. However, she looked at the elegant red roses around her and smelled the rich fragrance wafting from her nose. For a moment, even the tears slowly stopped. So beautiful. Mo Chinghuan gazed at the beautiful scene before her, unconsciously murmuring softly to herself. Although she was a young lady of the Mo family, she also had her own garden. But she had never seen such a beautiful and charming rose in the real world before. As for why it's called the real world? Because of its delicate and beautiful appearance and its soft and exquisite petals, it has a dreamlike beauty. As if. This is a scene straight out of a fairyland. Mo Chinghuan couldn't resist taking off her shoes and walking barefoot on the grass, feeling the romance that belongs to roses. She just didn't notice. Beneath the soft lawn lie the remains of their kind, which have been transformed into nutrients. Chapter 149: The Origin of the Blood Rose. Who is this little girl? It seems her name is Mo Qinghwan, our young master's future sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Yes, Sister Xiaoyuan went to the intelligence department yesterday to talk about this. The other party joined Paradise Villa anonymously, but the intelligence department did not discover her identity. How are the people in the intelligence department? What do you think? They were dragged by Sister Xiaoyuan to do a day of stress training, and they almost lost their lives. They're still lying in bed now. Upon hearing this, the Blood Rose members patrolling around couldn't help but smile. Stress resistance, as the name suggests, is a special training method that allows people to withstand pressure. After all, the main goal of this training is to enable them to better serve the young master. In this process, people are first pushed to their limits, and then pressure is continued to be applied. As their endurance increases, their resilience naturally becomes stronger. What if there isn't enough pressure? If there's no pressure, then create pressure. If they can't withstand the pressure during this process, then they'll just be forced to fly away. Oh no! She's trying to pick the roses. At this moment, with one of the team members exclaiming, the group of girls all looked in the direction of Mo Qinghwan. The other person probably thought the roses were too beautiful, and developed a love for flowers, and was about to reach their finger towards the stem. It wasn't that they were reluctant to part with the roses. Mo Qinghwan is the young master's sister-in-law. Given her status and position, she can easily take advantage of anyone she wants. But the thorns of the blood rose. It's poisonous. The crescent-shaped barbs, with extremely fine ridges along their edges, gleamed with a cold light as they were exposed to the sunlight, like the blade of an ice-quenched sword. Whoosh! A thin, light knife severed the flower branch in an instant before Mo Qinghwan could pluck it. Seeing this scene, Mo Qinghwan stretched her little hand out in midair, blinked her two big, confused eyes, and stood there dumbfounded. These roses. Why does it fall off as soon as you touch it, just like a mimosa plant? So shy. Because the knives used by the Blood Rose members are all extremely thin and light. In addition, the speed was so fast that she didn't even notice the blade. She only felt the flower branch suddenly fall before she could touch it. Miss Mo, are you all right? Hearing the sound, Mo Qinghwan turned around and saw a group of scantily clad women running towards her. She wore only a tiny drawstring backless top and a pair of lace shorts resembling safety shorts on her lower body. Initially, Shun had them wear ultra-thin, seamless yoga pants. After all, these people need to exercise frequently, so wearing skirts or similar garments would be inconvenient. But they later discovered that when they sweated, their yoga pants would stick tightly to their skin. In addition, the material is extremely thin. Anyone who has climbed a mountain knows that in this situation, it's basically possible to get everyone. Although they all said they didn't mind. Because they often needed to exercise while in the organization, they didn't wear much clothing. But Shun mindies it. Unlike the maid, Blood Rose needs to go out and survey the surrounding environment in addition to staying in the villa. If someone else sees this, they're his own people, after all. How could he let others see such a perfect scene? So Shun had them change. As for her current attire, the little girl's backless dress and lace shorts are pretty and look incredibly cool. But when they go out, they wear a loose coat over their clothes. It's the kind that covers up to your thighs. After all, this is different from yoga pants. They don't dry in half a day, so you can just grab them whenever you want. I'm fine, you guys. When Mo Qinghwan saw the group's attire, she subconsciously glanced at the trenches in the sea. Although she is a girl, it does not affect her love for appreciating beautiful things. Upon hearing her answer, everyone patted their own breasts and said with a sense of relief, "Phew, it's good that you're all right. We were almost scared to death when we saw you trying to pick roses." "Pick flowers?" Mo Qinghwan asked, puzzled. Then, as if realizing something, she looked at the rose branch she had just seen. The cut was very clean, without a single rough edge, as if it had been cut with a knife. "Were you the ones who cut down the flower just now?" "Yes, the thorns of these flowers contain toxins. We had no choice but to cut off the branches when we saw you were about to touch them. Please forgive us, Miss Mo. Upon hearing the explanation, Mo Chingwan's cold expression softened slightly. But she had grown roses before and had never heard of roses being poisonous. Were these people lying to her? So she asked again, "You say this flower is poisonous? Can you tell me why?" Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Actually, this isn't exactly a secret, especially since the other party is the young master's sister-in-law, and the young master has instructed that she be treated as one of his own. So they told Mo Qinghwan directly. But speaking of this rose, that inevitably leads to mentioning their organization and a woman of high status. Because in the beginning, their organization wasn't called Blood Rose, it was Gong Yuehua who changed it. Reason: this is the special rose. It is not a normal variety of red rose, it is a special product of Gong Yuehua's genetic modification experiments on plants after the Origin project was conceived. The word blood. This rose really can be bloodthirsty. Since Gong Yuehua's Origin project aims to break the sequence of human genes, there are two words that the human world can never avoid: life. Therefore, Gong Yuehua first conducted plant experiments before conducting animal experiments. At that time, we searched for many long-lived plants, basically turning the entire planet blue upside down. Li Fantian naturally doted on her and directly offered a bounty of 10 billion on the dark web. Billions US dollars. Mercenaries and traders from all over the world mobilized, eventually converging on an ancient tomb. The Kunlun sacred tree has been discovered. They actually found this legendary tree in this world. Its lifespan is almost as long as that of heaven and earth. Even if it is cut down, it will not wither. It can still maintain its original appearance even after being separated from soil, water, and sunlight. In terms of human lifespan, it's the perfect one. Unfortunately, around the sacred tree, another tree, also from the legend, grows. Corpse-scented devil's tongue. These two plants intertwine and blend together, eventually forming a symbiotic relationship. Under the influence of the sacred tree, the lifespan of the corpse-scented devil's flower has become incredibly long. Under the influence of the corpse-scented devil's tongue, the sacred tree also absorbed the other's characteristics. Even after the discovery, Gong Yuehua was unable to separate the two again. After all, they were intertwined for a long time. It's at least 1,000 years ago. As for the exact time, only ghosts could know. While Gong Yuehua was conducting her research. Since we cannot separate them, we can only study them together. But even though she was wearing various protective equipment to mask the smell, her eyes were still red from the fumes and she vomited several times. Despite its high ornamental value, with its spathe-like buds and captivating inflorescence, this plant is quite beautiful. But the taste. It truly strikes right at the soul. Finally, Gong Yuehua disliked the stench of the corpse-scented konjac, so she fused its genes into the rose. And the modified rose. With a long lifespan and unparalleled beauty, it exudes a captivating fragrance, like a fairyland. But its growth conditions. It's the same as the corpse fragrance devil's tongue. We need the dead. At the same time, the barbs on its flower stems contain a deadly poison that can cause hallucinations with a single strike. Any living being that touches it. It can instantly damage the nervous system, plunging one into a bloody and brutal world. In the illusionary world it creates, it will conjure up everyone the poisoned person knows, including your closest parents and loved ones. Even if they manage to come out alive in the end. The experience of killing one's parents will constantly replay in the mind, eventually leading to a drastic change in the poisoned person's mentality. Of course, only the flower thorns are poisonous. But the flowers are not only non-toxic, they can also neutralize the toxicity of the next generation of roses, which are sown from seeds of the previous generation and cannot be neutralized by the same generation. This is what the ancients often said: in a place of poisoning, there is always an antidote within 7 steps. Some people might ask, what about the same generation and the next generation? What if the first generation gets it? Good question. but it's best not to try it. Because trying it will lead to death. Such a beautiful, deadly rose, yet it requires the dead to grow. It was eventually named Blood Rose. This situation is very similar to the organization of Shun and others, whose members are outwardly beautiful and graceful women. In reality, he is a killer who intends to bring people to their deaths. Therefore, Gong Yuehua handed the modified rose to Shun and the others. And their organization was renamed Blood Rose. Chapter 150 Mo Qinghuan demands roses. May I take a few roses? Ha? Are you sure? Even after hearing the story, Mo Qinghuan still wanted a few roses. This caused a look of surprise to appear on the faces of the Blood Rose members. The young master's sister-in-law. So brave. Besides the hallucinogenic toxins, the blood rose also requires a dead body to grow, so it's not an exaggeration to say that it grows from the dead. After knowing these things, most people would avoid them like the plague, who would still want them. I'm sure I want to use it to create a special perfume that will smell amazing. Looking at the brightly colored roses and smelling the fragrance wafting from them, Mo Qinghuan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. She enjoys making spices, and this rose is definitely a top-quality ingredient. Wait a moment, I need to ask something. Upon seeing this, the other party knew that she really wanted it, so they contacted several people. First was Shun. However, after the call was connected, Mo Qinghuan's smile froze instantly, revealing a very unnatural expression. Because of the music playing over there. She knows the lead singer. Her voice was melodious and graceful, sometimes high-pitched, sometimes soft and gentle. She had no idea that this person could sing so well. You really underestimated Ching Ishua. How long has it been? The other party actually forgot about her, and turned to their new master. Traitor! Never talk to her again. Mo Qinghuan stood there, listening to the speakerphone on the phone, her teeth chattering with hatred, her whole demeanor filled with deep resentment. This shows that feelings are mutual. Ching Ishua was even willing to betray the Mo family in order to stay by her side. When Mo Qinghuan heard the other person singing, she could tell from the voice that it was voluntary. Of course, they were filled with hatred, grinding their teeth in fury. She wants roses to make perfume, Li Shun asked somberly on the phone. Yes, young master. Miss Mo wanted to pick the blood rose just now, but we stopped her because we were worried that she would touch the thorns. We also told her about the origin of the blood rose, but she still wanted it. Upon hearing this, a low whisper came from Li Shun's side, as if someone was asking a question in their ear. Not long after, a very indistinct voice came through the phone, as if talking in a dream. It sounds like. All right. Soon, Li Shun's voice rang out again. Then give it to her. But once the perfume is made, I'll get a copy too. Oh, and don't forget to tell Yuer about this. It's the young master. After the call ended, Li Shun couldn't help but recall the elegant and noble aura that Mo Qinghuan exuded when they were in the living room. To be honest, it really smells good. Even now, there's still a faint, pleasant fragrance on the sofa. I don't know what it's made of. Smells. It actually reacted. It's estimated that some traditional Chinese medicines such as mulberry, Morinda officinalis, and privet fruit were added. These medicinal herbs all have a fruity, light, or even wine-like aroma. In addition to its pleasant smell, it also has the effects of treating cold constitution, insufficient yin and blood, and improving hair quality. Of course, these are the effects on women, but the same applies to men. It strengthens muscles and bones, treats symptoms such as weakness in the lower back and knees, and most importantly, it nourishes the kidneys. But it sounds like Mo Qinghuan seems to be. I have a slight cold uterus. Actually, you can find out by asking Ching Ishua. When Mo Qinghuan first became a woman, she would cover herself with several thick quilts every month, turn on the heating, and then have to hold her to fall asleep. Although it has now been treated and recovered. But when she makes spices, she still subconsciously adds these things. My main concern is a relapse. Next, they called Shinyu, who was in the hospital. Sister Yu, Miss Mo wants a few blood roses. Should we give her some? Want the blood rose? Shun Yu thought about it for a while after hearing this. Since the other party had called her, the young master must have agreed. Otherwise, these team members really need to be taught a lesson. Give her numbers starting with 4. Absolutely avoid those starting with 0, as they have been fused with genes from rare plants and have very special effects. Understood, Sister Yu. Just as the other party was about to hang up, Su Wanyan's voice came from the side. I just heard a man's voice in Dean Chen's office. A man's voice? What's so strange about that? He could be a colleague looking for Dean Chen, or a patient coming to see a doctor. No, the key point is that we've all seen this person before, he couldn't possibly be here. Who are you talking about? Killed by its owner some time ago. Zhang Xiaodong. Chapter 151. Shun Yu wants to eat fish. Zhang Xiaodong. Are you sure you didn't hear wrong? Shun Yu suddenly sat up in bed and asked in a very surprised tone. Seeing the other person's expression, Su Wanyan suddenly became somewhat insecure and continued speaking. I must have heard correctly. I was passing by Dean Chen's office just now when I saw Xiaoyi sneaking in. I thought she was going to do that thing, so I went over and listened. But not long after, I heard another man's voice inside. I know Zhang Xiaodong is dead, and that his master buried him in the mountains himself. But that voice. It really looks just like the training videos you showed me before. As Su Wanyan spoke, her eyebrows furrowed, revealing a very puzzled expression. During her training, Shun Yu shared her experiences from the previous campaign against Zhang Xiaodong. It was used as a demonstration material in experiments. After all, the other party still possessed luck at that time, so Li Shun never expected to kill Zhang Xiaodong. Therefore, when Shun Yu and the others were chasing him, they basically approached it with the experimental mindset of a cat playing with a mouse. They tried out all sorts of tactics, tracking techniques, and new weapons on the enemy. So Su Wanyan has been seeing Zhang Xiaodong frequently these past few days, only in the 3D version of the video. But in real life, a dead person reappears. That's practically impossible. So when Shun Yu asked her this, she naturally wondered if she had misheard. After thinking for a while, Shun Yu looked at the phone that was still connected and said in a deep voice. Go to the green hill near the farmhouse immediately and check if the body is still there. If not, please have the young master come to the municipal central hospital. Yes, Sister Yu. After hanging up the phone, a scene suddenly flashed through Shun Yu's mind. We were on the mountaintop at the time. Dean Chen. It seemed like he had given a strange smile. At that time, the young master was resting in the carriage, and she had taken note of the surrounding scenery. Dean Chen has a little habit. Whenever he experiences a major emotional fluctuation or makes a decision, he subconsciously adjusts his glasses. If I remember correctly, the other person kept repeating this action. The more Shun Yu thought about it, the lower her eyebrows became, and a cold aura gradually spread from her body. She originally thought that Dean Chen was looking at the ground because of the landslide. After all, that landslide was indeed very strange, starting without any reason and stopping abruptly. Not to mention Dean Chen, even Shun Yu herself found it a bit unbelievable. But unexpectedly, the other party's real target wasn't that, it was Zhang Xiaodong, who was buried at the foot of the mountain. You are. What are you doing? Su Wanyan suddenly exclaimed. Shun Yu pulled the 4-tube off the back of her hand and climbed out of the hospital bed. I need to go see Dean Chen, Shun Yu said in a low voice. Although she had sent someone to Qingshan to verify the situation, based on her own guess. That place is most likely already empty. Shun Yu had met Dean Chen before, so she naturally knew what kind of person he was. If they truly cannot control their desires and do something detrimental to the young master. Before the young master arrives, she must go to Dean Chen to verify the situation. Or rather get rid of Dean Chen. Hey! Can't you just behave yourself? At this moment, Su Wanyan stepped forward, pressed her back down, and kicked away the other person's slippers, leaving her without shoes and unable to leave. She then continued. Look at yourself. You just had ultrasound treatment, and the wound on your arm hasn't healed yet. You can't move around right now, you need to rest more. I feel better now, Shinyu said, moving her arms slightly. Two jade-like arms, braced with polymer supports, moved without the slightest difficulty. People often say that it takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone or muscle. But Shinyu's arm was fractured by Zhang Jiaqiao, and only 1 day has passed since then. For a normal person, let alone exercise, they probably couldn't even lift their arm. But Shinyu recovered so quickly. It looks like as if he had never been injured. That won't do. You're a patient now, and you just had someone go see Zhang Xiaodong's body. Now you'll just stay here and wait for the results. Hearing Su Wanyan's insistent tone, Shinyu tilted her head and looked at her for a while. If she insisted on leaving, the other party definitely wouldn't be able to stop her, but Shinyu didn't want to hurt the other party either. Then, as if she had just thought of something, she spoke in a pleading tone. Wanyan, I want to eat fish. Want to eat fish? Could you buy me a few? I really want to eat some. Seeing Shinyu blinking her pitiful big eyes, Su Wanyan couldn't help but purse her red lips. Patients with bone injuries can indeed eat fish during their recovery period. The protein, calcium, vitamins and other nutrients it contains can promote bone healing and physical recovery in patients. Only Su Wanyan isn't stupid. The other person's words clearly meant that they wanted to get her away so they could secretly go to see Dean Chen. And Dean Chen. They were originally on the owner's side. But the other party actually dug out Zhang Xiaodong, this enemy, and even kept him in their office. Dean Chen's stance at this moment. It's hard to say. Su Wanyan was worried about this, which is why she didn't want Shinyu to go to him, especially since Shinyu was injured and was a bone injury patient. I have no problem with you wanting to eat fish, but don't even think about sneaking out. After Su Wanyan finished speaking, she put away Shinyu's slippers and spare clothes. And it was locked. Then she looked at Shinyu on the hospital bed. When Su Wanyan walked out of the ward, Shinyu was seen sitting on the hospital bed, covered only by a thin sheet, with only her head showing, looking speechless. Ultimately, they were all Li Shun's people, and their actions were influenced by him. Now that's good, if Shinyu wants to go out. Unless she misses Robin. But Shinyu glanced under the sheet, then looked around at her surroundings, and suddenly seemed to remember something. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Chapter 152 Shinyu finds Dean Chen. Ring ring. As the call bell rang, a young nurse entered the VIP ward. As she approached, he glanced at the 4-drip hanging there with some doubt, then looked at Shinyu, who was clutching her body. What happened? The nurse asked as she picked up the syringe that had fallen to the ground. Only. Shinyu looked at the nurse's uniform the other person was wearing and showed an apologetic expression. I'm sorry. Hearing her whisper, the nurse was about to look up when suddenly everything went black. In the last second before losing consciousness, the nurse was thinking. So white. Dean's office. Dean, you actually restored his mobility. That's incredible. Xiaoi, dressed in a nurse's uniform, was standing there with a look of surprise on her face. And ahead of her, Zhang Xiaodong, who had long been dead, suddenly reappeared in front of them. Not only that, but even the other person's expression and movements didn't feel stiff at all. Unlike the zombies in movies, it looks just like a normal human being. This is simply miracle. That's the wonder of nature, and we humans call ourselves the top of the food chain. But in the field of biology. As Dean Chen spoke, he adjusted his glasses, and a flash of crimson light appeared in the back of his eyes. I know absolutely nothing. However, I do admire Gong Yuehua a bit. She truly deserves to be called a legendary woman. Dean Chen looked at the test report on the table. The data displayed above includes information on various aspects such as metabolism, physical fitness, and organ activity. That's completely superhuman. For example, a normal adult woman has a daily metabolic rate of about 1,200 to 2,500 kilocalories. But in this report, It contains only a few hundred kilocalories at its lowest point, but a terrifying 8,000 at its highest. It's important to know that the total metabolic rate of an adult tiger is around 3,000 to 15,000 kilocalories. This is evident. This data is astonishing. Some people might wonder, doesn't a high metabolic rate mean you eat more and are more prone to insomnia? What's the use? A high metabolic rate does have this effect, but a strong energy supply can support some high-intensity life activities and greatly enhance a person's explosive power. In addition, the same applies to physical recovery. A high metabolic rate can quickly break down and synthesize proteins, resulting in a faster recovery. Moreover, their energy expenditure is only a few hundred at its lowest point, and their energy consumption is very low when at rest. A normal person would starve to death in 3 days. But their consumption is low, and they're fine for 5 days. However, this report did not contain the name of the recently resurrected Zhang Xiaodong, only the name field at the top. It clearly says Xinyu. Previously, when members of Blood Rose were injured, they would generally go to a specialized hospital for treatment. But this time, with Li Shun accepting Dean Chen's offer, the Municipal Central Hospital could be considered a hospital for their own people. So this time, Dean Chen witnessed firsthand the formidable skills of the Blood Rose members. And the person who can transform them. Only that one, hailed as a legend, was preparing to unlock the human genome and implement the Origin project. Gong Yuehua. Dean, is the Zhang Xiaodong we know now still the same Zhang Xiaodong we knew? Shoei asked. Upon hearing this question, Dean Chen and Zhang Xiaodong simultaneously adjusted their glasses, a strange look appearing in their eyes. The original Zhang Xiaodong. After Dean Chen finished speaking, Zhang Xiaodong, who was standing opposite him, continued. He's already dead. Upon hearing this, Xiaowei looked around in confusion, a strange expression gradually forming on her face. The feeling she gets from these two right now. Just like twins. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, upon hearing a knock at the door, Dean Chen turned his gaze to Xiaowei. After the other party opened the door. Oh, who are you? Xiaowei asked. There stood a girl dressed as a nurse outside the door. The nurse's cap was pulled down low, obscuring half of her small face, making it difficult to see her features. However, the snow-white fabric of her clothes fit her figure perfectly, making her look like she had a great figure. But the most eye-catching thing. The other person was barefoot. Her ankles were slender, and her toes were neatly clustered together, covered with clear nail polish. It looks like white jade bathed in moonlight, exuding a girlish softness. Xinyu originally wanted to wear nurse's shoes. But when she picked it up and smelled it. The other person has athlete's foot. She would never wear that, because you can wash it if it gets dirty, but you can't wash it if you have athlete's foot. I'm looking for Dean Chen. Xinyu slowly raised her head, revealing her delicate and pretty face. Xiaowei, you can go out first. Before the other party could speak, a commotion was heard from inside the room, from Dean Chen. Yes, Dean. As Xiaowei spoke, she gave Xinyu a strange look before leaving the office. After Xinyu entered the room. First, he looked inside the room, but then he noticed Zhang Xiaodong standing next to him. Her eyebrows furrowed involuntarily. Then, a cold glint flashed in his amber eyes, and he spoke in a somewhat icy tone. Who told you to do this? Hearing the tone of the other party's voice, Dean Chen couldn't help but glance at the test report on the table. Then his Adam's apple involuntarily moved. He knew that this seemingly delicate girl actually possessed such terrifying power. In terms of explosive power, they are almost as powerful as a fully grown tiger, capable of sending a person flying with a single slap. So, at that moment, Dean Chen knew in his heart that if he didn't give the other party a reasonable explanation, a conflict is inevitable. Xinyu, Zhang Xiaodong is not the same person he used to be, Dean Chen explained. After he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaodong obediently knelt down in front of the two men. Seeing this, Xinyu remained calm and spoke with a hint of coldness. I don't care who he is now, and I don't care what methods you used to resurrect him. But you didn't report to the young master before doing this, and based on that alone, you deserve to die. After Xinyu finished speaking, her jade-like hand emerged from her sleeve, revealing a scalpel she was holding. She picked this up casually in a treatment room before she came. After all, Zhang Xiaodong's identity was different. He was an enemy during his lifetime. That enemy, Dean Chen. If the young master had given his consent, then Xinyu naturally wouldn't say anything. But it's obvious. Dean Chen did not consult the young master, so his behavior is a violation of the rules. Then they must be punished. However, Xinyu will not kill him now, but will beat him until he is incapacitated. Because there can only be one punisher. That was her young master, Shun. Xinyu, are you sure you want to do this? Dean Chen's face suddenly darkened. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Xiaodong also stood up from the ground and assumed a fighting stance. The other party was once an enemy, and like Shun, he was a monster. However, when facing these two, Xinyu couldn't help but curl her red lips into a cold smile. Then he was enveloped in a menacing aura. Like a messenger emerging from hell, she walked towards the two with bare, jade-like feet. Chapter 153 Zhang Xiaodong becomes a symbiote. Municipal Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Upon receiving the call, Shun, along with Ye Yan and driver Tang Xiaoyuan, rushed to the scene. When they heard the news that Zhang Xiaodong's body had disappeared and that he had been resurrected at the Municipal Central Hospital, he was absolutely terrified. I initially thought the male protagonist would be as difficult to kill as a turtle, but I noticed that no new prompts appeared in the system. He then asked the system and received a definitive answer that Zhang Xiaodong was dead and could not be brought back to life. Shun knew that this was probably the work of Dean Chen. Although I don't know the underlying principle. But since the other party has already been declared dead, the person now must be a fake? He couldn't help but think of a very strange word that often appears online. But the probability that Dean Chen can create a fake? Not big. After all, the other person is just a normal person, even if the darkness deep inside them has been awakened. Dean's office. Xinyu washed her hands and face in the bathroom, revealing her delicate and pretty face. And behind her, Zhang Xiaodong's limbs were all twisted, looking like they were twisted into pretzels. If the other party is still the male lead, then Xinyu's way of dealing with him won't be so simple. But the situation is quite clear now. Although Zhang Xiaodong regained vital signs, he appeared to be perfectly normal. But in the end, he is no longer the male protagonist, and he has lost the protection of the heavenly Tao's fortune. In that case, it's no exaggeration to say that Xinyu could send someone flying several meters away with a single slap. In the past, Ye Yan could easily lift Su Wanyan in this office, let alone Xinyu. Besides Zhang Xiaodong, Dean Chen, who looked dejected, was lying next to him. Judging from the opponent's powerless posture, the arm that lay limp on the ground was clearly dislocated. After all, no matter how angry or explosive Dean Chen was, his physical age was a factor. In front of Xinyu, I'd say it's just a so-so. Just now, Xinyu was so worried that the other person was in her hands that she even threw away the scalpel. Squeak! Just then, a door opened, and Shun led Ye Yan and Xiao Yuan into the office. Xinyu saw him come in. She quickly wiped her face, then walked to the other person's side, lowered her head, and gently called out, "Young master." It's hard to imagine that the woman who was just moments ago as cold and aloof as a messenger of hell is now showing such a delicate and vulnerable side. After responding, Shun turned his gaze to Zhang Xiaodong, who was lying next to him. Only. As the eerie light of his Xin Ning eye shone, a faint crimson hue flashed in the other's pupils. This color only appears in those who have awakened the darkness within their hearts. So this is actually Dean Chen? The moment they met, Shun was able to roughly deduce the other party's true identity. After all, the system has already determined that Zhang Xiaodong is dead, so the person in this body cannot be the original owner. This is interesting. Shun realized this. While muttering to himself, he squatted down, pinched Zhang Xiaodong's face, and twisted the other's head from side to side, carefully examining him. If you only look at the appearance, it's really not much different from before. Someone who didn't know better would think the dead had come back to life. After a while, Li Shun threw the other person to the ground, turned to look at Dean Chen beside him, and asked in a low voice. Have you thought about the consequences of your actions? If heaven has not abandoned Zhang Xiaodong, then the other party's behavior is a clear betrayal. Because it has appeared in many storylines. After being resurrected, a certain person gradually regains consciousness through a series of unexpected events and eventually finds himself again. This kind of thing isn't unusual, especially if the other party also has the help of luck. From a probabilistic point of view, the chances of him regaining consciousness would increase exponentially. He personally resurrected a dead enemy, who happened to be a chosen one. This is absolutely brain-dead. Master, I'm sorry, I really couldn't help myself, but I've minimized the risk. There's absolutely no way Zhang Xiaodong can be resurrected, Dean Chen said, lying on the ground. Impossible? What guarantees do you have? Zhang Xiaodong has now lost vital organs such as his brain, which is biologically speaking. He's now insect number 1. Upon hearing Dean Chen's words, Li Shun glanced at the bloodstains on the ground, and his expression suddenly turned cold. Before he could speak, Dean Chen noticed his gaze and hurriedly explained again. Master, there's no need to worry about transmission. Zhang Xiaodong is a deceased person. Although he has regained his mobility, his vital signs have stopped, and I have also blocked his blood vessels. He is not capable of transmitting the virus. Upon hearing Dean Chen's explanation, Li Shun's icy expression softened. After all, judging from the bloodstains on the ground, it was obvious that a fight had just taken place. If Li Shun glanced at Xinyu behind him. Although she had cleaned herself up, there was no blood on her hands or face. But she was wearing a white nurse's uniform. Even the smallest drop of blood on it will be very noticeable. Only. Why is she barefoot? There were no shoes in the room, so they probably weren't kicked away during the fight. Unable to understand, Li Shun looked away and turned to look in Zhang Xiaodong's direction again. Insect number 1 is a very special kind of organism, characterized by parasitism and symbiosis. He had seen this thing online before. After being infected, it initially appears as a small wound, looking like a mosquito bite, but after a few days, symptoms such as coughing, weakness in the hands and feet, and hallucinations will appear. In fact, by this time, insect number 1 has already completed its parasitic relationship with the host. It tears open the human skin, enters and begins to devour flesh, while releasing a very mysterious substance to paralyze the host's brain, making the host feel no pain at all. However, when the host's body develops disease, it means that it has completely taken control of the host. Because at this time, the host's limbs become chitinous objects, but the host's brain has been parasitized by insect number 1, and the host will mistakenly believe that it has not changed. If we were to perform craniotomy on the patient, you will find that the patient's brain has been completely devoured and replaced by insect number 1. It simulates and replaces the nervous system, allowing the host to continue to survive normally. To others, he appears to be a monster, but he retains his original thoughts and memories. However, from the host's own perspective, he has not changed at all and remains the same as before. But Zhang Xiaodong has stopped showing vital signs. Normally, he cannot be parasitized by insect number 1 unless he is transplanted. Combined with the crimson color in the other person's eyes. So the answer is obvious, Dean Chen is indeed someone whose inner darkness has been awakened. That's really ruthless. He allowed insect number 1 to parasitize his body and then transplanted it to Zhang Xiaodong. In this way, insect number 1 will completely replace the brain of the other and perform the corresponding life functions. However, the first host was Dean Chen. The brain tissue devoured by insect number 1 contained memories that were also held by Dean Chen. Therefore, Zhang Xiaodong, once reawakened, will possess the other person's memories. He believes himself to be Dean Chen. Chapter 154 Zhang Jiachao arrives. Are you still the same person you used to be? Li Shun ignored Zhang Xiaodong and instead turned his gaze to Dean Chen beside him. However, judging from the other party's appearance, all 4 limbs are normal and have not turned into chitinous form. This made him somewhat curious. How did they cultivate insect number 1? I am still myself, I have not been parasitized, Dean Chen replied. When he heard Li Shun's question, he naturally understood that the other party already knew how Zhang Xiaodong had been resurrected. But his claim that he wasn't parasitized by insect number 1 is completely unbelievable. Because after being parasitized by insect number 1, the brain and memories will be exactly the same as before. And the host that is parasitized, they are completely unaware of their own changes, whether in terms of instinct, habit, subconsciousness, or any other aspect, and will believe that they are still the same person they were before. This will lead to a self-proving trap. It's like how a mentally ill person tries to prove they aren't mentally ill. It's incredibly contradictory. But since Dean Chen dared to touch insect number 1, he certainly wouldn't allow it to parasitize him. So he continued to explain. I knew about the parasitic nature of insect number 1. In order for it to have my memories without being parasitized by it, I removed a part of my brain tissue and used it to cultivate insect number 1. So, I am still the same me. Hearing this, and seeing the crimson color in Dean Chen's eyes, Li Shun was somewhat surprised. This is more than just a ruthless person. He's practically a werewolf. There are even more than ruthless people, they're called werewolves. After all, anyone can understand the importance of the brain. The prefrontal cortex, parietal lobe, cerebellum, and other parts are each responsible for specific functions of the human body. For example, language, memory, emotions, and so on. But this Dean Chen, just because of his curiosity about Zhang Xiaodong, such a trivial reason, actually cut him off without even caring about his brain. This is really speechless. I was going to say he was mentally ill, but then I realized, he's already had his brain removed. Are you worth it? Li Shun asked, standing up. If Zhang Xiaodong still has luck. So, if Dean Chen can control a male protagonist, he's an incredibly powerful being. But that's simply impossible. After all, how could a chosen one of destiny become someone's puppet? He agreed, but even God wouldn't allow it. But Zhang Xiaodong lacked luck. Then he would lose all his incredible powers, and at most he would be a little stronger than a normal person. In this situation, you have to trade your brains for. That would be a case of losing more than you gain. Once Li Shun understood this, he lost interest and also made no intention of punishing Dean Chen. After all, when he discovered that the resurrected Zhang Xiaodong was just an ordinary person. No, he's already figured it out. Before Li Shun even arrived, Shin Yu kicked him so hard he vomited blood. That's why Dean Chen had a slightly dejected look on his face after he was subdued. He spent so much time digging into mountains, removing his own brain tissue, and ensuring that insect number 1 lost its transmissibility during use. Zhang Xiaodong was brought back to life after such a great deal of effort. In the end. But it turns out the other party is a slut. Anyone would be mentally broken in this situation. Of course, Dean Chen's mentality will not collapse, after all, he had his prefrontal lobe removed. This part is responsible for cognition, emotion regulation, and social interaction. After the excision, problems such as slow thinking, poor concentration, and a cold personality may occur. Although Dean Chen has released the darkness deep within his heart, his need in this area is not high. But not wanting it and not having it. These are two completely different concepts. Just as Li Shun was about to leave, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Notification: target Zhang Jiachao has been locked and is approaching the host. Upon hearing this voice, a virtual image map appeared in Li Shun's mind. His position was marked by a green, while a red dot was rapidly approaching nearby. Judging from the opponent's speed, they must have come by car. After meeting with Zhang Jiachao last time, he asked if the system could enable the warning function. Since the location of a target can now be locked, Li Shun felt that this function should also be available. Just as expected. The system does exist, but it's quite expensive, costing 100,000 villain points per use. This is equivalent to the cost of locking in 10 times. However, Li Shun checked the balance in his account, 13.29 million villain points. I promptly chose to pay. Coming back to his senses from the map in his mind, Li Shun couldn't help but smirk. Because Looking at Yayan beside her, she saw that Yayan was carrying a 3-foot-long sword on her back. The sword was dark and shadowy. It was indeed the sword of the evil emperor. When they went out today, Yayan said she wanted to get used to the feeling of holding a sword. After all, besides Shun, she was the only one who could wield the evil emperor's sword. To help the young master. On the way here by car, Yayan experienced it all over again. That feeling of the earth collapsing and splitting apart. Of course, only once. After she passes through the illusion, as long as she doesn't leave the evil emperor's sword, she doesn't need to keep repeating the illusion. Even if only once. Yayan was stunned for a long time, feeling as if her heart had been shattered into pieces. Perhaps it was the female lead's intuition, or perhaps it was her sixth sense, or perhaps it was Yayan's feelings. Through a series of coincidences, Shun did not refuse the other party, and Yayan also took the evil emperor's sword with her. And Zhang Jiachou. After leaving, he originally planned to find a martial arts master to learn techniques from. But then I suddenly remembered Xinyu, who was injured. If he wants to fight against Shun, it's not the kind of confrontation where you're used as a punching bag. It's not a confrontation that can kill each other. If he wants to reach that point, he has no choice but to improve his combat skills. But this kind of thing, without putting in a lot of hard work, it's impossible to reach a very high level in a short time. So, he remembered the injured Xinyu. Judging from their behavior at the time, the two must have had a very good relationship and were close friends. If he could take Xinyu hostage. With this idea in mind, Zhang Jiachou abandoned his original idea. I started asking around. The person has been confirmed to be at the Municipal Central Hospital. Transforming the power of destiny might be the worst decision he ever made in his life. After all, with the protection of good fortune, Zhang Jiachou would never have come to the Municipal Central Hospital. Keep in mind that Shun is currently wielding the evil emperor's sword, so his fists can't break through his defenses. That doesn't mean this imperial sword can't break through the defense. Chapter 155 Hiding in the Hospital Ward. VIP Ward. Su Wanyan returns from buying fish. She was initially worried that Xinyu might disobey her and go to Dean Chen's place despite her health concerns. But when she saw a figure lying on the hospital bed, the expression on her face couldn't help but relax. Although Su Wanyan had locked up the other person's clothes before leaving. But given Xinyu's abilities, it's hard to say whether she'll still be in the ward when she comes back. I've bought you some fish. Su Wanyan spoke as she walked forward. However, when she got closer, she found a pair of nurse shoes on the ground, with the uppers facing down. Where did these shoes come from? After muttering a couple of strange things, Su Wanyan put down the lunchbox in her hand and prepared to help Xinyu, who was lying on the hospital bed, sit up to eat. But at that moment, she suddenly noticed 2 toes sticking out from the foot of the bed. Of course, the feet aren't the main point. The key point is that she's wearing skin-colored socks over them, and the toes are a bit dark. When did you put on those socks? Su Wanyan realized something was wrong before she could finish speaking. Given Xinyu's personal hygiene, even wearing black socks would be difficult. Not to mention they are all female leads. The female lead doesn't have smelly feet. Therefore, these slightly blackened socks could absolutely not have been worn by Xinyu. As for Xinyu wearing other people's socks, that's even more impossible. She's the kind of person who's completely devoted to Shun. She'd rather protect the things her young master likes than deliberately destroy them. Realizing something was wrong, Su Wanyan immediately pulled back the blanket on the hospital bed. Inside, there was a girl lying there, but she wasn't Xinyu, and she only had a few pieces of clothing left on her. After seeing this scene, Su Wanyan immediately understood. They're using a clever trick, a switcheroo, to impersonate a princess with a little raccoon. But while she was angry, she couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. Xinyu is a great girl in every way, except that she doesn't take good care of her health. Even though his arm is injured now. But whenever it involves the young master, she immediately disregards her own physical condition. From this perspective, Shinyu will most likely be able to wield the evil emperor's sword, but when she does, she will be receiving treatment in the hospital, not at Paradise Villa. Su Wanyan sighed and woke up the unconscious nurse. Then I explained the situation to her, and she was very understanding. After all, you can't not understand. Those who can afford to stay in VIP wards are either powerful or wealthy, and with the hospital director's instructions, how could a lowly nurse like her possibly afford to offend them? Not to mention, Su Wanyan is not an unreasonable person. They also gave the other party compensation for clothing, lost wages, and emotional distress, totaling 100,000 yuan. The nurse who received the money. He was laughing so hard his mouth was crooked. He said that if something like this happens again in the future, he should contact her again, and she would definitely not resist. Upon hearing this request, Su Wanyan raised an eyebrow and looked the other person up and down. But when I saw the other person's socks and shoes, and smelled the scent emanating from them, she roughly understood why Shinyu only took the nurse's uniform but didn't wear the other person's shoes. Because this woman has athlete's foot. So, after sending the nurse away, Su Wanyan called the hospital's cleaning staff. Changing sheets, disinfecting, cleaning. She glanced at the transaction notifications on her phone app. Transaction card number, transaction amount, 100,000, balance, 9,872,941,976,000. A whopping 9 trillion. This is not only longer than a human lifespan, it's even 2 digits longer than a mobile phone number. Since becoming one of Li Shun's people, money has become just a bunch of numbers for Su Wanyan. Because Li Shun specially opened an account for the female lead and Shinyu to use together. The money I just gave to the nurse. None of them are as expensive as the little top she's wearing now. Then, Su Wanyan sat on the sofa and waited for a while, then Li Shun brought Shinyu and the others to the ward. Master. Su Wanyan hurriedly stood up and called out when she saw them come in. Wanyan, just act normal from now on, and pretend I was never here. Upon hearing Li Shun's words, the other party couldn't help but show a very puzzled expression. Clearly, they didn't understand what he meant. But soon, Shinyu then explained a few words to her in a low voice. If Zhang Jiachao finds Li Shun here, he will definitely turn around and run away without even thinking. After all, nobody wants to get beaten up. So, to avoid this situation from happening, Li Shun decided to hide in this hospital room. At that time, let's trap them like turtles in a jar. But where is it hidden? Li Shun walked around the ward. The VIP treatment prepared for Shinyu was quite luxurious, with a living room, gym, and balcony, just like a large apartment. A large flat, also known as a flat-style villa, is a type of high-end residence. It typically has an area of over 130 square meters and concentrates all living functional areas on one floor, achieving a design of one household per floor. Finally, Li Shun opened the wardrobe next to him. This is the closest spot to the hospital bed, as long as Zhang Jiachao gets close to Shinyu on the bed. So, push open the wardrobe door. One sword strike is enough to kill the opponent. He then had Ye Yan and the others hide inside, leaving only Shinyu and Su Wanyan in the ward. However, Shinyu looked at the young master. Admiring her clothes, a faint blush rose on my cheeks. The wardrobe door closed. Shinyu took out a set of polymer braces from the side and put them on again. After all, if you're going to be acting, you have to go all the way. The outfit she was wearing earlier had already been thrown away when she went to see Dean Chen. Wanyan, please help me. Upon hearing her words, Su Wanyan walked over and asked, what do you need me to do? Makes me look more like a patient. Su Wanyan thought for a moment after hearing this. I pulled some cosmetics out of my bag, such as matte white foundation and light gray contour powder. Then, she took a fine-toothed comb from the bathroom and messed up Shinyu's long hair. Make the other person look like a patient with insufficient blood and qi and a weak body. But at this time, suddenly, a pleasant song filled the room, a monotone loop with no extra lyrics. Like a wisp of unburnt sandalwood incense lingering in an old alley, its lingering tone refusing to dissipate. It sounds nice. Su Wanyan's fingers, which were holding the white foundation, trembled slightly involuntarily. Then both of them looked towards the wardrobe. They were planning to ambush Zhang Jiachao, so couldn't they switch to silent mode during that process? Who's being so inconsiderate? How can you not understand such a simple principle? Chapter 156 Zhang Jiachao, who went to the wrong ward. Municipal Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Zhang Jiachao arrived at the ward by taxi, wearing a mask and looking mysterious. After all, he is currently a wanted criminal. Although ordinary people don't pay attention to the news, drivers often listen to the radio. He wasn't afraid of being reported, but the director of the investigation bureau was Jiang Yuyan. That day, downstairs at Runkong Pharmaceutical, he saw the other party make a phone call to Shun. So he has to be careful. After entering, Zhang Jiachao looked around and then casually found a ward. Through the semi-transparent frosted glass on the door, one could vaguely see a figure lying on the hospital bed. Upon seeing this, a cold smile gradually crept onto Zhang Jiachao's lips. Judging from his expression, it was clear that he was prepared to take forceful measures to take Xinyu away. After all, this woman. His performance at Runkong Pharmaceutical last time left a very deep impression on him. Whether it's the ruthless act of seizing an opportunity and quickly firing a shot, or the resolute choice to sacrifice oneself when one knows there's no way to escape. All these signs are enough to prove that the other party is a very formidable enemy. If Zhang Jiachao didn't possess the conversion system, he could instantly transform everything into defensive power. When he faced Xinyu's smooth combo, and finally used her momentum to spin and deliver a straight kick, it's quite possible that the other party will pronounce judgment on you. A lifetime sentence of being barred from marriage. So this time, Zhang Jiachao planned to break Xinyu's hands and feet first, so that she would be completely unable to move and would have no chance of escaping. After all, he only wanted to use Xinyu to threaten Li Shun. As long as she was alive, the rest. He doesn't care. At that moment, the ward door slowly opened. As Zhang Jiachao walked in, a strange smell suddenly wafted to his nose. How to describe it? It has that ammonia or rotten smell, like a rotten apple, that makes you feel nauseous. The strange smell made him instinctively want to vomit. Strangeness. Looking puzzled, Zhang Jiachao couldn't help but recall the scene when he fought Xinyu. At that time, as soon as the other person approached, a very pleasant fragrance emanated from them. In particular, he had grabbed Xinyu's ankle. When Li Shun arrived, even as he was being attacked downstairs and had to cover his head to defend himself, he could smell a faint fragrance on his hands. Why does it smell so bad this time? Actually, the situation is now very clear. It's impossible for the fairy-like Xinyu to become smelly. So Zhang Jiachao went to the wrong ward. He originally intended to rely on his intuition to pinpoint the other party's location, just as he had done before. It's the same principle as throwing a shoe to ask for directions. Although it sounds ridiculous, with the help of good luck, it can indeed produce a radar-like effect. But on the night the tanker truck exploded, the power of thousands of tons of TNT meant that, even though he was the male lead, it was unlikely that he would be blown away and killed on the spot. But it's scary for an individual. So he agreed to the system's warning and converted all the power of his luck into defensive capabilities. In the past, Zhang Jiachao had transformed his luck, but each time it was only a little bit. However, this time he transformed all his luck. Then, after losing the power of destiny, if he still wants to rely solely on his intuition to locate Xinyu, it will be rather bullshit. Soon, Zhang Jiachao realized he had the wrong person because he saw the label on the hospital bed. The note reads, name, age, 56, gender, male, illness, diabetes. Groove. Upon seeing this label, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. No wonder there was a strange smell as soon as I came in. High blood sugar makes it easy for bacteria to grow and cause infections, plus some other things. Bang! With a slam of the door, Zhang Jiachao stormed out in a rage. Then he walked toward the nurse's station. All that fancy mystical stuff won't work on him now, we'd better just honestly ask for directions. And at this time, in the VIP ward, Xinyu lay on the hospital bed, her face pale, her hair disheveled, and her lips bloodless, looking as if she were on the verge of death. She held up a mirror, looking at herself, and said helplessly, "Wanyan, this makeup you did for me. Isn't this going a bit too far? I have a fracture, but I'm not a critically ill patient." Upon hearing this, Su Wanyan, who was sitting next to the hospital bed, showed a slightly embarrassed expression. "I don't know what patients with bone fractures look like. The patient I've seen the most is my father, so I'll do your makeup based on his appearance." Upon hearing this, Shinyu put down the mirror in her hand and looked at the other person speechlessly. Before she regained consciousness, her father, Su Fani, was a long-term vegetative state patient. According to this standard, the makeup is indeed very similar. Even Shinyu's neck and arms, those exposed areas, were covered with matte white foundation. But she only had a fracture. "He looks like he's about to die. I bet even a doctor would shake their head if they came. After all, that deathly pale appearance. They won't even need makeup to get them to the funeral home." Sighing, Shinyu looked towards the doorway and murmured softly, "Why isn't Zhang Jiaqiu here yet?" As time goes by, through some underhanded tactics, Zhang Jiaqiu finally managed to find out the location. They are walking towards the VIP ward. However, judging from the way he wiped his mouth and the frustrated expression on his face, it was obvious that he had given himself away. If it were a stunning beauty like Shinyu, then it can't be called selling out, because if you're not completely out of your mind, anyone would be eager to do it. But if it were a woman in her 50s, around 165 centimeters tall, with a face full of pockmarks, Zhang Jiaqiu is such a real man. It's important to know that 165 centimeters is not a height. It's weight. There's a saying among the common people, I don't know who said it, but I'll borrow it here. 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger. At 50, it can suck up soil just by sitting on the ground. As expected of a male protagonist with a system, he doesn't get bogged down in details at all in order to achieve his goals. Knock knock knock. The clever Zhang Jiaqiu didn't open the door directly, but instead chose to knock. After all, the impression left on him by that diabetic patient's ward last time. Quite insightful. He almost threw up. "Come in." Just as Su Wanyan was about to get up after hearing the knock on the door, Shinyu called out first. People arriving at this time. It's obviously Zhang Jiaqiu. If Su Wanyan were to open the door, an accident could easily occur, and she could be harmed by the other party. Although Su Wanyan had been learning the techniques of the Blood Rose organization during this time. But there are some little habits in life. For example, answering the door when someone knocks, or contacting the investigation bureau when in danger. It's not something that can be changed in a short time. She immediately realized this, and a blush flashed across her pretty face. Chapter 157 Advanced Swordsmanship. Squeak. As the door opened, Zhang Jiaqiu entered the ward and soon saw Shinyu on the hospital bed. However, upon seeing the other person's appearance, a hint of doubt flashed through his mind. When they were at Ronkong Pharmaceuticals, the other person only had an arm injury, but now, it's like I'm about to die. Could it be internal injury? Zhang Jiaqiu wasn't feeling sorry for Shinyu, he was mainly worried that if he took her away, she might end up in his hands. By then, the goal won't be achieved, Shun won't show up, and he'll be dead. What bad luck! Thinking of this, Zhang Jiaqiu suddenly turned his gaze to Su Wanyan beside him. This one seems like a good option too. Although, judging from his estimated value, this was clearly inferior to Shinyu's. However, they should also be Li Shun's own people. Don't resist, I don't want to hurt you, Zhang Jiaqiu said as he walked over. Upon seeing him approach, Shinyu's large eyes instantly welled up with tears. With her small hands gripping the sheets and her trembling lips, she exuded a sense of fragility and helplessness. Compared to her acting skills, Su Wanyan's performance was clearly inferior. Perhaps because she wasn't wearing makeup, or perhaps because she was simply not as good as Shinyu, her evasive eyes didn't evoke any immediate feelings of pity. No, don't come any closer. Hearing the two people's frightened voices, Zhang Jiaqiu curled his lips into a cold smile and said, Don't worry, it will be quick. However, seeing Shinyu's critically injured state, as if she were about to die at any moment, he abandoned the idea of breaking her arms and legs. The main concern is that the other party might not be able to hold on. Don't end up like Rin Yiming from Runkong Pharmaceutical, who died before he even left. And Su Wanyan. Although this woman has no fighting skills and is of low value, we still need to prevent any accidents from happening. Therefore, she must be rendered incapacitated. Just then, Zhang Jiachao approached, preparing to attack Su Wanyan, who was leaning against the wall. Suddenly, an aurora appeared next to us, accompanied by a heart-stopping, ear-piercing sword cry, and a flash of light as red as hellfire, as blue as the deep sea, and as purple as a phantom of a starry river. It was the sword light of the evil emperor's sword. This imperial sword instantly sliced through the air, causing an invisible tidal wave to rise up the heavens and earth. Then, with a sharp, oppressive, and sinister aura, it slashed fiercely towards Zhang Jiachao's shoulder. The warning of losing luck, coupled with Li Shun's reverse perception of his sixth sense. Zhang Jiachao had no way to dodge. But Li Shun was slashing down along the other man's shoulder, intending to cut him in two. But suddenly we encountered a force of resistance. The feeling was like the opponent's tough bones jamming the blade of the emperor's sword. Once he came to his senses, Zhang Jiachao immediately pushed off with both feet and retreated rapidly backward. Below his neck, which he was clutching, a deep gash had appeared, extending to the bone marrow. Through the gap, one could see the pulsating organs inside his body. If it weren't for a small habit that Zhang Jiachao has at other times, he converts all his power into defense, which makes his bones extremely hard, allowing his collarbone to perfectly block the blade of the evil emperor's sword. Or go a little deeper. It could probably even slice open a heart. Even if his defenses are strong elsewhere, he won't survive without his heart. After all, the head and heart. As long as the other party is still a human being, even if they have the physique of a monster, it is no exception. If either of these two parts is lost, it is absolutely impossible for them to survive. Li Shun! Why are you here? Zhang Jiachao roared. Li Shun completely ignored his roar. After all, he doesn't have the habit of talking nonsense. If he had to say something, he would only say it while standing on the other person's corpse. System, redeem advanced swordsmanship. He glanced at the evil emperor's sword in his hand, which was spotless and untouched by any blood, and immediately activated the system in his mind. Based on the feel just now. Although this sword can penetrate the opponent's physical defenses, it still cannot destroy those tough bones. Therefore, we must add some methods. As for why we should switch to a higher level one instead of a basic one? I'll say it again. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Once the target is identified as the enemy, then every means must be used, and everything must be staked. Either he dies, or the enemy dies. Congratulations, host, on your successful redemption. Congratulations, host, you have acquired advanced swordsmanship. Deducted from host, 10 million villain points. Remaining villain value, 3.19 million. As the system's voice sounded, countless memories flashed through Li Shun's mind. From the first time I held the sword to the thousands of times I drew it and then the endless swings of the sword. In that instant, the figure in my memory gradually overlapped with Li Shun in the real world. It was as if countless figures were merging into his body, eventually transforming into flowing blood, and his body's instincts were constantly surging within him. Such a strong feeling. Upon feeling this power, Li Shun couldn't help but admire it. Then, he swung his sword forward. The sword immediately emitted high-frequency vibrations, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Ultimately, it formed a dark sword aura. He slashed out instantly. Ah! A scream rang out. Blood was flowing from Zhang Jiachao's ear, and a wound ran across his entire body. Sword energy is extremely fast and can be concealed in the air. By the time the eye see it, it has already landed on the person. This is even harder to defend against than a bullet. In addition, the sword's cry produced by the evil emperor's sword is like the infrasound of a tiger roaring in the mountains, which can directly penetrate the body and cause a fatal blow to the heart. Suddenly, Zhang Jiachao's pupils dilated, and his heartbeat slowed down drastically after being infected. He vaguely seemed to hear the cries of deceased parents. The ratings in the system correspond to the levels in the real world. Beginner level equals the pinnacle of the world, intermediate level equals godlike level, advanced level equals legend. Its name cannot be spoken, its face cannot be seen, it exists only in myths and legends. At this moment, with the blessing of advanced swordsmanship, Shun was like a martial artist who had wielded a sword for 10,000 years. My understanding of the sword. It has reached a very, very deep level. Each swing seemed to merge with billions of memories, propelling him to even greater heights. After all, this is advanced swordsmanship, worth a full 10 million villain points, and its content is profound. If he wants to fully master it, he will need more time to adapt. Of course, not all advanced skills are this expensive in the systems shop. Things like advanced acting skills, advanced nursing techniques, and advanced business acumen. All you need is 1,000,000 villain points. Chapter 158 Defeating Zhang Jiachao. Warning, Zhang Jiachao's luck is about to explode. Warning, the male protagonist's passive skill Rebirth from Desperate Circumstances has been activated. Rebirth from Desperate Circumstances, a passive skill exclusively based on luck. Effect, for a short period of time, your luck value will increase significantly, and you will receive the favor of heaven. Target's current luck value, 0%. Soon, as Zhang Jiachao's breathing became weak, Shun heard the final evening drum and morning bell. Some people might wonder, didn't the other party convert all their luck? Why can it also inspire a miraculous recovery from a desperate situation? To explain this problem, we must first understand one thing. The ability to be reborn from a desperate situation is the male protagonist's unique passive ability, and although Zhang Jiachao has lost his luck, his identity as the male protagonist has not changed. An example will make it clear. For example, if the male protagonist is a rich second generation, then his luck is money. After cutting off all of the other party's bank cards and sources of funds. Isn't he a rich kid? No. The key to a rich second generation is his father. The key to becoming a chosen one lies in the way of heaven. As long as his father doesn't sever ties with him, he will still be a rich kid. The same principle applies to the chosen ones. However, due to the existence of the transformation system, the luck that erupts from rebirth in desperate situations will be directly transformed into Zhang Jiachao's power. This is what's commonly referred to in games as big spender. However, what he was spending money on was luck. The heavenly Tao would continuously provide him with money, allowing him to constantly gain power. At this moment, Zhang Jiachao wanted to grab the evil emperor sword. But the moment he touched the blade, he felt as if he had been electrocuted. His whole body trembled uncontrollably, and he made a choking sound as if he were being choked. He was an enemy of Shun, the master of the emperor's sword, and not one of their own. He was directly electrocuted and his whole body stiffened before he could even enter the illusion in his inner world. But Zhang Jiachao is the male lead after all, and he's in a state of spending money on the game, so he wouldn't be so shocked as to lose his composure. But Shun certainly wouldn't let go of that stiff, motionless, and helpless figure. Lean your body slightly forward, lower your center of gravity, and as your knees bend, your right foot begins to gather power. In addition, the slaughterers have also begun to operate. Put all the body's tissues under excessive strain in order to unleash even greater power. At the same time, with the effect of reverse perception, a picture gradually begins to form in the mind. Guided by his sixth sense, Shun decided to use it to further enhance the power of this move. Finally, the power was fully charged. With a thunderous, heart-pounding sound, a powerful straight kick, accompanied by a whooshing sound, hurtled towards Zhang Jiachao's lower body. Crack! Bang! First, a faint cracking sound was heard, and then the other person was instantly kicked away. When he slammed his head against the wall of the VIP ward, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, along with some broken organs. The wall was made of reinforced concrete and was more than 2 meters thick, but even so, it was still dented in the shape of a human figure. Shun had previously acquired advanced combat techniques from Zhang Xiaodong. Although he didn't want to engage in close combat with the male lead, this straight kick was still quite effective. Especially now. Anyone who tries to touch the evil emperor's sword, except for himself, will immediately be electrocuted and become stiff all over. This is practically a sitting duck. If you don't deliver a fully charged straight kick, you'd be doing a disservice to the person who got electrocuted. Actually, this is not Zhang Jiachao's fault. After all, the last time he saw Li Shun, the other party couldn't break through his body's defenses. But this time, it's obvious that the sword was extremely useful. Anyone would be tempted to seize the enemy's sword if they saw how powerful the enemy's weapon was. But this idea. Try it and you'll die. Advanced combat techniques, the slaughterer, and the reverse perception of the sixth sense a triple boost to power. In addition, there are multiple enhancements to physical strength, such as advanced physique enhancers and life crystals. After fully charging up, that straight kick could leave after images, turning the opponent into a streak of light in an instant. After being hit, Zhang Jiachao felt as if his internal organs had been shattered. There is an indescribable pain that makes your brain twitch. That feeling. Who can understand this? The buildings, except for those in VIP wards, are constructed using incredibly sturdy materials. It is mainly used for earthquake protection. Otherwise, if it were a normal building, Zhang Jiachao would have been kicked flying. I lost. Zhang Jiachao, whose consciousness was beginning to fade, looked utterly lost and disoriented as blood flowed from his mouth. If he hadn't touched the evil emperor's sword, he probably wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. After all, who could have imagined? This thing can electrocute people? And in front of him, Li Shun, wielding the evil emperor's sword and exuding a chilling, malevolent aura, was walking towards him step by step. Faced with this scene, Zhang Jiachao knew the other party wouldn't let him go, because he knew his enemy best. They are often the enemy. If he were to win, he wouldn't hesitate to take on a major enemy when given the chance. In the last moments of his life, he recalled his past experiences, aside from the unfair treatment he received from the world. In Zhang Jiachao's mind, a girl with an innocent smile gradually appeared. Brother Jiachao, don't be sad. Your aunt and uncle have just gone to another world. This question is so hard, I can't do it, Jiachao, can you help me? Brother Jiachao, the weather is so nice today, let's go fly a kite together. As the images from the past surfaced, Zhang Jiachao's eyes gradually began to well up with tears. It might be because he's the male lead. The last vestige of luck. Just then, outside the hospital window, a naive little girl released a kite. The same one Suing Luo released in the mountains before. Exactly the same. Upon seeing this, Zhang Jiachao's unfocused pupils gradually focused, and he murmured softly, Ying Luo, I hope you can be happy we will meet again in the next life. As he finished speaking, a tear of blood fell from the corner of his eye to the ground. Hearing his last words, Li Shun, who was just about to swing his sword and take the other man's head, suddenly stopped. If the other person's last words were a plea for mercy, he wouldn't hesitate, but what he said was, Ying Luo. This stirred a ripple in Li Shun's heart, evoking a sense of shared emotion. People say that at the last moment of life, you will see the face of the most important person in your life. For Zhang Jiachao, the most important thing is not to complete his mission. Instead, it's Suing Luo. This aligns with Li Shun's life beliefs. Possessing immeasurable wealth and immense power, isn't the ultimate goal simply to enjoy life? Holding the warm hand of your beloved, the one you love most, let's journey through life together. In addition to the past. Zhang Jiachao once said, people take medicine when they are sick, the world eats people when it is sick, so we take a different path and seek a completely new world. If Li Shun hadn't transmigrated and hadn't obtained the system, then the other party was a great man? Or rather a revolutionary. Li Shun suddenly had a peculiar idea about this kind of person who wanted to change the world order. Chapter 159 Materialized Evil Intent. Do you want to live? Upon hearing Li Shun's words, Zhang Jiachao looked up at him with a surprised expression. However, he soon realized what was going on. What the other party is thinking is to take himself as a servant. Li Shun had previously asked the system how to plunder someone's luck. The system's answer, subduing, occupying, taming, and killing all count as successful plundering. Therefore, as long as Zhang Jiachao acknowledges him as his master, the mission can be considered complete. However, to make a male protagonist submit under normal circumstances, that's simply impossible. But Zhang Jiachao is different from the normal male lead. After all, which male protagonist, after acquiring luck, doesn't wander around, pretend everywhere, and collect everything? But he's different, he only has one female lead. Even at the very last moment of his life, the only person he could remember was Suing Luo. Apart from that, the other male protagonists don't care about the lives or deaths of normal people at all. They are preoccupied with whether they are pretentious enough and boastful enough, and then they go around trying to make their presence known, attracting the attention of beautiful women, and then living a happy life like the young blonde-haired guy. Those who can manage the lives of the lower classes, and who also want to overthrow the rule of the upper classes and liberate the people. Zhang Jiachao is the first one. Then, Li Shun then had a bold idea. Take the chosen one of destiny as a slave. I asked the transformation system before, and I know you're a villain who should have died a long time ago. Can you tell me? Zhang Jiachao braced himself with his hands on the ground, forcing himself to lift his head and ask the question that had been on his mind. How did you survive? Upon hearing his question, Li Shun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said with a hint of deeper meaning. Because I also obtained the system. However, after receiving this answer, Zhang Jiachao remained silent, staring intently at him. After a while, Li Shun nodded slightly. Upon seeing this gesture, Zhang Jiachao seemed to understand something, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. At last, he lowered his head and whispered, I understand, so that's how it is. After whispering a few words, Zhang Jiachao's expression became serious. It was as if a decision had been made. However, the sky outside the window grew darker and darker without any warning, as if a sudden storm was about to break out. Under the cover of the black sky, the shadows cast by the tall buildings in the distance seemed to turn into several dark gun barrels, pointing at Li Shun in the ward. Faced with this scene, everyone in the ward felt a special sensation. If I had to describe it, dark clouds loom over the city, threatening to crush it. An overwhelming sense of oppression. Xinyu and the others couldn't help but tremble, instinctively hugging their arms tightly. Because of Li Shun's orders, they didn't take any action just now, they were only responsible for handling matters at the hospital. After all, with such a commotion, it was impossible for the nurses and patients not to come and inquire. Moreover, even if they took action, it would be useless. With the powerful defensive force that Zhang Jiachao transformed, Li Shun couldn't break through it, let alone them. If things go wrong and you get controlled by the other party, you won't be able to help at all, and you'll just be a nuisance. Interesting, Li Shun murmured. This wasn't the first time he'd experienced this feeling of being targeted by the world, a sense of oppression he felt. It happened before when Zhang Xiaodong was killed, but it was clearly not as intense as this time. I, Zhang Jiachao, voluntarily acknowledge Li Shun as my master, and from this day forward, I will never betray him. Boom! As Zhang Jiachao finished speaking, a tremendous thunderclap suddenly resounded in the sky. The windows in the ward began to tremble in the deep, oppressive rumble of thunder. Meanwhile, Xinyu, Su Wanyan, Ye Yan, and the others standing nearby couldn't help but cover their ears. My eardrums are hurting. At the same time, Li Shun himself was a collection of evil thoughts, and suddenly he felt the evil thoughts around him increase exponentially, surging wildly towards him. Like a cannon that has gone out of control, it keeps firing continuously. Of course, this firepower refers to the condensed and compressed mass of evil thoughts when they are sufficiently intense. Its intensity. Even a small clump is enough to warp a normal person's mind, turning them into terrorists seeking revenge on society. Not to mention now, it's like thousands of cannons are bombarding Li Shun relentlessly. That feeling. The virtual malice seemed to materialize, turning into streaks of ink with black tails. This scene is just like the scene in the Ultraman Tiga TV series where, during the final battle, the children transform into rays of hope, streaking across the gray sky in the deep sea, before finally entering Tiga's body is similar. However, the light now is black malevolent energy, which is being injected into Li Shun's body. Faced with this situation, even though Li Shun had taken advanced physical enhancement drugs and his mental strength had undergone a transformation, but I still can't quite handle it. In his eyes, the sky turned gray-green, and countless distorted human faces materialized in the air, staring at him with eyes filled with deathly stillness and madness. At the same time, I heard a hysterical, extremely resentful roar. "I'm so angry. I was just following the boss's orders and never complained. Why am I the one taking the blame? What did I do wrong? Does being kind mean you have to be bullied? Anger. We must be angry. I want to live. If I can't, then I'll make sure my family lives well. Even if I lose my dignity, my health, everything. But why hasn't the money you promised arrived? Do you think you can get away with it just because I'm dead? Survival. We must survive. Why are some people born in Rome while I'm relegated to living in a stinking ditch? Equality for all. That's the biggest lie in the world. I long to live in the light too. Jealousy. I'm jealous of all of you. I want a raise. I want to find a good wife. I want everyone to be able to get what they want with their own hands. But why is hard work the cheapest commodity? In this confusing world, what should I do? Greed. We demand fairness. Overwhelmed by negative emotions stemming from being abhorred by the heavenly Tao, Li Shun felt as if time itself had stopped. Gradually, his body and mind were consumed by evil thoughts. Each evil thought opened its bloody maw, roaring and gnawing, trying to drag him into the dark side of the world. He knew that taking a chosen one of destiny as a slave was by no means an easy task. After all, his status is what it is. Even if Zhang Jiachao himself agrees, there's still the issue of who he is behind. But it is the will of heaven. How could it possibly stand idly by while one of its own people sided with a villain? I just didn't expect. This time they've gone completely crazy. Chapter 160 Suppressing Evil Intent, Project Origin. Young Master, are you all right? Xinyu, Ye Yan, and the others nearby called out anxiously and tried to rush over to help their young master. Li Shun was seen bracing himself with the evil emperor's sword, his face covered in cold sweat, and the veins on his arms bulging. Under the attack of evil thoughts, his transformed mental strength is stubbornly resisting the distortion. When he looked up, a crimson hue had already appeared in his eyes. This is a sign of someone who has released their inner darkness, but under the influence of evil thoughts, Li Shun didn't even need to release it, the crimson color was enough to appear. After all, the evil thoughts in his heart now are not just his own, but also the entire real world. In a sense, he is being consumed by the evil thoughts arising from all living beings. The negative emotions left over from his life, such as greed, jealousy, anger, and resentment, surged towards him like a raging storm. At one point, Li Shun felt like he had become a middle-aged man, working himself to the bone every day so that his family could have a better life. But in the end, he watched as his beloved wife, as he left home, embraced another man and entered the house. At another moment, Li Shun felt like she had become a female college student again. Seeing the glamorous side of others, she also wanted to experience what it felt like to be admired. But she inexplicably accumulated a lot of debt and even became the legal representative of several companies. In order to avoid getting arrested, she completely lost her dignity, and every day she was trampled underfoot like an ant. In the final moments of her life, she was locked in a small, cold closet, her blood-red pupils fixed on the person outside through the crack. I am willing to give up everything, to sacrifice my body and soul, to curse you all. May they all die a horrible death. The final evil thoughts left behind by countless lives made Li Shun's breathing become increasingly heavy. Huff huff. Take Zhang Jiachao out. Upon hearing the young master's suppressed voice, Xinyu, who was supporting him, immediately realized what was happening. Then, they ordered someone to bring a stretcher and took the seriously injured Zhang Jiachao directly into the operating room. When only a few of them remained in the room, they looked at each other. Unfortunately, Shanshan wasn't here this time, otherwise she could have gone first in the ranked match. 8 hours later. After emerging from the operating room, Zhang Jiacha was transferred to another VIP ward. His face was extremely pale, his whole body was wrapped in gauze, and there were blood bags for 4 drips and various instruments monitoring his vital signs hanging next to him. He could survive advanced swordsmanship combined with the evil Emperor sword, as well as Li Shun's fully charged straight kick. That's already quite an achievement. After all, Zhang Jiachao is no longer a chosen one. When he recognized Li Shun as his master, the heavens unilaterally severed his father-son relationship with him. As for his conversion system, at the same time he recognized the master, he was forcibly taken away by the villainous system. After a while, the door to the VIP ward was opened, and Li Shun, who had finally calmed down, appeared there. Of course, he was alone. As for Xin Yu and the others? I'm a little tired. I think we can have a proper talk now, Li Shun said, sitting down beside the hospital bed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiachao slowly opened his eyes. Even after such a long surgery, losing a lot of blood, and suffering the double blow of losing his identity as the male protagonist and the transformation system, a normal person's pupils should have dilated long ago. But his cold brown pupils still held a lot of energy and looked very sharp. Li Shun, who was watching his gaze, couldn't help but smile faintly. This Zhang Jiachou. Indeed, it was worth it for him to show mercy and spare the other party's life. First of all, I'd like to ask, what's the story behind your surname? This is the first time I've ever seen the surname Zhang in real life, Li Shun said. Upon hearing this question, a hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Jiachao's eyes. He originally thought the other party would ask some other questions, such as what preparations had been made to change the world order, how many forces were involved, etc. But, unexpectedly, the other party actually asked this question first. Because my ancestor was Mencius' mother, Zhang Jiachao said slowly. Nang's mother. According to Zhang Jiachao's explanation, the surname Zhang originated from the Ji surname and was descended from the Dang clan, a high-ranking official of the state of Lu. In ancient times, the character was pronounced Zhang, and later generations of the clan branched out into the surname which also used the pronunciation Zhang. Mencius' mother was surnamed Zhang. After learning the origin of the surname, Li Shun understood why Zhang Jiachao wanted to change the world. So this is a family tradition. Just like Mencius, when they saw the injustices in the world, they all wanted to become revolutionaries. As for why he wanted to kill? Li Shun recalled a saying from the internet, if reasoning doesn't work, then this old man knows a little bit about martial arts. Moreover, Mencius was not a weak scholar. How high was his martial prowess? How to describe it? Very, very tall. After all, in that chaotic era, the feudal lords all sought dominance through warfare and military force. Yet he, a scholar, could travel to all 7 kingdoms, and even when facing the ruler of a kingdom, he could directly and bluntly confront him without any hesitation. If it were a normal person, they would have been dead by now. Therefore, don't be fooled by Mencius's ideas of benevolent governance. But that doesn't mean he wouldn't kill someone. If you want to change the world order, you don't need to massacre people. You just need to eliminate the evil in human genes as much as possible and provide an opportunity for everyone to work hard to achieve equality. Seeing Zhang Jiachao's puzzled expression, Li Shun told him about his mother's Qiyuan plan. The fundamental reason why Gong Yuehua came up with this plan was to solve the problems in the human world. After all, this world. Atomic bombs, nuclear bombs, and other powerful weapons have now been developed. It's no exaggeration to say that if another world war were to break out, that would pose a threat not only to humanity, but to the entire planet Earth. To prevent this from happening, and more importantly, to avoid war, Gong Yuehua wanted to break the sequence of human genes and change the direction of human demand for resources. After all, the root cause of war is, whether it's land, population, food, or anything else, in the end, isn't it all about resources? Of course, conflicts between a few people don't count, those can only be described as gang fights, which are a far cry from the word war. In that case, If one day humanity no longer needs resources, or the demand for resources decreases, then wars can naturally be prevented. To achieve this goal, manhwa took into account all the resources that humanity needs. Even for the most difficult problem of lifespan, she found the legendary Kunlun divine tree. After listening to Li Shun's words, a completely new brilliance began to shine in Zhang Jiachao's cold brown pupils. Undeniably, if the Origin project can be realized, it will be a milestone of a completely new concept for all of humanity. However, in this process, it will inevitably encounter fierce resistance from various countries, especially those powerful nations that call themselves hegemons. They couldn't possibly allow manhwa to succeed, much less put everyone on the same starting line. Otherwise, its dominant position. Why bother being a der? That's why, at the International Parliament, Country A, together with other countries, announced the cessation of the Origin project. Chapter 161 Special Rewards. What do you need me to do? Recently, my mother encountered some issues during the process of gene fusion between plants and animals. A small problem, yes, a small problem. I need you to go to Kyoto and become my mother's test subject. Seeing Li Shun's inexplicable expression, Zhang Jiachao's eyes changed slightly, as if he realized something. He asked again, "Are you sure it's just a minor issue? I have a feeling it's quite serious." It's really just a minor issue. When it comes to gene expression regulation, the regulatory elements of plant genes cannot be effectively recognized in animal cells, so we need a lucky person to become the test subject. Luck, my luck right now. When Li Shun mentioned luck, Zhang Jiachao's eyes darkened slightly. The feeling of being favored by the world and having my wishes fulfilled has gradually disappeared. It's like when ordinary people scratch lottery tickets, they always have the illusion that they're sure to win. That feeling is very obvious, and you can know it in your heart, so those who are chosen by fate can understand the changes in their luck. I can try to see if I can help you regain your luck, Li Shun said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiachao's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at him with disbelief. Having been a chosen one before, he naturally knows how powerful the force of destiny is. But now, this mysterious and elusive thing, the other party is actually telling him to get it again. Seeing his shocked expression, Li Shun couldn't help but curl a mysterious smile at the corner of his mouth. A prompt before opening the system. Congratulations, host, on successfully subduing the male lead, Zhang Jiachao. Congratulations, host, on completing this system plunder mission. Task settlement in progress. When the target's recognition of him is detected, Zhang Jiachao is in a rebirth from the brink of death state, and the host's mission rewards will be greatly increased. When the conversion system was detected to have plundered a large amount of luck, the host's mission rewards will be greatly increased. Settlement complete. The host is provided with one of the following two rewards. Please choose one. Reward 1, smiley face. Basic reward, 100 million villain points. Advanced reward 1, all attributes boosted. Note, all attributes include strength, constitution, speed, spirit, and soul power. Advanced reward 2, God-level skill transformation. Tip, this reward allows you to choose any skill, regardless of level, low level is acceptable, and completely transform it into a God-tier skill. Note, God-level skills will change based on the user's attributes. No two God-level skills will have the same ability in the entire universe. Reward 2. Special reward, the power of Heavenly Tao. Upon seeing this notification, Li Shun felt incredibly proud. 100 million. A whole small goal. He has never had so many villain points since he obtained the villain system. Not to mention this is just the basic reward. There are two more advanced rewards to come, each of which is an incredibly precious opportunity. However, the specific strength of this all-attribute boost was not clearly explained. If it is only a slight boost, then it is not worth it. However, judging from the other two rewards, the strength of this all-attribute boost is. Even a conservative estimate would be that it's high-end. After all, the second advanced reward is a chance to transform into a God-level skill. God level is a level above advanced, but in the system's shop, the most sold items are advanced. Because all the God level skills are grayed out, clicking on them will show a message that they are unavailable for purchase. He also asked the system for the reason. God-level skills transcend everything and cannot be purchased simply with villain points. You need to meet certain requirements to unlock the purchase privileges of God-level skills, otherwise, you can't buy them even if you have the money. Simply put, it's a godlike being with a spirit. If you want to own it, it's not enough for you to just like it, it has to like you back. This is evident from the fact that how high is the prestige of a God-level skill? However, this second reward. Not only is there no villain value reward, but there's not even a description, just 4 simple words. The power of heaven. Li Shun was puzzled, what exactly was this thing? Although the name contains the characters for heavenly way, one's status and position must be very high. But compared to reward 1, there's a certain degree of uncertainty involved. At the time, he also wanted to ask the system if it could provide some relevant information, even if it meant spending villain points. After all, this opportunity is incredibly precious. Before converting his luck, Zhang Jiachao's luck value was 300%, and then the 100-fold bonus under the Rebirth from Despair passive effect was added. That's 30,000%. A full 30,000. Unfortunately, all that luck value was lost through that conversion system. Such a massive amount of fortune could generate tremendous power, but Zhang Jiachao was so enraged when he tried to seize the evil emperor's sword that he was electrocuted and his body became stiff, putting him into a state of absolute control. Then let Li Shun kick him. Therefore, this situation is basically unrepeatable. With the addition of a conversion system, the rewards become so extravagant with double the increase. But the system's reply to Li Shun. It is impossible to provide a corresponding description, it can only be displayed after obtaining the power of the heavenly Tao. Upon seeing this prompt, a bold idea popped into Li Shun's mind. In terms of the value of the task rewards, this second reward must be similar to the first reward. Even if it's a bit weak. It shouldn't be too weak. Coupled with the system's stingy attitude, it's clear that this skill is extraordinary. Then, he decisively chose reward 2. After obtaining the power of the heavenly Tao, Li Shun finally saw the specific description of this skill. My feelings at that time. If I had to describe him in 2 words, it would be amazing. He's taken the world by storm. This skill allows direct access to the heavenly Tao. The power of heaven. Skill 1, Cause and Effect. Intertwine fragments that can reveal a life form's past experiences and future trajectory. Note, this skill will consume mental energy upon use. If it alters significant cause and effect, it will consume life energy. If it alters all cause and effect, this skill will be lost. Skill 2, Judgment. A bolt of lightning imbued with the power of judgment strikes down, punishing those who defy the laws of nature. Note, if you make a wrong judgment, you will suffer a backlash. If you make multiple wrong judgments, you will lose this skill. Skill 3, Return to Nothingness. Reset spacetime and everything, returning matter to its most primitive state. Note, this skill will consume mental energy when used. Large-scale reduction will consume life energy. If everything is reduced to nothing, this skill will be lost. Skill 4, Laws. When used, it embodies the laws of nature, its words become law, exerting a regulatory influence within a certain range. Note, this skill will consume mental energy when used. Issuing a major decree will consume life energy. Violating the rules of heaven and earth will result in the loss of this skill. After reading the full description of the skill, Li Shun couldn't contain his excitement. Indeed, choosing reward 2 was the right decision. This skill is practically like making him the embodiment of the heavens, doing things for God. People often say, my fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of heaven. But for Li Shun now, I decide what fate holds. Then, he used his lawful command ability on Xingyu, who was lying on the ground. I want her to be the female lead. Chapter 162 restores Zhang Jiachao's male-led identity. That's brilliant. Awesome. Very nice. When Xingyu became the female lead, the feeling was simply indescribable. That's absolutely amazing. But before he could even finish experiencing it, Li Shun noticed that the feeling was slowly disappearing. He was just about to ask the system what was going on when his sixth sense gave him an answer. May fortune embrace all. Shinyu is not the female lead herself. Using the law allows her to gain the power of the female lead. However, it cannot be maintained for a long time. Because in a sense, this is a change from nothing to something, which is a major legal decree. If Li Shun insists on making her the female lead, it will require more than just expending mental energy. It also requires consuming life force. This is equivalent exchange. To get what you've never had before, you must give what you've never given before. After trying it out, he then abandoned the idea. Because during this process, Li Shun's sixth sense gave him a kind of intuition. If he insists on doing that, the cost will be extremely high. Compared to that fleeting feeling, as long as Shinyu remains Shinyu, isn't her identity as the female lead? It doesn't matter. If you really want to experience it. With just a simple command that consumes mental energy, one can briefly feel that extremely warm and tender spring water. After all, he wasn't afraid of using his mental power. Previously, when I was undergoing the transformation of my sixth sense, this aspect was enhanced by an advanced physical enhancement agent. Not to mention, spiritual power and vitality are not the same thing. As long as it's not completely depleted and causes sudden death, the lost mental energy can be recovered after a few days of rest. But vitality, no matter how much rest you get, you can't recover. Ultimately, Li Shun is a human being. Even if he possesses the power of the heavenly Tao, he cannot use these skills in the same way as the genuine heavenly Tao. As for turning myself into the male lead, Li Shun had also had this bold idea, but this time his sixth sense was very accurate. You'll die. It will consume all its life force and die. He is a villain by nature, and his identity is naturally opposed to that of the male protagonist. This is not a change, but a complete remake. Therefore, the life force consumed will be enormous. However, Zhang Jiaqiu is different. Because he is a male protagonist, but his relationship with heaven was severed. The law was used to allow him to regain his fortune, which is considered a restoration of the relationship, instead of changing it. So, I wish you could be the male lead again. As Li Shun finished speaking, a feeling of weakness instantly washed over me, as if my brain had been hollowed out. At the same time, Zhang Jiaqiu also felt some points of light coming from the air and slowly merging into his body. That feeling of being cherished by the world gradually reappeared in him. Some might ask, wouldn't this be considered a violation of the rules of heaven and earth as mentioned in the prompt? The answer is no. The rules of heaven and earth refer to the laws or order that exist in the universe, and are the basic principles governing the operation of all things. For example, the 5 elements, space, and reincarnation. Water can extinguish fire, black holes can devour matter, and where there is life, there is a cycle of death. These are the true rules of heaven and earth. It does not take human will as the standard, nor does it take the will of heaven as the standard. It is based solely on the operation of all things in the universe. Therefore, Li Shun's decision to reinstate Zhang Jiaqiu to the male lead's identity will not result in him losing his legal abilities. The two then had another conversation. Li Shun was somewhat surprised when he learned that Zhang Jiaqiu had started an organization and had achieved some success. After all, this person has neither money nor power. They don't pay wages, they don't have the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund benefits, and they don't even have a company to work from home. An organization that relies solely on its words, practically brainwashing, how can anyone still follow it? That's some serious persuasive skills. Really? No wonder she is the descendant of Mencius' mother. They have an innate ability to organize people. Master, after I leave, I would like to ask you to take care of them, Zhang Jiaqiu requested. Let me take care of him. Li Shun continued in surprise, are you sure you're not mistaken about something? My boss is still your boss. Somewhat angry, Li Shun couldn't help but think of Xinyu, Ye Yan, and the others. They're so nice, they never make any demands and just obediently listen to everything. Could it be? Is this the difference between women and men? Was it a bit hasty to accept Zhang Jiaqiao? Thinking of this, Li Shun narrowed his eyes slightly, and a dark idea flashed through his mind. Or we should just kill him. Although that straight kick initially rendered the opponent incapacitated in a certain aspect of their abilities. But he's still a man after all. As this thought arose, Li Shun heard the whispers of malice in his ear again. You will all die a horrible death. Among this group of evil thoughts, the most piercing sound was the female college student's scream. Li Shun knew about the other person's past. It's not wrong to want a little vanity, after all, everyone wants to have a better life. But she ended up with an extremely tragic fate. He wanted to find a high-paying job, but inexplicably became a legal representative, and ultimately ended up. Just like the mermaids and paper beauties of ancient times, their bodies were wantonly trampled on by a group of people. In the last moments of his life, the resentment and malice she left behind were absolutely terrifying. If this were a world of ghosts and monsters, she would definitely be a powerful ghost lord, a queen of resentment. Call. The law commands the mind to remain still. As Li Shun murmured softly, his remaining mental energy was once again drained. But my mood gradually calmed down. Women are generally more obedient than men when they are alive. But after death. Perhaps it's because they are naturally more emotional than men, and the resentment they harbor is definitely more terrifying than that of men. Now, he really wanted a god-level transformation, and then to become a god-level physique. This legendary body will definitely allow Li Shun to undergo another transformation. Who knows, they might even be deified. At that time, the evil thoughts of these creatures will have no effect on him at all. However, this special item is not even sold in the system shop, it can only appear as a reward for completing tasks and is therefore not for sale. I'm leaving. After you're discharged from the hospital, go to Kyoto. Someone will pick you up then. Rubbing his dizzy head, Li Shun got up and left the VIP ward after finishing his sentence. Judging from his current condition, he still needs to take some medicine, otherwise he won't be able to hold on much longer. As for what medicine to look for? Women are his cure. Chapter 163 Shin Yu obtains the Slayer. VIP ward. Before Shin Yu and the others could recover, they saw Li Shun walk in again. Regarding this, tears are streaming down my face. Especially their young master, who has now received the blessing of the heavenly Tao. That's not even human. The law is to be doubled. As Li Shun's whispered words rang out, Shin Yu and the others immediately. I cried tears of joy. When Li Shun left the ward again, his eyes were noticeably brighter. That feeling of dejection I had before was completely swept away. But just as he stepped out the door, he seemed to remember something and suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then, he returned to the direction of the hospital bed. Looking at Shin Yu, who was barely breathing, he reached out and tucked her long hair behind her ear. He said to her, I'll give you an ability. Shin Yu opened her blurry eyes and uttered a sound like she was talking in her sleep. Seeing her so weak, even though his killing intent was about to overwhelm him. I guess nothing serious will happen. That's right, Li Shun is preparing to give Shin Yu the butcher. This idea had been considered before, but for Blood Rose, who are already an assassin organization, gaining the abilities of the slaughterer would easily lead to a loss of control. But now, after what just happened, Shin Yu probably didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. What could happen if someone who can't even stand up lost control again? Does she have to kill someone in her sleep? That night at the Yunchi Hotel, Li Shun was still able to continue acting even after losing control. But what kind of physique does he have? What kind of physique does Shin Yu have? The two are simply incomparable. Not to mention that the first time you use the Slaughterer's ability, it will stimulate the body's potential, causing all the body's tissues to enter in overload mode. During this process, the body will produce an instinctive feeling of weakness. But Shin Yu's current state, just this feeling of weakness alone could render her unable to move. He lay there motionless. To allow people to do whatever they want? Cough cough. That's wrong. even if Shin Yu is more capable and can unleash her potential to stand up again. But don't forget, Li Shun still possesses the power of the heavenly Tao. With a single command to calm the mind, the other party will have to obediently calm down. But it's best to avoid such forceful interventions if possible. Ultimately, only overcoming it yourself is true overcoming it. Others can help temporarily, but they can't truly help you. Wrong. This logic doesn't apply here. Li Shun would never let go of his own people, for they were his people in life and in death. The laws of heaven. The dead have come back to life. Even if it meant violating the rules of heaven and earth and losing the ability to make one's words law, Li Shun was willing to do anything to revive his people. System: exchange a slayer for Shin Yu. Congratulations, host, you have successfully redeemed your item. 800,000 villain points deducted from the host. Remaining villain value, 2.39 million. The Slaughterer ability has been used on the target, Shin Yu. Name: the Slaughterer. Effect: unleashes the potential of life, unleashing a frenzied feast of carnage. Note: this ability was developed by the soul-eating clan of the Ghost Realm. If used by someone with insufficient willpower, it will trigger a bloodlust. Please choose carefully. As the system's voice faded, a chilling killing intent instantly flashed in Shin Yu's almond-shaped eyes. There was no warmth inside, only biting cold. Those eyes. His pupils emitted a chilling aura, as if all emotions had been extinguished. It sent chills down the spine of anyone who saw it. Kill, kill, kill everyone. Hearing Shin Yu's murderous whisper, Li Shun reached out and gently stroked her forehead. Sensing his movement, Shin Yu raised her head and stared at him with her dark, blood-red eyes. When he realized that the person in front of him was the young master, a look of struggle flashed in those eyes, as if resisting the murderous intent within. This is similar to Li Shun. Even when the killer is out of control, he doesn't want to hurt anyone. Young master, you can't kill him. Shin Yu's eyes were half closed, her eyelashes began to tremble in pain, and the whispering voice seemed to be a conversation with her inner self. You must not hurt the young master. Shin Yu's voice grew softer and softer, her eyebrows furrowed, and her fingers clenched tightly around her heart. The first time you possess the power of a killer, it's the hardest to control the killing intent in your heart. The enemies Shin Yu had killed in the past, and the comrades who died in missions, all reappeared in her inner world at this moment. Looking at those familiar faces, hearing the voices filled with murderous intent, the dark blood in Shin Yu's pupils began to deepen, and even the whites of her eyes showed a hint of blood. It's like dripping red ink into a clear spring, gradually staining its original clarity. Young master, what's wrong with Sister Yu? Seeing this bizarre scene, Ye Yen couldn't help but ask. A new capability. Upon hearing Li Shun's answer, a thoughtful look flashed across Ye Yan's eyes. When they were very young, Gong Yuehua had them take some medicine. I don't know what it's for. However, after taking the medication, they all experienced varying degrees of enhancement. Those training sessions that couldn't be completed, the things that couldn't be memorized, even the enemies that couldn't be defeated. Gradually, they were surpassed one by one, eventually becoming the blood rose that everyone feared. Looking back on past experiences, Ye Yen feels that what is happening now is similar to what happened back then. It really looks like. As expected of Gong Yuehua's son, the young master always seems to possess some mysterious qualities that are difficult to understand. As time goes by, Shin Yu's expression gradually relaxed, and even though her eyes still held a dark glint, her gaze toward the young master grew increasingly gentle. Upon noticing this, Li Shun couldn't help but smile slightly, revealing a satisfied curve. Looking at Shin Yu just now, he was worried that she would tear his heart apart. If he really couldn't overcome his murderous intent, he was prepared to use the power of the law to quell it for the other party. Fortunately, Shin Yu was able to conquer the killer with her own strength. I guess you've overcome it, right? Li Shun lifted Shin Yu's chin and looked into her blood-red, dark pupils. Well, how should I put it? Is this a normal phenomenon? When he uses the slaughterer, does it also look like this, covered in blood? Ye Yen, did my pupils turn like this when we were at the Yinchi Hotel? Hearing Li Shun's question and seeing how he lifted Xinyu's face, Ye Yan answered. Pretty much. The young master's pupils were deeper back then, and there was also a kind of like a ghostly light that can devour everything. Chapter 164, Severing Xinyu's Cause and Effect. A ghostly light. Upon hearing what Ye Yan said, Li Shun immediately thought of the Eye of the Darkness. Only this thing can emit a dark light that can devour everything, just like a black hole. So that means, is this a normal phenomenon for Xinyu? Has she really managed to suppress her murderous intent? To confirm his idea, Li Shun looked at Ye Yan beside him. While resting, Ye Yan, upon seeing the young master's gaze, inexplicably felt a surge of, "It feels like I'm being used as a guinea pig." This made her ask cautiously, with a hint of fear in her expression, "Young master?" Seeing her like this, Li Shun smiled and got up to walk towards Ye Yan. But after he left, the bloodlust in Xinyu's eyes became even more intense, as if it was about to spiral out of control. When Li Shun returned carrying Ye Yan, Xinyu clutched her heart again, biting her lip, her eyebrows furrowing deeply. Seeing this scene, Li Shun then placed Ye Yan and the other person together, and then walked over to observe her changes. A short while later. Ouch! Sister Yu! Don't pull my hair! Let go of me! I'm saying this for the last time. Don't pull my hair! Or I'll get rough. Ugh! I hate it when people pull my hair. Sister Yu! I'm sorry. But you forced me to do this. As Xinyu saw the change in the person in front of her, the bloodshot color in her eyes gradually deepened. In the end, the two of them started fighting. Wrong. Saying they fought isn't quite accurate, it would be more accurate to say they tore at each other. After all, they were too weak to even stand up and could only pull each other's hair. Just like two little kids. It's hard to imagine that Xinyu and Ye Yan, top assassins, would one day. The winner has to be decided by pulling hair. How can we help her suppress the side effects of the slaughterer? Do we really have to use the power of the law? Li Shun murmured. Laws and regulations can solve the current problems. But ultimately, this is not a long-term solution. As long as Xinyu has not overcome the slaughterer, she will never be able to use the slaughterer. Because using it inevitably involves killing, and killing will trigger a sense of pleasure in killing, which could lead to a loss of control. We don't even dare let her go out. Recalling the Slayer's skill description, the system's prompt was indeed correct. Xinyu's willpower is definitely not weak, but she can't help but feel that her experience is too similar to the side effects of the killer. Both are aimed at killing. When they are added together, the result is definitely greater than the sum of its parts. Shut up! Sister Yu, calm down. If you keep this up, I'm really going to hit you. With a furious curse from Ye Yan, Xinyu's chin was lifted high by her. Judging from their appearance, the other person seemed about to bite her. Under normal circumstances, Ye Yan's combat strength is lower than Xinyu's, and if a conflict occurs, she will definitely have to bow her head and apologize. But Xinyu was affected by the killer and was in a state of confusion. Not to mention performing normally, she couldn't even tell who the person in front of her was. Because in her heart there are only two types of people. One category is the young master, and the other category is everyone else. So when facing Ye Yan, although the other person didn't have much strength, at least they were still conscious. As a result, Xinyu was easily subdued. Ye Yan didn't dare to slap her easily, otherwise, what if the other person woke up? They'll definitely suffer the consequences. At that moment, Li Shun, who was pondering nearby, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Since Xinyu's past experiences caused the killer to lose control, if her past is severed, could losing control be prevented? A normal person definitely couldn't do this. But Li Shun has just obtained the power of the heavenly Tao, and can freely change the fate of others. For example, cause and effect. As this thought arose, Li Shun looked at Xinyu's pupils, which instantly turned white. There was not a trace of blackness inside, nor a single emotional fluctuation, as if all feelings had been stripped away. Just looking at it gives me a chill. Because it is a kind of almost divine indifference, like a precisely operating machine, without any fragile emotional gears inside, only the cold brilliance of absolute rationality. As if, like the lofty and unattainable heavenly Tao, they regard all things in heaven and earth as straw dogs. Under Li Shun's gaze, all of Xinyu's past experiences surfaced in his mind. From birth, to being abandoned by her parents, to being adopted by the Li family, and then joining the Blood Rose. It's hard to imagine that Xinyu was only 7 years old when she committed her first murder. And the targets of the killings. It was her alcoholic father. This is the first test for joining Blood Rose to truly make peace with the past. Although her father was an alcoholic and the family had little money, he sold Xinyu to human traffickers and got a few hundred yuan to buy alcohol. But in the end, he is still my father. On that cold night, the man subdued by Blood Rose held a dagger that gleamed with a chilling light. As well as the little girl's figure was gradually covered in blood. Xinyu stayed in the room all night, waiting for the Blood Rose members to open the door again. The man had already been stuffed into a bottle. These wine bottles were bought with the money her father got from selling Xinyu. Every single bottle was filled with his sins. Her father loved wine, and this was the last gift she gave him as his daughter. Forever and ever with alcohol. What happened that night was something Xinyu could never forget, it was almost etched into her soul. As for Xinyu's mother? Seeing her man like this, she would have run off with another man long ago. Otherwise, they'll just end up being sold off to buy more alcohol. But it would be very difficult for a woman to remarry while also having a young daughter to take with her. So, Xinyu did not kill her, but instead condemned her to a life of remarriage. Finally, one night, unable to bear this fate any longer, the other person committed suicide by banging their head against a wall. After learning about her experiences, Li Shun understood why Xinyu was unable to control the killer. As long as she doesn't forget her father, she will be forever affected. This was a turning point in my life, and also the starting point of my bloody career. If you want to change Xinyu, you must eliminate this root cause from her soul. The power of heaven's way, cause and effect. As Li Shun's murmur began, Xinyu, who was pulling a Yan's hair, suddenly stopped, and even the bloodshot in her pupils began to disappear. The figures that roared in their hearts grew softer and softer until they finally turned into clumps of ashes and vanished. Deep in her memory, on a bloody night in his childhood, the figure of the person who killed his father gradually became blurred. When she tried hard to remember and see the other person's face clearly. That face. From a little girl to Li Shun. Chapter 165, The Law's Decree, All Things Reawaken. That sounds pretty amazing. It's like a fantasy story, but it's neither magical nor fantastical. Many people have had this experience. Because in the real world, there is a very common term that can explain this phenomenon. The Mandela effect. It refers to a memory that conflicts with reality. Xinyu is in this situation now. After all, her father's incident had already happened, and she was someone who had personally experienced it. But now, the identity of the protagonist in her memory has changed, creating a false paradox where the memory and the real world do not match. This is changing cause and effect. The blood red night was of paramount importance to Xinyu, but what if? What if it were something less important? It was a very small thing, so small that people rarely recall it, and it has even been forgotten in their memories. But one day, when people encounter it again, the memory is reactivated. But then they discovered, my memory is completely messed up. This is very difficult to detect, and you might not even know which day it happened. After all, no one will reminisce about every single thing that happened in the past. Unbeknownst to the gods, unnoticed by even the ghosts. Besides, when Li Shun was altering cause and effect, he could have easily replaced Xinyu's experience as the patricide with a more plausible character. For example, the members of Blood Rose. This is a tactic the organization uses to alter the course of their lives. Of course, the result can also be changed. For example, her father did not die, or rather, he did not die that night. All of these can be done. But the reason Li Shun became himself. This was because this event was a major turning point in Shinyu's life, a spiritual anchor that allowed her to say goodbye to all misfortunes, and for her to replace her in the future. The other party will naturally admire him even more. Even see him as your savior. Even though her memories don't match reality now, her subconscious has already changed. Then, Shinyu's gaze towards Li Shun gradually took on a hint of obsession, fanaticism, worship, and longing. That was a look in my eyes that said I was willing to give everything. Perhaps some might say that this is manipulating a person's mind, which is a rather cruel method. But don't forget Li Shun's identity. He's a villain. Not to mention, is it really possible for each of us to control our own destiny? Countless people have entered this game, hoping to defy fate and change their destiny through their own efforts, echoing their initial bold pronouncements. My fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of heaven. In the end. Please, God, stop playing tricks on me. This is a ridiculous reality. Li Shun was very clear about this. After all, he could hear the evil thoughts, demonic thoughts, and resentment caused by negative emotions all around him. It's playing all the time. Although his mental strength is relatively strong and he is unaffected by it, that doesn't mean he can't hear it. Get some rest. Li Shun walked to the bedside and gently stroked Shinyu's face, his tone very tender. He experienced the killer's uncontrollable murderous intent and the memories of a blood-soaked night. At this moment, the other person's expression already showed a deep weariness. He looks rather haggard. Yes, thank you, young master. As Shinyu spoke, she rested her head on the other person's hand. She understood why her memories were confused and why she was able to escape her childhood nightmares. Because they are capable of doing that. Only her young master. Then, Shinyu's expression gradually changed, her face flushed slightly, and she spoke in an incredibly sweet and soft voice. Young master, I want to. Hearing her words, and looking at her current appearance and expression, you don't even need to say what she's thinking. But her body. A hint of heartache flashed in Li Shun's eyes. He released the other person's face, stood up, and said, No, you don't want to. He knew the other person wanted to repay him, and if he agreed, you'll definitely experience the feeling of being an emperor. But Li Shun didn't want to hurt her, given his monster level and her haggard appearance. Something bad is likely going to happen. Let's think about it after you've recovered. After speaking, Li Shun was about to leave the ward, but in the instant he turned around. Shinyu's eyes began to redden. The young master rejected her, which instantly made her feel disappointed. She pouted and lowered her head. It gives people a very pitiful feeling. Although Li Shun turned around, in that instant, he had already seen the change in the other person. Well. A soft sigh followed. Li Shun turned around again and said that saying he didn't want to was pure nonsense. However, what he finds most distressing is seeing his own people sad and in tears, which makes him feel heartbroken. Then, restore the law. Unexpectedly, after Li Shun obtained the power of the heavenly Tao, his most frequently used scenario was, it can't be this. If the heavenly Tao knew this, it would probably materialize and give him a couple of punches. The power of heaven is meant to maintain the balance of heaven and earth. It's not for your women to use. But since we've started, let's not end it. The law shall be doubled. The law commands all things to revive. Laws and decrees, the ultimate. Night. When Li Shun left the VIP ward, his steps were somewhat unsteady, as if he were walking on clouds after ascending to immortality. I have to say, the power of heaven's Tao is indeed useful. If he didn't have something to discuss with Dean Chen later, he probably wouldn't have come out. Dean's office. After waiting all day, Dean Chen looked at the training dish on the table, which contained an insect. It is small in size, with 2 long tentacles on its head and 6 tentacles on its sides. And the most eye-catching, it's its incredibly expressive compound eyes. The surface is composed of tens of thousands of crystalline micro-eyes, each with its own independent light-sensing ability, and below are connected cells and a nervous system. Just by looking at it, It gives you the feeling of having your inner self stared at. Because each of its tiny eyes is filled with the complex emotions of life. If magnified under a microscope, the feeling was like being stared at by thousands of people with curious eyes at the same time. Its identity is also very obvious. Insect number 1. Normal insect number 1 wouldn't be this abnormal, but this one was specially bred by Dean Chen. After devouring the body tissues of countless patients, it has acquired normal human emotions. As the director of the Municipal Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, he is capable of doing this. The tumors removed in the operating room, the blood drawn in the laboratory. Even in the gynecology department. Using countless human tissues as nourishment for growth, this insect has evolved to be incredibly terrifying. Even Dean Chen. No one dares to release it easily. It's important to know that insect number 1 has the ability to spread. If it were released, given its current high level of intelligence, it could easily overthrow human civilization in a very short time. This tiny insect, seemingly so fragile that it could be crushed with a single step, is incredibly vulnerable. But if you step on it without wearing shoes, it will instantly tear through your skin and burrow into your body. Influenced by human desires, it is no longer content with simply surviving. It has become aggressive and offensive. From a threat perspective, this is absolutely a world-destroying existence. Chapter 166 adds a volunteer. Squeak. As the door opened, Li Shun appeared in the dean's office. Oh no. Dean Chen, who was sitting in a chair, hurriedly stood up when he saw him come in and called out in a flustered manner. Yes, don't be afraid. I won't pursue the matter with Zhang Xiaodong anymore. As Li Shun spoke, he sat down and took over the seat that originally belonged to him. Then, he picked up the petri dish on the table and looked at the number 1 insect inside. The insects inside, however, appeared panicked and retreated uneasily to a corner. Animal perception. They are often more perceptive than humans. It was obvious that it sensed danger from Li Shun, and even retracted its 2 tentacles. This little thing is quite exquisite. With Li Shun's exceptional eyesight, he could see through the semi-transparent petri dish that all of the tens of thousands of tiny eyes of insect number 1 were showing a pleading expression. It looks like. That's quite interesting. Master, I named this insect number 0, through countless. Number 0. Li Shun interrupted. Yes, if the owner doesn't like it, they can rename it, Dean Chen said again. Li Shun gently shook the petri dish, causing the little creatures inside to float back and forth. Number 0 won't work. My mother has already used that number. Let's change its name. Generally speaking, only entirely new species are named using numbers. Dean Chen's decision to evolve insect number 1 to the point of possessing human desires is fundamentally different from its original characteristics, and it certainly deserves a new name. But Gong Yuehua. She has already recombined countless gene sequences, including those from animals and plants. These new life forms that underwent positive evolution were all named by her using the number 0. Now, the evolution of single trimester organisms is complete, but the challenge lies in how to fuse them together. This is because some organisms' gene recognition functions are simply unable to integrate certain special attributes. So, this requires experiments. No, this kind of thing that contributes to all of humanity should be called volunteer. Li Shun came to see Dean Chen with the intention of increasing the number of volunteers. After all, this is such a large project. The number of species discovered so far has already reached more than 2 million. In addition to the power of the Tianyu Group, there are still bounties posted on the dark web for the discovery of new species. Only Zhang Jiaqiu was allowed to go. Although he has regained his identity as the male lead and is more resilient, even if he doesn't rest for 24 hours a day and is either being injected with gene serum or on his way to be injected, he still can't withstand it. Too inefficient. As for why not use ordinary people? Cough cough, what are you joking about? This is something that benefits all mankind. How can you use ordinary people as subjects for experiments? No, it's not possible. Besides this reason, ordinary people have a relatively weak tolerance for genetic modification and can easily die on the spot. A male protagonist. It's worth at least 10,000 ordinary people. After all, he possessed good fortune, which allowed him to survive the experiment, while ordinary people couldn't even survive. From this perspective, double the value. Only those who survive have research value, allowing us to understand what happens during gene fusion and potentially make improvements. Bring Zhang Xiaodong over here. Upon hearing Li Shun's words, Ding Chen picked up the landline on the table and made a call to Xiaoyi. Not long after, Zhang Xiaodong, who was active in the rehabilitation area, was brought back by his secretary, Xiaoyi. But seeing a dead person stand before him again always filled Li Shun with a sense of surprise. But they won't be seen for long. I decree, I want him to be the male lead. As Li Shun whispered, Zhang Xiaodong's demeanor gradually changed. Although he can no longer be considered alive, even his brain has been completely replaced by insect number 1. But his brain. It was also inside the belly of insect number 1. In a sense, he didn't lose anything, those organs were still in his body, just in a different form. Therefore, restoring Zhang Xiaodong's status as the chosen one cannot be considered a complete overhaul. Naturally, it does not require the expenditure of life force. Oh no. Zhang Xiaodong raised his hand curiously, speaking as he felt the world's favor upon him. Li Shun glanced at Ding Chen, who was smiling and adjusting his glasses, and said calmly, "Don't be too happy yet. I restored him, not for you to use." Upon hearing this, the other person's expression froze. Then, Ding Chen picked up the scalpel on the table and rushed towards Zhang Xiaodong. Seeing this, Li Shun, who was leaning back in his chair, did not pay any attention and continued to watch calmly. Don't be fooled by Zhang Xiaodong's current resurrection, the life-sustaining agent within him is insect number 1. And the insect's first host was Ding Chen, and the consciousness inside it was also Ding Chen. Then the other party naturally wouldn't kill him. Li Shun's guess was correct. Ding Chen's purpose in taking the scalpel was not to kill someone, but to preserve some body tissue for future research. After all, he was genuinely curious about the extraordinary power of the Chosen One. The release of inner darkness fueled an unbridled desire, which in turn fueled Ding Chen's curiosity. It's heavier than a cat. Send him to the Li family in Kyoto and have him obey any arrangements my mother makes, Li Shun said. Yes, Ding Chen, who was collecting organ tissues, turned around and replied. After the other party finished collecting the materials, they carried a full metal box with an excited expression. This appearance. The image of that hospital director, beloved by patients and inspiring countless young nurses to pursue their dreams. The difference is huge. He's just like a mentally ill man. Alright, I have one more thing I need you to do, Li Shun said, sitting up straight. Seeing his expression, Ding Chen put down the iron box in his hand and his expression became serious. Find everyone in Shanghai, across the country, and even the world who has become stronger in a short period of time. Get stronger. It's not limited to suddenly becoming rich or suddenly showing a talent in a certain area. Upon hearing Li Shun's words, Ding Chen appeared to be deep in thought. Chapter 167: Searching for a New System. Li Shun's purpose in finding this group of people. The main purpose is to find the system. Last time, Zhang Jiaqiao's conversion system reminded him that the system is not unique. Others besides him can also have it. Previously, I only focused on finding the male and female leads, which led me to overlook this aspect. After all, systems are something. A normal person might only encounter this once in several lifetimes, so Li Shun subconsciously didn't have any expectations for it. But this time, judging from the rewards settled by the system, Zhang Jiaqiao certainly has a lot of luck points, but the system must play a very important role in enabling him to obtain the extraordinary ability of the power of the heavenly Tao. So Li Shun decided to change direction and start looking for people all over the world who might have the system. As for why we're looking for someone who suddenly becomes stronger? Once you get a system, it's impossible for anyone to resist using it. Once someone uses it, given human greed, they will continue to use it. This can cause the opponent to become stronger and stronger in a certain aspect, reaching a very high level in a short period of time. For example, the godly tycoon system. After obtaining it, he didn't even have a proper job, yet he could spend hundreds of millions of dollars as he pleased. This kind of person. He should have been arrested long ago. Do you really think China's anti-money laundering department is a pushover? Let alone hundreds of millions, even if millions of unexplained funds suddenly appear in an account. They can come directly to our door. Even if the godly rich system can justify the source of these funds, does it assume that there is no limit to the amount of money each country can print each year? They can't even reconcile the accounts. Unless the godly rich system can modify the relevant memories of all national financial departments. Or it makes people lose their brains. Or perhaps be smart when spending money. Otherwise, it would be the kind of life where you could recklessly squander money just by getting a super rich system. The probability of it happening in the real world. Infinitely close to zero. I just remembered someone she should meet the requirements, Dean Chen said, as if recalling something. Oh? Who is it? Upon hearing this, Shun placed his hands on the table and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the other person. She was one of my patients. She was a recent graduate, but recently she's been getting a lot of opportunities, even getting roles in Hollywood blockbusters. She's living a very successful life, said Dean Chen. Star. After hearing his words, Shun showed a hint of surprise, and then pondered for a while. Although I had no prior experience in this area, I was familiar with the things involved. I've heard about it to some extent. In short, it can be summed up in 3 words. The water is deep. On the surface, they appear glamorous and pristine, but in reality, it's all capitalists operating behind the scenes. For this type of person, the situation of suddenly becoming stronger does fit. But does it really fit the criteria? It's hard to say. After all, sometimes being noticed by capitalists and then receiving their support can have effects similar to obtaining a system. What's this person's name? Yu Ting. Ah. Upon hearing the name, Shun couldn't help but show a slightly surprised expression. Because this person, he knows him. No, to be precise, the original owner knew him. She was once a beauty in the entertainment industry at Kyoto Film Academy, and the girlfriend of another scion of a prominent family. But recently, it seems like the two of them have had a bit of a disagreement. Because this girl named Yuting is currently participating in a program in Shanghai and hasn't been back to Kyoto for a long time. And what if that young master from a prominent family in Kyoto were to come to Haishur? It's impossible not to greet Shun. As someone from Kyoto, I know just how powerful the Li family is. To put it bluntly, they have to do everything right, even if it's just for show. Otherwise, why would you come to Haishur and not greet him, but instead go to find someone else? What does that mean? Is someone else of higher status than him? Who do you think you are? It sounds ridiculous, but once you have a higher status, you go to a certain place. Especially since there are even people of higher status there. This is similar to what those who report in advance do, they all mean the same thing. So, this person didn't come to Haishur, and Yuting didn't return to Kyoto. Judging from this situation, there is indeed a possibility that these two are having a conflict. Of course, there's also the possibility that it might break. One is the son of a prominent family in Kyoto, and the other is a female celebrity who has just graduated. And the other party's family background. It can only be considered a small business, with around 1,000 employees. This number refers to the actual number of insured individuals. The number may be even higher if the employees are currently employed. For a normal person, this company is already quite large. But for these top-tier rich kids, it's really just a so-so. After thinking for a while, Shun glanced at the night sky outside the hospital and finally decided to go and see. Although this Yuting is probably just a facade created by the resources of Kyoto. But now. Firstly, he has already completed all his tasks and is currently in the stage of looking for new goals. To put it bluntly, I just have a lot of free time. Secondly, he and Yuting knew each other quite well. The original owner had met her a few times before and often played together. The third point is because Qianxian and Mitao. He planned to take these two people with him, which could be seen as a form of protection for them. It's understandable that Peach is a female anchor, she's naturally willing to participate in the program. Besides, they even beat him red that night. Bringing her on a TV show could be considered a reasonable form of compensation. With Li Shun involved, anyone with a brain would know that the other party was one of his people. This will affect Peach's status. A cool surge. With Tianyu Group as her backing, she can do whatever she wants in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Xianxian's problem stemmed from her own actions. She used to go to learn to dance, and somehow she ended up debuting as a celebrity. Initially, she posted some dance videos on a certain platform, and her number of followers increased rapidly. After all, Xianxian herself was not bad, plus Li Shun's support and Yayan's education. This led her to use all sorts of expensive skincare products indiscriminately. Then, in the process of comparing herself with Yayan, she also picked up her characteristics. It has become more and more elegant and sophisticated. Of course, these are just superficial phenomena. Deep down, she is still an unruly woman. A few days ago online. The internet, as everyone knows, is a place where all sorts of people use it. Plus, she posts dance videos, which look rather sexy. As a result, many negative comments appeared. This made Xianxian very angry. I can't even eat. However, because of this small matter, she was too embarrassed to ask Li Shun for help, so she asked him to just give her the location. I'm planning to challenge him to an offline duel. Seeing that Xianxian was a young girl and he was a young man with blonde hair, the other party became quite arrogant. Then, one day, Xianxian, along with Jiang Yuyan and dozens of members of the investigation bureau, came to their door. The blonde-haired guy, who was still playing cards with the young delinquent, was immediately scared into submission. The door was kicked open with a bang. Dozens of members of the investigation bureau rushed in together, just like when they were arresting a wanted criminal. Anyone would back down in this situation. Final. For the crime of group sex, the young man was handed silver handcuffs, plus a 5-year package of room and board. According to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. As long as this activity is not commercial in nature and everyone participates voluntarily. But punishment is still possible. Chapter 168 Participating in a variety show. The next day, in an office building in the city. On one floor of the building, many celebrities who had appeared on television gathered there. There were about 20 people, both men and women. They are filming a variety show with the theme of cultivating the next generation of actors. The participants were not very famous celebrities, they were mostly second or third-tier actors. As for the mentor? That must be a big brand. They are all award winners, and each has their own set of ideas about performance. Yu Ting, on the other hand, participated in the program as a special guest mentor. After all, in terms of acting skills, she has only graduated for a few years and cannot compare with the older generation of actors. Some of the movies and TV series she has acted in. They were all invested in by someone. Even if she had little experience, all the big names in the industry would have to play supporting roles for her, because the entire film could be said to have been tailor-made for Yu Ting. Even if she acts terribly, no one watches her, and she loses money, it doesn't matter. In the face of capital. These are all opportunities for Yu Ting to hone her skills, roles that others can't even dream of, she can easily get. However, this time I came to participate in the program. Yu Ting originally intended to come here as a student to learn some acting knowledge. The production team was worried about offending someone and didn't dare to let her be a trainee, but they weren't qualified to let her be a mentor either, since they also had to consider the issues after the show aired. So, with no other choice, they gave her the status of a special guest mentor. As a result, both sides were quite frustrated. The production team was like a living Buddha, they dared not say anything to them and had to treat them with utmost respect. The reason for Yu Ting's depression. It's because she came to participate in the show this time because she really wanted to hone her acting skills. During her time at school and into the years following graduation, she had already released several works. This earned her many fans. For them, Yuting wants to study acting well and strive to present even better works to repay their support. Pity. She was assigned the role of a mentor, but she only had theoretical knowledge herself, let alone teaching others. As for banging on the table with the production crew? Between anger and frustration, Yuting chose to be frustrated. That's just her personality. Previously, he was protected by his parents. After reaching adulthood, he was protected by a certain young master from Kyoto. In her life, she has basically never encountered any rules, nor has she been swayed by capital, which has led to her exceptionally pure character. Simply put, she's just a naive and innocent girl. Ring ring. As her phone rang, an angry Yuting ignored everyone else and answered the call on the spot. In this situation, she chose to be resentful, but the production team and other mentors dared not interfere. Because everyone knows she has powerful connections, she's basically just here to have fun. Besides, there's editing involved, so the production team doesn't dare show her playful side, only her excellent side. Oh. Really? Yuting let out a soft cry and stood up abruptly, drawing everyone's attention. Are you really coming? Okay, no problem. I'll go talk to the director right away and ask him to arrange a few more seats. By the way, could you do me a small favor and change my status to that of a student? They don't dare. No matter what I say, they disagree. They're probably worried about my partner. But it won't matter if it's you. Thank you, brother Shun. After hanging up the phone, Yuting's smile returned, and she skipped and hopped off to find the director. And everyone who witnessed this scene. In the waiting area, there was a girl with slightly curly long hair and a pretty face, whose eyes flashed with admiration. Soon, Yuting returned with the director, who announced that the program was suspended and recording would resume in the afternoon. Then, all the tutors were called away for an emergency meeting. Shun is coming. The director definitely agreed. After all, Tianyu Group's strength is undeniable. If he dared to disagree, he would be laid off the next day. The purpose of holding a meeting for the mentors. The main point is to show them just how impressively Shun's background and identity really are. During the recording of the show, tell them to behave themselves and not to say anything they shouldn't. As for the students, it was only then that the director suddenly realized that compared to the group of veteran actors who had seen many ups and downs, these new generation actors were the ones he should be most worried about. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. It's alright if I offended him, but I'm afraid that if young Masterly gets angry, it will implicate them. Then, there were about 20 trainees on site, including 3 group leaders, who were immediately called over by the director. Afternoon. A Cullinan stopped in front of the building. Tang Xiaoyuan was driving, Li Shun was sitting in the back, and Mi Tao and Xian were on either side of her. Knowing they were going to be on a TV show, both girls changed into haute couture dresses at the Paradise Villa. Why was it done in a villa? One reason is that there are many clothes there. All the luxury brand dresses at Longyue Plaza are delivered to Paradise Villas with the first item upon arrival. Secondly, because let's cheer them on. They're all going to be on TV, so at the very least, they need to make sure they're on camera. Let's go. Li Shun led the 2 girls, who walked unsteadily, into the building with each step faltering. Although the law has the ability to restore order. But some things, like sensations in the brain, are beyond redemption. This resulted in them appearing normal on the outside, but internally still not having recovered. As for Xinyu and the others who did not appear, they were all sent out to search for traces of the system. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. If he doesn't find anything here, Li Shun will just consider it a sightseeing trip. Take a look. The acting skills of celebrities. But he couldn't forget his main task. The malevolent thoughts echoing in his ears constantly reminded him. Quickly steal a system. Then, when settling the task, it's best to get the God-level skill transformation reward. Then I'll spend another 500,000 villain points to exchange for a basic physique. The two are combined. It skyrocketed straight to God level. There were two main reasons why Li Shun hadn't redeemed this physical skill before. Firstly, he has advanced physical enhancement agents, so he doesn't think much of them in terms of strength. Of course, this refers to the beginner level. If it's a high-level item, that's the second reason why it wasn't redeemed. The price of this skill. Too expensive. The basic level costs 500,000, the intermediate level costs 5 million, and the advanced level costs 50 million. It's like a robbery. Chapter 169. Shanshan and Mito enter. Inside the office building. The office area was laid out with rows of seats occupied by students who had come to participate in the program. After the morning's recording was paused, several trainees chatted in small groups. However, now, after being informed by the team leader, they all know the real reason for the recording stoppage. That is, Li Xiao, the heir to Tianyu Group who has already received the corresponding share allocation, is coming. This is a real big shot. For them, acting skills are one aspect, but resources are another. If we absolutely have to compare the two, resources are definitely more important. Having good acting skills doesn't guarantee you'll always have roles to play, but having resources guarantees you'll get roles. Everyone understands this principle. Gold doesn't always shine, sometimes glass can shine too. At this moment, several mentors walked over from the front. Ahem, students, good afternoon. We received a notification today that we will be welcoming 2 new trainees who will be participating in the upcoming assessment and evaluation with you. Please welcome both of you. As soon as the instructor finished speaking, all the students present burst into applause. Amidst applause and admiring glances, Shanshan and Mito entered the room. The 2 women were dressed in different colors, one in blue and the other in pink, both wearing Chanel haute couture gowns. Shanshan's outfit is blue, which complements her slightly wavy light blue long hair and makes her skin look incredibly fair. Below her slender legs are a pair of exquisite high heels, making her look exceptionally elegant and poised. If you look closely, she was still walking like a cat. Just like Yiyen's steps. But when she walked, she didn't have the same unhurried, aloof queen-like demeanor as the other woman. The imitation was somewhat unsuccessful. After all, Yiyen's experience with the blood rose made her a queen in the eyes of her enemies. This noble feeling of disregarding life is something that ordinary people find difficult to imitate. As for Peach, she wore a pink dress and nude high heels, her long, wavy hair casually draped over her shoulders, exuding a sweet charm. However, she also walked with a cat-like gait. But unlike Shanshan's, her peach-like perky buttocks make her look particularly beautiful. It is worth mentioning, both of them had dyed hair. One is a pale blue, like the Milky Way in the night sky, the other is a pale pink, like cherry blossoms in spring. They are very eye-catching in a crowd, and their graceful figures can be seen at a glance. Hello everyone, my name is Shanshan, and I am very happy to participate in this program. Hello everyone, you can call me Peach. I hope we have a pleasant recording session. After greeting everyone, the instructor told them to find a place to sit down. Alright, everyone's here now, so I'll announce the rules for the assessment and rating. Hearing what his mentor said, the actresses who were greeting Shanshan and Mito all looked up at their mentor. We have invited 3 well-known producers who will conduct a quantitative assessment of you, so that you can know your position in the market. If there are shortcomings, you need to keep working hard. Those who are rated S should not be arrogant, because this rating may change at any time in your future development. After listening to the rules explained by the mentor, many actors present had a question in their minds. Strange, where is young Master Li? Just as they were wondering, the tutor put down his notebook and continued speaking with a mysterious expression. In addition to the 3 producers, there was also a special guest for this assessment. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, the mentor didn't keep them in suspense and spoke directly. He is Li Shun, who is in charge of the entire Dragon Kingdom region for the Tianyu Group. Splash splash. As the mentor finished speaking, the audience erupted in even more enthusiastic applause. Alright. Next, those whose names are called, please come to the meeting room for the evaluation. Shanshan, Meteor, Mengxian, Lishuan, Ruoxin, Shiqing. The youthful female lead genre. Seeing the actresses get up, the other actors immediately thought of this word. After all, these actresses are all very good-looking and young, aged between 20 and 25, making them very suitable for playing leading female roles in youth-themed dramas. Meeting room. The three producers are two women and one man. Their ages, the two women were 28 and 45 years old, while the man was 38. As they organized the documents, they all glanced at Shun very carefully. Judging from their appearance, that was an expression of utter awe. After all, anyone who knows about the film and television industry knows that it's a very lucrative field. Therefore, the media company they work for is naturally controlled by Tianyu Group. In other words, Shun is their boss, he can lay them off directly. Even if I'm capable, I'm not afraid of being fired, since I can always switch to another company. But that's normal. If it was Shun who drove them away, which company would dare to hire them? To go against Tianyu Group for the sake of a small-time producer is something only a crazy person would do. You guys should act normal, Shun said calmly, noticing their cautious expressions. Okay, the 28-year-old producer replied. Hearing her voice and seeing her relatively young appearance, Shun leaned over and asked, "What are you organizing?" When she saw him approaching, she pursed her lips slightly and unfolded the documents in her hand. These are the profiles of this year's artists. We'll be ranking them in a bit and selecting the actors we most want to work with and the actors we least want to work with. The one who least wants to cooperate. Upon hearing this, Shun thought for a moment, then pulled out two documents from the folder and said, "These two are my men." The information showed that it was indeed Chanxian and Mitao. Both of them are live streamers with no film or television works to their name, and their exposure is almost zero. Normally, they wouldn't be able to participate in the show. But they came anyway. In this case, either the person themselves has a large following and can generate buzz for the topic. Either there's something going on behind the scenes. Although the producer had anticipated this possibility, the production team only told them that Shun would be coming, but they didn't tell them about the two women. It turns out it's related to young Master Lee. The reason I'm telling you this isn't to get you to choose them as the actors you most want to work with, since that would be too fake, but at the very least, they shouldn't be the actors you least want to work with. After hearing what Shun said, they all nodded hurriedly, indicating that they knew what to do. Squeak. Just then, the door opened, and several instructors led Chanxian and the others into the room. Upon seeing these young actresses, Shun's eyes narrowed slightly. She is beautiful, with fair skin and a pretty face. But that figure. So flat. Chapter 170 Discovering the System Holder. Is this what actresses are like? Why are they all so thin? Based on Shun's experience, if it were in that state, all the bones in the body would be exposed. She's ridiculously thin. Not to mention comparing her to Jiang Yuyan, Xinyu, and others, she can't even compare to the maid Zhao Ruoyan. Although they are thin, they are still quite plump, and their figures look very graceful. But these actresses. Why is he acting like this? This is no longer normal weight control, it's downright pathological weight loss. Wait, something's not right. Shun's eyes suddenly narrowed. After his obsession with art faded, a special feeling, seemingly from nowhere, began to rise again. That's the system. One of the actresses was pretty and had a sweet dimple when she smiled. She had long brown hair, wore an oversized t-shirt, and super short hot pants. It gives people a feeling of youth and vitality. However, Shun's sixth sense gave a special response regarding her. This person is very important to me. By combining this with the objective of this visit, we can roughly deduce. The other party has a system. Shun glanced at the information in the producer's hand and saw that the girl's name was Xian. I've made a few movies before, but they weren't big-budget productions, and the market response was only 2 stars. 5 stars out of 10. Next, the producers methodically announced each person's market rating. It is divided into 3 levels, S, A, and B. Of these 6 actresses, most are rated A, with only one named Shurqing reaching S rating. An S rating means she currently has roles to play. If there are scripts with similar themes, she also has the opportunity to audition. According to Shun herself, her purpose in participating this time was to showcase the versatility of an actress and to give herself more opportunities for development. As for Chanxian and Mitao, both of them are B-level, but besides them, this Li Xian is also B-level. This puzzled Li Shun. The other party has a system, so how could they still only be a B-level? Could it be Li Xian has never used the system? Cough cough. Seeing that Li Shun hadn't moved for a long time, Yuting, who was sitting next to the mentor, couldn't help but cough lightly twice. The meaning is quite obvious. Brother, don't forget about me. Once Li Shun came to his senses, he immediately received a signal from her and thought for a moment. He asked the producer next to him, "What are the criteria for this assessment?" Upon hearing him speak, everyone present turned their attention to him, including the numerous students watching live on the screens outside the door. After all, that's their status, they'll be their sugar daddy from now on. When he spoke, even the students who were playing on their phones looked up, their faces showing interest. The scoring is based on market feedback and past works. Market feedback? I once saw a movie that only scored a few points. You could say it was a terrible film, so why? How can someone like that be a mentor? Upon hearing Li Shun's words, the producer and the mentors all showed an awkward expression. Who is he talking about? It's obvious. Of course, the reason is also quite obvious, even though someone's strength is not that great. But they have powerful backers. After hearing what Li Shun said, Yuting, the person involved, couldn't help but feel a blush on her face, and she unconsciously bit her lip. Someone said that about me on a TV show. Right now, her toes, encased in stockings, were straining so hard they seemed to want to tear through her high heels and carve a hole in the ground to disappear into. How embarrassing. She wanted Li Shun to turn her into a student, but she couldn't have done it this way. This is on a TV show. There are so many people. Just as everyone was in an awkward situation, Li Shun suddenly felt a chill creep over him. This puzzled him, and he looked around in confusion. Then I saw the girl named Lu Xian. Although she still had a smile on her lips, her eyes were filled with a cold, piercing gaze. That look in his eyes. His eyes gleamed with a fierce light, devoid of any warmth, as if they could freeze a person to death. This is the look of someone who has killed. Li Shun had seen that look on Blood Rose countless times, and he was very familiar with it. But isn't this Lu Xian a celebrity? To borrow a common saying, fame brings trouble. Once this person becomes famous, all their information will be dug up by netizens. Even ordinary misdeeds will be magnified infinitely, let alone illegal acts such as murder. So why would the other person look at you like that? Normally, she would never have killed anyone. Could it be? Is this a Yandere beauty with a sweet smile on the outside, but actually a dark and ruthless person underneath? Or rather, is it because of the system? Just as Li Shun was looking at Li Xian, she suddenly smiled, revealing a very cute dimple, like a gentle little sister next door. Then he felt a tingling, numb sensation in his lower body, as if he had been bitten by a mosquito. I looked down. A thin, tiny silver needle was stuck in his trousers. Only Li Shun's strong physique could produce a tingling sensation. Because the needle couldn't penetrate his skin, it could only pierce his pants. If it were a normal person, it is estimated that the artery had already ruptured. If treatment is not timely, it may damage blood vessels and eventually lead to paralysis of the leg. Can a single needle paralyze a person? It might sound exaggerated, but it's actually possible. Influenced by the killers, Li Shun was very familiar with the fatal locations on the human body. The needle was aimed at the back of the thigh, in the area of the sciatic nerve. If this area is injured, paralysis can indeed occur. That woman is ruthless. Li Shun didn't lay a hand on her, yet she inexplicably gave him a needle. They must repay us 1,000-fold, 100-fold. Young Master Li, what do you mean? A mentor next to him asked. Upon hearing his voice, Li Shun turned to look at Yuting and said, How can someone with such poor grades be a mentor? Let's replace her with a student so they can learn together. Hopefully, she won't make any more bad films in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, before anyone else could react, Lucian couldn't wait to shout. No! You can't replace teacher Yuting with a student. She's my idol, I like her the most. Good heavens, has this guy gone mad? After Lucian shouted, everyone present had the same thought and looked at her in astonishment. This is young Master Li. She's someone even directors wouldn't dare mess with, yet she's just a nobody, a third-tier star, and her rating is only B. Where did they get the audacity to oppose young Master Li? Chapter 171 Flying Needles Under the Table, 9,999 needles remaining. Is Lucian a fan of Yuting? After hearing what she shouted, Li Shun looked at the two of them with some confusion. He actually encountered a situation where one celebrity was a fan of another. However, this also explains what happened earlier. Why did the other party immediately attack Li Shun after he said that Yuting was not qualified to be a mentor? And judging from this situation, she wasn't just any fan, she was a typical fanatic who couldn't stand anyone saying a bad word about her idol. But they're both girls, and they're being fawned over like this by each other. Does Yuting know about this? Li Shun glanced at Yuting, who also had a bewildered expression, mixed with a hint of anger. It was her own idea to become a trainee. Although Li Shun had given her a hard time and made her lose face, she still had to achieve her goal. But one student objected? No wonder she couldn't possibly have a good attitude towards Lucian. Teacher Yuting, Lucian asked, somewhat puzzled, after seeing her expression. In her mind, she was clearly helping her idol, so why was her idol? Does he look like he wants to kick her out? Ah! Just then, a puzzled Lucian suddenly let out a cry, and her legs quickly turned inward. The reason is simple. The silver needle she had just used to stab Li Shun was now being stabbed back into him. Although it was on set, both sides launched their attacks from under the table, making it difficult for ordinary people to detect. In addition, silver needles are small and thin, and when moved quickly, they are not visible to the naked eye. Then, Lucian's cute little face immediately turned bright red, and her hands pressed even tighter. It's obvious. Based on his years of life experience, Li Shun directly attacked the opponent's nerve-intensive area. What's wrong with you, student? The instructor next to him asked. No, it's nothing, I just suddenly feel a little unwell. Lucian forced a smile as she raised her head. Seeing her appearance, Shanshan seemed to realize something and turned her gaze to her master. Li Shun was leaning back in his chair, a faint smile on his face. This is the first injection. 9,999 stitches needed. Since the other party dared to attack him for no reason, he shouldn't blame him for being impolite. Today, if you don't stab the enemy through the back, you'd be doing a disservice to the villain's identity. As for showing pity and tenderness towards women? Sorry, this is something only ordinary people have, but he doesn't. Most rich kids, businessmen, and wealthy people also rarely have this. At this moment, Shanshan, who had received a signal from Li Shun, flashed her bright eyes and said, Lucian might not be feeling well. I'll take her to rest. Upon hearing her words, Yuting immediately said, Okay, hurry up and send her back. No one objected upon hearing this. Because of Lucian's sudden pain, and the trace of blood after she got up. Who among those present didn't understand? Women always have those days, and they all mistakenly thought that Lucian was having her period. After all, the performance is too similar. Next, without any objections, Yuting naturally became a student. And when choosing the actor they least wanted to work with, I immediately chose Lucian. This person lacks tact. On one hand, she publicly refuted Li Xiao, and on the other hand, as a woman, she caused trouble on the show. There were many actresses present, and they were quite concerned about this situation of relatives visiting their homes. Although it's not something they can control. However, it's important to plan your menstrual cycle in advance to avoid embarrassing situations. This is the most basic quality every girl should have. But she doesn't even have that, so naturally no one dares to cast her in movies or TV shows. It's a typical case of poor lifestyle. As for the actor I most want to work with, it wasn't Shun, who had a rating of S. It's thousands. Even Shun was surprised when the producer announced the news. Is this that they're not even going to act anymore? Shanshan is a novice, and this is their first time meeting. How could they want to cooperate with her? That's a bit inappropriate. But what kind of scenes haven't the producers seen? According to them, Shanshan is a rough gem. She was very pure, like a blank sheet of paper. Whatever you drew on her, she would reflect that color, and thus everyone developed a fondness for her talent. In addition, Shanshan's physical appearance, as well as her quick reflexes and comprehension, are all excellent, making her a very worry-free partner. Upon hearing this, even the mentors nodded in agreement with the producer's statement. Such polite words. Shun couldn't help but look at the producer. It was that 28-year-old girl with long, straight black hair and lambskin lipstick on her lips. She was wearing a black women's suit, and her posture was very upright, with rather graceful lines. It looks like 75 points. Those who know Shun's scoring criteria can basically understand that this score is not low. Before they became one of us, even these actresses couldn't score over 80 points. Of course, if we only look at their appearance, they are not bad, and they can score 80 points. However, taking all factors into consideration, some things resulted in excessively high point deductions. I really don't know why, but I've lost so much weight, I should have lost at least 1 or 2 sizes. You're very good. I'm not very familiar with the entertainment industry. I wonder if you have time to discuss this together, Shun said to the producer. Upon hearing this, the other person was clearly taken aback for a moment, then a glint of light flashed in their eyes, and they said, "It would be an honor if you had the time." After the other party agreed, Shun glanced at her expression and couldn't help but smile slightly. Then, he looked at the identity card on the table. The producer's name is Yuman. Before he lost interest in them, Shun didn't even bother to look at their names. Alright, please let the next group of actors come in. After Shanshan and the others left, one of the mentors called out while holding a notebook. Seeing this, Shun did not do anything excessive to Yuman. After all, this is a variety show being filmed, and there are several cameras pointed at them on set. Although Shun was very fast, if he wanted to do something, it was basically impossible to see with the naked eye. But he also knew one word. It's called frame-by-frame editing. No matter how fast the speed is, it won't matter. With each frame edited, it will be like slow motion, and everything you've done will be clearly visible. As for the flying needles just now, that was done under the table. Neither Xian nor Shun could have had the camera zoomed in on their genitals. That would be too shameless. It's important to know that this is a legitimate variety show, certified by the Chinese Film and Television Regulatory Bureau. Not the kind of variety shows from island nations. Chapter 172, Examining Male Actors. Hello, teachers. 4 boys came in this time, greeting everyone as they took their seats opposite them. It turned out to be a boy. Shun, somewhat uninterested, asked Yuman next to him for a copy of their information and opened it. After all, nowadays, a guy can't possibly look at a woman's measurements like he did before, right? Otherwise it'll be a bit crooked. Yu Yang, I've heard of you before, but there haven't been any of your film or television works lately. I heard you went into live streaming e-commerce. Why do you want to go back to acting now? Yuman asked. That's right. During my live streaming, I gained a lot of fans. The question they asked most often was why I stopped acting. Yu Yang continued, somewhat sadly. I used to act in a certain TV series. It was the first TV series of this kind in China at the time. You could say it was my debut and my peak. But later, no one is asking me to act anymore, and I'm scared, but I have to make a living, so I started doing live streaming e-commerce. Now, with the support of my fans, they all say I should go back to acting. I'm a part of their childhood memories, and they're willing to buy from me. So when I received the invitation from the program team, I made up my mind and finally came. After listening to what he said, Yuman nodded. Just as she was about to continue speaking, Shun spoke up directly. To be honest. Shun closed the document and looked up at him. I have a sixth sense. Although Yu Yang spoke very sincerely, he was clearly lying. A group of young actresses left, taking with them the fragrance of flowers and the beauty of life, leaving Shun with nothing to watch and forcing him to find something to do. As a result, he encountered a situation where the other party lied to him. If it were a woman, it would be easier to explain. After all, lying is in their nature, they are inherently prone to making mistakes and are evil demons. But the man. Men who live and die standing up, what nonsense and lies are you spouting? I'm just telling the truth, Yu Yang insisted, despite his initial surprise. Encouraged by his fans, who left comments online as evidence, he felt that no one could possibly find anything wrong with what he said. Even if the other party is young masterly. No matter how high your status or how powerful your background, it's impossible for the other party to know what everyone is thinking. In fact, Shun was indeed able to discover it. When Yu Yang spoke just now, the desires emanating from his heart were greed and vanity. This is something everyone has, and he didn't intend to blame the other person. As long as he spoke up, everything would be fine. But lying is pointless. To be honest, you have one last chance, Shun said calmly. Upon seeing his attitude, Yu Yang's expression clearly changed slightly. Not only him, but also the mentors and producers around him, as well as many students in the next room, all showed a puzzled expression. What I said is the truth. Yu Yang hesitated for a while, but finally insisted on saying it. Okay, congratulations. When Shun congratulated him, Yu Yang thought that the other party was testing him and was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Then I heard him continue, "You've successfully ruined your career." Upon hearing this, Yu Yang's eyes widened instantly, revealing an expression of disbelief. He then tried to explain further, but Shun waved his hand, and Tang Xiaoyuan appeared in the frame, knocking the other man unconscious and dragging him away. This left everyone completely dumbfounded. Isn't that a bit too domineering? Based on their conversation, Shun believed that Yu Yang was not telling the truth, so he only asked twice before knocking him unconscious and taking him away. Moreover, that last line, ending his career, means that Yu Yang can forget about acting again. Isn't this a bit too hasty? Just a heads up to you guys, next time you go on stage, don't lie, just say what you mean. Otherwise, I don't need evidence to do things. Don't try to play games with me with your lousy acting skills. I can afford to play games, but you can't. After Shun finished speaking, the three male actors in the room couldn't help but swallow. The performers outside didn't dare to say a word, the place was completely silent. Let's continue, Shun said to his mentor. Upon hearing his words, the mentor glanced at the director beside him, who nodded, signaling him to continue. In a corner out of the camera's view, the unconscious Yu Yang was thrown directly to the ground by Tang Xiaoyuan. Just like a dead dog. With post-production editing, this scene definitely won't be shown. The director understands this kind of mistake. As for the issue of a small number of people, there are already many trainees, so even if a few don't perform, the audience won't notice. Later on, they would just find some excuse like a scheduling conflict and the artist would simply say no. This is not a big deal. Are you always this a man of your word? Yuman asked, leaning closer to Shun. Hearing her voice and smelling the fragrance emanating from her hair, Shun couldn't help but smile slightly. I treat outsiders and my own people differently, as long as you're obedient enough. Shun gently brushed the other person's loose hair. I can give you anything you want. Otherwise you'll cry. Hearing his soft tone, Yuman's pretty face flushed red, and she lowered her head and sat back down. Seeing the other person's shy appearance, Shun chuckled and waited for the next batch of artists to enter. Soon, 4 more people entered the room. Boy! This prompted Shun to pick up the documents in front of him and flip through them again from beginning to end. It's strange, there are clearly many actresses listed in the information who are quite good-looking. Why is it a man again this time? If a few more women don't come, he'll have to ask for a break so he can go have some time with you man first. Ahem, hello teacher, my name is Ding Luo. I came to participate in the program this time to increase my exposure and let the director see more of my potential. After what Li Shun just witnessed, the boys who came this time all consciously told the truth. But one of them was a boy from the grasslands. He had a very cute appearance and spoke haltingly, which made many of the actresses present praise him as adorable. I wonder how he felt after hearing that. Anyway, Li Shun doesn't like people praising him for being cute. They either say he's strong or handsome. But to say a man is cute, what does this mean? There's nowhere else to praise. The boy who was praised for being cute, named Yang Jolene, was not angry at all. Instead, he looked shy, just like a boy next door. The group of actresses and female mentors watching couldn't help but praise him for being innocent and kind. Even Yuman was acting like an older sister at this moment, and her tone had become much gentler. This left Li Shun somewhat puzzled. Are there really such innocent people in the world? If there were, Li Shun thought, send this person named Yang Jolene to her mother, and then analyze her genetic sequence. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Dong Yuehua conducted experiments using the genes of gentle animals such as sloths, giraffes, and dolphins in an effort to eliminate aggression in human genes. But they are met with human desires. It's very weak, it can only suppress the attack temporarily, but it can't eliminate it at all. If a person with a naturally good nature were to appear, then for the sake of human evolution, who else but him would be chosen? However, the prerequisite is that one is truly good. Chapter 173 Yang Jolene's True Colors. The Eye of the Dark. Li Shun silently recited a thought, and a dark light flashed in his pupils. Under his gaze, all of Yang Jolene's evil thoughts were clearly seen. A few seconds later, Li Shun shook his head in great disappointment. The other party was not a kind person at all. It doesn't even have anything to do with the word goodness. I grew up on the grasslands and had a low level of education, spending my days with livestock. And the degree of adherence to certain laws over there, it's also very low. This guy named Yang Jolene, beneath his innocent exterior, harbors a hypocritical heart that believes the strong will dominate everything and the weak can only look down on the strong. Before they grow up. In the current situation, he is just a third-rate actor. To the actors around him who are better than him, he pretends to be innocent and wins the favor of the crowd. As the saying goes, the best hunters are often the prey themselves. The cunning wolves and the weak sheep on the vast grasslands became Yang Jolene's learning targets. Because of the animal's instinct. It is often more vivid than human teaching, and also contains a pure emotional output. So Yang Jolene is now. He's completely imitating a harmless little lamb. Once he gains power, he'll turn on the weak with the glint of a hungry wolf, extending his sharp claws and baring his ferocious fangs. When the time comes, those female celebrities who praised him for being cute will know what a man from the grasslands is like. The whip is their most commonly used weapon, used to whip cattle and sheep. They each took a shot without making a sound. No, cattle and sheep still make a whimpering sound, similar to a mournful cry. When it comes to horsemanship, the men of the grasslands are known as men who grew up on horseback. They were extremely familiar with phrases like galloping on horseback and speeding at full speed. Humans, these hypocritical masks are disgusting, Li Shun murmured softly. Based on Li Shun's experience. If it weren't for the girl's life motto, he would have become an antisocial personality long ago when he first transmigrated into the body of a top-tier rich second generation. Fortunately, those chaotic emotions of revenge. On his very first day after he transmigrated, he was completely evaporated with the help of Xinyu and the others. Not a single one left. What are you talking about? Yuman tilted her head slightly and leaned closer to Li Shun, asking in a low voice. Watching her long eyelashes blink, she looked on with a curious expression. Li Shun suddenly had a bold idea. He couldn't control the world of the past, since his parents were already dead and he had no lingering feelings for them. But in this world now, should we make some changes? For example, the power of the heavenly Tao. It's nothing, I just suddenly wanted to experience your beauty, Li Shun said with a smile. Hearing the other person whisper these words in her ear, Yu Man's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. This is the recording site of a TV show. There are not only people around, but also several cameras. Just as the shy Yu Man was about to sit back down, she felt her hand, which was under the table, being held by the other person. This startled her. She carefully raised her head and met Li Shun's gaze, which was both smiling and not smiling. For a moment, Yu Man felt a strange sensation rising in her heart, as if her heart had lost control and was pounding wildly. After teasing the other person for a while, Li Shun looked at the director, mentors, and photographers on set. The group of people all tilted their heads, clearly showing they were very sensible and knew what they should and shouldn't look at. But there was a simpleton at the scene. She pretended to be looking at the male producer next to Li Shun, but the furtive glances she made were actually quite obvious. It's obvious. Yang Jolene, your personal profile says you haven't acted much before, right? Li Shun said, holding Yu Man's small hand and picking up the documents on the table with his other hand. Hearing that the other person only said one word, Li Shun could understand what the other person was thinking. The less you say, the less likely you are to reveal any flaws, and it even gives people a sense of shyness. Are you tired? Li Shun asked. I'm not tired, Jolene is in good health, Yang Jolene said with an innocent smile. In his view, he had disguised himself very well, and Li Shun was showing concern for him. After all, since the start of the show's recording, Yang Jolene has been loved by many people because of his simplicity, and even many high-profile female celebrities have added his contact information. Looking at him like this, Li Shun really wanted to call Suing Luo over and show her what true innocence really meant. Her temperament is natural and pure, her eyes are clear and bright, and her heart is innocent and carefree. And look at him now. The difference is huge. Perhaps it's a difference between men and women, but when Li Shun saw a man with a shy expression, I really want to use human to cleanse my eyes. Don't flatter yourself. I'm saying, aren't you tired of pretending like this? Li Shun said. Pack. Yang Jolene blinked his eyes, his somewhat dark face bearing a wronged expression. Seeing him like this, the female celebrities watching from outside couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Although they grew up on the grasslands, their skin is not as fair as that of city dwellers due to long-term exposure to ultraviolet radiation. But that doesn't stop him from being a cute puppy at all. Teacher Li, you mean Zelinta? At this moment, another male actor next to Yang Jolene turned to look at him and said in a suspicious tone. Hearing his tone, Yang Jolene appeared even more innocent, putting on a look that he was about to cry. This stirred a wave of maternal love in the female mentors and producers present. Li Shun glanced at their expressions, especially those of the male actors present. Apart from Yang Jolene, he didn't wear makeup because he wanted to maintain his public image. The rest of them were all incredibly fair-skinned, and the foundation, lipstick, and eyeshadow they wore were amazing. It's even more intense than some actresses. I really don't understand why a bunch of grown men have to act like women. It's a bit repulsive to look at. Young Master Li Jolene, the 45-year-old producer, said cautiously. Hearing her voice and seeing the protective look on her face, it was clear that she wanted to speak up for Yang Jolene. Li Shun chuckled softly at this, speaking in a mocking tone. Heh, you're quite adept at manipulating people. You've seen plenty of sheep on the grasslands, so you know how to play the sheep, right? Too bad, it won't work on me. After Li Shun finished speaking, a chilling aura suddenly emanated from his body. Yang Jolene, who was being stared at, felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being targeted by a brutal monster, and couldn't help but shiver. Awaken the darkness within you. As Li Shun silently recited the mantra, a glint of pure black flashed in the other person's pupils. Yang Jolene's expression quickly changed. That innocent feeling gradually disappeared, replaced by a sinister feeling. Seeing his appearance, everyone present changed their expressions slightly. How could I be a sheep? How could those beasts that I slaughter at will be worthy of the heroic spirit of us grassland men? I, Yang Jolene, am a wild wolf, a descendant of the great god. I am the strongest hero. As he spoke, his expression grew increasingly fierce, and his voice rose higher and higher. He then slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and shouted angrily at Li Shun. It seems that for him, being called a little lamb is an intolerable insult. Chapter 174: The Information of the Gods. God. Li Shun's expression changed. When he heard Yang Jolene say those two words, a dangerous intuition suddenly arose in his heart. I can't explain why. It was like a sudden jolt in my heart, a premonition from the unseen world. His primal instincts, fueled by a sixth sense, prevented him from believing it was an illusion. This made Li Shun's eyes narrow slightly, and he immediately used the heart-eroding technique on Yang Jolene. Force the other party into enslavement. If it were just the other person, then a mere third-rate actor wouldn't need to use heart erosion at all. Li Shun has many ways to ruin him. But the gods they just mentioned. And the special intuition given by my sixth sense when I heard those two words. It made him curious, and he wanted to figure out that vague sense of crisis. What is going on? Tell me, what did you mean by God just now? Li Shun asked. Upon hearing his words, Yang Jolene's expression became obedient, and he spoke very honestly. In our great grasslands, everyone is a descendant of the gods. The other is our Father God, the ruler of the universe, and the most supreme being. Cough cough. Upon hearing his words, the director standing next to him couldn't help but cough a few times. This is a legitimate variety show. Even if young Master Li is present and holds a high position, praising deities is going too far. Don't even mention that the review department in China wouldn't approve it. If this gets out, the investigation bureau will have to invite them all back for a chat. Li Shun glanced at their expressions and saw a look of fear on each of their faces. As public figures, they should not violate the core values and education of the Dragon Kingdom. As for their future, that would be absolutely the most fatal blow. Break time. Turn off all filming equipment. Everyone except Yang Jolene, go outside. Xiao Yuan, you stay at the door, Li Shun instructed. Upon hearing his words, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly turned off their devices and left the room. After everyone had left, Li Shun continued to ask Yang Jolene in front of him, tell me more about this deity. Yes, Master. The heavenly god is the deity of our great grassland. He has existed since ancient times. We exchange sacrifices for his protection and mercy. Sacrifice? Is it with livestock, or? Li Shun suddenly interrupted. This is very important because if only livestock are used, it means that the other party is not an evil god. But if you use... Then, with Yang Jolene's gentle nod, Li Shun lowered his gaze. Go on. Legend has it that in the time of my ancestors, the gods punished the dinosaurs on Earth by wiping them out. After cleansing Earth, they brought us humans to live on it. So the gods are our father gods. Without them, there would be no humans. Oh. Upon hearing that the dinosaurs were wiped out by this so-called god, and that humans were also brought by him, Li Shun couldn't help but laugh. This god really knows how to pat himself on the back, even though dinosaurs and humans are both. Thinking of this, Li Shun suddenly paused for a moment. According to scientific explanation, the extinction of dinosaurs was caused by a meteor impact on Earth, which led to a sudden increase in global temperature. Under extremely hot conditions, coupled with acid rain from meteorite fragments, the dinosaurs went extinct. But how did humans come to be? Could they really have evolved from monkeys? In the past, our people contacted the gods, who told them several prophecies, one of which was about the end of the world. Yang Jolene continued. The end of the world. That's right. On December 21, 2012, the gods will descend upon Earth again. Only those who believe in him will survive, otherwise, everyone will be annihilated. Mayan prophecy. Upon hearing the date, this was the first thing that came to Li Shun's mind. 5 major prophecies. The first point, the end of the Mayan civilization. The second point is the emergence of high-tech products. The third point is the outbreak of the 2 world wars. Article 4, Hitler's birth and death. Article 5, the end of the world in 2012. The first 4 conditions have already been met, but in Li Shun's previous life, the last one did not come true. Could it be that in this world? Was 2012 really the end of the world? Li Shun took out his phone and glanced at the date, November 21, 2012. There was still 1 month left until the predicted end of the world. System, in 2012, will the world really end? Testing in progress. Based on the detection of life traces on Earth, it is currently in its middle age, very far from natural destruction. Natural destruction? That's not what I'm asking. Can you detect things other than natural destruction? Unknown factors cannot be detected. After seeing the system's answer, Li Shun shook his head helplessly. As someone who has died once. In the end, I decided to let nature take its course. If it really is a god, he can't stop it. So, strengthen yourself as soon as possible. For example, an unknown system was just discovered on Lixin. Alright, now find a secluded place and disappear, Li Shun said to Yang Jolene. Upon hearing his words, the other person got up and left the room, heading towards the outside of the building. Seeing Yang Jolene come out, Tang Xiaoyuan, who was guarding the door, came in and asked, "Young master, what are your orders?" Li Shun looked up at Tang Xiaoyuan, thought for a moment, and then asked, "Where did Qianqian take Li Xuan?" "In the changing room next door." "The changing room? What are we going to do there?" Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaoyuan took out her phone and opened her chat history with Qianqian. The screen was filled with pictures, all kinds of dresses, and very few. Of course, there is only one protagonist. It was Lu Xian. Chapter 175 God-Level Physique. They really know how to have fun. Li Shun flipped through the photos, then handed the phone back to Tang Xiaoyuan and continued speaking. "Let's call Yuman and go see Qianqian. Oh, and let's bring Mi Tao along too." After saying that, a strange smile flashed across Li Shun's lips as he got up and left with the other person. Judging from Lu Xian's performance, she used the system, but her performance evaluation was only rated B, which is the worst level. You could say she's never used the system before. If it weren't for Li Shun's strong physique, any normal person would have been crippled by those silver needles that attacked him just now. It is indeed a bit strange. However, this does not affect his plundering system. Locker room. Li Shun led his men in. Li Xian was found unconscious, placed on a table by Qianqian. All around were rows of clothes racks. There were many kinds of clothing hanging on it, such as modern, ancient, and Western-style clothes. Because of the film crew's needs for shooting, they need to use a wide variety of costumes, so the dressing rooms are just like those in a shopping mall. "Master," Qianqian called out as she walked over. After responding, Li Shun looked at Li Xian, who had changed into a doll, and began to call upon the system in his mind. "System, why haven't you issued the task yet? Target not found." Upon seeing the system's reply, Li Shun frowned slightly, revealing a hint of confusion. "Did I guess wrong? Lu Xian doesn't have a system? That's not right. According to my sixth sense, he couldn't possibly be wrong." Unable to understand, Li Shun recalled the scene when he last released Zhang Jia's super mission. Then, it seems he's trying to pinpoint the other person's location. Thinking of this, Li Shun suddenly seemed to understand something and spoke to the system again. "System, detect Lu Xian's secret. This test requires 10,000 villain points. Payment: 10,000 villain points deducted from the host. Current remaining villain value, 2.38 million. Testing in progress. Warning, this test failed due to unknown factors. Notice, the host has already paid the corresponding villain points. This test will force a restart. Warning, the flow of fortune is chaotic. Warning, unknown factors exist regarding the target. Unknown system detected." Upon hearing the system's notification and glancing at Li Xian on the table, Li Shun couldn't help but smile. He was right. The system won't detect the other party without a reason. It might be for reasons such as needing to consume energy. Therefore, the system will only detect the target after the host makes a request and a certain amount of villain value is deducted. Unknown system owner, Lu Xian. Special mission issued, system plunder. Task rewards, special rewards will be issued based on the unknown system situation. Note, during the mission, the system will block any impact that the other system may have on the host. After the system publishes the task. Li Shun picked up an eyebrow razor from the dressing table and slowly walked to Li Xian's side. Looking at the unconscious girl in front of him, he gently traced her cheek with a small eyebrow razor. There are advanced kendo practitioners. Even with just a small eyebrow razor, he can make countless cuts in an instant. If you want to complete the task quickly, then slit the other person's throat directly, that's the most effective method. But to use such a cruel method on such a young and beautiful girl, I feel a little reluctant. Then, with a soft sound as the eyebrow razor sliced through the skin, a thin, long cut appeared on the other person's wrist. Hold her down when she wakes up. After Li Shun finished speaking, Shanxian, Tang Xiaoyuan, and Mito walked over. And he then walked towards Yuman beside him. The other person saw what had just happened. The dripping sound of blood on Li Xian's wrist made her heart race. Then look at Li Shun walking towards her, especially the blood-stained eyebrow razor he was holding. A hint of fear flashed in Yuman's eyes, and she couldn't help but take a small step back. Seeing her like this, Li Shun glanced at the eyebrow razor in his hand and threw it on the ground. I originally wanted to use a different approach, but since the other party is so afraid, I'll just give up. Come here yourself. Not long after, Li Xian, who had lost too much blood, gradually woke up. Seeing her eyelids twitching, Tang Xiaoyuan and the others quickly stepped forward and restrained her. When Li Xian woke up, she opened her big, confused eyes and looked around with a touch of naivety. The power of heaven's way, cause and effect. At that moment, as a whisper rang out, Li Shun, who was standing behind Yuman, had his pupils turn completely white. Under that almost divine, indifferent radiance, Yuman, who was trying to escape, turned around and saw those pale pupils. The feeling was like an ordinary person meeting a high and mighty emperor, with an overwhelming sense of distance and awe-inspiring pressure. At that moment, it seemed as if the air itself began to freeze. Overwhelmed by this aura that seemed to surpass all living beings, Yuman couldn't help but tremble. Although she is a producer, she has seen many emperors in palace dramas. No matter how well those actors acted, it didn't matter. None of them resemble Li Shun at this moment. That gaze, devoid of all emotion and leaving only supreme coldness, instills a sense of fear in one's heart, making one want to kneel before the other and beg for a sliver of forgiveness. As Li Shun gazed at Li Xian, all her past experiences surfaced in his mind. Instead of killing the other person to complete the mission, he suddenly remembered someone else. Yu Ting. Since Li Xian is a huge fan of the other party, what if we replaced that person with ourselves? Why not complete the mission while also gaining a subordinate? After all, Li Xian, who had possessed a system, was definitely a cut above the average person. Even if the system is lost, the skills that were once possessed still remain in the other person's possession. That's how it works. Li Xian is also a capable assistant. As for why he cut her wrist? The main concern is that she can defy the power of heaven, which is impossible for ordinary people. However, she now possesses a system, so who knows what kind of magical power she might have. Excessive blood loss can lead to confusion and a reduced ability to resist. It's safer to be on the safe side. With the effect of Li Shun's causal power. In Li Xian's subconscious, the figure who accompanied her through her darkest, most helpless, and saddest moments gradually began to change. Incidentally, due to her withdrawn personality, Li Xuan doesn't like interacting with people. This resulted in her never having had a boyfriend before, and she also harbored feelings for her idol, Yu Ting, that transcended gender. Just like Wenyin before. But she only has this tendency, it hasn't developed that completely yet. Just like the guys in the boys' dormitory, he sleeps with his goddesses every day. But one is lying in bed. One is pasted on the wall. A moment later, Li Xian's gaze towards Li Shun softened considerably, and a system notification sounded in his ear. Congratulations, host, on successfully subduing Li Xian. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing this system plunder mission once again. Task settlement in progress. Host needs detected. Rewards will be converted based on the host's development direction. Transformation? Upon seeing this prompt, Shun couldn't help but feel a moment of surprise. This system has become so user-friendly. Could it be? Is it because another system has been plundered? He had felt this way when he completed the mission of the Chosen One before, and now that he is plundering the system, its growth seems to be accelerating significantly. Conversion complete. Congratulations, host, on receiving a special reward, God-level skill transformation. Tip: this reward allows you to choose any skill, regardless of level, low level is acceptable, and completely transform it into a God-tier skill. Note: God-level skills will change based on the user's attributes. No two God-level skills will have the same ability in the entire universe. Upon receiving the reward, Shun did not hesitate and immediately exchanged it for the beginner-level physique skill. 500,000 villain points deducted from the host. Current remaining villain value, 1.88 million. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a beginner-level physique. System: use the divine skill transformation on the rudimentary physique to transform it into a divine one. God-level skill transformation consumed. Initial physique transformation in progress. Conversion complete. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a God-level physique. Skill name: Divine Physique, Shun's exclusive skill. Basic effect: significantly increases physical strength and grants divine power. Skill 1: Fission Regeneration. Effect: recovery speed surpasses biological limits, immune to racially lethal wounds. Note: the host is human, the head and heart are fatal organs, and the host has been vaccinated. Skill 2: Soul Defense. Effect: enhances soul defense and converts soul power into physical defense. Skill 3: Sensory Overload. Effect: dynamic vision can capture the trajectory of light. When this skill is triggered during combat, the body can automatically execute the optimal counterattack without any thought. Skill 4: Burial Domain. To be unlocked. Skill 5: God-Slaying Body. To be unlocked. Skill 6: Primal Power. To be unlocked. Note: the skill to be unlocked is one that the host cannot currently use. Forcing its use will cause the host's physical body to collapse. The skill will be automatically unlocked when the host reaches a certain strength. Note: due to the host's repeated completion of tasks, the system will undergo an evolutionary transformation. It is estimated to take 1 year. Seeing the system's final message, Shun could understand, after all, the system had changed a lot since the beginning. Next, he felt the power of his body. As expected of a god-level being, it was indeed very strong. But it looks like it's about to explode. Chapter 176: The Finale. 1 month later. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the sun had not yet risen, and the whole sky was a hazy gray. In this atmosphere, office workers were all holding their phones, recording videos and discussing things online. However, in corners that people don't notice. Ants on the ground, small fish in the river, stray cats on the street, all kinds of animals were restless and uneasy, as if they sensed some kind of crisis. At the same time, a terrible message came from space stations around the world. A meteorite is hurtling towards Earth. It is predicted that an impact will occur on a continent in Tsarist Russia 2 months from now, causing devastating consequences. In fact, in Shun's previous life. On February 15, 2013, a meteorite impact did indeed occur. But, for some unknown reason, this meteorite suddenly exploded in the air, thus preventing the apocalypse from happening. But in this world, perhaps they won't be so lucky. Upon receiving the message from the space station, the heads of state of various countries immediately convened a meeting to discuss it. After various methods of deduction and testing, they finally came to a terrifying conclusion. With the existing weapons and equipment on Earth, there is simply no way to stop this meteorite. In other words, the end of the world is coming. Faced with the question of humanity, they did not choose to make the news public. Instead, they quickly contacted their families, packed their valuables, maids, servants, and other belongings, and prepared to board the spacecraft, hoping to escape this doomed world on their own. But just as they returned home and before they could gather their forces, the meteorite suddenly accelerated, as if propelled by something, and even its landing location changed. What was expected to be the Russian region has directly transformed into a mirage in the Dragon Kingdom. With a loud bang in the sky, a massive meteorite, engulfed in billowing flames, came into view. The meteorite is hurtling toward them at a speed of 100 kilometers per second. The resulting impact force, it's no less than 1 billion atomic bombs exploding at the same time. Boom! All buildings and living things within 10,000 kilometers of the blast radius were instantly vaporized. People who were just taking photos, ready to post them on WeChat moments to record the wonderful moment. I only felt a flash of light. It turned directly into ashes. Within a minute or two, the crustal fracturing and bending caused by the meteorite that is, an earthquake spread throughout the entire planet. Subsequently, the energy generated by crustal activity caused dramatic changes in the ocean. Huge tsunamis, hundreds of meters high, are sweeping towards the continent. That's not all. The countless fragments formed after the meteorite impact should have been scattered in space, but now they are being pulled back by the gravity of Earth. When millions of meteorites reappear in the sky, they create a scene resembling a fiery inferno. The meteorite fragments, after being accelerated and rubbed together, turned into blazing fireballs. The entire sky was dyed red. In this purgatory, somewhere in the city, a flash of light appeared, and Shun, who had been vaporized by the explosion, reappeared. With a godlike physique, even if he turns to ashes, he can still be reborn. But as he watched the once paradise-like villa vanish completely, his eyes gradually turned bloodshot. I looked up at the sky, which resembled a raging inferno. The power of heaven's Tao. Etc. Just as Shun was preparing to rebuild Blue Star, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. The voice was very strange. It was impossible to tell whether the speaker was male or female, and it carried a cold and indifferent feel. Is it worth it? You chose to sacrifice yourself to protect humanity, but humanity will eventually forget you. Upon hearing this voice, Shun seemed to know who it was, and said in a hoarse voice, "So what? At least they can live. You'll never take that step if you don't let go of these useless emotions." Useless emotions. As Shun spoke, his pupils gradually turned pale, his tone carrying the same divine indifference. I don't care what you think, this is who I am. I live for no other reason than to be with my own people forever. You wouldn't understand. The power of heaven's way, all things return to nothingness. The power of heaven brings the dead back to life. The power of heaven reshapes cause and effect. As his words fell, meteorites in the sky, floods that washed over the earth, and humans who had evaporated and disappeared began to reappear. Everything seemed to have been rewound, stripped away from time and space. But such a massive expenditure is equivalent to changing a world, and even with his godlike physique, Shun would not be able to sustain it. As the timeline returns, everything destroyed by the meteorite is revived. But Shun's body became increasingly transparent. When he completely disappeared, the mysterious voice sounded again. Let's consider this the world's last chance to change its fate. The power of heaven, the revival of spiritual energy. I look forward to seeing you again. The end.